the makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Mr. Charles Coburn. There's plenty of excitement around tonight because radio history is being made. The new Rinso presents the new Amos and Andy Show. Yes, everything brand new. New in the fact that Amos and Andy are doing for the first time a half-hour show. New in that Amos and Andy are playing before an audience, also for the first time. And new in that each week there will be a famous guest. Tonight, Mr. Charles Coburn, whom you have seen in The More the Merrier and Heaven Can Wait. And there's plenty of news about Rinso, too. Try it yourself. I'm sure you'll agree it's absolutely tops. That its soapy rich suds get out more dirt, that in short, it's the ideal soap for wash day, for dishes, and for all the soap and water jobs around the house. Yes, try Rinso. I know you'll join the vast army of women who whistle while they wash. And now, the new soapy rich Rinso presents the new Amos and Andy Show. Well, there's an old saying that no news is good news. That must be true because Andy got news, and it's bad. The news is in the form of a letter which Andy is discussing with the Kingfish and Henry Van Porter in his office now.
Boys, I are really in a mess here.
Brother Andy, he acts like he's bad off.
Well, to tell you the truth, Andy, I can't see what is such bad news about a relative coming to visit you from the South.
Listen, Henry, a relative is bad news no matter what direction it comes from.
Listen here, fellas. I ain't told you this, but here's the jam I was in. About 6 months ago, I discovered that this uncle of mine that's coming up here tomorrow done cut me out of his will.
Oh, I didn't know that. Now, that's a serious thing.
Yeah, and I found out that the reason he done cut me out is 'cause he thinks I is undisresponsible. You see, boys, my uncle always wanted me to get married and settle down.
Well, tell me this, Andy. What has all this got to do with the letter you received from him?
Well, I always been kind of superstitious about being left out of will. So, about 6 months ago, I done writ my Uncle Edgar, told him I got married, settled down, and I was living in a nice 6-room apartment.
Oh, I'm beginning to get it now.
So, he's going to arrive in New York tomorrow morning on the 9 o'clock train. But the main reason he coming up here is to see some New York doctor specialist about his health. And he going to stay here till Monday.
Tell me this, and after you done writ your uncle that you got married and settled down, do you know if he put you back in the will there?
Oh, sure. He slapped me right back in there.
You mean on the regular dotted line in ink, not just out in the margin in pencil? Well.
Listen, I right in the middle of the thing, between them whereases and wherefores and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's the place to be. If you can worm your way in there, there's the place.
Well, Andy, it looks like you've got a lot to lose, all right.
Yeah, but I ain't told you the biggest headache, though. My uncle say in the letter that he is planning on staying with me in my 6-room apartment. And then he say that that'll give him a chance to become acquainted with my dear little wife.
When is your uncle coming up here?
Saturday.
Why, that's tomorrow.
Wait a minute, Andy. You could be married by tomorrow.
Yeah, I could be wait a minute here. How is I going to meet a gal that quick?
Oh, just stand on the corner and keep whistling.
Now, just a minute, my friends. That sounds a bit hasty. After all, the type of girl that Andy might get from a whistle might not be the type he'd want for the mother of his children.
Now, look here, Henry. When you was whistling for a wife on short notice, you can't be too particular. Like when you go up to the North Woods hunting for moose, and you give up with the moose call. You can't be fussy. You got to take the first moose that comes along.
Yeah, Kingfish, but you got to be a little more particular about a wife. After all, if you don't like a moose, you can shoot it. Anyhow, even if I did get a wife, where's I going to get a 6-room apartment?
Yeah, you in a pickleman all right, and I don't know, wait a minute. I did hit me in the head, Joe. Just went in this ear here, look at it. Amos and his family is going away for the weekend. They won't be back till Monday night. You's his partner.
Yes, but what about the wife that Andy's supposed to have?
Well, just tell your uncle that she out of town visiting kinfolks.
Yeah, that sounds good, but, well, Amos, let me do that.
Well, now look here. Don't tell him what you're doing. Just tell him that you will stay in the apartment over the weekend, sort of a caretaker.
Come on, Kingfish. Let's me and you go over to see Amos. So you're going away for the weekend, Amos. Sure hope you have a nice time.
Yeah, well, thank you very much.
Tell me, Amos, who is you leaving in charge of the apartment?
Well, I ain't figuring on having nobody here.
How about burglars?
Yeah.
Well, I went away before, and I just locked the place, and nothing was stole.
Oh, maybe the burglars didn't get around to you yet.
Yeah, I guess they're short-handed, just like everybody else.
But you see, fellas...
Amos, look here. These burglars work the thing in alphabet order. Now, you just lucky because your name is Jones. They ain't got down to you yet. And is you here where the burglars is down to now?
Yeah. I heard they was just finishing the letter before J, whatever that is.
Seems to me I heard that, too. They was working on the R's. I remember that.
Tell you the truth, fellas, it might not be a bad idea to have somebody stay in the apartment while we is away, but I just wouldn't know who to get.
Well, Amos, I is your pal, and I'll help you out.
Would you do it, Andy?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh, gee, that's nice of you, Andy. We is going to leave at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so you can come in any time after 9.
Okay, as a deal. I'll check in right after 9 o'clock. So long. Be sure and get out on time.
So long, Amos.
So long, fellas. I'll be back Monday night. See you then.
Well, Andy, this is a great break for us, all right.
Wait a minute. There you go with that us stuff, Kingfish. By any chance, is you helping me because you figuring I might get some money from the will?
Oh, don't be silly, Andy. Never entered my mind. 'Cause at the same time, I know that if anything should happen to your dear uncle, well, I just know that in time of grief, you'll want to share your good fortune with your friends.
Well, Uncle Edgar, your train was right on time, and it sure is nice to see you.
Yeah, we're sure glad to see you, Uncle Edgar. You don't mind if I call you Uncle Edgar, too, do you? And been telling me so much about you, I kind of feel like I was a close relation of yours.
Well, that's very fine.
Tell me, Uncle Edgar, how are things down south? You know, the cotton crop, wills, and all that stuff.
Oh, everything's fine. Certainly wasn't nice you boys to come down and meet me at the train here. But, Andy, where's the little woman?
Who?
The little woman, your wife.
Oh, my wife. Yeah, well, Lucy done went over to Pennsylvania to see her mother.
Yeah, that's exactly where she went. You see, Uncle Edgar, when you said little woman, Anna didn't know who you meant because Lucy's as big as a horse.
Well, I'm certainly anxious to meet her. She's going to be back before I leave, ain't she?
Well, I hope so, Uncle Edgar.
But do you think we better get out of this station here?
Yeah, you're right. I got a boy right here, Uncle Edgar. Take care of your suitcases. Hey, Lightning, come over here.
Oh, I can handle the suitcases all right.
Did you want me now?
These is the suitcases. Deliver them to the apartment like I told you, Lightning.
And by the way, Lightning, this is my Uncle Edgar. This is Lightning.
Young man, I'm glad to meet you.
Pleased to meet you, Uncle Edgar. Are you the man that got the will, ain't you?
What's that again?
Get on with them bags. Don't worry, Uncle Edgar. Everything. Get away from here, Lightning.
Well, Uncle Edgar, how do you feel after taking a shower and changing your clothes?
Oh, I feel a lot better, Andy.
Yeah, sit down there in that stuffed over chair and take it easy, Uncle Edgar.
Say, Andy, you and your wife are the only ones that live in this apartment, ain't you?
Yes, Uncle Edgar. This is our own little love nest. Just the two of us. Me and her.
Well, what is all them toys there in the closet of my room?
What toys?
You mean you don't know what toys is back there?
Well, you see, I play with so many toys, I didn't know which ones you meant.
Well, there's some dolls back there, too.
Oh, don't be silly, Uncle Edgar. I ain't played with dolls for over a year.
Say, Andy, who is the picture of this man here on the table?
Which picture you mean?
The only picture that's there.
Oh, that one.
Don't look at me. Explain it to Uncle Edgar.
I see it's inscribed on there, to my loving wife from Amos.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah. Well, that's my wife's first husband. Yeah.
Well, what in the world do you have to have his picture around here?
Well, I tell you, Uncle Edgar, it keeps reminding my wife of him and makes her appreciate me more.
Yeah, that's right, Uncle Edgar. That's certainly right. You know, Uncle Edgar, there's nothing like holding a first husband over a wife's head.
By the way, Andy, you know I want to see one of these New York doctors. You might ask around of your friends and see if they know a good one.
Yeah, but you take it easy, Uncle Edgar, and enjoy yourself for the weekend here.
I'm going to tell you, Andy, you sure got a nice place here. Mm-hmm. And I was just thinking, I don't have to break my neck to get back home. You fellas have been so nice to me, I think I'll change my plans and stay here a couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks?
Yeah. I know that would make you happy. What's the matter, boys?
You have made us so happy that we are speechless.
Well, folks, remember I said this would be a new kind of show for Amos and Andy, and I hope you're having as good a time as the folks here are having. Now, I mentioned a little earlier that millions of women these days are whistling while they wash, and the notes they're whistling are... That stands for Rinso White, 3 little notes that have been making wash day history. Yes, Rinso has taken the drudgery out of wash day. Those soapy, rich suds have made it possible for women to turn out a dazzling white, bright wash without hard scrubbing or boiling, simply by soaking clothes clean. A few quick finger rubs on badly soiled places, and clothes are ready to rinse. Yes, new Rinso gets out more dirt. And women are whistling while they wash dishes, too, in Rinso suds. It makes the job so speedy. And that goes for washing floors, windows, tiles, and so forth. So tomorrow, get Rinso. Then you'll whistle, and you'll see how much easier life can be. Now, back to Amos and Andy, and their guest tonight, Charles Coburn. Well, Uncle Edgar certainly threw a monkey wrench in the machinery when he announced that he had decided to stay 2 weeks. Andy and the Kingfish are plenty worried.
Kingfish, we is really in a mess now.
Mm-hmm.
Amos coming home Monday, and Uncle Edgar say he's going to be here for 2 weeks.
Andy, listen, I got an idea. Look here, when your uncle wakes up from the nap he's taking, we'll take him up the doctor's road. You know that's where the alley lawyer has got his office?
Oh, yeah.
I think up around there we'll find a doctor that will see eye to eye with us.
Yeah, but we want to get a big doctor with a good reputation to examine my uncle.
Yeah, well, we'll get a good one all right, but I think that for a small extra charge, we can get a doctor to tell Uncle Edgar that this climate up north here is bad for his health and that he has got to get right back down south now at once.
Yeah, well, how is we going to work it?
We'll leave Uncle Edgar out in the waiting room at the doctor's office, and we'll go in the doctor's private office and talk to him first.
Oh, I think I see what you mean.
Hello?
Is this Dr. Charles Coburn, the veterinarian?
That's right, I'm the veterinarian.
This is Mrs. Stanley Watson. I called up to find out how my Cocker Spaniel was coming along.
He's doing nicely, Mrs. Watson. His front paw is still a little sore, but we ought to have him out of here in a few days.
Oh, thank you very much, Doctor. Goodbye.
Come in.
Excuse us, but is you Dr. Charles Coburn?
That's right.
Good, yeah. Well, we see your name on the door outside, and we're looking for a doctor.
Tell me, do you have the patient with you?
He's out in the waiting room, yeah, so we want to talk to you first.
Is he chained up?
Chained up? Oh, no, he ain't dangerous.
Well, why don't you bring him in the office here?
Well, that's what we want to tell you. You see, Doctor, we don't want him to hear what we're going to tell you.
Oh. You don't want him to hear. That's pretty good. I've heard some of them are very clever, but I've never heard of one that could understand medical terms.
Well, the truth is, he ain't been feeling well lately, and he asked us to take him to a doctor, you see.
Before we go any further, gentlemen, are you sure that you are feeling all right?
Oh, sure. Yes, sir. We feel all right.
Well, tell me exactly what's wrong with the patient. I'm a busy man.
Well, doctor, to tell you the truth, we don't know exactly what's wrong with it.
Well, the only thing to do then is to strap him here on this table, and I'll give him a thorough examination.
Strap him? I don't think he's going to like that.
Oh, that's all right. We'll put a muzzle on him.
Now, wait a minute. We can go just so far with him, you know.
Yeah, we can't make him mad because he's worth a lot of money.
Now, listen to me. A dog is a dog. If I can help him, I'll be very happy to do so.
Excuse me for protruding, Doctor, but my right ear been giving me a little trouble here lately. Did you say dog?
Is you a dog doctor by any chance?
Certainly. What do you think?
Well, I didn't know what to think when you say you're going to put a muzzle on my uncle.
Oh, your uncle is out there.
Yeah.
I see. You thought I was a regular MD. No, I take care of dogs, cats, horses, all kinds of animals. I've got a little hospital out here in the back.
Well, now, doctor, as long as we is here, maybe you could help us out anyhow.
Yes. What we'd like you to do in your professional capacity, tain't exactly wrong, tain't exactly right, kind of in between.
And being in between, we willing to pay you extra for it.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, if you think that I, as a respected member of the medical profession, would do even one small thing to jeopardize my fine reputation and standing in this community, if you think that I would stoop to a thing of this kind, if you think that I would do anything contrary to my standards in exchange for what amounts to little more than a bribe, then you've come to the right place.
Yeah, man, that's great. That's great. Now, look here. Here's what we want you to do. We want you to convince my uncle that this northern climate is bad for him, and even one more day of it might be fatal, and he has got to go right back down south.
Yeah, so we don't care what you tell him. We just want to make sure that he leaves town by the night.
It's as good as done, my friends. But in our haste, let us not forget the cash, $10.
Oh, yes, sir. Here it is.
You might put it in that drawer right there. I don't touch money like that.
Okay, Doc, okay. I'll have my uncle come right in.
Yeah, get him... wait a minute. Hide them dog biscuits over there on the table.
Okay, Uncle Edgar, come on in. The doctor's ready for you. This is the famous specialist that I done told you about.
How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do? If you sit right down here, open your mouth. Now tell me, how have you been feeling?
Well, frankly, this afternoon I've been feeling pretty well.
That's a bad symptom. Yes, that's the trouble with your particular ailment. You always feel better first.
Well, what is it that's wrong with me, Doctor?
Well, the medical term is northernitis.
Doctor, no. Anything but that.
Yes, I'm sorry to hear that, Doctor.
Now, Doctor, just what is this northernitis?
Well, you come to me as a patient, and I guess it's my duty to tell you the truth. Northernitis is a condition that is brought on by an atmospheric change, a change of pressure that crushes the cells of the nervous system.
Naturally, yeah.
That's what makes you feel like you do now.
But I feel very good now.
No, that's nothing. That will go away.
Well, tell us this, Doctor. What is the cure for this thing?
Your uncle must go back down south. Of course, there's no real hurry about it. Nothing to get alarmed about.
Doctor, but when do you think I should leave for the south?
No, there's no tremendous rush about it. Any time within the next hour.
Yeah, well, We better leave right away, Uncle Edgar, before you start foaming at the mouth. Come on, we'll go right down to the depot and get your ticket.
Do you mean to say that
Yeah, come on, Uncle Edgar. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, we ain't got no time to waste. Well, so long, Doctor.
Oh, what was that?
That's one of my patients. I mean...
One of your patients?
Got a nasty cough, hasn't he?
Goodbye, boy. Well, Uncle Edgar, you has done got the best medical advice you could have got in the whole city.
Oh, there ain't no two ways about it. He's a great doctor.
Yeah, he seems to be a very good doctor. And I'm going to take his advice and return to the South. But there's one thing, Andy.
What's that?
I've made up my mind not to leave town here until I've met your dear little wife.
Hmm. Yeah.
Now, did the theatrical agency tell you exactly what you were supposed to do?
Yes. I'm supposed to play the part of a man's wife, and you're going to pay me $3 for it.
Right. You is going to play that you is my wife, Lucy. Now, the main thing is to try to do as little talking as you can so you ain't going to get yourself caught in no booby trap.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're all set now, Andy.
Okay. Uncle Edgar, Lucy is back.
Now, remember everything we told you, Lucy.
Well. So, this is Lucy.
Yes, sir, Lucy. I was married to this gentleman here.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I know that, but tell me this, Lucy. How long has you been married?
Well, we've been married exactly 1 year.
Well, wait a minute. It seems to me you said something to me, Andy, about being married 6 months.
I thought it was about a year.
Well, you see, Uncle Edgar, the time passes fast for me and slow for her. Well, Uncle Edgar, you done seen Lucy now. Guess we better shoot right down to depot, huh?
Well, I haven't had a chance to get acquainted with Lucy yet.
That's right. Don't rush us, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown? And after being married 6 months, you don't make your wife call you Mr. Brown, do you?
Well, I tell you, Uncle Edgar, till I've been married a year, I demands respect.
Oh, yeah, you got to keep these women in the place, all right.
Yeah, I tell you, Uncle Edgar. Uh-oh.
Well, how is you there, Andy? Say, what is going on here?
Amos, you ain't supposed to be back here till tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I got a chance to ride down with some people, and I thought I'd do it. I'd like to meet your friends here, Andy.
Go ahead, Amos. Andy, introduce them there. Go on, mess them up there.
Yeah, but, now, well, Amos, this is my Uncle Edgar here.
Oh, how do you do?
Yeah, pleased to meet you. My name is Jones.
Yeah, and now this is, well, that's my Uncle Edgar right there. Uncle Edgar.
I ain't met the girl yet, Andy.
My name is Lucy. I was the wife of this gentleman here. I think his name is Andy.
Why, Andy, you didn't tell me.
Yeah, no, Amos, I know it, but look, there's something I do want to tell you right now. Come on, Amos. You too, Kingfish. Let's go out someplace where we can talk. Uncle Edgar, you stay here, and this will give you a chance to get better acquainted with Lucy. So, Amos, that's the whole story in a nutshell.
Yes, Amos, the only reason that Andy done it was so that his uncle would keep him in his will.
That's some story you got there, all right. You certainly can get yourself messed up, Andy.
Yeah. What is I going to do, Amos?
There's only one thing you can do. Tell your uncle the truth. I think he'll appreciate it and appreciate you being honest with him, because he's bound to find out sooner or later.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, me. Boys, I'm going out and take a walk in the park so I can get up my nerve. Come on, Kingfish, let's go in. I'm going to tell him the truth.
Okay, open the door.
Well, Andy, Kingfish, you finally got back. Where have you been all day?
Where's Lucy?
Oh, she's in the kitchen.
Well, in the kitchen.
Uncle Edgar, there comes a time in a man's life when he got to do something that he don't like to do, but I got to do it.
Oh, what is it, Andy?
Well, Uncle Edgar, I'm going to confess something to you. This ain't my apartment, and Lucy ain't my wife. The only reason that I done told you all this was so I could stay in your will. But I wouldn't blame you now if you throwed me out.
I understand, Andy.
But I ain't gonna cause you no more trouble, Uncle Edgar. Where's that sappy little theatrical actress that's supposed to be my wife? I'll pay her the $3 and chase her out here right away, so at least she ain't gonna be bothered with her.
Andy, please. You speaking of my future wife.
Your future what?
My future wife. I found out right after you left this morning that she was only playing the part of your wife. We have spent all day getting acquainted. She's a fine cook and a good-looking girl. We get married right away and leaving on the first train for Georgia.
Well, congratulations and all that stuff, Uncle Edgar. I'll be glad to go to the depot with you and see you off. You know, carry the grips for you, carry your will, anything you want me to carry.
Yeah, congratulations, Uncle Edgar. But, say, there's just one thing that I'd like to clear up before you leave.
Well, what's that?
Well, now that Lucy is going to be my aunt instead of my wife, does I have to pay her the $3 or does you pay her?
Ladies and gentlemen, Amos and Andy would like to say a few words to their listeners.
Hello, folks.
Hello, everybody.
Well, we hope you enjoyed our first show. As you know, this is the beginning of our new half-hour series.
And we want to thank Mr. Charles Coburn for his kindness in working with us tonight.
We wouldn't feel right to let this first show pass without saying a word about our sponsors, makers of the new Rinso.
Of course, we have heard of Rinso and its splendid reputation. And not long ago, we asked for permission to visit the plant and see Rinso being made.
We saw it being made with our own eyes, and that is why we are so enthusiastic about the product we advertise. In thinking back over our trip through the Rinso plant, it seems that we went through dozens of laboratories, and believe us, the reason for the high quality of Rinso is no accident. We can truthfully tell you, great care is taken to give Rinso the top quality which it has. And we earnestly feel that you, too, will recognize this and be glad you are using this wonderful product.
You folks were nice to listen to us tonight. And we're looking forward to being back with you next Friday night at the same time. Thank you again.
And don't forget, folks, when you think of Amos and Andy, think of Rinso. Thank you and good night.
Yes, be with us again next Friday night at this same hour when the makers of the new Rinso again present the Amos and Andy Show. And when Amos and Andy's guest will be the talented pianist, Jose Iturbe. This is Harlow Wilcox bidding you good night for all of us. Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the celebrated pianist and conductor, Mr. Jose Iturbe. Today is a red letter day in the life of Andrew H. Brown. He has started on something that he believes is at last worthwhile. In fact, he has just graduated from a correspondence school for piano playing. At the moment, he is in his office receiving the blessings of the Kingfish.
Put it there, Brother Andy, put it there. I want to congratulate you on graduating from the Correspondence School of Music.
Oh, yeah. Look at that diploma I got here with all the ribbons and sealing wax on it.
Oh, yeah, that looks great.
Yeah, of course, you know, Kingfish, you was seeing this diploma at its worst.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get me a frame for it. One with an open corner, too, so the ribbon can hang down.
You know, I'm really proud of you, Brother Andy. Put it there again. Gee, I'm glad you got it already.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
And you know, this is all a great thing you got. You know, it must be great to know everything there is about piano playing.
Kingfish, I really worked hard on that course.
Mm-hmm.
I studied all them lessons till I knows them all by heart.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah. Now I can hardly wait to get a piano so I can try it all out.
Excuse me, I don't want to appear full of ignorance or nothing like that, but my ear been acting funny on me lately here, you know, I hear him saying. Did you say that you was a graduated piano player and you still ain't touched the piano?
Yeah, well, what's wrong with that? After all, you don't have to be a baby to be a baby doctor.
No, you're right.
You don't have to be dead to be no undertaker.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess I'm just a little old-fashioned. For some reason, I still like a piano player that plays the piano.
Oh, listen here. That's just a waste of time. But you see, Kingfish, the reason that I done took this course is so that I can give piano lessons to other people myself.
Oh, I get it. You're going to be a teacher.
Right. And I got a gold mine right here.
Now, wait a minute. Look here now, brother. And look here. I as your pal. Now, how about taking me in as your partner? Now, don't forget, I know a little about piano playing myself.
Yeah, well, that ain't a bad idea. All right, we'll work together.
Oh, great. Put it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, this is going to be great.
Oh, yeah, this will be the highest class school in the world. Each one of us will be a specialist.
Mm-hmm.
I'll learn them the white keys, and you learn them the black keys.
Well, frankly, boys, I just wouldn't be interested in taking any piano lessons.
Well, Henry, you making a big mistake. You is passing up one of the greatest things that life has got to offer. Ain't it, Kingfish?
Oh, sure you is, Henry. Wouldn't you like to be able to sit down at the piano and play Rachmaninoff's Sympathy in D major or something like that?
Well, I am sure, Kingfish, that if I did pick up the piano, it would be Mrs. Van Porter's desire as well as mine to play nothing but the classics.
Classics? What's that?
You know, Brother Andy, them is the pieces that when you play them, you never knows when they're over till the piano player gets up off the stool.
Oh, yeah, that kind of stuff, huh?
You see, in the circle that me and my wife travels in, we all leans to Beethoven, Schubert, and Bach.
Yeah, well, I is new in the business, but I guarantee you that I'll give you lessons cheaper than them fellas.
Now, don't get the idea that we is pushing you into these piano lessons, because we can get all the pupils we want.
Yeah, that's right. We just trying to do you a favor. You go out visiting a lot. Wouldn't you like to be the life of the party?
Yes, I sure would, yeah.
And you is going to be a success, Lightning, because I can tell one thing, and it's important and necessary.
What is that, Miss Andy?
Lightning, let me look at you. Yeah. I can see that you has got great talent.
Yes, how much do the lessons cost?
$8 for the whole course.
All right, Miss Andy, I'll start tomorrow. I tell you what, I'll pay you with that $10 IOU of yours that I was holding, and you can give me $2 change.
Come to think of it, Lightning, you ain't got as much talent as I thought you had. So what do you think of the proposition, Brother Crawford?
Andy, I do not want to take any piano lessons, particularly from you. You don't even look like a piano teacher.
Brother Crawford, ability is never on the surface. Underneath them dirty hands of Andy's is a world of talent.
All I can say is that if I were to take piano lessons, you two would be the last ones in the world that I would take from.
Now, look here, Brother Crawford. We've been insulted enough.
Yeah, we can't take an awful lot more.
Well, don't stand there at the door, then. I am not interested. The whole thing is ridiculous. Your teaching piano playing is setting the music world back 10 years.
That settles it. That is final. We'll give you one more chance.
I don't want another chance. Now, as I have said, I'm a very busy man.
Come on, Kingfish. I got an idea that Brother Crawford ain't interested.
Well, now get out of here.
Well, let's go over to see Amos. I know he is home because he got an appointment with Fred Gwendell to talk to him about our Christmas charity affair. Amos is chairman this year, you know.
I know you as chairman of the affair, Amos, and I want to tell you that my newspaper will be right behind you. Oh, by the way, Amos, is you and Ruby doing anything tonight? No, we ain't, Fred. Why? Well, the music critic on the newspaper where I work gave me a couple of tickets to a concert tonight, and I can't use them. You see, I got a date with a girl, and I give her choice of taking her to Carnegie Hall or to the Harlem Jive Palace. Oh, I see. And she done picked out the Jive Palace. Oh, she likes that better, huh? Oh, yeah, she claims that high-class music goes in one ear and come out the other, but with the jive music, it goes in both feet and stays there. Oh, so you're going to take her to the palace, huh? That's right. So you and Ruby can have these 2 tickets to Carnegie Hall if you want them. It won't cost you nothing. Oh, gee, thank you, Fred. Thank you a lot. Oh, that can't be Ruby. She's over at the Women's Auxiliary. Well, come in, Andy. How are you, Kingfish?
Hello, Amos.
Hello there, boy.
Hello, fellas. How is you?
Amos, I got great news for you. Look at my diploma here.
Well.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Get away from there.
Oh, you done graduated from the piano playing school, correspondence stuff, huh? Oh, congratulations, son.
There.
Yeah, looked like good work there, Andy. Got a diploma, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Gentlemen, I is happy to announce that I is now associated up with Professor Brown in the Andrew Edge Observatory of Music. Piano lessons for the masses. That's our slogan.
Well, Andy, you mean that after just taking that short course by correspondence, you was going to give piano lessons already?
Amos, I wants to give my knowledge to the world.
Maybe get a few bucks for it, too. You want to take lessons, Amos? Excuse me for not asking you first, Fred, but this is Amos's house.
No, I don't want to take no piano lessons.
All right, Fred, now it's your turn.
Me neither. Not me.
Yeah.
You fellas really going to start a music school, huh?
Yeah, we has done already started one. All set. We has got everything now except a pupil.
Yeah, and the trouble is, it's kind of hard to run a successful school without a pupil.
Yeah, Amos, you gets around a lot. Maybe you could speak to some of the fellows. You see a lot of fellows that might want to take some piano lessons from us.
Well, I don't know, I'll see. But I tell you, fellas, I was all excited right now.
About what?
Me and Ruby is going to Carnegie Hall tonight.
We go now to Carnegie Hall. Amos and Ruby are seated in the audience. One of the world's outstanding pianists, Mr. Hosea Turby, has just concluded the last selection before intermission. But the applause and cheers force him to do a short encore. He's returning to the piano.
Ruby, he is the best piano player I ever heard in my life.
This is wonderful. I'll always remember this night. He's going to play again. Listen.
Oh, Ruby, that was wonderful, wasn't it?
I like that last selection best of all.
You know, Ruby, I was just thinking about something.
What's that?
Oh, I don't know. I won't even tell you, because if I tell you, I know what you're going to think. You're going to say that it's too crazy.
Why? Well, tell me what it is, honey.
Well, I was just thinking, I kind of hate to tell you, but tell me this. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could get, say, Mr. Turby to come up and play for our Christmas charity flair? You know, that really would bring the people in there, all right?
Well, it's intermission.
Intermission?
Why don't you go back to the stage door and ask him?
Oh, now wait a minute. Don't make fun of me, honey. You see, I told you it was crazy.
No, I mean it, darling.
Oh, no, honey, I couldn't do that.
Any man that can play music like that has a soul, and I feel sure he'd be glad to do it. And remember, you're not asking for yourself. You're just asking to help other people.
Yeah, I know you're right, but I don't know.
Now, Amos, go on around to the stage door and try to see him.
You really mean it, honey?
Certainly I mean it.
All right, honey, I will.
Well, I'm sorry. Mr. Turby always uses these few minutes for resting in his dressing room.
Yeah, sir. I just wanted to see him for a second or two.
Well, besides that, he'll be going back on the stage very shortly now.
Yeah, sir. Well, the only thing, mister, is it's kind of reporting if I could just see him to say, ain't that Mr. Turby there now coming out of his dressing room?
Yeah, that's him. Well, I'll see what I can do. Oh, Mr. Turby. Excuse me, sir. This young man here would like to speak to you for a second. Have you got the time?
Well, I'm about to go on the stage. What is it you want, please?
Yes, I know you're in a hurry, and I'll tell you as quick as I can, mister. Mr. Turby, we is having a charity affair up at our large hall in Harlem before the Christmas holidays so that we can raise some money to take care of the poor families. And, well, I was just wondering if you would consider coming up there and playing for us. I know if you would, why, we could get a lot of people to come in and raise a lot of money for charity.
I see. What is the place?
It's up in Harlem. It's a large hall called the Mystic Knights of the Sea.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm in a great hurry now, but it so happens that tomorrow I'm passing through Harlem. If you will leave your name and address with the doorman, I will drop in and see you around 3 o'clock, and we can discuss the whole matter then.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Turby. Thank you a lot.
Well, Kingfish, what has you got to report?
Brother Ender, I done walked my feet off again today and still no luck. I never would have believed that there are so many people in the world that didn't want to play the piano.
Yeah, well, I ain't had no luck neither. Mm-hmm. Not even after I put on my flowing bow tie. If that didn't prove to him that I was a piano teacher, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I know, Ender. I had my glasses on with the long black ribbon hanging down the side, you know. Didn't mean a thing.
The thing that give me courage, though, Kingfish, is this diploma I got you. Ain't that pretty? Look at that ribbon on there.
Yeah, you ought to get that frame right away before that ribbon gets dirty and starts to frazzle out on you there. You know, Andy, the main thing in any observatory of music is to keep the diploma neat. Oh, a diploma's everything, you know.
Oh, sure. Maybe I ought to get it insured.
Yeah. Now, don't let's get down in the dumps. You know, I feel in my bones that this thing is going to be a success. Come on, Andy, let's go over to the large hall in the room that we is going to use for teaching and kind of fix it up. Bring your diploma with you.
Yeah, that sure would make a good room for a studio, all right. I hope the members will let us use it.
Yeah, and I know just where we'll put the piano to learn the pupils on. If we get the piano.
If we gets the pupils.
If we gets the room.
We sure loaded with ifs, ain't we?
Mr. Turby, it sure is nice of you to say that you'll play for our Christmas charity fair. We all sure will appreciate it.
I will be only too happy to do it.
Oh, gee, that's nice. It sure must be wonderful to be able to play a piano like you can, Mr. Turby. By the way, this is the piano right here that we is going to use for the affair. Maybe you better sit down there a second if you don't mind and see if it's in tune and everything. You can adjust the stool.
All right, my friend. I'll try it.
How is it, Mr. Turby?
The piano is all right. The stool needs a little tuning.
Yeah, sir. Well, I'll get that fixed. Mr. Turby, I'd like to have you meet a couple of our lodge members before you go. I know they'd like to meet you. Excuse me just a second, will you? Lightning, come here right away, quick. Come here right away.
Did you want me for something, Miss Amos?
Lightning, go down the hall there and tell the Kingfish and Andy there's in the second room and tell them that Mr. Turby, the piano soloist, is here for them to come right over.
Yeah, sir. All right, sir. I'll tell them. Miss Amos told me to tell them that Mr. Somebody was in there with a piano.
Yeah, this room ought to make us a great studio. What you want, Lightning?
Excuse me, Miss Andy, but Mr. Amos wants y'all to come across the hall and meet some fella that's interested in piano playing.
Kingfish. Amos has got us a pupil.
Oh, Brother Andy, this is great. We ought to soak him double for the honor of being our first pupil.
Sure. I'm going to have to charge him about $1.50, because maybe I ought to give Amos 25 cents for getting it from him.
Yeah, now, don't forget to bring your diploma, Andy.
No, I don't want nothing to happen to that thing. Let's handle this diploma with care.
Yeah, now, look, there's a certain time that you pull the diploma out, you see. Yeah. There's what they call a psychological minute there to do it.
Yeah. Let me know when to flash it on it.
Yeah, I'll tell you when. I'll say to you, now is the time. Come on.
Is my flowing bow on tight, straight there, Kingfish? That's
yeah. Now, you look great. Now, remember, Andy, we got to do a selling job when we get in there.
Yeah.
We'll tell the man that if he pays attention to us and studies hard, someday he might be as good as Fats Waller.
Come in, fellas. Mr. Turby, this is Mr. Brown, and the Kingfish, Mr. Stevens.
How do you do?
Glad to know you.
Yeah, us professors is pleased to meet you.
I wanted you to have the pleasure of meeting the greatest piano player in the world.
Oh, Amos, there's a lot of other piano players just as good as I is.
No, you don't understand, Andy.
Who don't? Listen, Amos.
Excuse me, Miss Amos, there's a phone call out here. You better take it.
Thank you, Lightning. Excuse me, Mr. Turby.
Tell us this, Mr. Herbert.
Just a minute. Turby.
I mean, Mr. Turbin, how did you happen to come up here?
Well, you see, I came to New York to go into Carnegie Hall.
Oh, that's enough. Yeah, you done made a smart move and decided to switch over to us. As you know, Mr. Wormby, them long-haired fellows down there don't know nothing about teaching the piano. Or the hair gets in the eyes, they can't see the notes in it.
Yeah, half of them is playing in the cracks. You see, Mr. Turkey... You see, the first rule that we got in our school is that all of us professors has got to keep their hair cut short.
Pardon me. Am I to understand that you are going to give me piano lessons?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Turmoil. Yes, sir. We can give you the beginners or the advanced.
But I have been playing the piano for 30 years.
Yeah, well, don't get undiscouraged. You'll get the knack. You'll get the knack of it all of a sudden, you know.
Oh, yeah, we had them worse than you. Now, about the money. We has got several courses. We has got the $8 course that learn you in 6 weeks, or we got the deluxe $10 course that will learn you in a month.
Well, I think I better take your quickest course because I'm playing with the New York Philharmonic Orchestra tomorrow night.
Oh, well, in that case, I better take off my coat and get busy right away. Yeah. Of course, you know what a beautiful instrument the piano is.
Yes, I do. It is the instrument of the immortals.
That's right. And they got to learn to play it the same as anybody else does.
Here is the instrument right over here. Step this way, Mr. Jerky.
Now, this is called the piano. Now, the place where all the keys is here is what we call the dashboard.
Oh, I see.
Now, sit down on the stool here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the idea is to hit these keys right smack on the nose like this. Now, that note there, that's a white one. That's in your department.
Professor Brown is going to tell you that note is C.
Yes, that's C. D, E, F, G.
Then it goes right on. H, I, J, K, L, M, N.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, the main thing, Mr. Murky, is you got to keep your knuckles low. We teaches the knuckle down low system. Now try hitting the keys.
And knuckles down, Mr. Derby.
You mean like this?
You see that, Kingfish? He learned already.
That just go to show you, Mr. Turbin, that it pays to come to the best teachers.
Oh, yeah, you is a lucky man. You know that?
That phone call was for you, Mr. Turby. They want you to come down for a rehearsal at the New York Philharmonic.
Well, why didn't you tell him he was busy taking a piano lesson?
You ain't trying to give Mr. Turby piano lessons, is you, Andy?
You think you're going to be too dumb to learn?
Andy, Mr. Turby happens to be one of the world's greatest piano players. He gets thousands and thousands of dollars for just one appearance. Why, he is one of the highest paid, most famous concert artists in the world.
He is, huh?
Oh, yeah. Mr. Turby is going to play for our charity concert. And to tell you the truth, why, I was even ashamed to ask him if he would use this old piano here.
Oh, that's all right, my friend. I'm sure this piano will work out. Let me try it once more. Look at this. There was some oil or grease on the piano stool. Do you have something I can use to wipe it off my trousers?
Yowza, we sure do. Brother Andy, now is the time. Hand the man your diploma. Be sure to join us next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of the new Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. At that time, Amos and Andy will have as their guest
the fine star of pictures and stage, Mr. Walter Houston. Meantime, this is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us, thanking Hosea Turby for appearing with Amos and Andy tonight, and bidding you all a very pleasant good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the star of stage and screen, Mr. Walter Houston. Trouble is nothing new to Amos and Andy or their friends. They're usually able to cope with almost anything that comes along. However, today, George Stevens, the Kingfish, seems to have run into a little extra trouble, which appears to be more than he can handle. Right now, he is in the office at the Lodge Hall trying to explain it to Amos and Andy.
No, boys, I tell you, I don't want to sit down. I'm too nervous.
Yeah, you sure is trembling, all right.
Take it easy, Kingfish.
I can't, boys. I jammed up. I really in a mess. I tell you, I'm being sued.
What is you being sued for?
Yeah, and who is doing it?
I'm being sued by a fellow by the name of Nifty Jackson, and for no reason at all. I was just exercising my rights as a citizen of the United States of America to use freedom of speech. Yeah, I call him a crook, a loafer, a swindler, and a bum, and the man is suing me.
A crook, a loafer, a swindler, and a bum?
Yeah, do the Constitution allow you to say that?
Well, there's freedom of speech, there's 4 freedoms and all that stuff. Yeah, I only called him 4.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, if I'd have called him a thief on top of that, that made 5 freedoms, then the man got a case against me, you see.
Oh, that was a dangerous thing to do. When did you do it?
Here's the whole story. A few weeks ago, I wrote this fella Nifty Jackson a letter. Now, in the letter, I called him those names. And now he's suing me for $1,000. He claimed I done smirched up his reputation.
Oh, that Nifty Jackson didn't have $1,000 worth of reputation to smirch up.
Yeah, well, that ain't what counts. Tell me, Kingfish, how is you going to handle the case?
By getting a lawyer. Oh, I'm going to see the alley lawyer that hangs around back of the jail there. I'm going to see him.
Well, wait a minute here. He charges big money before he's going to give you any advice. Where are you going to get the dough to pay him?
Brother Andy, I think I got a great idea for that. I is going home now and see the little woman. Honey, your engagement ring don't sparkle like it oughta.
Well, what's the matter with that ring?
Oh, that diamond used to look like the 20th Century Limited coming in at night. Now look at it. Not a twinkle in the thing.
That's a beautiful diamond, though, George.
Yeah, but the thing needs cleaning. Let me look at that. Yeah, look at it. That thing needs... Give me that ring. I'll take it over to the jeweler, and I'll have him give that a good cleaning. I want my wife to sparkle like other women sparkle. There's nothing sloppier looking than dirty diamonds. Now, look here, Honest Joe. You ought to give me more than $15 on that stone.
That's the top price, Kingfish. You see, the way we figures is on the color of 'em. Blue white stones is worth the most. The plain white ones is fair. And the yellow ones ain't so good.
Yellow bad, huh? What color would you say this one is?
Well, Kingfish, in the trade, this is what we call a jaundice diamond.
Yellow, huh?
Yellow and cloudy. Even a yellow diamond, you're supposed to see the daylight through it. Fact is, Kingfish, looking at this again, I see it's muddy, too.
Oh, give me the $15. Just give me the $15. That's enough there. Now, look here. Here what I want you to do on top of that. You take the stone out of the ring. Now, here is a rhinestone that I got at the 5 and 10 cent store. Put this in place of it, and I'll take it home to the little woman and put it back where it was.
Oh, all right. I'll make the switch for you.
Tell me this. You think that my wife will notice the difference?
Well, if she does, it's only because the rhinestone looks better than the diamond.
Well, Kingfish, as your lawyer, there's two ways you can settle this case.
What is it?
Well, the first is to pay the man the $1,000.
I like the second way better.
Well, I ain't told you what the second way is yet.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, I know I'm going to like it better.
Well, the second way is the result of some pretty heavy studying. I skimmed over several similar cases, looked over the whole legal aspect of the case, and it is my personal opinion as an attorney that there's a way that can't fail.
Now you talking. Now, what is that? Tell me that.
Well, scare the pants off the other lawyer. Scare him so bad that he'll drop the suit against you. Put fear in him. F-E-E-R, fear.
Well, now, I don't know about that. That's going to take a lot of thought and time. There's nothing else I could do, huh?
Well, there is a third way.
What's that?
The third way ain't included in the $15.
Oh, I see. The money that I has paid you only includes two ways.
Yeah, runs approximately $7.50 a way. You see, the reason the third way runs into extra money is cause it's all postgraduate stuff. Mm-hmm. Stuff I done learned after my diploma was framed and on the wall and everything.
Yeah. Well, I just can't afford it, though. But, come to think of it, that second way ain't bad at all. Put fear in the other lawyer. Yeah, that's just what I'm going to do.
What took you so long, Kingfish?
Well, after I went over to the pawn shop, I had to sneak back into my house without my wife seeing me and put the phony ring back in the jewel box where she keep it. And then I went to see the alley lawyer, see.
Oh, yeah. Well, what did the alley lawyer tell you?
Yeah, well, my alley lawyer told me to put fear in the man.
Fear?
Yeah, people is more scared of fear than anything.
Yeah. Well, how is you going to do it?
Now, look here. When I meet Snifty Jackson's lawyer, I am supposed to make him think that I is tough. A cold-blooded, mean, tough guy. I am supposed to make him think that if they don't drop that case against me, I'm liable to beat them both up.
When do you start this one-man reign of terror?
I start raining right away. It just happens, Andy, that Mr. Jackson's lawyer, a man by the name of Mr. Nelson, called me up, and he wants to meet me at 4 o'clock this afternoon to see if I want to settle. That is when I'm going to show him how tough I is.
Yeah, well, how can you make a man scared of you?
Oh, it's going to be a cinch, Andy. I tell you what I'm going to do. Oh, wait a minute. Here's my man now. Come in here, Lightning.
What did you want to see me about, Brother Kingfish?
Lightning, for certain reasons, I want to be a tough guy. I want you to find me a man that will let me punch him in the nose, and I'll give him $2 for it.
I'll let you punch me in the nose for $2.
No, Lightning, I got to leave friendship out of this. Get me a total stranger, a nice-sized fella. Can you do it?
Yes, sir.
Now, good. Now, here's what I want you to do. Lightning, you know where Sam's lunchroom is?
Yes, sir.
I'll be there at 4:30 on the dot. Me, Andy, and a lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Now, we'll sit down so there'll be an empty stool next to me. Tell the man to sit down next to me on the empty stool and order a hamburger and have him say, with pickles, onions, and mustard. I'll know it's him when I hear them words, and I'll pick a fight with him, and I'll punch him in the nose.
Yeah, so I'll get busy on it right now, and I'll have the man at the lunchroom at 4:30 sharp.
Okay, Lightning.
Well, I sure hope everything work out all right, Kingfish.
Oh, it can't miss, Brother Andy. The whole idea is foolproof. Punching the guy in the nose, scaring the pants off the other lawyer, hocking my wife's diamond. Why, Andy, within a year, I'll bet they'll be teaching this stuff in every law school in the country.
Hello, Sam's lunchroom.
Is there a man sitting at the counter by the name of Kingfish Stevens?
No, ain't nobody here now. All the stools are empty.
Well, I was supposed to have a man there for him at 4:30 sharp, but I couldn't find one for him today. But I'm sure I'll have one there for him tomorrow. Well, I tell you what I'll do. I'll call up the Kingfish in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Go right on in, Mr. Nelson. Right on in there.
Well, I don't know why we're going into this lunchroom. I don't want anything to eat.
It won't take long. I'll sit on the end stool here, Kingfish. Mr. Nelson, you sit next to me, and Kingfish, you sit down there.
Could we have 2 hamburgers, Sam?
Okay.
Excuse me, I'll lean down here and tie my shoe.
You know, Mr. Nelson, this Kingfish is a tough guy. Anybody makes him mad or cross him, he's a fighter from the word go.
What are you fellows talking about? Just feeling my muscle in my right arm here. Got to have this sleeve made bigger.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Look at there. There's a fellow sitting next to Kingfish.
What do you have? 1 hamburger, please. 1 hamburger. Oh, put some pickle and onions and mustard on it for me, will you?
Well, Andy, we're right on schedule. Here I go. Say, Bud, will you pass me that salt up here in front of us?
Sure. Here you are.
Pass the pepper, too.
Okay, here it is.
Pass the ketchup.
Ketchup? I don't see any ketchup.
Listen, I done took just about enough from you. Stand up.
Watch this, Mr. Nelson. Watch.
What's the matter?
Put up your dukes. I'll show you what's the matter. Take this. Here.
Look, Andy, the Kingfish is opening his eyes now.
Oh, me. Where is her?
We brung you over here to your office, Kingfish. You was laying on the sofa.
Oh, me. Every bone in my body aches.
See if you can open that left eye of yours, Kingfish.
Who was that fella that I got in the fight with?
Well, he seemed to be a pretty nice fella. He even helped us pick you off the floor and carry you over here.
Oh, what did you put on my nose, boys?
We didn't put nothing on there.
You mean that what I feels there is all nose?
Every inch of it.
Here, Kingfish, here's a piece of beefsteak I got you for your eye. Let's put it right on there now. That'll help take the swelling down.
Oh, me. I still could have licked that fella if it'd been a fair fight.
Well, what wasn't fair about it? He was a head shorter than you was.
Yeah, well, that's where he had advantage of me. You see, I had my arm up guarding myself like this, and he was so short that he got under my guard, and before I could get him from under there, I was on the floor.
Well, Kingfish, that whole plan of yours was a flop.
What is you going to do about the lawsuit now, Kingfish?
Listen, boys, the alley lawyer has got a third way how that I can handle the whole thing with the judge. But he won't tell me unless I give him $5 extra in advance.
Well, I just ain't got it, Kingfish.
Yeah, and I is flat broke.
I got to get $5 somewhere to find out how to handle this case. Listen, Amos, I tell you what you do. Go over to my wife. She's got some money that she's going to give the landlord today. Ask her to let me have $5 of that.
All right, I'll go over there and see what I can do. So you see, that's the whole story, Sapphire. The Kingfish needs the money to pay a lawyer.
Well, I ain't got it, Amos. I's already paid the landlord the rent this morning. And another thing, I ain't seen the Kingfish. Where is he at? He didn't come home last night.
Oh, he's all right. He was sort of stretched out on the sofa resting when I left him. He's been mixed up in a lot of things here lately.
Well, is he well? Is he eating?
Oh, yeah, he's eating all right. A fact is, the last time I seen him, he had his eye on a steak.
Well, Amos, I'd like to give him the $5, but I just ain't got it. Wait a minute. I know what I'll do.
Oh, is you got an idea?
Amos, it's at a time like this that a wife has got to stick by her husband, no matter what the cost of the sacrifice is. I was going to raise the money for that lawyer.
Oh, that's wonderful. How is you going to do it?
I was going out and pawn my diamond engagement ring.
It's
It's been a busy morning in Judge Houston's court, where the Kingfish will appear later in the afternoon. But right now, before the Kingfish's case comes up, the judge is concluding another case just prior to his noon recess.
Motion for a new trial denied. James Edward Farrington, you, as defendant in this case, are entitled to no sympathy from this court. The crime for which you were originally brought here is insignificant compared to your attempt to alter the opinion of a court of justice through bribery. The sentence just imposed upon you for attempted bribery is extremely severe. Let it stand as a lesson to those who are of the belief that judges and juries can be bought and sold like commodities in a public market. The judicial system of this country has built up a reputation for honesty and integrity over a period of many years. And as judge of this court, I am going to do everything in my power to do my part in preserving that reputation. Bailiff, take the prisoner away. Be a recess for lunch. Court will reconvene at 2:30.
Are you going to lunch, Judge Houston?
No, I'm just going to have a glass of milk. This last case has upset me somewhat. I have a little headache. I think I'll go over to the park and sit down on a bench and get a little fresh air. There's nothing that infuriates me like a man trying to bribe somebody.
Well, let's sit down on this park bench here, Brother Andy.
Yeah, you got about 45 minutes before you got to go to court.
Yeah, I was all prepared, though. Like I told you, the alley lawyer told me all that stuff, how to handle Judge Houston. You know, he's the judge that's going to handle my case.
Tell me this. How did you raise that $5 to pay the alley lawyer?
Oh, one of the brothers at the lodge hall let me have it. Oh, I was all set to take care of this Judge Houston. I got the box of cigars under my arm, a couple of bucks in my pocket.
Do one of you men have a match?
Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir. I think I got one, yeah.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you. Mind if I sit down here?
Oh, no, sir. Move over there, Andy.
Yeah.
Where are you boys from?
We live up around 125th Street.
Yes, sir. My friend here, the Kingfish, is waiting to go into a court over there.
Yeah, going over to Judge Houston's court.
Oh, is that so?
Ain't gonna take long, though, I guess.
No, sir, it ain't gonna take us long, because I know exactly how to handle that judge.
No, you do?
No.
Oh, well, how do you handle Judge Houston?
Well, first of all, I got a box of cigars here. I'm going to slip him damn little bribery stuff, you know. That's what I'm going to do.
And only 5-cent cigars, too. Plenty good enough for him.
5-cent cigars, huh? I suppose you saved the 10-cent ones for the Supreme Court cases, huh?
Oh, sure, yeah. And another thing, if the cigars don't work, why, we got a few bucks in cash for the judge.
Mm-hmm. You mean to say that a judge, let's say, for instance, this Judge Houston can be bought?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that he can be bought, but he certainly can be rented. I know that.
Oh, yeah. These days you can get to them.
Well, that's very, very interesting. Tell me more. How would you reach Judge Houston?
Oh, that ain't hard at all. Judge Houston reaches awful easy.
Yeah, our lawyer told us all about how to handle it.
Well, Judge Houston ain't no more to us than nobody else is. He's just as crooked as the others, you know.
Oh, this Judge Houston is a crooked judge, huh?
Oh, yeah, sir. He stuffed his own ballot boxes. That's how Judge Houston got elected, yeah.
The man is crooked as a snake. You know, he wears one of them long black gowns in the court, they tell us. Somebody hand him a box of cigars, a couple pounds of steak, a few dollars. All I got to do is shove it under that gown. Ain't nobody going to see him again.
Well, I see. That's what those gowns are for. They sort of make things disappear.
Oh, ain't nothing to it when you get a judge like Houston, I'll tell you.
Well, I still don't see how you expect to do something like that in a court.
Oh, it's a cinch. The most important thing is, wait a minute, look, I'll show you just how we work it, just how we bribe the judge.
Yes, I'm glad to know these things.
Yeah, well, now let's suppose that this is the courtroom right here, and we'll use this bench we're sitting on here for the judge's bench. Andy, you can just stand here and kind of watch this thing. Now, you, mister, can you make believe you was Judge Houston?
Well, that shouldn't be too hard.
Okay, then. Now, the trial is just starting.
Well, now, wait a minute. You got to get on the stand, Kingfish.
Yeah, all right, mister. You play like you Judge Houston. Now, you asked me to get on the stand. My name is George Kingfish Stevens.
All right. Will the defendant, George Kingfish Stevens, please take the stand?
Yeah, now, wait, don't take the thing too serious there. Now,
Yeah. After all, we just talking the thing over here, mister.
Now, I was in the chair on the witness stand. Now, I leans over to you and I say, hiya, Judge. Then I say to you, listen, Houston, old boy, can I come behind the bench there and speak to you private, confidential, and under your hat? Now, as the judge, you say something back to me, you know.
Anything you have to say to me, you can say it to this court.
Yeah, oh, wait a minute, mister. You can't talk that way. Now, just a minute. Look here. You see, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to show you something. Now, you were supposed to act like you was Judge Houston. I don't think you get the idea of what we're trying to do here.
No, you don't get the idea, mister.
Yeah, so now, be more natural. Now, look, I'm going to say to you here now, I say, now, all right, now, I'm on the witness stand, and you sitting on the judge's bench. I say to you, I say, Judge, old boy, Judge, I got a little package here for you. Now, give me an answer to that, and I'll show you.
Any package that you have that has any bearing on this case can be opened in front of the court.
Yeah, well, you see, Judge... Oh, wait a minute, mister. Wait a minute. You can't... Mother, you can't talk that way.
But there again, I feel that that's what a judge might say.
You do, huh?
Oh, I see someone coming for me. It looks like I might have to be running along.
Yeah, see you again soon.
Yes, we may meet again very soon.
Excuse me a second. I hate to bother you, but there's a long-distance call, and the operator says it's person to person. For you, Judge Houston.
All right, I'll take it. Goodbye, boys.
And,
What?
You remember the man that was sitting here on the bench with us?
Yeah.
Remember the man that walked up to him?
Yeah, uh-huh.
When he walked up to him, think now, Andy, did he call him... No, I ain't going to even ask you that because I know it ain't. That'd be a 7 million to 1 shot. That's the biggest coincidence that ever happened in the world.
Yeah.
Now, look here. The man was sitting here.
Right.
Now, another man walked up to him.
Ain't no question about that.
You heard every word he said, didn't you?
Yeah.
When he walked up and told him about the long-distance telephone, did he call him something that started out with the letter H?
Yeah.
Now, listen, Andy. Think good. Pull all your brains together in one lump. I'm going to ask you something. Did he call him?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So I say, in the case of Nifty Jackson versus Kingfish Stevens, the plaintiff has shown no evidence of libel. A mere letter mailed in a sealed envelope to the plaintiff does not constitute libel in the eyes of the law. The case is dismissed. Before I adjourn court, I would like to say something purely for the benefit of the defendant. A black robe worn by a jurist is a symbol of justice. It is never worn to hide anything. Court adjourned.
Andy, Brother Andy, where is you? Andy, come over here.
Yeah.
Oh, Andy, it's over, Brother Andy, it's over. Put it there.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you something, Kingfish. I want to tell you that Judge Houston sure was fair with you.
Oh, I say it was fair, Andy. I ain't never been this scared before in my life. After what we done said to him in the park.
Yeah.
Oh, this has been a great lesson to me, Brother Andy. I ain't never going to do nothing again that will get me in trouble with the law. My skirts is clean, and, boy, I'm going to keep them that way.
Yeah, well, put it there. Put it there. Come on, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Pardon me just a minute. Are you George Stevens, the Kingfish?
Oh, yeah, so that's right. I'm George Stevens. What do you want to do, take my picture or something for the newspaper?
No. I have a warrant here for your arrest. A lady is having you arrested for pawning the stone out of her diamond ring.
Wait a minute. That ain't no lady. That's my wife.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso again bring you the Amos and Andy Show, at which time Amos and Andy will have as their guest the fine picture actor Mr. Franklin Pangborn. Meantime, this is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us, thanking Walter Houston for appearing with us tonight, and bidding all of you a pleasant good night. Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Peter Lorre. To a lot of people, an auction sale is a very serious business. But to Andy, it's just another way of keeping himself occupied without resorting to that distasteful thing called work. Andy has just returned from one of these auctions now, and he's in his office talking to his friend Amos and the Kingfish.
So you've been at one of them auctions again, ain't you, son?
Yeah, but this time I done bought something.
What did you buy, Brother Andy?
I don't know, but I paid $5 for it.
Oh, $5?
Yeah.
How come you pay $5 for something that you don't know what is?
Well, Amos, you know how they works it at these auctions. You bids, you bids by nodding your head.
Uh-huh.
Well, the auctioneer man put this thing up just as I was dozing off, and he say, who'll bid $5? My head kind of dropped down. He say, you got it.
Yeah, and you done dozed yourself right out of $5 there. That's what you done.
Yeah. Hey, Lightning, bring it right in here.
Yeah, what has he got there?
I'll help you with it, Lightning.
Set it right down here.
Y'all just kind of steady it there for me, Miss Amos, if you will.
Okay, Lightning, you can go now.
You promised to pay me 50 cents for this, Miss Andy.
Yeah, well, send me an itemized statement of the whole business.
But, Miss Andy, you can't itemize one item.
Andy, you mean to say you paid $5 for that old steamer trunk? What is in it?
Well, that's what I don't know. You see, fellas, instead of going to one of them regular auctions, I went to one of them railroad auctions where they sell what they call unclaimed baggage.
Oh, yeah, and I know what you mean, where you don't know what's inside of nothing, and neither do the railroad company.
Yeah, that's right. I ain't been able to open it yet because it's got them steel bands around it, and on top of that, it's locked and there ain't no key for it.
Mm-hmm. Tell me this, Andy. Why did you buy something like that? You ain't got so much money that $5 don't mean nothing to you.
Wait a minute, though, Amos. You can't tell nothing yet till he opens the trunk. His whole future might be inside there.
Yeah, that's right, Amos. My whole future might be right in that steamer trunk. Who knows what's in there?
Well, it seems to me the thing to do then is to see what's inside the trunk.
Well, I don't know how we're going to get them steel bands off there and all that. I ain't got no tools for it.
Wait a minute here. How about taking the thing over to Fluky Harris's basement? He got a laboratory down there, you know, and he's an inventor, and he can most likely invent a way to open the trunk.
Yeah, come on, Kingfish. We'll carry it over there. Lightning, you stay here in the office and hold down the fort.
Yeah, sir, Miss Andy.
Because I'm going to be busy with this thing for a while, so if anybody comes in with any business deals or anything, why, Lightning, you tell them that you don't know where I is. How you coming there, Fluky?
I'm coming along pretty good with the thing, Miss Andy.
Listen, Fluky, we ain't paying you, for the time that you were spending on hammering your thumb there.
Yeah, well, I think I got it here, fellas. All I got to do now is a little prying here. Yeah, there we is. That's got it.
Yeah, boy, that was some job.
Now, what about the lock?
Yeah, can you open that, Fluky?
Yeah, well, I'll try. Kingfish, look in my scientific equipment there in the box and see if you can find me a hairpin.
Oh, please pardon me. I say, please pardon me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, yes.
Is this Mr. Brown's office?
Yes, sir. Did you want to see somebody?
Oh, I'm so sorry to have awakened you.
Oh, that's all right. I was going to wake up later anyhow.
Is this Mr. Andrew Brown's office?
Yes, sir, yes, sir. This is his office, but he ain't here right now.
My name is Peter Lorre.
I didn't get the name. What is it again?
Well, it's unimportant, but I would like to see Mr. Brown about a steamer trunk. One that has metal bands around it.
Well, he wouldn't be interested in that, I'm sure, because he bought one just like that this morning. I said, he don't want it.
Well, yes, that's the one I wish to see him about.
Yeah, well, I don't think he'd be interested in selling it neither, because I hear him say that his whole future lies in that trunk.
And it so happens that my whole future lies in that trunk, too.
There sure is a lot of futures in there, ain't it?
Do you know where I can find Mr. Brown?
No, sir, I don't know where you can find. Miss Brown left here a while ago with the trunk to see if he could get them bands off it and see what was in the thing.
Young man, that trunk must not be opened. And for the safety of all concerned, it would pay you to find Mr. Brown. Oh, please pardon me, but I cannot stress too strongly the importance of finding him at once. And when you find him, I would suggest that you tell him that it would be advisable, and I'm willing to...
Fluky, you ain't getting nowhere with that hairpin.
Yeah, Fluky, ain't you got a skeleton hairpin round here that will fit any lock?
Well, I tell you, fellas, I'm doing the best I can. Don't forget that the whole principle of a lock is to keep people out. And it just so happens that this lock is making a good job of it.
Oh, look, Kingfish, maybe you better go out and get a locksmith somewhere.
All right, Andy. That's what I'll do. I'll go out and try to dig up one. See you in a little while, fellas. I'll get on up the steps.
Be sure to get a good locksmith, too.
Well, Lightning, what you doing over here?
I was just going down to see in Fluky's basement. Is Mr. Andy down there with Fluky?
Yeah, he's down there. What you want to see him about, Lightning?
Well, a man come to the office to see him about the trunk. There's some reporting stuff. I got to tell Mr. Andy about it right away.
Oh, there is, huh? Now, don't rush. Just take it easy. What you got to tell him?
Well, the man said that the trunk belonged to him, and he'd been away for a long time, and he went down to the railroad station to claim it, and he found out that Mr. Andy done bought it at auction, and he said that he'll give Mr. Andy $50 for the trunk, and Mr. Andy must not open up the trunk or he won't give him nothing. And he give me his address where Mr. Andy can take the trunk tonight and get $50, and And I guess that's all he say.
Well, sure is interesting, Lightning. Want to give Andy $50 for the trunk, huh? What is the man's name and address?
Well, I didn't get his name, but here's his address fit on a piece of paper right here.
Thank you, Lightning. I'll tell Andy about it.
Wait a minute, though. I am supposed to find Mr. Andy and tell him right away he got to be told fast.
Yeah, I know he's got to be told fast, but you is a slow talker, and that's the trouble. Yeah, I ought to be the one to tell him, because I is a fast talker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at that. Yeah, I can rattle that stuff off. I really rattles it off.
Yes, sir. That sure was fast, all right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I can talk even faster than that, but wouldn't be no point to it. You see, Leighton, I can talk 178 words a minute, but Andy can only listen 112.
Well, I sure would like to tell him myself.
No, Leighton, no, don't do that. Listen, I got a better idea. Let me copy this down, that address there. I'll copy this down here, this address that you give me here, you see? Now, here, you take it, too. Here it is. Now, you go to the man's place here and tell the man that Andy will be up with the trunk tonight unopened.
All right, Brother Kingfish. I'll tell the man.
$50, huh? Well, boys, no luck. Just down to the drugstore, phoned 5 locksmiths, couldn't find none of them in nowhere.
No luck, huh? That's great.
Say, Andy, I wonder if you'd mind going up the steps with me. I want to talk to you private and confidential and under your hat. Just take a second or two.
Yeah, well, I don't mind. Excuse us, Fluky, will you?
Oh, yes, sir, that's all right. I'll just put her around here in the basement and invent something. I'll be here when you all come back.
What you want to speak to me about, Kingfish?
Well, now, Andy, we has always been partners in just about everything. But about this trunk deal, frankly, old pal, I kind of feel left out of things.
Yes, huh?
Yeah, I don't have that partnership feeling that we usually has together. Now, why don't you let me put up $2.50, Andy, and let me buy half interest in this thing with you?
Well, if you really want
It's a deal. Now, look here. We'll draw up the agreement right now. Now, I got a fountain pen right here. Here's some paper on this table right here. Sit down over here. Come over here and sit down. Come over here.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, now sit right down. Now, Coos, we want to make this thing legal.
Oh, yeah, sure, we got to do that.
Yeah, I'll just write at the top of the paper here, State of New York, November the 5th, 1943. Do that sound legal so far?
Yeah, that's, we is within the law there. Hey, what is you making all them lines on the paper there for?
Just drawing some lines on there. Now, there we is, now. Now, at the top of the contract, for the first inch, we'll do that party of the first part stuff.
Check.
Then we'll take the next 2 inches for the ipso factors and the null and voids and all them things. And another 2 inches for the extra clauses and the loopholes. Now, let me see here. Well, that leaves us about 3 inches for the sealing wax and the ribbon.
Yeah, that'll make a nice-looking contract, all right.
Yeah, you're right. Something to be proud of. Now, let's start writing the thing here. I say here at the beginning of it, I, George Stevens, being the party of the first part.
Wait a minute. I ain't playing no second party to no party or no first part.
Well, Andy, I gotta be the party of the first part.
Hold it right there. I is going to be the party of the first part.
You will?
Yeah, I is.
Now, wait a minute here. Well, Andy, I was very happy that these contracts is all drawn up and signed.
Yeah, read me that stuff up in the beginning again, will you, Kingfish?
Oh, yeah, start of the contract. Say here, Andrew H. Brown and George Stevens both being party of the first part. That's what you mean?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear right there.
All right, Andy, now look here. I'll give you $2.50. Here you is. Now, here is your signed copy, and here is mine.
Okay. Now, let's get back down in the basement and see what we can do about opening that trunk.
Oh, Brother Andy, I'm glad you mentioned that. Partner dear, there's something I forgot to tell you. It just slipped my mind.
Uh-huh, yeah. I got a feeling that I just bought $2.50 worth of bad news.
Oh, no, it's good news, Andy, good news. Oh, yeah. Now, listen, the man that owns the trunk is done traced it to us and is done offered us $50 for it. Funny how those things like that can slip my mind.
Yeah, it is. Kept right on slipping, too, till after the contract was signed. Kingfish, you done pulled a fast one on me.
Oh, now, Brother Andy, don't say that to me. Don't hurt my feelings. Oh, you know how senseless I is. Just tell me, how can a partnership last when one partner talks to another one that way? And on top of that, you ain't never gonna regret this, Andy, because I'm gonna tell you something. I done already figured out a way how we gonna get more than $50 for the trunk.
Yeah? Let me ask you one question, Kingfish.
What is it, partner dear?
How come that you remembered all this when I say something about opening that trunk?
Oh, there's another thing that I want to tell you. The man will only give us the money if he gets the trunk back unopened.
Unopened. That's a funny thing, ain't it?
Now listen to your partner. Look here. We gonna take the trunk up to the man tonight. But first, we is going up to your room at the boarding house and get dressed up. 'Cause I is got an idea.
The Kingfish and Andy have dressed up in their best clothes and are now taking the trunk to the man's apartment.
This is the apartment right here, Andy.
Yeah, you know, I was getting kind of nervous.
Now, just calm yourself, Andy. There's nothing to be worried about. Lightning say that this man is such a nice, polite, sweet gentleman. Yeah, Lightning say that he would always say stuff like, if you don't mind, and pardon me, and I'm sorry to trouble you. Oh, boy, we really gonna push him around.
Yeah, well, I'll ring the doorbell.
Yeah, now remember, when we go in here and see him, act like we is rich men. Like $50 don't mean nothing to us.
Okay, Kingfish, I got the idea.
And try not to laugh when I start making a suck out the guy.
Yeah.
Oh, good evening, gentlemen. Won't you come in?
Oh, yeah. Get a hold of one end of the trunk there, will you, Andy?
Yeah. Oh, you can put it right there, if you please. Won't you sit down?
Oh, well, we can't stay too long. We're going to a big cafe. Each one of us is going to have a $2 supper with all the trimmings. And we always leave a big tip for them, too. Oh, yeah, we really kick money around.
Yeah, we even check our hats with a hat check, yeah.
Well, I'm sure our business won't take long.
Oh, yeah, nice little apartment you got here. You don't mind if I smoke a big, expensive 25-cent cigar, do you?
No, not at all.
Yeah, this is a nice room you got here. Nice decorations you got on the wall there, too. Tell me this, mister. Is them real guns hanging up there?
Well, they shoot bullets, if that is what you mean.
Do you ever shoot one of them guns?
Oh, occasionally.
What'd you shoot at? Them targets with the round circles on them, a little bit of hole in the middle?
No. I don't shoot at that kind of target.
What do you do then? Stick tin cans on the fence and pop them off? That kind of stuff?
No, I do not pop off cans.
Then maybe go out and shoot birds, huh?
No, I don't shoot birds. Birds have a right to live.
No, yeah. What else is there to shoot?
Oh, there are things.
Wait a minute. We is in the right place here, ain't we? I just want to ask you, mister, you is the sweet man, ain't you? The one to say please all the time, sorry to trouble you, and pardon me and all that stuff?
You sure got a nice, comfortable place here, all right. I can see that you kind of take life easy, don't you, mister?
Yes, I take life very easy.
Yes, Just one more question I want to ask you. You know how people is always joking. You was kind of a kid, ain't you? You know what I mean? A lot of things you say don't mean... you joke a lot and all that stuff, don't you?
Well, I do have my lighter moments.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. Now, let's get down to business.
Oh, that's an excellent idea. Of course, I assume you haven't opened the trunk.
No, sir. No, sir. We don't know what's in there.
Very good. Now, according to our agreement, I'll pay you $50 and you leave the trunk here.
Just a minute now, Mother. Just a minute there. Hold yourself there. We is done seed by now, and you is done seed that we is rich men. Now, after all, we is going to have the $2 supper after we leave here, and they're going to smoke another 25-cent cigar.
What are you trying to say?
We just trying to tell you that $50 don't mean nothing to rich men like us.
Oh, I can see you want more money.
Yes, sir. We want $65.
All right, I'll be very happy to pay you $65.
In that case, we want $75.
All right, let's make it $75.
No, we want $100. We want $100.
I do not like bickering. Disturbs me.
Well, now, wait just a minute here. This is a free country, and we as American citizens, and we got a right to bicker if we want to bicker.
Yeah, we want $100.
And I must ask you again not to bargain with me, because it sometimes makes me do things that I'm very often sorry for.
Well, we is standing our ground. $65 or nothing.
Then it will be nothing.
Brother Andy, I think we got a little ground to spare. We can back up there a little bit, yeah. Let's make it 50.
Yeah. Well, that was our original agreement.
Yeah.
If you'll pardon me a moment, I'll get the money out of my desk here.
Okay. Say, mister, you know I got awful thirsty in the last 5 minutes. Can I get a drink of ice water around here? I'm kind of hot, too.
Oh, you may go back in the kitchen and you'll find ice cubes in the icebox.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot, sir.
That's $50 that you was getting there. Is that right, mister?
Yes, it is. And I know that you would rather have it in cash than a check.
Oh, yes, sir. Cash don't keep bouncing back on you. Yeah.
That's very true, and it's very fortunate that...
Don't make a move, anybody. We're police officers. Keep them covered, boys.
What is the meaning of this intrusion?
Never mind the small talk, Laurie. We finally caught up with you in that trunk. Put the cuffs on him, Joe.
Wait a minute now, gentlemen. Look here. Now, don't try to revolve me in this thing. I give you my word, mister. I don't even know what's in the trunk.
But we know. There's $200,000 worth of stolen negotiable securities in there. We knew it was in there the day it was checked at the depot. And we've been waiting a year and a half for the owner to claim it.
Year and a half for a policeman? Very clever.
When the trunk wasn't claimed, we let the auction go through, and we knew that the owner wouldn't be far away.
Yes, but mister, I was innocent. I tell you, I didn't know none of this stuff. I didn't even know what was in the trunk.
We know that.
Yeah, so that's the truth, mister. The way the things stand now, I got $2.50 invested in that trunk.
Well, I guess you're just out $2.50.
Excuse me a minute. I just want to go back in the kitchen.
All right, come on, boys. Let's take a look around the room here before we get going.
Oh, what a pal was Mary.
Brother Andy, ain't you got that glass of water yet?
Oh, I having trouble with these ice cubes. I done busted my fingernail and everything else. You want a glass?
No, thank you. Partner, dear, there's something that I want to talk to you about. My conscience has been gnawing at me.
Oh, sure enough? About what?
It's been saying to me, Kingfish, you ain't got no right to half interest in that $50. That money ought to all belong to Andy.
No fooling. Is that what your conscience has been saying to you?
Yeah, Andy, sometime I do believe that my conscience thinks more of you than it do of me.
Yeah, well, tell you the truth about this thing, you really is done pulled a fast one on me this afternoon.
Yeah, I know I done pulled one on you, Andy, and that's why I want to unpull it right now. I got my contract. Is you got your contract with you?
Yeah, sure, I got it right here.
Give me that. We'll tear them both up. Yeah, now, of course, you got to give me my $2.50 back so everything be level and even and all that stuff. But we won't be fair about the thing, you know.
Oh, sure, yeah. Well, I'll give you that right now. Here it is. There's 1, 2 and a half.
Thanks, Andy. I feel a lot better now.
Yeah, I do too. I ain't even thirsty no more. Come on, let's get back in the parlor.
Okay, ex-partner dear. You come right on here.
You know, Kingfish, you was a pretty good pal after all. I would say that you... hey, what is those cops doing in there? Where's they going with the man in the trunk?
Brother Andy, I was glad you mentioned it. I forgot to tell you, it must have just slipped my mind. You say you ain't got no idea, Amos, why they wanted Andy to come down here to the police station, is you? No, I ain't. They just told me to come down and told him to come, and he asked me to come with him, and they say for him to come down as fast as he could. So I come down with him here. He's in the room there now with the police, I think. When I heard that y'all was down here, well, I figure I better come right over here, too, to make sure that Andy don't tell him that I know nothing about this trunk mess. Oh, in other words, Kingfish, you want to make sure that you is clear of the thing, don't you? Yeah. I don't want to be implicated with that trunk. Of course, if Andy go to jail on account of it, I'll be glad to visit him and bring him some hot soup and things like that, you know. Yeah, I know. Look, here comes Andy out the room now. Yeah, maybe they're going to let him come out and say goodbye to us.
Well, hello, fellas. Hello there.
Listen, Brother Andy, you didn't revolve me in this thing, did you?
Oh, no. You was in the clear, Kingfish.
Oh, that's great. I know that you would protect me. Say, wait a minute. What is that money you got there in your hand?
Ex-partner, dear. I is glad you mentioned that. But the reason I come down here was to collect this reward. It must have just slipped my mind.
Be sure to join us next Friday night at this same time when the makers of the new Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show, and at which time Amos and Andy will have as their guest Mr. Lionel Barrymore. Till then, this is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us, thanking Peter Lorre for appearing with us tonight, and bidding all of you a pleasant good night. Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the star of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, A Guy Named Joe, Mr. Lionel Barrymore. Our story opens tonight not with Amos nor with Andy, but with one of their friends, George Kingfish Stevens. The scene is in his office at the Lodge Hall. He's been thinking of how to raise some money to pay some of his personal bills. A stranger is coming into the office.
What can I do for you, miss?
My name is Juliet Williams.
Yeah, never heard of you. What you want?
Never heard of me? Why, I spoke to you this morning on the phone.
You got me mixed up with somebody else. Sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to get out now because I got a lot of important things on my mind.
Well, don't you remember? I told you over the phone that I was going to the bank and get the money for you.
Look, I ain't got time. Sit down, madam. Sit down.
Well, I hope I ain't got the wrong address. Is this west 135th Street or is this east 135th Street?
Well, which one was it you wanted?
Well, I wanted west 135th Street.
This is west. The sun sets right on that window there every day. Yeah.
Oh, well, then, I'm in the right place.
Yeah, you will.
Oh, well, I guess you're just so busy these days that you forgot about my call.
Yeah, that's where the war going on, all my head jammed up and all that stuff.
Yes. Well, now about the fee I'm to pay you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember, did you say it would be $5 or $10?
$10. I didn't forget that. $10. Yeah.
Well, now about the balance of the money I'm going to have to pay you.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say the whole thing would sum up to?
Well, it won't be too high, and of course it won't be too low, sort of in that neighborhood someplace.
I figured it'd be $50.
You hit the right neighborhood, Dad.
That would leave a $40 balance. Now, when do I have to pay you this?
Well, right now would be good.
Well, I'm certainly not going to pay you the balance until you show me some results. Now, just exactly what is this $50 going to include?
Well, tell me what you think that it ought to include. I won't be fair about the thing, you know.
Well, my cousin came to one of these matrimonial agencies once.
A matrimonial agency, huh? She did, yeah.
My cousin said that the $10 deposit covered the introduction to the man, and she paid the balance of the $40 after the wedding.
Wedding? You want to get married, don't you?
Oh, yes.
In other words, if I find you a husband, I get the other $40.
That's right. Now tell me, do you have any legible bachelors in mind that's my type?
Let me think here a second. I want to kind of go over the list. I got in mind here. You want a single man, don't you?
I want a man a little older than myself that'll make a good husband.
A good husband. Madam, I think I got just the man for you.
What's his name?
His name is Andrew Hogg Brown.
Is he the marrying type?
Well, he's been kind of null and void in the idea, kind of skirting around the edge a little. But don't worry, the Stevens Matrimonial Bureau has always got ways of outskirting them fellas.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll be able to swing him around all right, so don't worry. Lady, we always lands our man.
Well, that's very encouraging.
I tell you what you do. I want you to come back here at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. Now, look here. You pretend that you're going to be my new secretary. I'll have the man here, and in that way, you see, I'll give you what we call a preview of him.
Okay. I'll be here at 4:30 tomorrow.
Oh, and another thing, let me warn you that when you see him, you has got to make up your mind fast if he wants a husband. Because bachelors is going like hotcakes these days. I just can't keep them in stock. Amos, the reason I dropped over here to your flat to see you about the thing that I requested with you over the phone about, you see.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you, I think that our friend Andy ought to get married.
Well, you know, Kingfish, since you talked to me about it, me and Ruby has been thinking it over. We both feel that it would be a good thing if Andy'd get married and settle down.
Well, now, look here, Amos. All of his friends is married. And why can't Andy be in the same mess? I mean, the same happiness that they is.
Yeah, it would be good for him, all right.
Well, now, listen, Amos. You is his closest friend. Why don't you have a heart-to-heart talk with him? It's for his own good.
All right, Kingfish, I'll talk to him about it.
But, Amos, what business has I got to take on the responsibilities of a wife?
Well, Andy, it ain't only the responsibilities. There's a lot more to it than that. It's companionship and sociabilities.
Tis, huh?
Yeah, after all, what do you do with yourself? For instance, in the evening, you go over to the pool room by yourself.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but if you was a married man, you'd go out with your wife.
Yeah, but how does I know I'm going to marry a gal that can shoot pool?
I just don't understand you, Andy. You always thinks of marriage like you were stepping off a high cliff. Marriage makes life easy for you. A wife takes care of you. She keeps a nice house for you. She waits on you when you was sick, and she cheers you up when you was down in the dumps.
Yeah, but when does that fur coat stuff begin?
Oh, Andy, all wives ain't that way. I've been married to Ruby for years, and I ain't had to buy her a fur coat yet.
Well, you just got a break. Be just my luck to marry the coldest gal in Harlem. I still think being single is the best.
No, Andy, married life is the only thing.
Listen, Amos, a wife is all right for a married man, but not for me. Well, I got your message yesterday to come over here, Kingfish. What you want to see me about? You got a new business?
Oh, Brother Andy, I got a little something I'm working on.
Oh, you is, huh? Any chance of me getting in on it, partner dear?
Yes, Andy, I say there's a very good chance of you getting in on it. But not to change the subject, it just occurred to me here, Andy, is you ever thought of getting married?
Sure, I thought of it. That's why I never got married. Listen here, Amos asked me that same question this morning. What is this, marriage week?
No. I guess your friend has just got you on the mind, trying to help you. We hate to see you ruining your life as a bachelor.
Yeah, well, forget it. 'Cause even if I did want to get married, I ain't got no gal to marry.
Oh, there must be somebody that you can marry. Let's think a second. Let's pick a name out of the thin air. Yeah, here's a name floating around in the thin air already.
It is, huh?
Yeah, the name is Juliet Williams. Just hit me in the head. Yeah, the girl that's going to be my new secretary.
Oh, I didn't know you was going to get a secretary. Anyway, I don't want to get married nohow.
Oh, maybe I ain't had no business mentioning Miss Williams' name in the first place. The reason that she is going to work here for me is just to, give her something to do during the day, you see. No, she wouldn't be right. A marriage never works out right when a wife has got a lot of money of her own.
No, marriage what is that?
I say it wouldn't work out, and let's change the subject.
Well, as long as we're on the subject, ain't no use in going to all the trouble of changing it.
Oh, you wouldn't be interested in her. Why would you want to marry a gal like her with a lot of money?
Well...
Oh, that would be awful, and to marry a woman with a lot of dough, yeah, she gonna be too proud to let her husband work. You couldn't stand that, Andy.
Well, I could force myself, maybe.
Oh, you'd be married to a woman there. She'd go out and buy everything you need for the house, always buying your clothes, automobiles. You don't want that. No, I tell you, Andy. Come in, Miss Williams, come in.
Oh, hiya, Mr. Stevens.
Andy, this is my secretary, Miss Williams.
Hello.
Well, it's so nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, too. Here, take this chair. This is a nice, soft one.
Oh, thank you.
It's a little warm in here. Wouldn't you like to take off your pocketbook? Your coat?
I wonder if you folks would excuse me. I got some things to tend to. I'll be back.
Yeah, go right ahead, Kingfish. Excuse me, Miss Williams. You mind if I skip right over to Juliet stuff and call you honey?
Well, I don't know you very well, but I suppose it'd be all right.
And would you mind if I skip right over the ain't you cute stuff and told you that I was crazy about you?
Oh, that sure sounds nice, all right. But I hardly know you, Mr. Brown. Tell me what business you're in.
Well, let's skip that, too. Listen, honey, what is you doing this afternoon?
Oh, I ain't got no plans at all.
Oh, boy, that's swell. Look, it's such a beautiful day out. Let's me and you take a walk together and drop into your bank and meet some of the fellas.
What's the matter, Andy?
Oh, it's just no use, Amos. I spent the whole afternoon and evening with that gal Juliet, and when it was all over, I knowed I couldn't marry her.
Yeah, well, what happened to change your mind?
Well, just between the two of us, Amos, sometimes I lose confidence in myself, you know what? One time I think, yeah, I will get married, and the next time, no.
Uh-huh.
Every time I think about it, my head starts swimming round.
You know, you ought to go to see some doctor that does just that kind of thing with your head.
What kind of doctor is that?
I think they call him a psychiatrist or something like that.
Yeah, but where could I find one of them sci-fibers?
Well, there ought to be a lot of them in the city. I tell you what, maybe we could find one here in the classified telephone book. I don't know how to spell it, though.
Well, look under the S's. You're bound to hit it there.
As we join the boys now, we find Andy just entering the office of a psychiatrist.
Mr. Brown, Dr. Barrymore's ready to see you.
He is, huh? But I can come back some other time if he's busy.
Oh, no. Please come in now, Mr. Brown. Step this way.
Yes, ma'am.
Come in, Mr. Brown.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You want me to take off my shirt?
No, there'll be no need for that. I don't examine the body, I examine the mind.
Oh, well, then I'll just take off my hat.
Sit down. Tell me, Mr. Brown, is this your first visit to a psychiatrist?
Yes, sir.
Well, then, you may or may not know just what psychiatry is. It's a method of analyzing the content and mechanism of a person's mental life for the purpose of psychotherapy.
Yes. That's what I figured it was, yeah.
What is your mental trouble, Mr. Brown?
Well, sir, close as I can figure the thing out, it might be that I was getting scared of getting married.
That makes it pretty obvious, then, that you have a fear of the opposite sex. But, of course, we must find the cause before we can find the cure.
Yes, sir.
Now, a phobia such as yours, a fear of women, very often dates back to childhood.
Oh, no, sir, Doctor. You're on the wrong track there. I never run around with women when I was a child.
I didn't mean that. What I'm trying to find out is, were you interested in any little girls when you were, say, 5 or 6 years old?
5 or 6? Yes, sir, there was one. Pretty little girl, too. Had pigtails on her head.
Now we're getting someplace. Do you remember the little girl's name?
No, sir. You see, I didn't start carrying no address book till I was 9.
Tell me more about this little girl.
Well, of course, that was a long time ago, and I don't remember too much about it.
When you used to meet her and see her, do you remember if you were calm, or were you shy and bashful? Or did you tremble in her presence?
Well, it seems to me I done a little shaking.
Now tell me, were you in love with this little girl?
Me? In love with that little squirt? A little.
I'll make a note of that.
The doctor, this seemed kind of silly, though, talking about when I was a kid, and besides that, is kind of embarrassing.
Mr. Brown, the practice of psychiatry often seems silly to the layman, but it's these little things that date way back that often have a bearing on their current problems. Now, you take my own case, for instance. At one time, I was a very nervous, excitable person. The least thing set me off.
Yeah.
I went to another psychiatrist to find out the reason for it. I myself was asked seemingly ridiculous questions, but we discovered that, like in 90% of all mental disturbances, it dated back to my childhood. Yes, it all had to do with the grammar school teacher who disliked me intensely.
Oh, sure enough?
Yeah. But now, since I know what the cause of the trouble was, I'm a different man.
Yes, sir.
I'm calm and placid. I don't get excited anymore. I'm always able to control myself. So you see, Mr. Brown...
Dr. Barrymore, but Mr. Clinton's on the phone.
Well, you didn't tell him I was here, did you?
Yes, I did.
Of all the stupid things I ever... How many times do I have to tell you I don't want to talk to him?
But, Doctor...
Don't talk to me! There are a few things I wish you'd get through that thick skull of yours.
But what will I tell him?
Tell him what I told you to! Get out of here!
How long has you been cured, Doctor?
You know, I almost got excited just then.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you come close to it, all right.
But now, let's get back to your case. Another method we use to analyze mental conflicts is through the interpretation of your dreams. There we delve into the subconscious. Tell me, do you ever dream?
Once in a while. Mostly at night.
Well, for instance, chance, what did you dream last night?
Last night. Let me see. Last night. Oh, yeah, I remember. I dreamed that I met a good-looking gal, and I took her out walking. Oh, she was swell. She told me she was crazy about me, and she wanted me to buy her a diamond wristwatch.
Did you buy it for her?
Oh, sure. I go hog wild in my dreams.
I'm very familiar with the character of that type of dream. Mr. Brown, from what you've told me, the thing that's troubling you is very obvious. You have what we call an economic psychosis. Everything you do or say is motivated by the thought of the almighty dollar, even marriage. The one thing that's kept you from becoming a married man is the fear, not of a woman worming her way into your affections, but of her worming her way into your wallet. Mr. Brown, don't waste your life. You find some nice girl and get married.
Yes, thank you, Doctor, thank you. I appreciate this advice, and I'll be running along right now.
All right. Goodbye. And I hope you take my advice. Forget the extra money that a wife might cost you. Forget about this money psychosis. Money isn't everything, you know. It's nothing. That door right there, Mr. Brown. Yeah. And on the way out, you can pay the nurse.
But, Doctor, how about this money psychosis?
That will leave you as soon as you give the nurse the $5. Goodbye.
Juliet, my darling, how do it feel to be engaged and have a marriage license already?
Oh, Andy, dear, I'm so thrilled I don't know what to say. To think that we's going to get married.
Yes, honey, and we're going to be the happiest little couple in Harlem. Tomorrow we'll go out to the real estate office and see if we can't find ourselves a furnished love net.
This show is going to be a surprise to everybody. Even Mr. Stevens, the Kingfish, don't know we're going to get married, does he?
No, I ain't told a soul. The Kingfish don't know nothing about it. And he has done asked us to come up to his house tonight. Maybe we'll tell him then.
Listen now, honey. Just take it easy. Now, Andy and Juliet is going to be here in a minute. Is you got everything straight?
Well, all I know, George, is what you done explained to me. Me and you is supposed to act like the happiest married couple in Harlem.
Yeah, that's right. Now you got it now. You see, honey, the reason is, Andy, I got to explain this to you so you know what I'm talking about. Andy ain't quite made up his mind yet. All he needs, and I know the boy well, you know, all he needs is just a little more convincing, and then he'll propose marriage to this gal.
Oh, yeah. And you think that by having Andy and the gal here tonight, that's going to do the trick?
Oh, yeah, ain't no two ways about it. And another thing, this is our only chance to get the $40 balance from the gal. If I can just get Andy to propose to her and marry her, we gets the 40 smackers. Now, all he got to do is to see the beauties of married life, honey, at home.
Say, maybe that's them now.
Yeah, now, don't forget, honey, be sweet to me, and I'll be sweet to you right back.
Okay, George.
Well, hello there, Juliet. Hello there, Brother Andy. Come in.
Hello, Kingfish. Hi there.
Well, evening, Mr. Stevens.
Well, Sapphire, sweetheart, the guest has arrived.
Oh, has the angel?
Yes, he is, darling.
Well, hello, Sapphire.
Hello, Andy.
Darling dear, this is Juliet Williams.
I'm pleased to meet you.
Same to you. George, darling, has done told me all about you.
Everything's going all right here, Kingfish.
Oh, yeah. Me and the little woman here is just up to our ears in love and affection. Oh, yes, Brother Andy, this is married life for you.
Sure is. Let's all go in the parlor.
Yes, honey, come right this way, folks. Angel, darling, will you bring that big comfortable chair over in this part of the room for Andy?
Yes, dear.
Sapphire, can I help you there, son?
No, thank you, Andy. George, what's the matter with you helping?
Well, look now, honey, all I asked you to do was to move the chair over here. I don't want no back talk from you, no.
Well, why don't you help him, Mr. Stevens?
Kingfish, I want to tell you something. Me and Juliet has got a big surprise for you.
Yeah, well, I'd like to hear that. Tell me about it, brother. What is it?
Where is that thing? Where? Oh, here. Look at there, folks. Look at there. A marriage license.
A marriage license?
Yes, sir.
Me and Annie's going to get married tomorrow. Ain't it wonderful?
Well. Congratulations. Put it there.
Yes, I'm so happy for both of y'all. Congratulations.
Oh, Andy, you has made me the happiest man in the world. Oh, honey, will you please bring that big comfortable chair over here for Andy and his bride?
What's the reason you can't do it?
Well, now, listen, I done asked you to do it, and I don't want no back talk. Bring the chair over here, sweetheart.
Look here, you lazy good-for-nothing bum. Bring it over yourself.
I agrees with you, Miss Stevens. A husband ought to do them things.
Hold it right there, honey. Hold it. Wait a minute. That is strictly a wife's work.
Now, is these the things you expect me to do, Andy, when we's married?
Listen here. My understanding of married life is that the wife is supposed to love, honor, and do the heavy lifting.
Well, if that's what you think,
Wait just a minute. Now, everybody calm down here. Let everybody just kind of take it easy, folks. I just can't afford to have nothing happen to this wedding.
If you expect me to do the work around our love nest, Andrew Hogg Brown, I wouldn't marry you if you was the last man on earth.
That last remark settles it. I don't want to marry you now.
I don't want to marry you neither.
Well, now, wait just a minute, folks. Listen, you can do this to me.
Mr. Stevens, you can keep the $10 deposit. This is the last time I'll ever try to get a husband through a matrimonial agency.
Hey, what do all this mean?
Well, it means that I was paying Mr. Stevens $50 to get me a husband.
Oh, wait a minute now. Now, wait a minute.
Now, wait a minute yourself.
Now, wait, look here.
Yeah, well, that's great.
Wait just a minute.
Wait a minute yourself.
Just let me explain.
Well, now, let me explain it to you.
You see, Andy...
Yeah, I know I ain't going to marry her now. Don't give me
Look
that.
here. You see, Andy, she give me $10 already, but believe me, Andy, I was only doing the whole thing for your happiness, not for the $40 balance.
Oh, that's great. Now, I know I ain't going to marry her at all.
And I feel the same way about it, too.
Oh, Andy, look here. You sure you don't want to try it? I'll split the $40 with you.
Look there, George. Why don't you mind your own business?
Now, wait a minute, everybody here. Let me tell Juliet something here.
Andy, you keep your big mouth shut. You ain't nothing but a big bum. And I'm going to get out of here right now, and I never want to see you again.
You can't get out of here too quick for me. And in case you don't know where the door is, come on. I'll open it for you.
You don't have to open it for me. I can open
it. Listen to him fight.
Boy, listen to that. Yeah, the way they is going at it, they would have made an ideal married couple.
Join us again next week at this same time for the Amos and Andy Show, at which time Amos and Andy will have as their guest the motion picture comedian Miss Spring Byington. Our program is shortwave to our armed forces overseas, wherever they may be. We want to thank Lionel Barrymore for appearing with us tonight. Mr. Barrymore may be heard in his own radio program, The Mayor of the Town, over another network on each Wednesday evening for Rinso. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us and bidding all of you a pleasant good night. Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star currently appearing in Heavenly Body, Miss Spring Byington. Andrew H. Brown rarely has anything to look forward to. However, this happens to be one of those occasions when he can hardly wait for the day to arrive. His nephew, Jimmy, a member of the armed forces, is coming to New York to spend his furlough with his Uncle Andy. At the moment, the proud uncle is in his office reading Jimmy's letter to Andy.
Listen to this part of the letter, Amos.
Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
He say here, and so I will arrive in New York sometime Thanksgiving morning and will come right to your place. I sure will be happy to see you, Uncle Andy. Give my regards to your friend Amos, your loving nephew, Jimmy.
Oh, that's great. He's coming up to New York for Thanksgiving. Oh, yeah, that's nice, Andy.
Yeah, and look here. He done sent me his picture here in his uniform.
Oh, let me see that. Boy, he's certainly good looking, all right.
Sure is. Everybody say he looks exactly like me.
Tell me this, Andy. Is you going to give your nephew a nice Thanksgiving dinner?
Well, now, that's exactly what I want to talk to you about. I is pretty proud of that boy, Amos.
Oh, I know you is, Andy.
And now, look here. You see, I live in one room, and I ain't got no stove or nothing. I ain't got no way of cooking no big Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, I know.
And I kind of hate to ask you this, but...
Go ahead.
Well, I was wondering if you would put on the dinner at your place. I'd buy the turkey and pay for everything. You see, Amos, it's just on account of my nephew. I'm kind of proud of him, and I want to do it right.
Oh, sure, Andy. Sure we'll do it.
Oh, that sure is nice of you, Amos. I really appreciate that. And I know Jimmy will, too. Yeah, I'm going to write him and tell him that we're going to have a big Thanksgiving dinner for him with turkey and everything.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Andy, Thanksgiving Day is a week from yesterday, and I hear that turkeys is pretty scarce.
Oh, I'll get one all right, Amos. Don't worry. The Kingfish say that he's going to take me over to see his butcher.
I thought the Kingfish and his butcher wasn't speaking to each other.
Well, they wasn't, but the Kingfish made up with him at the beginning of the turkey season.
Well, now, all you got to do, Andy, is to get the turkey, and me and Ruby will take care of everything else.
Oh, that's great. Put it there, son.
Well, hello there, boys. How is you?
Yeah.
Well, hello there, Kingfish. We're just talking about you.
Who you was, huh? Speaking of the loving Kingfish.
By the way, did you see the picture of Andy's nephew, Jimmy?
Yeah, look here. Here it is right here. He look pretty good, don't he? He's my nephew on my mama and papa's side.
Yeah, nice picture here. He's a private already, huh?
You know, Kingfish, Andy's nephew is coming up here for Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah, and I want to get a turkey for him. Kingfish, I want you to take me over to your butcher like you said you would.
Oh, anytime at all, Brother Andy. Yeah, I'll go with you now.
Okay, that's good. By the way, do you know anything about how to pick out a good turkey, Kingfish?
Yeah, sure I do. Brother Andy, whenever I picks out a turkey, I always kind of feels around the legs there. That's important.
It is, huh?
Oh, yeah, you take an athlete. Now, when he runs and exercises and all that stuff, he gets hard and tough. So the idea in picking out a turkey is to get one that has done led a lazy life.
Well, Kingfish, I got just one turkey left.
Yeah, let us take a look at it, Carl. It's my friend here, Mr. Brown. He got a nephew coming home from the army on Thanksgiving, and he wants to get a nice tender bird.
Yeah. How much did that turkey weigh that you has got there, mister?
Oh, about 14 pounds. That's it right up there on that hook. Last one left.
Boy, that looked good, all right.
Put it down here on the counter, Carl, so I can examine it.
Yeah, sure will. Yeah, sir.
Now, let me see here. I want to feel around his legs here. Yeah. This turkey has done a lot of running, didn't he?
That's prime turkey, and the only one I got left. You're lucky to get it.
Yeah, I think I'll take it, Kingfish.
Now, wait a minute, Andy. Keep your big mouth shut. Wait just a minute. Don't let's rush into the thing. Let me feel the turkey's wings here. Done a lot of flying, too, didn't it, Carl?
To tell you the truth, Kingfish, I don't know. I just met the bird 3 days ago.
Well, I'm going to take it, Kingfish.
And will you please wait a minute? I'm just trying to help you here. Turn the turkey over on the other side, will you, Carl?
Yes.
You know, Andy, I don't like the shape of this turkey's back.
Look here, Kingfish. We ain't buying for its figure.
Yeah, but all them things count.
Excuse me a second, boys. I want to go out in front and raise the awning up.
All right, Carl.
Listen, Kingfish.
Wait a minute. Now, come on down here, Andy, so we can talk. I don't want this other butcher down the other end to hear us.
Well, Kingfish, why can't I buy that turkey?
Now, look, Andy. Do whatever you want to do. It's your money. I just try to help you. I try to give you the benefit of my long turkey experiences.
It's a good turkey, though, ain't it?
Well, yeah, it's a good turkey, Andy, but I like to check and double-check the thing to make sure.
Well, if you think the turkey is all right, why is we hemming and hawing around here?
Listen, Andy, it's just like when a fella is figuring on marrying some gal. She might look nice and pretty and look good in clothes and all that stuff. At the same time, you want to get a look in her mouth to make sure that you ain't go run into $50 or $100 worth of dental work. And we just want to make sure that we're getting a good turkey, too.
Well, I'm going to buy it, Kingfish.
Okay, then, and I don't think you can go wrong.
Say, Carl, I'll take that turkey.
All right. I'll put it on the scale. Hey, wait a minute. Say, Joe, what'd you do with that turkey that was right here?
Well, I just sold it to that man going out the door there.
Well,
Kingfish, what would you charge to stop helping me?
Well, I'm sorry you boys missed your chance of that turkey, but I guess Joe didn't know you was thinking about buying it.
Come on, Andy. We'll go to a good butcher shop. Listen, Carl, if this is the way that you want to treat an old customer that has paid up to last July, it's okay with me.
Sorry, gentlemen, we haven't had a turkey in here in 10 days. We got a mailing list a mile long.
No turkeys, huh?
Not a chance. We don't expect any more turkeys until after the first of the year, and maybe not then.
Turkeys? Are you kidding?
Yes, Henry, there just ain't a turkey for sale in the whole town.
Yes, I know. Mrs. Van Porter was saying at breakfast this morning that the turkey situation is cute. But I didn't know it was cute as that.
Yeah, well, I could have got one, but this part-time genius here, the Kingfish, helped me so much I didn't get it.
Considering the source of that remark, I'm going to disignore the whole thing.
Please, boys, please, let's not have no fights. After all, we is all civilized gentlemen, you know.
Come in, Lightning, come in.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Lightning.
I thought I'd find you fellas over here at Miss Andy's office. Miss Andy, this letter come for you over at the Lodge Hall, and I thought it might be something important.
Oh, thank you, Lightning. Well, it's from Jimmy.
Oh, it is, huh? What do we say, Andy?
Yes, what is in it?
Say, dear Uncle Andy, I don't have time to write much, but there is a buddy of mine here at camp who lives too far away to go home and visit his folks for Thanksgiving. I took the liberty of asking him to come up to New York with me and have Thanksgiving turkey dinner with us. I hope this will be okay with you. Your loving nephew, Jimmy. Well, fellas, I really got to get a turkey someplace. I ain't going to let them two boys down.
Yeah, sounds like they're counting on turkey already. Gee, Andy, I wish I'd known how to help you.
Yeah.
I wonder if there would be anything in getting a couple of chickens and tell your nephew that the turkeys is running small this year.
Well, another thing, I'd have to tell him that the turkey this year tastes like chickens, too.
Yeah, I guess you would.
Say, boys, I just had a thought here.
What was that, Henry?
Well, Andy, I wonder if there's any chance of you getting the priority on the turkey.
Priority?
Yes, I know that the Army has done took a lot of turkeys this year, which is as it should be. But it just occurred to me that as long as you was getting the turkey for your nephew and his friend, who is in the Army, you might be able to get a priority.
Say, yeah, that's worth trying. Where would I go?
Well, I know that there's a special priority board downtown that handles the unusual things like that. I has had occasion to go there myself. Ask for Miss Spring Byington.
Come on, Kingfish. We is going down there right now.
Did you wish to see me?
Is you Miss Spring Byington?
That's right. Can I help you?
Yes. Tell Miss Byington the whole story, Andy.
Yeah. I'll start at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
The reason we come down to the rationing boat here is on account of my nephew. You see, he's in the Army, and he's coming home for Thanksgiving.
Oh, isn't that nice? I was just saying to my husband this morning that I wish Harry, he's our nephew, was coming home for Thanksgiving. He's in a camp in the Middle West. But if it can't be, it can't be.
That's right. Now, what I want to explain to you...
On the other hand, Philip, that's my sister's son. He's stationed in Georgia. Oh, a lovely boy. He looks a lot like my sister Elaine.
Yeah, that's good, all right.
Go ahead, Andy. Tell Miss Byington what you want to tell her.
Yeah, I'll begin at the beginning. You see, my nephew is in the Army, and he's coming home for Thanksgiving.
Oh, really? Isn't that nice?
Huh?
I know how happy you must be. You know, I have a nephew, too.
Yes, we know. He lives in the Middle West, and he can't get home for Thanksgiving.
Oh, you know him.
And start at the beginning again, will you?
Well, this nephew and his buddy is coming home for Thanksgiving, and I want to give him a big dinner.
Yeah, and we want you to help us if you can.
Why, of course I will. Now, I'd suggest that the first thing you do is to get a turkey.
That's what we want to see you about. You see, we ain't got no turkey.
Well, if I were you, I'd hurry up and get one. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving, and I understand they're getting scarce.
We heard the same rumor, yeah.
Excuse me, Miss Byington, but we can get priorities here, can't we?
Oh, yes, indeed. That's what we're here for.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere.
Mm-hmm. What kind of a priority was it you wanted? Tires or extra gasoline?
And do you think we is too far from the beginning to go back there again?
Well, we can try going back there once more. You see, my nephew is in the Army, and tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day.
Oh, really? Are you going to have a turkey dinner for him?
Not at the rate we're going, lady, no.
You see, like I said before, that's what we come in to see you about. We can't get one in the whole city, Miss Byington, and you see... This dinner is for a couple of soldiers, and that's why we're trying to get a priority from the government on it. You see, we got all the trimmings, but the trouble is we ain't got nothing to trim.
A priority on a turkey?
Yeah, it's our only chance of getting one. We done scarred the whole town. And I promise you that I won't eat none of the turkey myself. I might dip my bread in the gravy, but that's all.
Well, this is the first request we've had like this. I'd like to help. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll call up regional headquarters and see what they say about it.
Yeah, we'd appreciate it if you would.
You might fill out this application blank in the meantime, just in case.
Okay. Name. I guess I better put Amos Jones' name and address down, too, because that's where we're going to have the dinner.
That'll be fine.
Regional headquarters?
Oh, Dorothy, this is Spring.
Oh, hello, Spring.
I called you last night. You weren't home, you little stay out.
Jeanette and I went over to that millinery class. I'm making the most stunning hat you ever saw.
Oh, you're making me so jealous. I need a hat so badly for my new coat. What kind are you making, Dorothy?
Oh, it's sort of an idea of my own. It's an off-the-face turban.
Oh, that should be gorgeous. Especially with your hair. Oh, anything else new?
No, except that I'm going over to Clara's Sunday afternoon. You going?
Well, I don't know whether Frank's going to play golf or not, but I'll be talking to you before that. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
If there's anything that annoys me, it's some woman calling me when I'm busy and just talking about nothing. Now, where were we?
You called her.
I called her.
You was going to ask her if there was some way that we could get a priority on a turkey.
Well, how do you like that? She hung up without telling me.
You didn't ask her.
I didn't? Oh, I suppose it's my fault. But it's just that girl talks so incessantly and rambles on. What now? Hello?
Spring, this is Dorothy again. You didn't tell me what you called me up for.
Oh, I'm glad you called back, Dorothy. Listen, can we give out a priority order for a turkey?
Well, not that I know of. At least I've never heard of it.
Well, if anybody would know about it, it would be you.
Well, I've never heard of it since I've been here.
Well, that's all I want to know. Thanks, Dorothy.
Bye.
I'm awfully sorry, but there just is no such thing.
Yeah, well, thanks anyway, Miss Bindon. We sure appreciate what you try to do for us.
I guess the boys will just have to get along without gasoline. I mean, without a turkey. Goodbye.
No luck at the rationing board, huh, fellas?
No, Amos, nothing. And we even went to 6 more butcher shops and still couldn't get none.
Yes, Amos, I'm going to tell you, I know my way around Harlem here, and I know all the ropes. But I tell you, I just about to give up the thing.
Say, I was just wondering, is there any place where we could get a wild turkey, maybe?
Oh, Andy, there ain't no wild turkeys around here. What you talking about? You know, them pilgrims got all of them.
They did, huh?
Sure they did.
Well, tell me this. Does you know a pilgrim that we could call up?
Oh, Andy, that was years and years ago, Andy. By the way, did you see that letter on your desk there that come for you?
Oh, no. Hey, looky here. There's another letter from Jimmy.
Oh, it is, huh?
Oh, say, maybe his friend ain't coming. Mm-hmm. Then if Jimmy comes up here alone, I can take him out to dinner.
Yeah. Now. Go ahead and read it then, Andy.
Yeah. Dear Uncle Andy, I want to tell you that
Now, what do you say, Andy?
He's bringing 3 more fellas.
Andy, what time did Jimmy say that him and his friends would get here?
Well, he say sometime around noon. So I guess they won't be here for an hour or maybe an hour and a half yet. Is it anything else you need, Ruby? I'll go down to the store and get it.
No, Andy, I think we have everything. And I think it's going to be a pretty nice dinner, too.
Yeah, well, I bought everything I could think of.
I know you did, Andy. And I'm going to fix everything just as good as I know how.
Oh, yeah. There ain't no question about that, Ruby. I know that. You is a wonderful cook. But there ain't nobody that can make frankfurters take like turkey.
Oh, but I think that the boys will enjoy their dinner.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. That can't be Jimmy. It's too early for Jimmy.
It might be for me. I'll get it, Amos.
Is there a Mr. Brown here?
Yes. Yes, won't you come in? Andy, there's a lady to see you.
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Oh, hello there. Hello. You is the lady from the ration boat, ain't you?
That's right, and I have a turkey for you. Here.
Oh, a turkey for me?
Yes. You see, we ordered our own turkey about a month ago, and this morning some friends of ours dropped in and gave us a turkey from their farm, and I want you to have it.
Well, gee, I couldn't...
And fortunately, I had this address, that you put on the priority blank, remember? Well, happy Thanksgiving.
Well, I don't know how to thank you. I wouldn't take the thing for myself, but on account of my nephew and his soldier friends coming, it'll sure make it nice for them. How much do I owe you for it?
Oh, you don't owe me anything. It didn't cost me anything. I'm not in the turkey business.
Oh, well, this sure is nice of you, lady.
Yes, it sure is wonderful.
Oh, go on. Well, I've got to run along now and start cooking my own dinner. Goodbye again.
Goodbye.
That sure was sweet of that lady.
Yeah. Now I'll really be able to give 'em a Thanksgiving dinner. Oh, boy, am I happy.
That turkey sure looks good, don't it? Look at there.
Boy, that turkey sure smell good, too.
Yeah, tell me this, Ruby. When is you going to take it out of the oven?
Oh, it's got about an hour to go yet. I hope the boys get here on time.
Yeah. Look at it there, Amos. Just look at that thing.
Yeah, that's something all right, ain't it?
Yeah. Looky right there. See how it kind of browning up on the breast there? Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. This is getting brown, ain't it?
Oh, boy, wouldn't that turkey be proud if he could see himself right now?
I just got to baste it a little more here.
Yeah.
Look at that gravy going over that breast.
I wonder why they don't make perfume out of that stuff. You know, Amos, Uh-oh, that must be them now. Now, remember, do just like we said.
Okay, come on now, Ruby, come on.
Yeah, and just when I put my hand on the doorknob, we starts the thing. You ready?
Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh.
I've got a special delivery letter for Mr. Brown.
For me?
Yeah. Sign right there.
Oh, yes, sir.
At the lodge hall, they told me you were over here.
Thank you.
Okay.
What's the matter, Andy? You look sad.
What is it, Andy?
Yeah, well, I was sad, Amos. But I was proud, too.
What do it say, Andy?
It's from Jimmy.
Yes, huh?
Will not be able to come to New York. Neither will the other boys. We are leaving for a port of embarkation. By the time you get this, we will no doubt be on our way overseas. Love, Jimmy.
You can really be proud of that boy, Andy.
Yeah. God bless him. I sure hope he has a safe trip. How many guests did you invite over here for the turkey dinner, Andy?
7 of them.
Who all did you invite?
I don't know their names. Just 7 boys from the USO.
Join us again next week at this same time for the Amos and Andy Show, at which time Amos and Andy will have as their guest the fine picture character actor, Mr. Donald Meek. Our program is shortwave to our armed forces overseas, wherever they may be. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us and thanking the charming MGM star, Miss Spring Byington, for appearing with us tonight. One more thing before we say goodnight. A reminder that you ladies personally can save the lives of many of our fighting men without budging a step out of your kitchens. Just remember, the waste fats and greases you can save will be made into ammunition and precious sulfa drugs. But no matter how much you save, those waste fats and greases won't do anyone a bit of good until you sell them to your dealer. so don't let them hang around the kitchen. Once you've filled a can, take it right to your meat dealer. The need is so urgent that within 3 weeks, the waste fats and greases you turn in are at the munitions plant. Put them into any kind of tin can. Save those waste fats. Thank you, and good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer featured player, soon to be seen in Lost Angel, Mr. Donald Meek. Our story opens tonight in the office of Mr. Andrew H. Brown. In cleaning up his office today, he uncovered an old book of poems which he borrowed 2 years ago from a friend. He's reading a poem to Amos.
There are times when only a dog will do, when you're beaten, sick, and blue. He lets you know as he licks your hands that he's downright sorry and understand.
That's true, all right.
Yeah, but sometimes them poets lay it on too heavy. There's a good thought, I guess, in this piece of poetry. And I was crazy about dogs, but I'm going to tell you something. Dogs ain't nothing like real friends.
Well, whatever kind of friend a dog is, though, Andy, at least you can count on him. He don't change on you. But with people, well, I always say that if a man can have 1 or 2 real friends in his lifetime, he's lucky.
Oh, what you talking about, Amos? 1 or 2 friends. I got 50 real friends now.
Oh, I ain't talking about people that you know. I'm talking about somebody that will stick to you through thick and thin, if you got money or ain't got money.
That's the kind of 50 friends I got.
Oh, Andy.
Well, I just wish there was some way that I could prove it. And I could show you that you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I don't guess there's no way you can prove who's right or wrong, but you know yourself, if you would say to these 50 people you know that you done, say, inherited a big cash fortune, all of these so-called friends of yours would flock to you, wouldn't they?
Well...
Yeah, but then, if you was to lose that fortune, most of them would drop you like a hot potato.
Well, listen, Amos, now let's say this. Let's say that I has done inherited $10,000.
Well, I tell you.
Come on in, Kingfish.
Well, hello there, boys. Who was that you're talking about done inherited $10,000?
Sit down, Kingfish.
Yeah.
Andy, who was you talking about that got the $10,000?
Well, why you want to know?
Well, it's at a time like that a man needs a friend to give him advice. And I is the best friend that a man with $10,000 could have. Who is the man, Brother Andy?
Well, it's me.
You?
Yeah, me. A relation of mine done left it to me. I just found out about it this morning. I is a happy man.
I guess all of Andy's friends would be glad to hear about this.
Yeah, congratulations, Andy, old pal, old partner, dear, yeah. And by the way, before I forget it, my wife told me to be sure and tell you to come up for supper tonight.
Oh, yeah, well, thanks, Kingfish. You know, I ain't been up to your house for supper for a year and a half.
Yeah, I know that, Brother Andy, old pal. That's why my wife told me to be sure and have you up for supper every night this week.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Look, I'll tell Sapphire that you're coming up, and I'll see you around 6:30. Andy.
All right, so long, Kingfish.
So long, Kingfish.
Well, Amos, there's one true friend right there. Now, don't tell me about no dog. You see, his wife wanted me to come up for supper, and she ain't even heard about the money that was left to me.
Andy, the proof will come out when the rumor is done spread around, and then you tell these great friends of yours that you really ain't got no money.
Henry Van Porter speaking.
Henry, dear, this is your wife.
Oh, hello, dear.
Henry, do you know what a girl in the beauty shop just told me?
Now, listen, honey, I'm a very busy man now, and if you've
But
got...
listen to me, Henry. Andy Brown has just inherited $10,000.
I'll be right home.
Hello. Can I speak to Sadie Blake?
This is Sadie. Who is this?
Sadie, this here's Josephine.
Oh, hello, Josephine.
Sadie, I don't like to bother at the office, but I'm going out Sunday night with Fred Gwendale, and he wants to take Andy Brown along. How about you go with Andy?
Oh, that's good for nothing low for Andy. Why I wouldn't be seen out with him again if he's the last man in the world.
But ain't you heard, Sadie? Andy just inherited $10,000.
What time can he pick me up?
That show was a swell supper, Sapphire. I is really full.
I'm glad you liked it, Andy.
Yeah, sure was nice to have you at our house.
Oh, I got a lot of invitations today. I is booked solid for the next 3 weeks with suppers, lunches, and breakfasts. And on top of that, I got a couple of ham sandwich invites to work in there somewhere.
Sapphire, dear, while you do the dishes, me and Andy will go in the parlor and kind of unlax.
All right, boys. I'll be back in a little while.
Yeah, come on, Andy. Let's go in here and sit down, old pal.
Yeah.
Now, you know, it sure is nice to spend a restful evening at home and have your best friend with you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I got to get to work early in the morning.
Large business?
No. My own business. Here, have one of my cards.
Mm-hmm. George Kingfish Stevens, investment advisor specializing in inheritances. Kingfish, you wasn't in this business this morning, was you?
Oh, what you talking about, Andy? I've been in this business for over a month.
Well, that's funny. The ink on the cards ain't even dry yet.
Well, you see, Andy, the cards is engraved and the ink goes on there in kind of lumps. You got to fan the card. You got to cool it off, you know. Get this thing out there.
Yeah. Oh, boy, them potatoes that Sapphire cooked tonight sure was great. I like that brown gravy on them, too.
Yeah, now, about that investment advising business that I got.
Huh?
I'm glad you asked me. I'll be only too happy to explain it to you now. Brother Andy, with my brains and experiences and ability and everything that I got, I can take a man's money and double it. Sometimes triple it. Or even forfeit for him.
Yeah, well, of course, I ain't exactly got the cash in my hands yet, Kingfish. You know, it takes time for these inheritance things to clear through the courts.
Oh, yeah, I know it takes a few days. I'll be patient about the thing.
Yeah, well, I sure appreciate that, Kingfish. All my friends being so nice to me. You know, Henry Van Porter told me that after I leave here tonight to drop by his place for a snack or something to eat, no matter what time it was.
Oh, you did, huh? That big... well, he's a sweet fella, Henry. One of my best friends. Nothing in the world I wouldn't do for him. Yes, he's a man that I got more respect and regard for than anyone I know. Too bad he's such a crook. Andy, where in the world has you been for the last week? I've been trying to get a hold of you, but you ain't never home.
Well, listen, Amos, between the two of us, since that I done started that rumor about my inheritance, I've been a busy man.
Uh-huh.
Oh, everybody been inviting me out to eat. You know I've been averaging 6 meals a day.
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to see you about, Andy. You've been carrying this thing too far. After all, you just started this as a little test of friendship, telling the people you had money. And I think it's high time that you put a stop to the whole thing and told your friends that on account of some mix-up or something, you is not going to get the money.
Oh, there ain't no rush about it, Amos. I want to give the thing a good test. I want to keep it up for a while yet. Tell you the truth, might be a good idea to keep it up for the rest of my life. See if I got any lifelong friends.
what is you sick from, Mr. Andy?
Overeating, Lightning, overeating. Too many meals.
I said, well, if you got to get sick, that's as nice a way as I can think of.
Yeah, the human body just wasn't meant to eat no 6 meals a day. Oh, I feel bad.
How do you tell when you are sick from overeating, Miss Andy?
Well, it's got symptoms just like any other sickness.
Got symptoms?
Yeah, you can't look at meat and potatoes. You can't look at fried chicken or turkey or ham. You can't stand the sight of chocolate cake.
Them symptoms sure do make my mouth water.
Listen, Lightning.
Oh, Brother Andy, I just heard you were sick and I rushed right up here.
Yeah, well, that's nice of you, Kingfish. I'll be all right, though.
Now, look here, I want to look after you, Andy. I hope it ain't nothing serious.
Oh, no, I'll be all right.
I want you to know that I is by your side in your time of need. You can always count on your good old pal, the Kingfish.
I have taken care of Miss Andy, Brother Kingfish.
Quiet, Lightning. You know, Andy, it pays to have a good friend that will always...
But Andy, I just heard that you were sick, and I come right over here.
Too late, Henry. I was taking care of Andy.
Is that so?
Yeah, I was here first.
Wait a minute, fellas. Ain't nothing to fight about here.
Andy, I know you want me to take care of you. Here, let me smooth out that sheet that you was laying on, make it comfortable for you.
I will smooth out that sheet.
You will you? Henry, if you touch that sheet, I'll punch you in the nose.
You wouldn't dare touch me. Give me this sheet.
Let go of that, Henry. I'm warning you.
Fellas, please, you're bouncing me around here.
Listen, Henry, I is Andy's best friend, and I is going to take care of it. Now, for the last time, let go of that sheet.
I will do nothing of the sort. I is his friend, too. You let go of it.
Give me that sheet. Give me that thing. Give it to me.
Is one of y'all a good enough friend of mine to pick me up off the floor?
Lightning, pick him up. Henry, I wonder if I could see you out in the hall for a second.
Why, certainly.
Oh, me.
Now, Henry... There ain't no use for me and you to beat each other's throats. Andy don't look good, and we can't take chances on nothing happening to him.
Yes, special to the money. You know, it might not be a bad idea to take Andy to a hospital.
That is just what I got in my mind. Let's go back in there. Come on, Henry. Andy, me and Henry is your best friends, and we has done decided that you has got to have better care, and we has taken you to a hospital.
Oh, I ain't that sick. I ain't going to no hospital.
Look here now, Andy. It's for your own good.
I tell you, I ain't going. Nobody can put me in a hospital.
Well, Andy said he wouldn't go to the hospital. So where do you think we find him? That's right, in the hospital, talking to Amos.
Nice room you got here in the hospital, Andy.
Yeah, Amos, being alone in this ward here, just like having a private room.
You feel all right now, though, don't you?
Oh, sure I do. And I think I'll get out of here before the day is over.
Yeah, you better get out of here. You know, this hospital costs money, and you can't tell the hospital people that you was done inherited $10,000.
Well, I don't care what it costs. No price is too big to pay to prove that my friends is really my friends. I wonder what this room costs a day.
Well, I don't know, but I got to run along, son. Good luck to you. Take care of yourself.
So long, Amos. Let me see.
Office.
Excuse me for protruding. This is Andrew H. Brown in Ward B. How much is it costing me to stay here?
$4 a day, Mr. Brown.
Is that the ceiling price?
Yes. Yes.
That's funny. That's my ceiling, too. I got exactly $4.
Of course, that pays you up until 6 o'clock, and then it'll be $8.
Well, the way I feels now, I think I'll be all cured about 5:45.
Of course, you know you can't leave the hospital until you've been examined by our doctor and approved for release.
I can't, huh? Well, is it okay if I get my own doctor to come?
Well, yes, but one of our staff physicians will have to be present. By the way, what is your doctor's name?
Doctor? Oh, yeah, the doctor. Dr. George Kingfish Stevens, M.D.
Do you wish to have me call him?
Well, no, just get me the number. The number's Lehigh 41097.
One moment.
That kingfish got me in here. You got to get me out. Spending every cent I got. This is a mess.
Here's your party.
Hello?
You got to do something for me, Kingfish.
What is it, Andy?
Listen, Kingfish. Put on your long-tailed coat and bring that little black doctor's bag that doctor left in your office one day. And here's what I want you to do.
Oh, this nursing job is driving me crazy. Now I've got to find one of our staff doctors to go in Ward B and see Mr. Brown and his physician so he can get checked out.
Well, forget that and come on with me. We've got to get up to the psychopathic. Mr. Meek is loose again.
Mr. Meek? When did you see him last?
Oh, about 20 minutes ago. He was in the shower room. He called me and wanted a pair of water wings. Not only that, but one of the interns was in there taking a shower, and when he started to dress, his white uniform was missing.
Well, we'd better find him before he gets up on the roof and tries to take off in his rocket submarine.
Where is that kingfish? He better get over here and get me out. I could lay down a lot of places cheaper than this.
Hello? Mind if I come in?
Oh, no. Come right in, Doctor.
Doctor?
You is the staff doctor, ain't you?
Oh, the staff doctor, yes. I forgot for a minute. I am the staff doctor, yes. Dr. Meek.
Yeah.
You see, I have so many things on my mind. I'm chairman of the board of 2 railroads. I have 3 seats on the stock exchange, 2 of them on the 50-yard line.
Yeah. Well, Doctor, you is a busy man.
Yes, I don't see how I'll ever have time to run for a 4th term.
You do all them things, and you is a doctor, too, huh?
Yes, but my chief interest is medicine. I'm very, very fond of surgery. Even as a small boy, I loved to whittle.
Well, Dr. Meek, any minute now, I was expecting...
Hello there, Patient Brown. What is you still doing here in the hospital?
Oh, hello, Doctor. Hello. This is the staff doctor, Dr. Meek here.
Yeah, pleased to meet you.
How do you do?
Excuse me while I use the phone here, please.
Office.
This is Dr. Stevens.
Yes, Dr. Stevens.
If anybody wants me in surgery or the appendicitis department, I'll be in Ward B.
I don't recall having seen you around the hospital here before, Dr. Stevens.
Well, most of the time I was here, I goes around in a white gown with a mask on my face. Oh, I was one of the most sanitary doctors you got in the joint.
Dr. Stevens, why don't you examine me now so we can get out of here?
Yeah, I'll put my doctor's bag here on your bed. All right, Mr. Brown, stick out your tongue. Let me get my R stick out of my bag here.
Your R stick?
Yes, you know, these things here, you get them off of good humors. The idea is that you hold down the tongue and the patient say, ah, you see.
How very quaint. I've never heard them called that before.
All right now, Mr. Brown, say ah.
Ah.
Perfect. I never hope to hear a better all in my life. You got that.
Oh, this is fun.
Dr. Stevens, will you finish the examination so I can get out of here while it's still $4?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Now, my methods even date back way back to the thing. You see, I was an old-time doctor.
Yeah.
Now, let me feel your pulse. That's the way I tell about getting people out of here, you see.
Mm-hmm.
Can't feel them.
Why don't you try my wrist?
Yeah, here we is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Normal pulse, all right, going a mile a minute. Can't add some more pulse than that. Yeah, you got some.
I had an idea that a pulse was supposed to be slower than that.
Oh, well, I was counting the upbeat the same as the downbeat. That's what I mean.
Dr. Stevens, I was just looking at your doctor's bag here. It's not very heavy.
Well, yeah. You see, Dr. Meek, when I goes around calling on patients, I like to travel light. You see, I operate on so many patients that I'm bound to leave a few tools here and there. Now, Mr. Brown, my opinion as medical doctor, MD, and all that stuff is that you is in great shape and that you ought to be released from this hospital right away.
Not so fast. You have examined the patient only externally. Do you have a scalpel in your little black bag?
Scalpel? Wait a minute. He don't need no haircut.
No, just give me a surgical instrument. Something nice and sharp.
Hold it right there. There ain't nobody going to do no cutting into me. No, sir.
That's right. If Mr. Brown has to be examined internally, his own doctor going to do it.
There he is, girl.
Yes, pretending he's a doctor.
Well, wait a minute. That wasn't my idea. Andy called me up on the phone and talked me into it.
Oh, not you. Come on, Mr. Meek.
No, I don't want it.
Mr. Meek, we have a surprise for you. Under your pillow.
You're always saying that.
No, we really have it this time. It's something you've been expecting.
Oh, I know. That's my rocket submarine.
That's right.
Wonderful. It must have got back under its own power.
So hurry, Mr. Meek. That's a good boy.
Come on, Kingfish. Now's our chance to get out of here. Hand me my pants. Amos, I'm so glad I got out of that hospital. I was almost trapped in there at $4 a day, you know it?
Well, you got in that mess all on account of a rumor you started. They never would have took you to the hospital if they didn't think you was going to be able to pay for it with inheritance money.
Yeah, I guess I ought to stop that rumor after the first 3 or 4 meals.
After all, you know, you just done this thing to test out all these friends of yours.
Well, you really started, Amos, because you was the one that say a man's best friend is his dog. And I told you that I'd prove to you that a dog ain't nothing. Friends is the thing.
Yeah, I know.
But what's the difference? Because I'm still going to prove to you that you was wrong. And these friends will stick by me when I tell them that I ain't going to get no money. And I'm going to tell them as fast as I sees them. Don't tell me about no dog.
Well, Andy, all I got to say is this. Here come Van Ford and the Kingfish.
Well, hello there, Andy. Hello there, old pal. Glad to see you out of the hospital. Don't get up. Don't get up.
Yeah, sit down. Take it easy there. Reserve your strength. Can I get you a glass of water or something?
He looks better.
How do you feel?
Oh, not so good, fellas.
Yeah, well, don't worry. We'll get you in another hospital.
No, wait a minute. Ain't that, no.
Well, Andy, until you, our very dear friend, has completely recovered, we're going to stick by your side.
Yeah, we is going to convalesce right along with you. Yeah, we'll bring you your breakfast, lunch, and supper. You won't have to raise a hand. Here, have a cigar, Andy.
Oh, thanks, yeah. Now, look, fellas.
Mm-hmm.
What I want to tell you is this.
Yeah.
There was a great big mistake about the inheritance. It was another Andrew Brown, and I ain't going to get a penny.
What does this mean?
Is that right, Andy?
Yeah, it was somebody else, fellas. I don't get the money.
Give me back that cigar.
And send me back the ration points for the meals that my wife done give you. Come on, let's get out of here, Kingfish.
Well, Andy, do that mean anything to you?
Well, I guess it means that they ain't friends of mine. But they is only 2. I'm going to wait till the news of me not having no money spreads around a little more. Then you'll see that they ain't all like the Kingfish and Van Polen. Hello, Mr. Brown speaking. What time is I supposed to be up there for supper tonight?
Well, supper tonight has been canceled. We have been called out of town indefinitely. Goodbye.
We regret that we will have to withdraw our invitation that we sent you for our party at which you were supposed to be the guest of honor because we find we are one over our quota. Yours truly, Miss DeWitt.
What? Why, you good for nothing loafer. I wouldn't be seen out with you again if you was the last man in the world.
Lightning, look at Andy coming down the street. Yeah, sir. We ain't seen him for 2-3 days. And look who's with him. Yeah, sir. They is really strutting, ain't they?
Hello, boys. Hello.
Well, hello there, Andy. You two certainly look good together.
Yeah. Amos, Lightning, I want you to meet a friend of mine. This is Susie.
How you do? Hello, Susie.
Well, Susie, ain't you going to speak to him? Speak.
Men, are you as handsome as Charles Boyer? Are you as charming? Well, that's the problem George Burns faces next Tuesday night when his wife Gracie stands George and Charles Boyer side by side and takes a good look at each. Be sure to tune in George Burns and Gracie Allen next Tuesday night when they'll have as their guest Charles Boyer. Consult your newspaper for time and station. And be sure to join us again next Friday night at this same time for the Amos and Andy Show, at which time the boys will have as their guest Chester Morris. Thanks to Donald Meek for being with us tonight. Our program is shortwave to our armed forces overseas. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us, bidding all of you a pleasant good night. Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Chester Morris. Our story tonight opens in a cheap hotel in downtown New York. 3 gangsters, whose only visible means of support is a counterfeiting racket, are desperately in need of a place to operate. They are looking through the classified ad sections of all the New York newspapers.
You see anything in that paper yet, Mike?
No, not yet, Muscles. But here's the closest thing I see to what we want.
Yeah? Well, read it.
It says, high-class store with big front display window.
Oh, fine. That's great. We put the printing press right in the window. Now, listen, Dope, what do you think we're making? Flapjacks?
Yeah, Mike, that ain't no good for us. We was better off in the last town.
Forget that town, will you? I don't want to even hear that name.
Stop worrying about that, will you? If they ain't found out that you bumped off that guy yet, they ain't never going to find out.
Drop it, will you?
Hey, Muscles. Here, this one don't sound bad.
Yeah, what is it?
For rent. Large room and basement, private entrance, respectable neighborhood, reasonable rent. And get this, suitable for workshop.
Yeah, that sounds all right.
Apply Mystic Knights of the Sea Lodge Hall. Here's the address and phone number. It's up in Harlem.
Yeah? Well, that might be just the place. You two fellas go up and take a look at it. And if it's any good, grab it.
Well, gentlemen, I can tell you, if you're going to use this for job printing, making letterheads and stuff, we can take all the old furniture out of this room and these benches and stuff, and it's going to look a lot better than it do now.
How much dough do you want for it?
Yeah, sir. Now, the money, yeah, sir. About a month, we were sitting on $75.
$75?
That's just our dickering price. That's all it is, yeah, sir. I tell you the truth, our committee, you see, we has got a committee in charge of renting, and that committee feels, and we agrees with them, and we voted on it and passed it, that $60 would be a fair price.
$60?
Well, we going to get rid of that committee. They ain't no good, no. We got a $50 committee upstairs that's got more sense than all the other committees put together. And if you was $50 minded, mister, you got a deal.
What do you say, Mike?
Okay, it's a deal.
Oh, yeah, sir. And you will never regret it. And another thing, mister, your printing press will be the only one in the neighborhood. You ought to make a lot of money down here.
That's exactly what we're going to do.
Andy, I ain't never seen you like you is in my life before.
Amos, I has done had the love bug to nip me, but this time he done shoot me to pieces.
You really in love with this gal Caroline, ain't you?
Oh, I gonna tell you something, Amos. This is the first time in my life that I really want to marry a gal. Oh, I was crazy about her.
I believe you is. I can tell the way you acting that you is serious, all right?
Yeah, I'd marry her tomorrow, Amos. The only thing is, I don't think I'm good enough for her.
Oh, where did you get that idea, Andy?
From her mother. Yes, sir. She say she don't want me to call up her daughter no more, and I can't see her no more or nothing. She say I ain't good enough for her.
Yeah, well, I guess she wants Caroline to marry somebody that's got a lot of money and all that stuff.
Well, she told me this. She say that I can't support her daughter in the manner that she would like to become accustomed to.
Tell me this. How does Caroline feel about you?
Well, I get along with her all right. It's that mother. Boy, she beats me down every chance she gets. Balls me out.
Yeah, that's too bad, Andy.
Oh, Amos, I tell you.
Well, hello there, boys. How is you?
Hiya, Kingfish.
Got some great news for you. I done rented the room in the basement.
Oh, you did, huh?
Rented it to a couple of fellows that's in the printing business.
Oh, gee, that's a swell job you done.
Oh, I knowed you boys would say that, 'cause I really did work. I really did manipulate them fellas around. Yeah, say, Andy, I don't hear you saying nothing about it.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the matter with you? Ain't you happy about what I done?
Sure, yeah, I was happy, sure.
Listen, Kingfish, Andy's in love. He got his mind on this gal Caroline.
Still crazy about her, huh? How you getting along?
He ain't doing so good.
What's the matter, Andy?
Oh, it's her mother. Kingfish, you know all that stuff that people make up about mother-in-laws?
Yeah.
They ain't making it up.
Well, that's got it, Mike.
Yeah. That looks like the real McCoy, Lou. Look at that bill.
Yeah.
Well, they can't make him any better than that in the government mint. All right, put those in the box with the other ones. Let's see, that makes an even 10,000, don't it?
Right. You know, Mike, if anybody had told me 2 days ago that we'd have the press set up and a job done by today, I'd have told them they was out of their heads.
Well, when Muscle says he wants something done, we gotta get it done, or think of a good reason why not.
Yeah, and don't forget the boss is coming here late this afternoon, too.
Yeah. You got all the dough in the box there, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, put it in back of the press.
Okay. What happens now, huh?
Well, we gotta go over to Brooklyn and get that $10 plate from Slats, and then we gotta meet the boss back here at 5 o'clock.
Right. Are we all set here now?
Hey, take it easy.
Yeah, who is it?
It's Mr. Brown from upstairs in the lodge.
Is everything put away?
Yeah, we're all right.
Excuse me, but...
wait a minute, buddy. What's on your mind?
Well, the Kingfish told me that you was doing job printing down here, and I was wondering if you could print a card up for me.
Print up a card?
Yes, could you print me something on a card like this, say, all my love to my darling Caroline from Andy?
Well, that sort of printing ain't exactly in our line, buddy. Besides that, we're going to close up now for a while. We got to get over to Brooklyn.
Yeah, well, you see, mister, I sent a box of candy to my gal, and I thought it might be kind of nice if I printed something and then pasted it on the box.
Just ain't got time. Sorry, bud.
I'm sure glad you kept one of the keys to that new lock on the door in this room, Kingfish.
Yeah, now you sure that them fellas ain't gonna be mad with us for coming in here and using this printing press?
Oh, no, they ain't even gonna know it. Now, here's the press.
Yeah, you think we can figure out how to work the thing, Andy?
Yeah, wait a minute. Here, Kingfish, I don't want to get this box of candy dirty. Lay it over there, will you?
Yeah, I'll lay the candy up here on the shelf.
Ain't nothing but green ink around here.
They must be working on St. Patrick's Day cards.
Yeah, I don't see no type, no paper. They must do printing without words in it. This is a fine printing business.
Listen, Andy, let's get out of here, will you? Why don't you write your own card? That'll be the thing to do.
Yeah, I'll do that. Might give it the personal touch.
to see me, Miss Andy?
Yeah, Lightning. I want you to go over and take this box of candy to my gal and wait a minute. What did I do with that box of candy now?
You got a box of candy for your gal.
Yeah, what did I do with it? I had it here. Oh, me. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, I know. Listen, Lightning, you know that room downstairs in the basement that we rented to the printers?
Yeah, sir.
I left the box of candy down there. Get the key to that room from the Kingfish. Go down there and get the box. And then, you know where Caroline lives, don't you?
Yeah, sir, I know.
Well, take the box over there and give it to her with all my love and affection. And give her this card that I done writ up with it.
All right, Miss Andy, I'll do that.
I'll get it, Caroline.
All right, Mother.
Is Mrs. Caroline in?
What is it you want?
I got a box here that Mr. Andrew Brown sent over here to Miss Caroline with all his love and affection.
Well, you can leave the box, but Caroline ain't accepting no love and affection from Andy Brown.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I just doing what he told me to do. Here he is, and here's the card that goes with it. I got to run along now.
What was it, Mother?
A box from that Andy Brown. Don't he ever get discouraged?
Oh, let me see what's in it.
Probably ain't worth even opening. What can you expect from a loafer like that? Ain't never had enough money to take you on nothing but walking dates for the last 2 weeks. Of all the men that you ever gone out with, he is the biggest bum of them all.
Mother, look. Money. Money. $20 bills. Hundreds of them.
Why, Caroline. Why, there must be thousands of dollars there. Why, the dear boy.
And it's all for me.
Yeah, with his love and affection. Now, he probably didn't spend nothing on you up to now because he didn't want you to know that he had money. And he wanted you to love him for himself. Now, I've always said he was a fine, upstanding man. I'm going to call him right now.
Let's count the money first. Oh, look what it says on the card. If you like this, I'll send you £5 next week.
Caroline, you got to be real sweet to him. Any man that gives away money by the pound must be awful rich.
And her mother opened the door, huh, Lightning?
Yeah, sir, Miss Andy.
Yeah, what'd she say?
She said that I was to take back the love and affection and leave the box.
Her mother sure hates me, all right.
Yeah, well, Miss Andy, that's too bad.
Wait a minute. Hello?
Hello? Andy?
Yeah, this is Andy.
Well, this is Mom.
Who?
Mom, Miss Waters, Caroline's mother.
How is you, Miss Waters?
I'm fine. How's you, son?
Well, I'm fine, I guess.
Andy, I can't tell you how sweet it was of you to send that box over here.
That's nothing. Just a trifle. I'm going to send even a bigger box next week.
A woman couldn't want a nicer son-in-law for her daughter. How big a box?
I liable to send you £5.
Oh, you darling boy.
Miss Waters, I wonder if I could speak to Caroline, please.
Why, Caroline gone shopping, and she gonna stop by and thank you later.
Oh, okay, Miss Waters.
Goodbye, son. Phone me anytime you're lonesome. And, Sonny, I always want you to call me Mom.
All right, Mom. Goodbye. You know something, Lightning?
Yeah, sir.
My gal and her mama is so crazy about candy.
You remember Andy sent his girl Caroline a box of candy and made a big hit with it. Meantime, we now find the gangsters, Lou and Mike, are concerned about a box, too.
Hey, Mike, I can't figure the thing out. You saw me put the dough down behind the printing press when we left this morning. It was in a box.
Yeah, it's got me stumped, too. But we better find out what it's all about before Muscles gets here, and he's due here any minute.
Hey, Mike, this box of candy wasn't here when we left.
Box of candy?
Yeah.
Say, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That guy that was in here about printing the card. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Yeah, who is it?
It's Morris. Open up.
Oh, it's Muscles.
Oh, hiya, Muscles.
Hello, Muscles.
Well, you got it ready?
Look, boss, look. Something happened.
Yeah? What?
Well, it ain't our fault. We had the 10 grand all printed up. We went over to Brooklyn, and when we come back, it was gone.
It was, huh?
Yeah, boss.
Well, you better get it back.
Well, we was just figuring...
I said get it back.
Well, it ain't our fault because... Oh.
I don't like no arguments. Mike, who do you think took it?
Well, Muscles, look, we had the dough in a box, and we put it down in back of the printing press.
Yeah?
The box is gone now, but we found this box of candy on the shelf there. One of those fellas from the lodge upstairs come down this morning and wanted us to print some card for his girl to stick on a box of candy. That's all I know, Muscles.
Well, give me the box of candy. I'm going upstairs and see him.
Yeah, Kingfish, I showed a head man with my gal and her mama.
Yeah, even the mama likes you now, huh?
Oh, the old gal is crazy about me.
No.
Wait a minute, I'll answer that. Hello.
Hello, Andy.
Who's this?
This is Caroline.
Hello. I love you, baby.
Andy, you know when you sent me over the $10,000 this morning?
What is that again, darling?
Listen, Andy, you know when you sent me over the $10,000?
Excuse me a minute here, honey. My ear been giving me a little trouble here lately. When I sent you the what?
Andy, you remember, you sent me over the $10,000.
What number did you call?
Andy, will you listen to me, please?
$10,000.
Count me in on the deal, partner, dear.
Andy, do you know that the money you sent me is counterfeit?
You say the money is counterfeit?
I ain't in this mess with you now, Andy.
Hello? Andy?
Wait a minute. Caroline, is this you?
Yes, this is Caroline Waters.
Well, Caroline, explain to me more what you're talking about, will you?
Andy, I went to a store with some of that money you sent over to me in the box, and I paid for a dress with a couple of the $10 bills, and they gave them right back to me. They said it was counterfeit, and I was so scared I run right out of the store.
Well, wait a minute. What boxes you talking about?
Well, you know, the box you had Lightning bring over this morning.
I sent you candy. Kingfish, get Lightning for me right quick. He's out in the hall. Hello.
Andy, you didn't send me candy. You sent me $10,000 in $20 bills.
Hold the phone.
Here you is, Andy.
Yes, Miss Andy.
Listen, Lightning, I'm going to ask you something. Where did you get the box of candy from that you took over to Caroline?
Well, Miss Andy, I looked all around the room in the basement where you told me, and I found it kind of on the floor behind the printing press.
Wait a minute here. I put the box of candy up on a high shelf.
Uh-oh. You know something, boys? Them fellas downstairs is counterfeiters.
Let's get out of here.
Yes, I'll see y'all later.
Wait a minute here. Hold on. Kingfish, come here. Wait a minute. Hello, Caroline. I'm going to call the police. Goodbye.
I got to run along, Andy. I just remembered my wife wanted me to come home early today.
Wait a minute now. Don't leave me here, Kingfish. I got to call the police.
Yeah.
Oh, me. What do you think we ought to do, Kingfish? We is in trouble.
Wait a minute. The first thing you got to do is to get that wee stuff out of it. I ain't had nothing to do with this, you know.
This is the 25th Precinct. Captain Sanders speaking.
This is Andrew Brown over at the Mrs. Knights of the Sea Lodge Hall.
Yeah.
I think we got some counterfeiters down the basement here, mister.
Counterfeiters? How long they been there?
About 2 days.
Say, are they making $20 bills in a hand press?
Yeah, sir, that's exactly what they're doing.
That sounds like Muscles Morris and his gang. Well, counterfeiting comes under the Secret Service. We'll notify them right away.
Yeah, sir.
Say, you can do us a great service. If you see these men, stall them until the government men get there.
Yeah, sir.
Let me warn you, though, that this Morris is a killer. He's wanted now for killing a man, so don't take any chances.
No, sir. Goodbye.
What did it say, Andy?
Oh, me. He say the head of this gang is a fella by the name of Muscles Morris, and he's a killer.
I tell you, Andy, I got to get right home to my wife. She's expecting me.
Wait a minute. Listen, the police asked us to help them and to stall these fellas till the government men gets here. You got to stay here and help me, Kingfish. Go out and see if you can find some of the brothers or a gun or something, will you?
All right, Andy, I'll do it. I'll scout around.
Yeah, well, close the door after you now as you go out there.
Pardon me, Muster. Do you know where I can get a gun someplace?
Yeah, I might. What do you want with a gun?
Well, you see, Muster, there's a killer loose in the place here, and we want some protection. Do you know where we can get a gun?
Yeah, I've got one right here.
Oh, mister, you was a lifesaver. It's a lucky thing I run into you. Let me have the gun, will you?
The gun stays with me.
Yes, I just want to borrow it. Where's you going to be in an hour? I'll bring it back to you.
I tell you, the gun stays with me.
Look, mister, I don't want to get tough with you. Now, is you going to give me that gun, or is I going to have to take it away from you?
Now, listen, I'm the only one who handles this little gun.
Hey, watch out. Don't flip that gun around like that. Liable to go off here. You get arrested for disturbing the peace. Don't do that with that thing.
Is that your office where you just came out of?
Yeah, sir, that's my office.
That's your office, huh? Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll go in there and sit with you till the killer shows up, if that'll make you feel safer.
Yeah, sir, well, that sounds fair enough. I know I feel much more comfortable that way, and so will my friend, Mr. Brown. Andy, we got nothing to worry about. Now, just take it easy, Andy. I found this man here with a gun.
Oh, that's great. My name is Brown. You see, mister, there's a killer loose here in the building, and naturally we're a little nervous. Have a chair there.
Thanks, Brown. I wouldn't be too nervous about it, boys. Here, have a piece of candy.
Mister, where'd you get that at?
I found it. It was left by mistake.
I think I'll be running along now, Andy.
Sit down. Did you hear me? I said sit down.
Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ain't you going to have a piece of candy, fellas?
No, sir. I never touch it.
No, sir. I don't want none neither, mister. Hate this stuff. I ain't seen a box of candy for 10 years.
12 years for me.
You know, it's a funny thing, Brown. I had an idea your girl liked candy.
No, I tell you, mister. She hates it.
Well, it sure looked like good candy, though.
Yeah, it ought to be good. It cost me $10,000.
Yeah, well, them chocolate-covered chairs run into a lot of money, all right.
Now, look, boys, now that we've become acquainted, where's the box with the moo in it?
Moo?
Yeah, the moo, the money, the dough.
We ain't got the slightest idea what you're talking about. If we does get an idea, we'll get in touch with you, though. See you again sometime.
Sit down.
Yeah, sir.
Now, where's the money?
The money?
Answer that and be careful what you say. I mean it.
Yeah, sir. Hello.
Hello? This is the Secret Service agents.
Oh, yes, sir, yeah.
Yeah, who's that on the phone?
Hold the phone. It's a girlfriend of mine, mister.
Yeah, well, make it short, Brown, and be careful what you say.
Yes, I will. Hello. Now, what was you saying, sweetheart, darling?
Hey, listen, who do you think you're talking to?
Well, listen, I is busy right now, Angel baby.
Say, what's the matter with you? Are you out of your head?
Well, you see, honey, I got company now.
Come on, make it snappy. Give her a quick brush.
Hello? Hey, what difference does it make if you... Hey, wait a minute. You can't talk, is that it?
That's right, sweetheart.
Well, the police called us up and told us there was some counterfeiters working up at your place. Are they there now?
Yes, honey.
In your office?
That's right, sugar.
Come on. That's enough of that, Bud. Cut it out.
Now, look, we'll be over in 2 minutes. Stall around and keep them there till we can get there.
Well, listen, honey, tell that to the Kingfish, what'd you just say, will you? Here, Kingfish.
Hello?
This is the Secret Service agents. We'll be there in 2 minutes. Now, stall around and keep those men there till we can get there.
Okay, darling. Goodbye. I love her, too.
I'm going to give you exactly 1 minute to tell me where the money is.
Could you make exactly 2 minutes?
So you don't know nothing about that money, huh? I'm talking to both of you.
No,
sir. You don't, Then why are you shaking?
Well, because we always shake at this time of the year.
Yeah, sir. We is vibrating with health here. That's what
We'll tell you everything if you just give us about a minute to pull ourselves together here.
Say, listen, are you guys stalling me? Say, hey, tell me something. That dame on the telephone a minute ago. Now, both of you, what's her name? Quick.
Caroline.
Hazel.
Yeah, Hazel.
I mean Caroline.
That's all, boys. You got just 30 seconds to talk or else.
Well, Mr. DeMoney, you see, let me explain the whole thing to you.
All right, stick him up. Is this the man?
Yeah, sir, that's him right there, mister.
All right, put the cuffs on him.
All right.
Yeah, I think there are 2 more of them down in the basement, mister.
Okay. You stay here, Frank. Right. Come with me, Joe.
You policemen just got here in the nick of time.
Yeah, this guy was going to kill us.
Now, listen, Brown, let me tell you something.
Sit down. So, Amos, that's the whole story. I finally got him down on the floor. I took his gun away from him. Then I pinned his shoulders down and held him with one hand till the cops come. Oh, it's the closest I done ever come to getting shot.
Andy, I ain't never heard of nothing like that.
Oh, hand me that phone.
I'll bet you were scared.
I'm so glad it's over, Amos. Now I can unlax and be myself.
Yeah, I know, Andy.
Oh, I was a hero, Amos. I stalled that gunman. Oh, I'm proud of myself. And I know somebody else is going to be proud of me, too.
Yeah, I know you is, Andy.
Hello?
Hello, Mom.
Don't you mom me, you big bum.
Be sure to be with us again next week at this same time when the makers of the new Rinso again present the Amos and Andy Show, at which time Amos and Andy will have as their guest the lovely screen star, Miss Ginger Rogers. Our program is shortwave to our armed forces all over the world. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us, thanking Chester Morris for appearing with us tonight, and bidding all of you a pleasant good night. Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the lovely star of the new RKO radio picture Tender Comrade, Miss Ginger Rogers. Amos and Andy's theme is the perfect song every Friday night. Now, my theme for tonight is Rinso Certainly Gets Around. However, Amos and Andy are ready and waiting, and here they come with their guest, Miss Ginger Rogers. Our story opens tonight not with Amos and Andy up in Harlem, but in Pritchard's department store downtown. We find Mrs. Henry Van Porter walking down one of the aisles approaching the gift department. Behind the counter is the salesgirl, Miss Ginger Rogers.
Something I can do for you? I was looking for a pair of bookends. Something not too gaudy and yet smart and chic. Has you got anything for $1?
Well, yes, we have these glass ones here. They're on sale at $1.
Oh, yes. Yes, they is charming, ain't they?
They're a very good value. They're made by a very fine firm in San Diego.
Oh, imported. I'll take a pair of them, please.
All right, that'll be $1.03. Do you wish to take them with you?
No, this is a sin. I want them wrapped as a gift and sent to Mr. Andrew H. Brown at this address here.
Fine. I'll see that it gets in the afternoon delivery.
What time should that arrive there?
Well, I'm not sure. Our truck driver's getting a permanent wave today. She may be a little late.
By the way, has you got any more of them plastic picture frames that you advertised last week?
Not a one of them left. The way the women went for those things, you'd have thought Frank Sinatra came with every frame in person. But we've got a new shipment coming in tomorrow morning, so be sure to be here early.
So, Kingfish, I started on a regular job. Brother Crawford done got it for me, and I'm going to work.
Well, Andy, I wouldn't feel too bad about the thing. You might get a break and get fired at the end of the first week.
No, there ain't no chance of that. And what's more, I was really anxious to start on this job.
When is you supposed to start, Andy? When does it happen?
January the 1st. I starts in the supply department at the Harlem Hospital.
Oh, well, by that time, you'll be yourself again. I guarantee that by January the 1st, this whole crazy feeling will leave you and go away.
Wait a minute, Kingfish. I don't want it to go away. Other people's goes to work, and I'm going to try it, too.
Andy, do you know what you is letting yourself in for? Do you know that if you takes a job, you liable to have to get up at 7 o'clock every morning?
Well, what's wrong with that? Other people does it.
Listen, Brother Andy, 7 o'clock was never meant for a getting up hour. The only reason they got that number 7 printed on the clock is so there won't be no blank space between 6 and 8. That's what it is.
Well, Kingfish, all I got to say is that I has done decided to take this job. Now, Brother Crawford done got it for me through a friend of his at the Harlem Hospital, and it's a good job. And, well, I'm going to work. January the 1st.
Well, Andy, I guess you know what you're doing. I just hope that you ain't doing all this on the repulse of the minute. That's all I hope.
Yeah, well, you see, Kingfish, wait, come in, Lightning.
How you there, Lightning?
Well, hello there, Miss Andy. Miss Andy, this package come for you over at the Lodge Hall.
Oh, thank you, Lightning.
I wonder what's in it.
Well, don't crowd me, Lightning.
Yeah, stand back, Lightning. Me and Andy can open it.
A pair of bookends.
Bookends? What are they for, Miss Andy?
Well, to keep books from falling down.
Oh, that's a good invention, all right.
Here's the card. Thanks for everything, Mrs. Henry Van Poter.
What's she thanking you for, Andy?
Oh, I kind of helped Henry to sell an insurance policy.
What in the world is you going to do with glass bookends, Andy?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Confidentially and under your hat and just between the two of us, I'm going to try to get the money back on them.
Oh, you're going to exchange them, huh?
Yeah, you know if there's one thing that I hate, it's bookends.
Well, you was right in taking back this present, Andy. After all, you ain't got no use for bookends, do you?
Nah. Kind of like a sandwich without nothing between the bread. Of course, I could keep my funny papers in between them, but that'd look like I was trying to put on the dog.
Yeah, that's laying it on heavy, all right.
Yeah. Tell you what, fellas, I'm going down to Pritchard's department store and change these things right now. I'll see you later. Pardon me, miss. I'd like to exchange these bookends.
And what's wrong with them?
I ain't got no book.
Oh, I see. Were these a gift?
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Van Poter sent them to me.
Oh, yes. Now, you're sure you don't want these? After all, they're imported from San Diego.
Yeah, well, as far as I is concerned, they can send them back on the next boat.
Well, you see, on sales merchandise...
Hello there, Andy.
Hello, Mrs. Van Poter.
What are you doing here? Aren't those the bookends I bought here for you yesterday?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You did give me these. I was just telling the sales lady here... how crazy I is about them, and that I want to buy 3 more pair.
But you said you wanted to
No, I say I want to get 3 more pair, miss.
Well, I guess the customer's always right.
Go ahead, miss. I'll stand here till you finish waiting on him.
Yeah. So here I is now, Kingfish, with 4 pair of bookends.
Yeah, they're really piling up on you, ain't they? They wouldn't give you your money back at the store, huh?
No, I hid in the men's shoe department till Mrs. Van Poter left. Then I went over there and tried to get my money back.
Oh, what did they say?
They say it was all sale merchandise, and when that stuff go out, it stays out.
Well, don't worry, Andy. I think everything will turn out all right for you.
Yeah, well, it sure is nice of you to bring me over to this swap shop here, Kingfish.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to do it, Andy. Come on, let's go on in. Yeah, how you there, Sam?
Hello, Kingfish.
Sam, my friend here, Mr. Brown, wants to talk to you about some bookends.
Well, bookends is pretty hard to get these days. You just can't find them. But I'll let you have a couple of pairs, $3 a pair.
No. Oh, no. I don't want to buy none. I want to sell you some.
Oh, well, in that case, the market is flooded with them. Tell you what I'll do. I'll give you 10 cents a pair for them.
that market sure got flooded fast, didn't it?
Yeah, that was a wave that come up there on this thing.
Sure
Well,
was.
to tell you the truth, Kingfish, I'd rather swap stuff than to buy things for cash.
Yeah, well, what'll you swap me for these 4 pair of bookends?
Well, let me see now. Let me see what you might be able to use here now. How about this electric motor here, 1/4 horsepower?
1/4 horsepower?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Well, electrical speaking, it means that it generates the power of 1/4 of a horse.
Oh, yeah. Kind of like a horse kicking with one leg, huh?
That's right.
What could I use the motor for?
Oh, you can use a motor for hundreds of things.
Yeah, well, what would one thing be?
Well, one thing is, a motor is good to have in case you want to make something go.
Yeah, well, right now I ain't got nothing that needs going.
Yeah, and if you ain't got nothing that needs going, then you sure don't need nothing to make it go with.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how about a tennis racket?
How would you put the motor on it?
Oh, no. Just a plain tennis racket. It still got most of the strings in it.
Would you take that, Kingfish? Yeah, no.
No.
Well, look here, how about a gas heater?
No, I ain't got no gas in my room.
Well, could you use a baby buggy?
Now, wait a minute. Don't be silly.
Hey, Andy, wait a minute. You could use a baby buggy.
Now, wait a minute, Kingfish.
Wheel out the buggy, Sam. It's a deal.
But listen, Kingfish.
Shut up. Pardon the deal. Give the man the bookend.
Okay. Here you is, Sam.
And that'll be $2 swapping charges.
$2, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything to get rid of them bookends. Here you is.
Thank you.
Bring the baby buggy and come on, Andy.
Okay. Now, listen, Kingfish. What is I going to do with a baby buggy?
Now, look here. We done made a great deal, Andy. I was talking to Slim Johnson last night. And him and his wife has been looking high and low for a used baby buggy. I think they'll pay as high as $8 for it.
Yeah, well, this thing ain't in too good a shape.
Come on, Andy. We'll call up Slim. There's a phone in this cigar store right here.
Okay. Well, hey, look here. There's Brother Crawford standing in front of the cigar store.
Oh, there. Hello there, Brother Crawford. How is you?
Yeah.
Well, hello there, boys. What are you doing here?
Oh, we was just down to the swap shop and got this baby buggy that we're going to try to sell to somebody. Say, by the way, Brother Crawford, I want to thank you for getting me that job. And someday I'm going to do something for you.
Yes, Andy, I'm glad you will.
Yes, Andy tells me here that it's going to happen January the 1st at the Harlem Hospital.
That's right, but don't thank me, Andy. My wife suggested that I recommend you for the job. She suggested that the day before she left to visit her mother.
Yeah.
Say, what is you hanging around here for, Brother Crawford?
I am waiting for somebody. I'm a little early.
Well, listen, Brother Crawford, we got to go inside here and make a phone call. Would you mind keeping your eye on this baby buggy for a second?
No, not if you're not too long.
Well, I got to be running along now, Amos. Nothing else new, huh?
No, except I was riding along on the streetcar this morning and I see Brother Crawford standing in front of a cigar store with a baby buggy.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Me and the Kingfish run into him there.
Tell me, Andy, when is it going to happen?
January 1st at the Harlem Hospital.
Well, I'm sure glad to hear that. Is it a secret?
No. You can tell anybody you want to. Spread the good news all around. So long, Amos.
What's new around town, Amos?
Oh, nothing much except the Crawfords is going to have a baby.
A baby? When?
January the 1st at the Harlem Hospital.
Well, Sapphire, just between you and me, the Crawfords is going to have a blessed event. No!
Yeah, Brother Andy, I just heard big news.
Yeah, what is the news, Kingfish?
The Crawfords is going to have a baby.
Well, why is it that I is always the last one to hear about something like that?
That's what my wife told me is going to happen around January the 1st at the Harlem Hospital.
Yeah, well, now that show is a coincidence. You know I'm going to start working in that same hospital on that same day.
Yeah, well, be careful, Andy, and don't let the baby see you working. No use letting a young baby get a shock like that, you know.
After Brother Crawford was seen standing on the corner watching the baby buggy for Andy, who had received it in exchange for his bookends at the swap shop, word spread like wildfire through Harlem that the Crawfords are having a baby. That's what Andy and the Kingfish are discussing now in Andy's office.
So, Andy, when I heard that Brother Crawford's wife was arriving home tonight from visiting the kinfolks, I told my wife I thought it'd be nice if we all got together and give the Crawfords a surprise baby shower.
Yeah, well, I was back at the thing 100%, Kingfish. After all, the Crawfords was pretty nice to me, getting that job for me. Yeah, I figure I kind of ought to ziplicate. When is the shower going to be?
Tonight, Andy. The bad light skunk that we ought to work fast on the thing. Yeah, she done told everybody not to say nothing about it.
Yeah, well, wait a minute, dear. The shower going to be tonight. I better hurry up and get a present. Come on, we'll shoot downtown to Pritchard's department store.
Well, wait a minute, Andy. Slim back out on the deal. Why don't you give Crawford's the baby buggy?
Oh, no. I'm going to buy him something brand new. Come on.
Go right in, Miss Rogers. Mr. Pritchard is expecting you.
Thank you.
Oh, come in, Miss Rogers. Yes, sit down.
Thank you.
How long have you been with our organization, Miss Rogers? 2 years?
2 years? Why, surely, Mr. Pritchard, you remember 1938 when I was the girl who won the Pritchard Award for customer approach? 4th floor, rear?
Yes, of course. Well, I just wanted to tell you, Miss Rogers, that starting today, you are leaving bookends and bric-a-brac and going into baby clothes.
Baby clothes?
Yes. The reason we have to make the transfer is this, Miss Rogers. Our bookend and bric-a-brac business has fallen off due to priorities. While, on the other hand, baby clothes...
Oh, I know. The stork doesn't need a priority. He just comes in on a wing and a prayer. But, gee, Mr. Pritchard, I don't know anything about baby clothes.
I realize that. That's why I want you to go up there as soon as possible and acquaint yourself with the stock, sizes, and all that.
Well, I'll do the best I can.
Oh, and one more thing, Miss Rogers. It might be advisable for you to leave the impression with your customers that you are a mother with children of your own.
Now, wait a minute. Don't you think enough has happened to me for one day?
Yes, but the customers seem to place more value in the advice of someone with experience.
Okay, maybe the change will be good for me. At least I'll meet some new faces.
Miss, can you take care of us?
No, you don't. If you're bringing back bookends, go down to the 1st floor.
No, ma'am. No, miss, that ain't it. Here, what? We want something for a baby.
Yeah.
Oh, for a baby. Well, let's see what we've got here. Now, how about something like this?
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty, all right.
Yeah, that sure is. Look at that. That is pretty.
Yeah, every baby ought to have one of them. I'll say, yeah, look, what is it?
Do you mean to say you don't know what this is?
No, ma'am, no. I don't know what this is neither.
Well, you've seen babies before, haven't you?
Oh, sure, yeah, we see babies, all right.
And you have no idea at all what this thing is?
No, ma'am.
Well, that's too bad, because I'd like to know what it is myself.
Well, look here. It say here on the sign.
Yeah, read that out loud. What does it say there?
B-A-S bassinet.
Yeah. Now, what's a bassinet?
Yeah, well, it looked like here to me it's just a plain wicker basket with some pink silk lining in it there.
Yeah, I guess that's for a little girl around 5 years old. Maybe she delivers her mother's washing in it.
Yeah, they sure do start them out young, don't they?
Yeah. Excuse me, miss, but is you sure you was the right person to wait on us? Seemed like to me that you don't know much about babies or what they wears.
Are you kidding? I've got children of my own. 6 of them. Yeah, I forgot for a moment.
You forgot you had them?
Yeah, that ain't the type of thing that usually slips a mother's mind, is it?
Well, the babies are so much younger than I am that we don't have very much in common. I love the rascals, all 7 of them.
7? You say you had 6?
Well, their father's a rascal, too. Now, come on, let's get going. How old is the baby you want something for?
Well, you see, miss, it ain't born yet. Some friends of ours is going to have a baby, and we're giving them a baby shower. We want to get something, though, that the baby will be able to use right after it's born.
Well, how about this kitty car here? That would be just the thing. I can still see my little girl Gwendolyn when she was only 2 weeks old, whizzing around the block in one of those kitty cars.
You say whizzing around the block and just when she was 2 weeks old?
Remarkable, child.
Yeah, well, I guess I was a little old-fashioned, but I can't have had an idea that all babies stayed in bed for the first 4 or 5 months.
Oh, that just shows how much guys know about babies.
Yes. Well, how old is your little girl?
Gwendolyn is just past 3.
Nah, just about ready to drive her own car by now. This little sweater here might be something. I wonder what size we ought to get in that. Well, it's going to be for a newborn baby. I guess it would depend on the weight. How much do newborn babies weigh, miss?
Well, they usually run around 8 or 9 pounds.
Yeah. Well, what size you think we ought to take then?
I'll figure it out for you.
Yeah.
I weigh 120 and I take a size 36. I'll do a little dividing here. Now, if I weighed 60 pounds, that'd be half of 36. I'd take an 18. 30 pounds would take a 9. 15 pounds, 4.5. Yep, I think that does it.
Mm-hmm. What size should we take?
2 7/10.
All right, then we'll take one of them. Yeah.
I'll give it to you right now. Let me see here. There's 1s, 4s, 3s. Oh, wait a minute. 2, 7. I'm sorry. We're all out of 2 7/10.
This is going to be some shower we're giving. Right now it look more like a drizzle.
Now, look here. The store's going to close in 5 minutes, and I've got a heavy date tonight, so if you're going to get a gift for that baby, you better hurry up.
Yes, well, what else is there?
Well, how about a pair of these nice little booties? Or a crib or a blanket. Say, a baby buggy.
Oh, no. We already has got a baby buggy, miss.
Yes, but didn't you say the baby hadn't been born yet?
Yeah, that's right. It's coming January the 4th at the Harlem Hospital.
Did you say it?
Yeah, that's what you calls them till the day they arrive. Sure, of course, later on it's going to be a boy or a girl. Yeah, but right now it's a it.
Aha! Did it ever occur to you that there might be 2 babies? Twins?
Well,
a fine thing, 2 babies and 1 baby buggy.
But, you see...
I can see the mother now going down the street, wheeling one of the babies in a buggy, but what happens to the other poor little kid? He walks!
Well, I didn't mean to...
And how are you going to feel? You who could have made it possible for both of these little children to ride.
I didn't do nothing to that Kingfish. And I ain't even speaking to you. I don't like you.
And if you don't buy this baby buggy, why, just think of what people will say.
Yeah, well, I guess I'd better. I don't want to have people talking about me.
Sold 1 baby buggy.
Well, folks, it won't be long now.
Yes, Amos, the Crawfords ought to be here any second now.
Yes, and remember, we're all supposed to have a surprise when they come in.
Yes, and they will be surprised because they don't know that we knows nothing about it.
Don't all the gifts look pretty there? Oh,
yeah, they sure do, Sapphire. You know, Kingfish, I kind of glad Slim didn't want that baby buggy because with 2 buggies now, I'm giving the Crawfords the nicest present they're going to get. Yes, and I think that crayon set that I finally bought for the baby ought to make a hit, too. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Quiet, everybody. There it is. Now, quiet. Yeah. Now, look here. When I let them in, you knows what we're going to holler. Here we go. Surprise!
Surprise? What is this?
Yes, what is it? It isn't our birthday or anniversary.
Brother Crawford, it ain't no use for you and your wife pretending no longer. We knows all about it. Ha, 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 ha.
This certainly is thrilling.
Yes, Brother Crawford, I understand your new income tax deduction is due to arrive around January the 1st.
I don't have the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Oh, quit your kidding, Brother Crawford. I can't wait till the day I comes up to your house and hear you saying, coochie, coochie, coo. Ha, 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 ha.
And would you mind telling me what reason I would have for saying coochie, coochie, coo?
Brother Crawford.
What is it, Andy?
Goo, goo. Ha, ha, ha.
I wish you would tell me and my husband what this is all about. We failed to see any humor in it.
Well, I guess we're just going to have to make you fess up. Well, here he is. This is for me and Ruby, this little pink knitted sweater. This is a joke. How would you expect my wife to get into that?
Oh. Still playing dumb. Still playing dumb, huh? Listen, we might as well get right down to business then. To the little heir of the Crawford fortunes, the new offsprings that is due to arrive around January the 1st, I would like to present these 2 baby buggies from Andrew H. Brown so that one baby won't have to walk.
Baby buggies? This is the craziest thing I ever heard of. We are not having any baby.
Oh, you ain't?
No, we are not.
Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute, Theodore. Well, listen, you mean to say that you ain't having any baby at all?
Certainly we are not.
Brother Crawford, you can't do this to us after all the trouble we done gone to. Eyes down, Kingfish. On top of everything else, Brother Crawford done fix it, so I won't get that job now, neither.
All right, boys. I'll take care of you now. What was it you wanted?
Sam, I ain't got no use for these 2 baby buggies, and I want to swap them for something else. You got nothing new since we was here?
No, Andy. Same old stuff.
Yeah, well, I don't know what to take. There wasn't nothing here I wanted before.
Well, why don't you try the grab box?
Yeah, explain to him. What is that?
Yeah. Well, that's like a grab bag. Everything's all wrapped up, and you might make a great swap. And on the other hand, maybe you won't do so good, but at least you get your money's worth.
Well, that's for me. That's a deal. Take the baby buggies. Here I go.
Just a minute, Andy. There's a $2 swapping charge.
Oh. All right. Here you is.
Yeah, well, grab one of the boxes there, Andy.
Yeah. At least I got a heavy one.
Yeah, Andy, open it up. Let's see what you got there. Yeah, what'd you get, Andy? What'd you get?
There's them 4 pair of bookends again. High as regret.
Join us again next week at this same time for the Amos and Andy Show, at which time the boy's guest will be that self-styled expert on marriage problems, Mr. Robert Benchley. Our thanks to Miss Ginger Rogers for being our guest tonight. The Amos and Andy Show is shortwave to all our armed forces overseas. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before we say goodnight, I have one further important reminder. We all know that the beautiful Christmas seals which grace millions of letters and packages at this time of the year are more than mere decoration, that they are in reality the expression of the generosity of a nation's heart. For the Christmas seals you buy are among the most effective weapons against tuberculosis. But there's an interesting and not too well-known story behind the fight against the Great White Plague. Did you know that the war waged against tuberculosis owes much of its success to the veterinary profession? Yes, not only did veterinarians join with the medical profession in efforts to stamp out tuberculosis in man and beast, but they have pioneered many advances in the scientific attack on the disease, including the eradication of bovine tuberculosis. We can thank the veterinarians for the safe, pure milk we drink. Through their efforts, the tubercular cow is nearly as extinct as the dodo bird. I just thought you'd be interested in that sidelight on the organized campaign to stamp out human suffering. Veterinarians and physicians on the one hand, you and your purchases of Christmas seals on the other. What a privilege you have to do your share in this great fight merely by buying Christmas seals. Thank you, and good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Mr. Robert Benchley. The Kingfish is apparently confronted with a domestic problem because with his friend Andy, he has gone to call on that eminent authority on domestic relations and the author of that well-known book, Harmony in Marriage, Robert Benchley. The boys are at Mr. Benchley's office now to discuss the Kingfish's problem.
Well, I certainly be glad to help you if I can.
Yeah, you see, my friend here, the Kingfish, kind of got himself in a jam with his wife, and we counting on you to unjam him.
Yeah, so you see, I figured that you was the expert on this stuff on account of the books you done writ, and maybe you could help me.
Yes, you understand, of course, that marital problems are nothing unusual, that they must be dealt with in the abstract.
That's the only way to deal with them, all right. Yeah.
Well, you see, marriage is a lot different than living life as an individual. In marriage, we have two great forces. Isn't that right?
Well, in my case, Mr. Bentley, it's just one great force and one guy getting pushed around. That's it.
Yeah, he's right about that, Mr. Benchley. When I goes up there to his house, it always reminds me of a butterfly fighting a P-38.
And not a butterfly. That's what.
Well, that certainly isn't right. But as I said before, to analyze marriage properly, we must look upon it in the abstract.
Yeah.
I like to picture marriage as a beautiful stream. First, it is two small brooks, each flowing its own way, calmly, serenely. Suddenly they meet. They join, they flow as one through woodland glades of happiness, peace, and contentment.
Kingfish, when is we going to take our vacation?
Quiet, Andy. Be quiet there. Can't you see we're abstracting here? Go on, Mr. Benson. Don't pay no attention to him. He's ignorant.
Well, of course, you understand that I'm just using all of this as a figure of speech. Actually, there is no woodland glade, there is no valley, there is no stream.
They ain't?
No.
We sure went a long way without getting no place.
I see that perhaps we'd better approach this matter in the concrete. Tell me this. Has your marital trouble been of long standing?
Well, I don't know about her, but I've been standing as long as I can. I can't...
Kingfish, why don't you tell me the whole story?
Yes, I guess that's the best way.
Yeah, and give me all the details. Everything that led up to the trouble.
Yeah, well, the whole thing started when I decided to go into business. I come to see Andy in his office one day. Amos was there, too. And I said to him, "Oh, come in, Kingfish."
Yeah, how is he, Kingfish?
Hello there, boys. Say, Andy, is you doing anything in particular today?
No, I ain't.
You want to go into business?
Well, if the proposition is attractive enough, I might consider it.
Oh, it's attractive, all right. It's the laundry business. You see, on account of the shortage of manpower and woman power and every other kind of power, the laundress is having a little trouble keeping up their production. Yeah, I guess they is doing the best they can. You know, I was talking to that fella down the street that runs the Bonton Laundry, and what he want to do is to farm out some of the work. In other words, he'd like to turn over some of the laundry work to us. Now, we could wash it and iron it and return it to him. We would be what you would call a subsidiary of the main thing.
Sub what?
Subsidiary.
Yeah, well, that sounds good, all right, but we ain't going to do no washing or ironing, is we?
Oh, no. We get Lightning to do it. You see, what we do, we make him our own personal subsidiary.
Yeah, well, suppose Lightning don't want to do it.
Oh, then he can get somebody else to do it. That way, the real work can be done by a subsidiary of a subsidiary of the subsidiary, you see. Oh, this is big business, all right. Yeah, well, I know Lightning got a washing machine over there, if that's what you're counting on. Oh, yeah, we figuring on using that, all right. Yeah, well, I think I'll run along, fella.
Yeah,
okay, Amos, say, by the way, on the way home, would you mind stopping in at Lightning's house and tell him to wait there and get his washing machine ready? We coming over to see him. All right, I'll do that.
Yeah, so long. Yeah, this is going to be a great business, all right, Kingfish. Say, is it all right if I kind of mentions it to my gal that I going to be a subsidiary?
Oh, no, Andy, you can't say nothing about it yet. You see, the first bundle they gives us is going to be sort of a sample bundle to see how we does with it. The laundress is careful about clothes. Yeah, they want to make sure that we turns out a good job before they closes the deal.
Oh, we got to make good, huh?
Yeah.
Well, listen, this is a pretty safe thing to put my money in, ain't it?
Oh, this is safe and sound, Andy.
Yeah, well, that's good. Because I'd hate to wind up losing my shirt in my own laundry.
Yeah. Turn it off, Lightning, turn it off. That machine ain't working right.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, something's wrong with it. It's splashing all over you, Lightning.
Yeah, sir. This job of being a subsidiary sure do get you wet, don't it?
Tell you what to do. Scoop a couple of scoops of water out there, Lightning, and we'll try it again.
Yeah, sir.
Oh, by the way, Lightning, we don't want you to say nothing to nobody about us being in the laundry business yet. You see, this is a sample bundle we got here, and we got to see how it come out first.
Yeah, sir.
Now, you sure you understand now, Lightning? Now, tell me, what is you going to say if somebody asks you what you was doing?
I just going to play dumb.
All right, that's enough water out. Turn it on now. We'll try it again. Now, we'll just put this lady's shirtwaist in there and see how it works.
Yeah, go ahead, put it in.
There you will.
Hey, what's happening here?
Yeah, where's the shirtwaist?
I don't know, but I see some buckets flashing around in there.
Look, it's getting ripped to pieces. Turn it off, Lightning. Pull the switch. Stop the thing, Lightning, quick.
Yeah. Now, look at there. Lightning, you is responsible.
Get the shirtwaist out there, Lightning.
Yeah.
Here's a little piece of sleeve I got here.
Did you say piece?
Yeah, sir.
That's all I want to know. In case anybody is looking for subsidiary Brown, tell him he done left town.
So you see, Mr. Benchley, when we finally got all the pieces of that shirtwaist out of the machine, it looked like a big jigsaw puzzle.
It sure did.
Well, now, look, gentlemen, I can see very well why you might be worried about the shirtwaist. In fact, you got me worried about it myself, and I hardly know you. But after all, you came to me on the problem of domestic felicity, which is my line. Now, I have a colleague down the street. As a matter of fact, he's right here in this same building on the 9th floor, room 907. And he has made a study of shirtwaist problems.
Yeah, well, you ain't heard us out yet, though, Mr. Benchley.
I'm sure I haven't. But just what exactly has all this to do with your marital problem?
Oh, we get into that. You see, we didn't want the laundry to know that we done such a bad job.
So what did you do?
Well, we pieced the pieces of the shirtwaist together the best we could so we could tell what size it was, and then we went down to the latest shirtwaist department at the Globe Department Store to get another one.
We want something in a nice shirtwaist, miss.
Well, we have some very pretty ones. Did you have anything particular in mind?
Yeah, we seen one that's got, it's a lot like the one we wants to get that we could know.
Well, what is it like?
As I remember it, there was some junk on the collar, and then there was some stuff down the front, and then there was some more junk on the cuffs, and then there was some stuff on the sleeves. Has you got one like that?
Well, now, tell me, was it ruffled down the front?
Well, it was when we got through with it, yeah.
Well, let me show you a blouse here.
Yeah.
This is our most popular model. Was it anything like this?
Hey, look, Andy. That's just about like it, ain't it?
Yeah, that looks exactly like it. Yeah, we'll take one of them, miss.
All right. What size?
Well, now, that's where we got a snag. We don't know exactly what the size is.
Well, is she large or small?
Well, as near as we can figure it out, she ain't in the horse class. On the other hand, she ain't exactly no Shetland pony.
Well, from what you say, I would judge that she would take about a 32.
Oh, no, wait a minute. That can't be right. Look how big I is, and all I take is a 16.
Well, the sizes run different for women. Now, let me show you a 32.
This new help is a mess, ain't it?
Yeah, the one.
Now, this is a 32.
Yeah. This look all right to me. We'll take this one, miss.
Well, shall I send it out to your home?
No, I'll take it right along with me. Don't send it to my home. No. You see, this ain't for my wife. This is for some other woman. Hello, Sarah. I didn't see you standing there.
Hello, Kingfish. Hello, Andy.
Oh, hi, Sarah.
Don't mind me. I just happened to be in the store browsing around. I tell you, I saw it with my own eyes.
Oh, tell me, Sarah, I was all ears.
Well, when I was in the Globe department store today, I seen George Kingfish Stevens buying a blouse, and I heard him tell the sales girl that it was not for his wife, but another woman.
Oh! Porter, or did you want your hair done, too?
I'll take the whole Friday special, Phoebe. A married woman can't take no chances these days.
Well, what you mean?
Why, ain't you heard? George Kingfish Stevens is chasing a size 32 woman.
That's the way it always seems to go, Sapphire. The wife is the last one to know.
Sarah, if you know anything, it's your duty to tell me. What is they saying about Kingfish and me?
I'll tell you, Sapphire, but remember, you dragged it out of me. I seen your husband buy a shirtwaist in the Globe department store, and he told the clerk it was not for his wife, but for another woman.
You heard him say that?
With my own ears. Where you going, Sapphire?
Home, to Pat. I was leaving that woman chaser this very day.
Well, the Kingfish's wife has moved out. Right now we find him and Andy again consulting that master of marital problems, Mr. Robert Benchley.
So you see, Miss Benchley, my wife done left me. I didn't know where she went or where to get in touch with her.
Well, she certainly should have given you an opportunity to explain everything.
Well, she is like that. She flies off the handle.
Well, in dealing with a marital problem such as this, the important thing is to know the type of woman you're dealing with.
Yeah.
As you probably know, there are several different types of women who enter into matrimony. For instance, there's the who wants to be an old maid, or he may not be so hot, but I just want to be too choosy, look what mother wound up with type. This is not really a marriage, but a bringing together of two ration books.
Yeah, sir, I see what you mean.
And, of course, there's the jealous type, popularly known as the what has she got that I haven't got, and where can I get a hold of it after she's through with it type. This is the sort of woman who marries a man for what he is, rich.
Yeah, I know the type you mean.
But you see, Miss Benchley, what I want to tell you...
And then, of course, there's the with my clothes and figure, how can he resist me, or type. In the usual marriage, a husband is taken for better or worse. This girl doesn't care what she takes him for as long as she takes him.
Yeah, well, all that's good stuff, Miss Benchley, but what we know is what type my wife is, you see. She is the pack up and move out type. But there's a lot more to this story that I got to tell you yet.
Oh, well, of course. Now, go on with your story.
Yeah, well, I finally found out that my wife was staying with a friend, so I went up there to see her and tell her the whole thing that happened, because we went to the laundry business. I wanted her to know that, and I was just getting a new shirtwaist at the store for the one I ripped in the washing machine. Won't you listen to me, honey, and let me explain the thing to you?
George Stevens, I ain't interested in nothing you got to say. We is through.
Oh, honey, I ain't never looked at another woman. Believe me, honey, you is the light of my life. You is the sunshine of my life.
Not no more, I ain't. This is the eclipse.
Oh, honey, you can't do this to me.
Oh, I can't? Well, for your information, I is going to have this marriage annulled.
After 17 years? Look, honey, they don't null them after that long a time. You getting into the Supreme Court stuff there.
You just wait and see. I ain't only nulling it, I'm voiding it, too. I ain't going to live with no husband that showers his affections on some other woman.
Oh, I keep telling you, honey, there ain't no other woman. Oh, sweetheart, think what you're doing here. Don't break up a happy home. We was getting along like two little lovebirds in our little love nest, just billing and cooing.
What you talking about? We ain't done no cooing in 10 years.
Oh, look, honey, look, you gotta let me explain to you what happened.
It won't do no good.
Well, I'm gonna tell you anyway. Look here, honey, me and Andy done went to the laundry business and went into business, you see. A big laundry was farming out overflow to us. The whole thing was kind of a secret. They give us a sample bundle, and we tried it out in Lightning's washing machine at Lightning's house there, and it was just our luck to rip a shirtwaist.
So all I was doing at the department store was buying a new shirtwaist, honey, to replace it. Now, that's the whole story.
And I suppose you expect me to believe that.
Now, tell me this. Why don't you believe me? Why does you believe this gossip mongrels when you don't believe me?
I just do, that's all.
Honey, look here. Is you ever knowed me to lie to you? No, don't answer that. Wait a minute. Here, wait a minute. What I mean is this. Is you ever knowed me to go out with another woman?
Well, you know, there's a first time to everything.
Now, please believe me, honey. I tell you the laundry story is true. I don't even know the woman I bought the shirtwaist for.
Well, I'd like to believe you, George, but this is the kind of thing I got to think out by myself. Why don't you come back tonight and I'll let you know?
Okay, honey.
Did you want to see me, Miss Kingfish?
Yes, Light, and I want to ask you a question.
Well, I'll answer anything I can.
Well, then tell me this. Was the Kingfish, you and Andy in the laundry business together?
No, we wasn't in no laundry business.
You mean you didn't wash no laundry in your washing machine and rip a shirtwaist or nothing?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's all I want to know. Thank you, Light, and goodbye.
I sure can keep a secret good.
So you see, Miss Benchley, after she done walked out and talked to Lightning, I was right back in the ash can again.
Well, we must bear in mind, Kingfish, that in marriage all things are relative.
Yeah, there's mixed up in it there, too, somewhere, yeah. But, Mrs. Benchley, the thing I wanted to...
Oh, yes. Now, go ahead with your story.
Yeah, sir. Well, I decided that the only way I could get back in the good graces with my wife and sure that I had my feet on the ground and that I was on the level was to get me a regular job and go to work.
Yeah, the Kingfish was willing to make the supreme sacrifice.
Yeah, so what me and Andy done was we took the sample bundle back to the laundry and we told the man.
We've been expecting you.
Yeah, so, well, now, here's the sample bundle, Mr. Oakley, that you give us, and I just want to tell you that we is resigning from the whole mess.
Why, what's the matter?
Well, it's just that for certain reasons that I got to get myself a steady job that's going to make my wife happy.
Yeah, we're going to resign as subsidiary.
I'm sorry to hear this. This work you've done here looks very good. Well, as a matter of fact, the shirtwaist looks almost new.
Yeah, well, tell you the truth, Mr. Oakley, it is new. You see, in our first try at washing, we tore up the shirtwaist that was in the laundry that you sent us, you see.
Right.
So then we had to go out to a store and buy this new one at the Globe Department store.
Yeah,
well, that's certainly fair enough. I think it was satisfactory. Well, I'm sorry you boys aren't continuing, but you know what you want to do. Well, thank you and goodbye.
Goodbye. You know, Andy, this whole thing that's happened between me and my wife sure makes a fellow stop and think. When my wife was with me, of course, I loved and all that, but I didn't realize till she left me just how much I would really miss her.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Same way with me and money. When I has got money, I don't miss it, and when I ain't got money, why, I misses it.
How's that again?
Well, I say that's the same way with you and your wife like it is with me and money.
What way is that?
Well, I was just trying to say what you were saying, only putting it another way.
Yeah, well, you don't have to say what I say another way. Who you think you is, Shakespeare?
No.
Yeah, when I say something one way, that's the way I like to say it. I wouldn't say it that way in the first place. Yeah, I'd say it the other way. If I needed somebody else to tell me how to say it, I'd say it that way the first time. Yeah. What has you got to say for yourself, Andy?
Oh, I is a dirty dog. You know something? You is sure getting jumpy, Kingfish.
Yeah, certainly a jumper. Well, I guess I is getting a little jumpy, and I'm sorry. It's just because I'm so upset on account of my wife.
So you got yourself a job, eh, Kingfish?
Yeah, sir, Miss Bentley, that's exactly what I done, you see. And I'm going to tell you something else about that job. It's a tough one. I've been slaving 12 hours a day and working my fingers to the bone.
Yes, sir, he sure is. And he ain't got no subsidiary neither. He doing all the work himself.
And didn't this help to get you back in the good graces of your wife?
It didn't make no imprint on her at all. She was still convinced that there was another woman in the picture, and I...
well, Kingfish, what has happened only runs true to form. The course of married life has as many ups and downs as you can see by this graph that I have here on the wall. Just come over here and let's examine this chart. No. Now, this line, indicated here in ink, represents married life.
Yeah.
It starts off here and reaches a remarkable peak within the first 2 weeks. This is the period during which the young husband and wife are eating in restaurants. The sharp decline which follows this comes with the beginning of home cooking and the cycle of the faulty gas range. At least the gas range takes the blame, as it can't talk back.
Yes.
This, however, is only a temporary slump, and we go along quite smoothly for some time with only an occasional drop, as here at what is known in economic circles as the session over the fur coat, or here where business conditions make it necessary for the husband to work late at the office all of a sudden. But now, in the course of this line, we notice a precipitous drop which maintains this low level for a short time. Looks like about 2 weeks here. And the line rises again spectacularly. The husband's mother has gone home. Now here, let me see, I don't quite understand this complete break in the line. Either the husband and wife have separated, or my secretary forgot to fill my fountain pen. I don't know which it is.
This is all interesting stuff, Mr. Bencher, but I still don't see how it applies to my case.
Oh. Well, perhaps I'd better hear the rest of your story.
Yeah, well, like I said before, getting a steady job didn't cut no ice with my wife, and, of course, I done found out through the grapevine that she was getting ready to leave town and go back to her relatives in Georgia. So I went up to see her to beg her once more not to leave. Sapphire, please don't go away. I love you, honey.
Get out of my way. I'm packing here, and I'm leaving on the afternoon train.
Oh, but, honey, look here. I got me a regular job, and believe me, there ain't no other woman in my life.
You'll never prove that to me from now on.
You better answer that door, honey.
You answer it. I don't live here no more.
I have a package for... Oh, Mrs. Stevens, here's your bundle.
Oh, thanks. I was waiting for that. I'm packing now.
And the boss told me to tell you that we were short of help, and we had some of the stuff down on the outside. The fellas that did your stuff ripped a shirtwaist, but they went over and bought this new one at the Globe department store for you.
You mean...
Wait a minute. Let me look at that shirtwaist. Yeah, let me see that. Yeah, here it is. Here's the one that I bought, honey. That's it.
Well, Miss Stevens, is this satisfactory?
Very satisfactory.
Okay.
George.
Yes, honey.
I can't tell you how bad I feel for not believing you.
Oh, that's all right. Let's forget the whole thing and never talk about it again.
Oh, George, this makes married life perfect. We're back together again, and you've got a steady job, and everything is wonderful.
What happened after that, Kingfish?
Go ahead, tell him.
That's all. We is back together again.
Well, are you fighting?
No, sir.
Well, if you're back together again and you're not fighting, why in the world do you come to a man like me for advice?
Well, that job that I took, when I tried to quit, the man said no, I was froze to it. Now, what I want to know from you is how can I unfreeze myself from the job?
Be sure to listen again next week at this same time for the Amos and Andy Christmas Show, when the boys' guests will be the Paul Taylor Chorus, who join in Amos and Andy's special Christmas presentation. We guarantee you'll enjoy it. This show, as always, will be broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. Our thanks to Robert Benchley for joining us tonight. Mr. Benchley is currently finishing the picture National Barn Dance at Paramount Studios. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us. And, folks, here's a date to remember. It's Wednesday, December 22nd. That's the day when once again you can hear one of radio's proudest moments. That traditional Yuletide treat, Lionel Barrymore, in his best-loved role of Old Scrooge in Charles Dickens' immortal story, A Christmas Carol. It will be broadcast on Wednesday, December 22nd, so get the whole family to listen. See your local paper for time and station. Don't miss Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol starring Lionel Barrymore, the only time this Christmas classic will be broadcast. Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Mr. Edward G. Robinson. Well, it's New Year's Eve, and our friend Andrew H. Brown hopes to go out on a big date with the very attractive Amethyst Dunbar. His one great problem is finding a tuxedo, and after scouring the whole town without success, things look bad for Andy. At the moment, he is telling his troubles to Amos.
So you couldn't find a tuxedo in the whole town, huh, Andy?
Not one. Well, I did find one, but you ought to see the shape it was in. There was not only fraying on the cuffs, but there was fraying on the fraying.
Yeah, that's bad, all right.
Yeah, and my gal won't go out with me unless I dress up formal. Oh, the whole tuxedo situation is just like everything else this past year. You can't get nothing, nowhere, nohow.
Yeah.
I'll sure be glad when this crazy year goes out tonight.
Well, Andy, it's just like, we got to learn to do without certain things. You know what Ruby made for supper tonight?
No, what?
What they call the eggless, milkless, butterless cake.
Yeah, well, the way things is going, pretty soon we'll have a cakeless cake. Oh, this is a bad year. Substitutes for everything.
Well, Andy, you know the reason for it all. A certain man is trying to give the world a substitute for freedom, and while we is getting rid of that man, why, we got to give up a few things.
Yeah, I guess so. Wait a minute. Come in, Kingfish.
Well, how are you there, boys? How are you?
Hi there, Kingfish.
Well, what you look so down the dumps boat, Andy?
Oh, I don't know.
Andy is mad about what a tough time he done had this year.
Well, I don't blame you, Andy. This year wasn't no rose for me neither.
Wasn't, huh?
No, look how I've been living. Me and my wife been fighting. Just finished another one.
Sure enough.
It seemed like at the end of every year, she takes all the little fights that we done had during the year and piles them up into one big one. That's what she does. Sort of a review of all the little fights in one lump is what we do.
What is the trouble now, Kingfish?
Oh, she brung up the time that I didn't want the kinfolks to visit us. She brung up the thing about me not taking the job as a doorman.
Oh, yeah, I was there for that one. That was a battle, all right.
It wasn't no skirmish, I know that. Then last summer, she gave me $35 to pay some bills and told me to put it away, and I forgot where I put it. I never did find the $35.
Oh, I remember that. That was last summer, yeah.
Yeah, that started last summer, still going on. And the funny part of it is I don't know what I done with it. Oh, we've been going hot and heavy with arguments.
Well, I don't see why I is sitting here sympathizing with you. I still got to get a tuxedo by 9 o'clock tonight.
Well, you going to a party, Andy?
Sure, I got a date with Amethyst Dunbar.
Oh, you is, huh?
Yeah, but she won't go out with me unless I got on a tuxedo. And I is crazy about that gal.
Yeah, I don't know what you're going to do, Andy, if you can't rent one.
Need a tuxedo. Yeah. Of course, I would lend you mine free, Andy, but I done sent it down to Georgia to my wife's brother to get married in, and he ain't sent it back yet.
Yeah.
Oh, Andy's crazy about the gal he got a date with, too.
You know, I was just thinking, maybe through my disconnections, I might be able to dig you up a tuxedo somewhere myself. How much would you be willing to pay, Andy?
Well, of course, I don't want to pay too much.
Oh, I would protect you there, you know. But on the other hand, it wouldn't be right to pay too little.
No, but if you could find me something somewhere along there, in between, not quite too much and almost too little, that'd be all right.
Oh, I am sure that we can work out something, Andy. Name your price.
$2.
Name another one.
Look, Kingfish, if you think you know where you can get Andy a tuxedo, why don't you find out how much it's going to cost and then let Andy know about it?
Well, you see, Amos, unless I knows how much Andy's got, it's kind of hard for me to dicker.
Yeah. But the trouble is, Kingfish, I don't know whether you is dickering the tuxedo man or dickering me. What you think of me trying Henry Van Porter? Maybe he ain't using his tonight.
No, now wait a minute. Don't call up Henry. You wouldn't want to wear that old tuxedo Henry's got.
Why wouldn't he, Kingfish? What's wrong with it?
Yeah.
In the first place, his tuxedo got so many mark holes in it that unless you put on underwear made out of the same material, people are going to think you're wearing a polka dot suit. That's what they're going to think.
Yeah, that's bad, all right.
Oh, don't worry, Andy. I'll find you a tuxedo. I'll even get you a right size, 44. I know that. Meet me at the Lodge Hall in an hour, and I guarantee I'll have you one.
Okay, Kingfish. Get on the job right away and don't fail me.
Count on me, son. I'll do everything I can to help.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, Andy, if the Kingfish digs up a tuxedo, I'll lend you that old set of studs I got for your stiff bosom shirt.
Oh, great, Amos. Thank you. I could use them all right. You know, the last couple of formal fairs I done went to, I had to take a pencil and draw some studs over the buttonholes.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, Andy, you call me up at home if you want the studs, and I'll bring them right over to you.
Okay. Gee, I sure hopes that Kingfish comes through.
You sure is nervous, Miss Andy.
Yeah, what is you doing here at the Lodge Hall on New Year's Eve, Lightning?
I was just killing time waiting for my wife to get through working at the lunchroom. Then we're going to a New Year's Eve party.
Yeah, well, you ain't seen the Kingfish round here, is you, Lightning?
No, sir, Miss Andy, I ain't. I've been sleeping in the reading room. Look like I'm going to be up till 12:30 tonight, so I won't be in shape.
Well, you can sleep late in the morning, can't you?
No, sir. I got to get up at 7:30 to wake up my wife so she can get to work, you know. Seems like I always on the go.
Yeah. Well, the thing for you to do, Lightning...
Well, hello there, Brother Andy. How is you?
Oh, Kingfish, did you get me a tuxedo?
Well, yes and no, Andy. I done found a man that's got a tuxedo that fits you. The question is you got the money to fit the tuxedo? Now, that's the thing.
How much does the man want?
Well, now, I tell you, Andy, this fellow works in a defense plant.
Yeah.
And everything with him is by the hour. Now, I done tried to sell him the idea of 75 cents an hour for renting you the tuxedo. But he said that from 4 to 12 is the swing shift. It happens to be $1 an hour. That's the scale.
That's $8. Mm-hmm. But, Kingfish, I can't get the tuxedo back by 12 o'clock midnight. I don't want people at the party saying the old year went out at 12 o'clock and Andrew Brown went out at 11:30.
Maybe you could get it back by 1 o'clock, Miss Andy.
Quiet, Lightning. Andy, let's say that it do run till 1 o'clock.
Well, to tell you the truth, Kingfish, it'd most likely be 2 o'clock before I get home.
Mm-hmm.
Then, in case we decide to have some scrambled eggs or something after that, why, the whole thing might accumulate up to 5 or 6 o'clock.
I sure is not accumulating in it.
Yeah.
Well, now, the thing is, Andy, after midnight, the rate on the tuxedo goes up to $1.50 an hour. See, the man wants time and a half for overtime on the suit. That's the way that is.
Let me see. That's $8. 4 more dollars at $1.50. That's $6, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
8 and 6 is 14.
No, Andy, it's more than 14. You see, after midnight, it's New Year's Day, and on holidays, he gets double time. That's the way.
Well, now listen, Kingfish, I gotta have that tuxedo suit. But all the money I got to my name is $18, and I don't...
Wait a minute. Now, there is a coincidence. That is the biggest coincidence I've ever run into.
Yeah, huh?
That happens to be exactly the price that I talked the man down to, $18. Now, give me the money, Andy, so I can close the deal with the man before he changes his mind.
I'll have Lightning pick up the suit and bring it over to your room right away. I'll give you a dime, Lightning.
Yeah, sir.
Oh, listen, Kingfish, is I got to pay the $18 right now?
Oh, sure, that's part of the deal. Besides that, if you stalls off paying it, the scale might go up on you.
Okay, Kingfish, I'll do it. Me paying $18 to rent a tuxedo. It must be love.
Here's the tuxedo, Miss Andy.
Yeah, hurry up and unpack the box there, Lightning, and let's look at it. It's getting late, you know.
Yeah, sir. Here it is now. I'll put them on. That's it, Miss Andy.
Yeah, let me see here.
I'll put them up. Yeah, them pants look a little long to me.
Yeah, well, they'll do all right. Give me the coat.
Yeah, here.
I'll slip this on. Yeah, it's a 44, all right. Now, tell me this. How do it look?
Pretty good, Miss Annie. That sure look like an old style tuxedo or something, though.
Yeah, it do, don't it? I guess it ain't out of style too long, though. I wonder how old it is.
Sometimes they got a label on the inside coat pocket that's got the date on it.
Yeah, let me see here what it say. Yeah, the writing ain't too clear. March the 23rd, 1924. Wait, here's the name of the man that owns it. George Kingfish Steve. Lightning, this suit belongs to the Kingfish.
And he charged $18 for it.
That big bum. This is a fine way to finish up the year. This is the climax to everything.
Well, he sure is done pulled a fast one on you.
Yeah. Well, I guess ain't nothing I can do about it right now.
No, sir, it ain't.
Listen, Lightning, stop by Amos's house and tell him to bring the studs over here.
Yeah.
Oh, me, this is a mess. Well, I guess I'll have to forget it. Listen, Lightning, I think I'm going to take a little snooze till Amos gets here. That's all this year's been good for anyway.
Yeah, sir. Well, I'll get going. I better take off your coat so you ain't going to wrinkle it all up.
Yeah, I'll leave on the pants. I won't get them wrinkled.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Sure feel good to stretch out here. Thank you for bringing me this suit, Lightning. Oh, me. Boy, is I tired.
You want me to close the door, Miss Andy?
What, the door? Close it.
Yeah, sir.
Oh, no, it's close. Who that coming in the door?
All right, buddy, stick him up.
Oh, hey, wait a minute, mister. Wait a minute. Don't point that gun at me. Please, sir, don't shoot.
Get up.
Oh, yes, sir, yeah. Don't shoot, mister. Please don't.
Up against that wall. Go on, back up. Keep your hands up.
Mister, you can have anything I got.
I don't want anything you got. All I want to do is to hide out here for a couple of hours.
Yeah, sir, mister. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you can hide. I'll help you, mister.
And I'll take it easy, buddy. You ain't got nothing to worry about. I just want to lay low here till midnight. Pull down that shade.
Yes, sir, yes. Mister, that suit you was wearing, ain't you a convict?
So what? I made my getaway from the death chamber, and I'm supposed to die at midnight. Now, what's it to you?
Yes, sir. Well, who is you, mister? What's your name?
There happens to be a number. Here it is, on the shirt, see?
1943.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. 1943, but what was you in for?
Plenty of things, plenty, but mostly murders. They thought 1917 was tough, and they thought 1929 was pretty bad.
1917. 1929. And, mister, that number on your shirt there, 1943, them numbers mean something. Yeah. Them is years.
Catch on quick, don't you?
Mister, by any chance is you...
Yeah, you guessed it, buddy. You're talking face-to-face with a year. 1943. That's me.
Yeah, yes, sir. And this is the last day of the year. And you were supposed to die at midnight. Yes, sir, I can see what you mean by murders. You've been bad, all right.
Now, never mind. Skip that part of it, buddy. Time is short, and I got to talk to somebody, so you stand there and listen.
Yes, mister, please let me go, sir. Let me talk to you some other night.
There won't be any other night, see? This is my last chance. All I want to do is talk, tell you what's deep down in here.
Yes, sir, yeah.
You see, buddy, when a year realizes that it only has a few more hours to live, a lot goes through his mind. Especially a year like me, a tough year.
Yes, sir. I was just thinking about all the floods and the shooting, bombings and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know. You're like everybody else. Glad to get rid of me. So what? I'm gone. It's just that I hate to leave without somebody knowing that it wasn't all my fault.
Yeah, well, you was leaving things in a mess, mister.
Yeah, well, it could have been different, too, buddy. But when I was a kid, I met a lot of wrong guys, and I'm taking the rap.
What you mean?
Well, I got mixed up with a guy named Adolf. I didn't have enough sense to see that he only looked tough because he was picking on little fellas. Now, when it's too late, I can see that the guy who thought he was too smart to hang wallpaper is going to wind up hanging himself.
Yes, sir. I see what you mean.
Yeah, and then there was a fat kid in the neighborhood by the name of Benito. Yeah, I used to say to him, Benny, let's play checkers. And he'd say, no, let's help Adolf play London Bridge is falling down. Yeah, and then there was a half pine by the name of Tojo. He lived over on the west side. He showed me how to sneak up on people and let them have it in the back.
Yeah, well, what kind of people live where you live, Mr. 1943? Wasn't there no nice kids?
Oh, yeah, sure. Right across the pond from Adolph's and Benny's was a kid named Frank. I guess his regular name was Franklin, but they called him Frank for short. He asked me to come over to his house one day and see his stamp collection.
Yeah, yes, sir. Did you go?
No. And I wish I had. Things would have been a lot different if I'd have been on his side. I used to laugh when I thought about him saving stamps. Guess nobody realized that someday he'd be saving the little countries that printed a lot of them stamps.
Yes, sir. I see what you mean.
Yeah, I've been tough, and I ain't making no bones about it. It's just that... Say, maybe they're coming for me. Where can I go? Where can I hide?
Well, don't worry, mister. Look here. Tell you what you do. Here, put on this old robe of mine, and they won't see your prison suit. I'll tell them you was a friend of mine.
Okay, buddy, but make it snappy.
Yeah, here, put it on. Here, there. Now, put your gun in this drawer.
Yeah.
Now, stand over there.
Okay, buddy.
Now, stick 'em up, Mr. 1943, and I ain't fooling.
Oh, double-cross me,
Keep
huh?
those hands up. I mean it, because I don't like you no more than the rest of people do. Come in.
Well, hello there. Well, say, what's going on here?
Amos, stand over here by me. I got him. That's a criminal. He was supposed to die at midnight. He ain't just a man. Look at him. He is a year. Look at the number on his shirt.
1943. Oh, yeah, he's a tough guy, Andy.
Yeah, I'm going to call the police and turn him in.
Okay, you got me, Bud, but the cops will never get me. I'll be gone before they get here.
Well, what will we do, Amos?
Wait a minute, Andy. Maybe we won't turn him in.
But Amos, he's been the worst criminal of all of them.
That's right, Andy. 1943 has been bad. Full of suffering, crime, and heartaches and everything else.
All right. Don't pull your punches. I can take it. Tell them how I killed 6 million people. Set fire to churches. And put swastikas where crosses used to be.
That's right, 1943. The world will never forget your sins. But you know, no matter how bad a person is, if you will look hard enough, you can find a little good in him.
Good?
1943, you put out a lot of lights all over this world. But as you leave us tonight, we ought to remember that you left the light burning in the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah. You noticed that, huh?
Yes, sir, and there's other things, too. With all the bad things you has done, you still let somebody find enough time to print more copies of a certain book than was ever printed in 1 year before.
The Holy Bible.
Say, that's right.
And when we needed it most, 1943, you give us the biggest potato crop we ever had in our history. And somebody told me that somewhere in between your crimes, you looked down on a scientist working on some old stale mold. And you let that man discover a new drug that will save millions of human lives. You know, Andy, no year that folks ever tore off the calendar was all good. 1943 ain't been all bad.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, buddy, because when I took over the reins last January 1st, things weren't so hot. I don't expect history to list me with the heroes. I'm no 1776, and I know it. Still, I tried, and I'd give anything in the world if I could try again. But a year has only one chance to make good, and people have many. That's him now, the new year. Well, this is where I came in. Hand me the gun, buddy.
Give it to him, Andy.
Well, you ain't gonna pull a fast one on us, is you?
Well, the only thing I have left to pull, buddy, is a shade between two eternities.
Well, here's your gun.
Well, there's just one bullet left in this gun that has killed so many. I saved that one for myself. Guess I better go now and let him come in. He's got a lot to do, and he'll need every minute. Who knows? Maybe he's the year the world's been waiting for. Yeah, and try to remember that even a good year can't do it all by himself. Give the kid a little help and be patient with him. The tide has already begun to turn, but it takes the right kind of people to make the right kind of year. And one more thing before I go. Remember that this new fellow will have 24 hours longer on the job than I had, for he'll have the extra day of leap year. Now, if you'll all pull together and do your share, that day can be the day of victory. Well, here I go. God bless you. Happy New Year. Come on in, 1944. Goodbye, world.
Andy, wake up.
Huh?
Andy, I brung you the studs.
Hello. Oh, me. Why did that 1943 have to go and shoot himself? He was the best year I done ever talked to.
Andy, you must have been having a nightmare. Wake up. Come on, you got a date. You're going to be late if you don't hurry.
Oh, me. Amos, I guess you was right in letting him go, though.
What?
Well, he sure appreciated them nice things that you said about him.
Who, Andy?
1943.
Andy, you feel all right?
Who, me? Yeah, Joe.
Come on, Andy, pull yourself together. Here, I'll hold your coat for you. Here.
Coat? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, let's see how this tuxedo coat look on me. It's supposed to be a 44. It's an old style.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, how do it look?
Let me see. Well, the shoulders don't fit bad. Take the stuff out the pocket. It's kind of bulging down the side, Andy.
There ain't nothing in the pocket.
There's something in the pocket.
Oh, I tell you it ain't. I got my hand in there now. Wait a minute. I do feel something. Let me lift it up.
Look, there's something in the lining.
Yeah, take that safety pin out.
Look, Andy.
Well, I'll be doggone there's money. 10, 20, 30, 35. Amos, this is the $35 the Kingfish was telling us about that he never remembered where he put it.
That's it, all right, Andy.
Amos, hand me my hat and cane, son.
Andy, you sure do look great.
Oh, Amos, I'm telling you, this is a perfect 44.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here are Amos and Andy, who would like to say a few words to their listeners.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen?
Hello, folks.
Well, this being New Year's Eve, we have asked permission to say a few words to our friends on the air.
At this time of the year, we would like to let you know how grateful we are to you.
We wouldn't feel right to let this old year pass over the hill without expressing our deep appreciation for the people who sponsor this program and make it possible for us to be here. That is LIBEL Brothers, the people who make Rinso. We can truthfully say that since we have started our half-hour show in October, that we have never been treated with such cooperation and understanding in our entire radio career. We told you once before about going through and seeing a make soap, and we can tell you from experience that the product we represent, Rinso, is the greatest product of its kind.
And we've had many letters from our listeners telling us that. We hope you folks don't get mad if you don't find that your grocer don't have it on the shelf, because sometimes the grocer doesn't have it there. There's no Rinso on the shelf. But it's well worth waiting for. He is getting it as fast as it can possibly be made. And by waiting for it, you'll be helping yourself and helping us a lot, too.
At the end of the year, everybody sort of takes inventory, and in our checkup at the end of 1943 tonight, we find that we are rich in friends. And truthfully, that is the most important thing we know of. We are deeply grateful to you for this. And so, from our hearts, we want to thank you sincerely, as two people can thank their many friends. We promise you that during the coming year, we will redouble our efforts to bring you the best that's in us.
And for the splendid cooperation that we've received from the boys in the orchestra, from our guest stars, from Harlow Wilcox, members of our cast, and everyone connected with our show, we want to say to them many thanks and a Happy New Year.
And to you, our friends, we say, may the new year bring victory to us and our valiant allies all over the world. That is our wish for a Happy New Year. And now, let's all join in the chorus of Old Lang Syne.
Perhaps you're lucky enough to have your loved one in the service home on leave, and you wouldn't be human if you didn't want to know about everything he's doing, nor would it be unnatural for him to want to tell you. And yet that very enthusiasm, that desire to confide, can bring tragedy. Even when you're with family or friends and are sure no enemy agent can hear, it isn't safe to mention items of war information. Remember, things which don't seem important to you may be of vital importance in a link of information. So don't ask and don't tell where our soldiers are, how many there are, how they are being transported, when they're going, or what kind of duty they're going on. If you do hear it from someone, don't repeat it. If you see it yourself, don't repeat it. But if you read it in the newspapers or hear it on the radio, you can talk all you like. Otherwise, mum's the word. Join us again next week at the same time for the Amos and Andy Show, when the boys' guest will be the motion picture star Pat O'Brien. Our thanks to Edward G. Robinson for appearing with us tonight. He may currently be seen in the Universal picture Flesh and Fantasy. This program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox bidding you good night and repeating from all of us to all of you, Happy New Year! Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Mr. Pat O'Brien. Tonight, our story opens in the home of George Kingfish Stevens. It is evening. The Kingfish is comfortably settled reading the evening newspaper, and his wife, Sapphire, is busy chattering away, as wives always do when their husbands are reading.
And then, George, after Miss Van Porter tried on my new hat, guess what she had the nerve to say? She said to me, Sapphire, that hat is simply adorable. I remember when it was in style. George.
What's that? What was you saying, honey?
You ain't heard one word I said.
You think that's bad?
What?
I didn't mean that. No, I just slipped out.
Well, if there's going to be any slipping out, you better stop loafing around this house and slip out and find yourself a job.
Oh, I've been thinking about getting a job, honey, but this ain't the right time.
Is you going to tell me January is a slow month like you said about December and November?
Honey, it ain't so much the month as it is the year. This ain't the right year for getting a job.
Do you mean to tell me, George Stevens, that you ain't going to work till 1945?
Now, wait a minute, honey. Don't try to pin me down to no particular year.
George Stevens, I done come to the end of my rope. I can't stand no more. Why, everybody in town knows that you's a loafer. I'm ashamed of you. Now, you either get yourself a job or get out.
Well, honey, I can't get no job right now.
Then get out of this house, because I can't stand no more. Get out.
Now, listen, honey.
I mean it, George. Get out.
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it, I was packing my suitcase right now.
Listen, Mr. George Kingfish Stevens, get out of this house, you big bum. Get out.
Hey, who that snoring? That can't all be me. Hey, who this in my bed with me? Get them covers off your head. Ain't no head. It's feet. And if I ain't wrong, that's the Kingfish's feet. Kingfish, what you doing in my bed?
Let me sleep a little longer, honey.
Honey? Get up, Kingfish.
Put on the coffee, sweetheart.
Wake up, Kingfish, wake up.
Andy, what you doing in my bed?
Your bed? Kingfish, one of us is crazy, and I ain't saying which one 'tis. But 'tain't me. What you doing here in my room?
Yeah, now I remember that.
Remember what?
Andy, me and the battle axe opened up a second front last night. To tell you the truth, Andy, she done throwed me out on my ear. Throwed me right out. Yeah, of course, all my friends coaxing me to come and stay with them, but I figured that you was my best friend, and if I went any place else to sleep, you'd be mad.
Well, I don't get mad that easy.
Your door here was unlocked, so I done snuck in and crawled in bed with you. It's okay if I stays here with you till this trouble blows over, ain't it?
Well...
good, then that's settled, thank you. I knew you'd be overjoyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Yeah, I know.
Well, hello there. How is it? Well, hello, Kingfish.
Yeah, come in, Amos. Come in.
How is you, Amos?
Did you sleep here last night, Kingfish?
Yeah, me and my wife had a fight, and she kicked me out. Same old trouble about me not working.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, and you didn't bring no clothes with you, did you, Kingfish?
I'd unpacked a suitcase full of stuff, but I didn't want to lug it around Harlem with me, so I checked it at the 125th Street Railroad Station.
Well, a lot of good it's going to do you up there.
Look, Brother Amos, could you do me 2 favors?
Well, what is the Kingfish?
My wife likes you. Now, look, Amos, go up and talk to her and see if you can get me back in with her. You know what to say to her. And on your way up to see my wife, stop by Lightning's house and give him this baggage check and tell him to go up to the railroad station, pick up my suitcase, and bring it up here to Andy's room.
Okay, Kingfish. I'll do what I can. I'll take care of everything. And good luck to me on this mess.
That was Amos on the phone, Andy. No soap. My wife don't want me back. Says she ain't proud of me.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Come in, Lightning, come in.
Here's your suitcase, Kingfish.
That's the stuff, Lightning. Put it up there on the chair. I'll get a clean shirt.
Look, Lightning, remind me to... Hey, what is this?
What's the matter, Kingfish?
This ain't my suitcase. These ain't my clothes.
Yeah, that's a soldier suit in there, ain't it?
Lightning, where did you get this suitcase at?
It ain't yours, huh? I bet I know what happened, Kingfish. When I was carrying your suitcase at the depot, a fella come along, and he must have thunk I was a porter, 'cause he asked me if I would carry his suitcase, too, to the train. It was one just like yours.
Look, Lightning, all I want to know is, where is my suitcase now?
Well, I don't know where it is now, Kingfish, but tomorrow morning it's going to be in Chicago. You see, I was carrying both suitcases, and the man was rushing for the Chicago train, and he must have grabbed the wrong suitcase.
Lightning, you has messed up things for good. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah, sir.
Trouble, trouble, trouble. Wrong suitcase. My wife done throwed me out. My own dear wife ain't proud of me. I gotta do something.
Yeah, you sure is.
I guess Sapphire's right after all, though, Andy. I ain't done much nobody could brag about. If I could only think of something that would make her proud. Hey, wait a minute. An idea just done hit me in the head. This might be something.
What?
That soldier suit there.
Yeah, what about it?
Listen, Andy, if Sapphire thunk that I was in the army, that would make her proud of me, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but how is you going to make her believe the army would take a old goat like you?
Now, Andy, listen, I see the whole thing blooming out in front of me now. Listen, the man that owns this uniform is on his way to Chicago, so we can't get it right back to him now.
No, that's right.
Now, what I going to do is to go way downtown where nobody knows me, go into one of them photographer places, put on this uniform and have my picture took. Then you can show Sapphire the picture, and that'll prove to her that I is in the army.
Yeah, that's great. But where did I get the picture at?
In the mail. You tell her that you done got it in a letter from me from overseas.
Do you think that'll do the trick?
Oh, sure. Sapphire couldn't help but being proud of me then. If she was to think that I was over in Africa fighting them Japs.
I'll say she couldn't. You'd be the only man in Africa for doing that. In Africa, you'd be fighting the Lucians.
And look, this is going to work great. And listen, I'll write a letter, and you can show it to her and tell her that you just got it from me from overseas. Is you got any writing paper here?
No, Kingfish. I just fresh out of paper.
All right, tell you what. Let's go over to the office, and I'll take this uniform with me, because after we writes the letter, we can go down to the photographers and have my picture took. Well, I think that's it, Andy.
Yeah, you got the letter all writ, Kingfish?
Yeah. Now, look, see how this sounds. Listen to this. Dear Andy, just a line to tell you, I has done arrived in Africa, and I has already done driv the enemy back 8 miles.
Listen, I thought the enemy was driv out of there already.
Well, these are some of the enemy that outflanked themselves and got passed up in the rush. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's good. I'll explain that to Sapphire.
Yeah. And then I go on to say here, listen, Andy, you would sure be proud of me if you could have been here this morning when General MacArthur decorated me with the Croxty gear and the Extinguished Service Cross.
General MacArthur, huh? Where is you now?
I'm still in Africa.
Oh. That's okay, then. Yeah, Sapphire really going to be proud of you when I read this to her.
Yeah, I'll say so. Get a load of what I write here. Listen to this. Since the last paragraph, I has been called to Italy by General Isinglass. Then I say here, I is sitting in a shell hole.
Wait a minute. Look at here. Look at that big ink spot you got on the paper right there. Can't you rub that out?
Well, I put that blot on there on purpose. You see, I switches to writing with a pencil here.
Oh, yeah. What'd you do that for?
Well, let me read you this. I say here, Andy, please excuse the rest of this being written in pencil, but my fountain pen was just shot out of my hand.
Yeah. I see.
Then I say here, must close now your fighting partner, the Kingfish. How's that, Andy?
Kingfish, that sounds so real, I is missing you already.
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of getting homesick myself. It'll feel good to get back, yeah? Well, Andy, it's time to go into action. Now, we want to go down to the photographer so we can get that picture took of me in my uniform and put it in the letter.
Yeah.
Now, look here, I ain't going to put on the uniform until I gets down there, because I don't think that nobody can wear a soldier uniform on the street without getting in trouble.
Yeah, that's right. You'd kind of be taking a chance there, I guess.
Yeah, I tell you what, Andy. I'll go downtown to the photographers. Now, here's the address right here. Take this here. And you go over to Honest Joe's at the pawn shop and buy a gun and some signals from a shoulder and all the other equipment I'm going to need.
Yeah.
You see, I can't be seen floating around Harlem if I'm supposed to be in Europe.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll roam around downtown, meet you at the photographer's at 2 o'clock sharp.
Okay, Kingfish. I'll be there with all the equipment you're going to need.
You remember Andy was to get some equipment for the Kingfish. As we join the boys now, Andy has just entered the photographer's studio.
Something I can do for you, sir?
Yes, I'm looking for a man by the name of George Stevens. I suppose to meet him here to have his picture took.
Oh, yes. He's putting on his uniform in this room right here. Go right in. I'm checking on some background scenery for him.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Hello, Kingfish. Hello there.
Yeah, well, how's you, Andy? How does it look in my uniform?
Oh, yeah. Look good, all right. Say, what is them 2 stripes on your arm?
Oh, that means that I is a corporal. If this fella that owned the suitcase had any ability, I'd be a sergeant. Tell me, Andy, did you get everything?
Yeah, I think so. Honest Joe didn't have no army rifles. All I could get was this double-barrel shotgun.
Yeah. Andy, did you get them signals like I told you to get?
Yeah, I got medals and decorations, and here's 2 silver bars I got, too.
What do 2 silver bars mean?
Well, I ain't sure, but whatever 1 silver bar means, this means you was twice as good.
You ain't got one with 3 silver bars on it, is it?
No, but here's a silver eagle for 1 shoulder. That means you was an American.
Hold those. I'll put them on later.
I'm sorry, boys. I haven't got a background with ships or anything like that. It has to be that, huh?
Well, yes, it do.
Well, look, why don't you go right down the street here, half a block to my son's place? I think he'll have what you want. He's got a lot of that background stuff down there. Tell him that I sent you.
No, all right, so we'll do that. Thank you, Mister. Come on, Andy.
Yeah.
Throw this stuff here in the suitcase here, yeah. Throw this thing up here and let's get out of here.
Is you going to walk out on the street with that uniform on?
Yeah, it's just a half a block, Andy. You carry the gun.
Yeah.
We'll walk fast.
Yeah, we'll do that.
It's only right down... excuse me.
Look out there, soldier. Where do you think you're going?
Oh, I'm sorry, mister. I just wasn't looking where I was going.
And another thing. Don't you know enough to salute an officer?
Well, look, mister, I ain't really... yes, sir. I'll salute you, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant? Doesn't this eagle on my shoulder mean anything to you?
Yes, sir. You was an American.
I also happen to be a colonel. Colonel O'Brien. All right, attention.
Well, I'm paying attention to you, all right. Yeah.
Heels together. Toes out. Straighten up. Now, salute.
Yeah.
Not with your left hand.
Well, I got the suitcase in my right hand. Just a minute, I'll put this thing up.
What kind of a yard bird are you? Where are you stationed?
Well, me and my friend here is...
kind of going around on maneuvers right now.
Yes, sir. That's what we're doing, Mr. Colonel. Sir.
You stationed out here at Camp Yap, Hank?
Yes, sir. That's where I stationed, yes, sir.
Well, I'm going to turn you over to the military police right now.
Mr. Colonel, he can explain everything.
He can do all his explaining before a military hearing tomorrow morning, and it might interest you to know that I'll be the presiding judge.
All right, soldier, all right, out of the guardhouse. You're going over to see Colonel O'Brien. Put on your shoes. These court-martials are formal.
Yes, I'm putting them on right now.
Well, come on, shake a leg.
What you think the colonel will do to me?
Oh, for not saluting, he'll give you a going over for about 30 minutes.
Yes, I'm sure glad to hear that. I was a little worried for a while.
You're worried? Ha! Listen, we got a guy down at the other end of this guardhouse that's really got trouble. He was picked up wearing an army uniform, and he's not even in the army. They'll probably give him 20 years.
Yeah, well, I'm sure glad to... 20 years?
Sergeant Smith reporting, sir. I have a prisoner here.
Right. Step forward, Corporal Stevens.
Yes.
All right, you can stop saluting now. Besides, it isn't necessary to salute with both hands.
Yes, sir.
Stevens, pull on that stomach. You're a soldier, not a sack of flour. Stevens, your willful neglect in failing to salute an officer is a serious offense. This act of yours is not only a breach of the Army Code and contrary to soldierly procedure, but the manner in which you've conducted yourself is a disgrace to the United States Army.
Yes, sir. I ain't much good, is I? I'll resign out if you want me to.
Oh. So you want to hand in your resignation, is that it?
Well, ain't no use for me to mess up the Army.
Nobody resigns from this Army. Pull in your stomach.
Colonel, I was afraid it's out there permanent. I wonder if I could ask you a question, Mr. Colonel O'Brien.
Yes, go ahead. Be quick.
Suppose a fella done put on an Army uniform, but he really didn't mean to do it. Would he get 20 years in the guardhouse or something like that?
Are you referring to a civilian who impersonates a soldier?
Yeah, that's it. Well, of course, I just suppose now, just kind of playing like, you know.
Wait a minute. There's something a little fishy about this whole thing. Sergeant, search the prisoner and get his credentials.
Yes, sir.
I'll get to the bottom of this.
I don't know what all them papers is that you done dug out of my inside pocket here, but I'd like to keep this letter I got here in my side pocket, please.
Let me have that letter, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Give the rest of those papers to the officer of the day and have him check them.
Yes, sir.
See, what's this? Dear Andy, just a line to tell you I has done arrived in Africa, and I has already done driv the enemy back 8 miles. Well, what took you so long, Superman?
Colonel, I can explain all that.
Yeah, well, I wish you would. Because if a fellow like you can do all that, we'll call the Army home so they won't get in your way.
I want to explain to you how that letter happened to be written. Colonel, you is a married man, ain't you?
Yes.
Has your wife ever throwed you out on your...
What was that?
No, sorry there. Well, my wife said to me, she say, Mr. George Kingfish Stevens. You see, whenever she says them words, I know I was a goner. And always following that, she called me a big bum, and she throwed me out, and the way I figures to get back in with her was to make her proud of me.
Yeah, well, go on.
Yeah, Colonel, I guess sometime in your life you was done something that you wouldn't have done unless you had to do it because you wanted to do something you know that you hadn't done, or you would have done something that you didn't want to do because if you didn't do the thing you done, ain't you?
By any chance, are you talking in code?
Colonel, I'm going to tell you the truth.
Well, I'm going to get the truth out of you before you leave here.
Yeah, well, here is the truth. Here it is. I really is a civilian. I ain't in the Army.
Then what are you doing wearing an Army uniform?
Well, I done it so that I could make my wife proud of me. You see, I put on this soldier uniform that was in a suitcase that a friend of mine brung me by mistake. The uniform belongs to some man that's on his way to Chicago now.
What was your purpose in disguising yourself as a soldier?
Well, you see, Mr. Colonel, Your Honor, I was just going to have my picture took in it. That's the whole story. That's the truth.
Stevens, in wearing an Army uniform, you have committed a grave offense. And despite the fact that you didn't know what you were doing, it is my duty to turn you over to...
Colonel O'Brien.
Yes, Major Morris?
I think we have something here. May I ask the prisoner a question?
Yes, of course.
Stevens, do you have any idea where the man is who owns this uniform you're wearing?
Oh, yeah, sir. He got on a train last night.
And where was that train headed for?
Chicago.
That's what I thought. Colonel, I would like to call intelligence. Tell them to commandeer that train and not let any passengers off until the United States Army takes over.
And so, George Stevens, your government absolves you of any and all guilt in connection with wearing the Army uniform illegally. This is a serious offense, and one for which there is a drastic penalty. And yet the seriousness of it is offset by the fact that had you not worn that uniform, one of a group of enemy alien saboteurs would have worn it to gain admittance to a large war plant near Chicago, which they had planned to blow up. Through coded papers found in the pocket of that uniform, messages were deciphered, which led to the discovery and apprehension of the entire gang of saboteurs. And so, George Stevens, the Army absolves you of the charge.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Colonel. I, as an American citizen, you can't absolve me without a fair trial.
No, by absolve, I mean we have cleared you of any guilt, and the Army thanks you for the services you have rendered.
Oh, thank you, Colonel O'Brien. Does that mean that I is forgiven for not saluting you, too?
Oh, yes, it does. In fact, I salute you for the good work you've done. You can go home now. I think your wife will be very proud of you. Even more proud than if you had driven the enemy back 8 miles.
So, honey, I done captured all of them saboteurs.
Yes, sir. He got every last one of them, and they come out without a scratch.
Oh, George, I'm so proud of you, I don't know what to do.
Oh, he is a hero, all right.
Oh, yeah, I'm the biggest man in town. Yeah, I think I'm going to get a medal, too.
Oh, sure. They're going to measure him for it as soon as his chest stops swelling. Yeah, he done a great thing for his country.
Well, that sure is a step in the right direction, George. Now, what about the job you was going to get?
Well, now, wait a minute, honey. I can't do everything at once, you know. I was a busy man for a while being a hero.
George, is you going to start looking for a job, or ain't you?
Honey, I just ain't got time right now.
Oh, you ain't?
No, I ain't got time.
Listen, Mr. George Kingfish Stevens.
Hold it, honey, hold it. Get the suitcase, Andy. We're packing again.
Be sure to tune in each Friday night at this same time for the Amos and Andy Show. Next Friday, the boys' guest will be Adolphe Monjou. Our thanks to Pat O'Brien for appearing with us tonight. He is currently in the RKO picture The Iron Major and is co-starred with Deanna Durbin in Universal's His Butler's Sister. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I leave, here's a reminder. Tonight, many of our wounded soldiers who might otherwise die will be given the precious gift of life itself. And it will be a gift from you. Yes, one of the most essential ingredients in those precious life-saving sulfa drugs is made from used kitchen fats that you have skimmed from soups and rendered from solid fats. So save every drop in any clean tin can. And when you have half a pound or more, turn it into your butcher right away. He'll give you 4 cents for each pound and 2 brown ration points besides.
Here's the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Mr. Adolphe Menjou. Early this afternoon, Amos dropped in at Andy's office and said,
If you ain't doing nothing tonight, Andy, me and Ruby would like to have you come over and meet a friend of Ruby's. Ruby says she's the sweetest girl she knows.
Amos, I is as good as there.
Yes, and Andy was there. And he has never had a more pleasant evening in his life, principally because everything Ruby had said about her friend Janice Carpenter, Andy found to be true. As we find them now, the evening is over, and Andy and Janice are about to leave.
Well, I sure had a nice time here tonight, folks.
Oh, yes, it's been lovely. Thank you so much, Ruby. You're welcome. Andy, you're taking Janice home, aren't you?
Oh, sure. It'll be a pleasure. Good night, folks.
Good night.
Good night. See you soon, son. So long.
Come again. Good night. Oh, Amos and his wife sure are nice people, aren't they, Mr. Brown?
Yeah, they sure is. Say, by the way, Janice, how about you and me going out together tomorrow night?
Why, I'd love to, Mr. Brown, but I have a previous engagement.
Oh, you is, huh? Well, how about the night after that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a previous engagement then, too.
Oh, you is.
Mm-hmm. You could call me. At about the middle of the week, you could call me, Mr. Brown, and maybe we could arrange something.
Middle of the week. Well, I tell you, Miss Carpenter, I has previous gazed up myself there for about 10, 11 nights in a row. Come on, let's walk a little faster.
Come on in, Andy.
Well, hello there, Brother Andy.
Hi, Kingfish. Hello, Amos.
Yeah, how'd you like that gal that we had up at the house last night, Andy?
Well, I liked her fine, Amos. That's the trouble.
She seemed to like you, too.
Well, listen, if she liked me so much, then how come that after only being in town a couple of weeks, and she says she don't know hardly nobody, I still couldn't get no date with her for either one of the next 2 nights?
Yeah, well, maybe she is playing hard to get. You know, that's the way with some of these babes.
Listen, Kingfish, don't call Miss Carpenter no babe. She happened to be the nicest gal I done ever met in my life.
Oh, pardon me, King Lancelot. I didn't know that you was in love with the beautiful princess.
Well, I don't know whether I'm in love with her or not. All I know is that when I was with her, I gets a kind of nice, warm feeling inside of me, just like I done had a bowl of hot soup.
Well, if it's just a warm feeling you was after, stick to the soup, son. You'll find it a lot cheaper, I tell you that.
Andy, you was right about this Janice Carpenter, though. She is a swell girl. And as far as her being busy for the next couple of nights, she wasn't just dusting you off there.
She wasn't?
Oh, no, Andy. You see, when she first got to town, she met a guy, well, a fella that kind of fell for her, and he sends her candy and everything, and, well, naturally, she goes out with him.
Who's the fella?
A fella called Racy Russell. I think you know him.
Yeah, I know him. A big spender.
Not only that, but a smart dresser, too. He wears them light tan pointy shoes with the black shoelaces on them.
Yeah, well, I got to get going now, Andy. I just thought I'd let you know that so you'd see what the situation was.
Yeah, well, thank you, Amos.
So long, Amos.
So long, fella.
Pointy shoes. I can get a pair of them, too. Kingfish, I'm going to get me a job.
Yeah, well, if I... what's that, Andy?
I say I'm going to get me a job so I can make some money. And I know where I can get one, too. There's a fella downtown that runs a florist shop that's looking for a big executive. I'm going to get that job.
Well, Andy, that's a very good job of sweeping.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Melton.
The floor looks fine, Andy. I hope you're going to like it working here in the flower shop.
Oh, yes, sir. I was crazy about flowers.
Good.
Say, by the way, that other fellow that I done told you about for a delivery boy, you know, he coming down a little while to go to work.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, say, I've got to go out for a couple of minutes to pick up some corsage ribbon just a few doors down. Now, look, while I'm gone, Andy, I wish you'd change the water in those cut flowers.
Yes, sir.
And in case any customers come in, just ask them to wait a minute till I return.
Yeah. Oh, the old, the pretty little roses and the sweet carnations. I love all the flowers and the daisies. Daisies. Well, she loved me. She loved me not. 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 4 petals left. She loved me not. That's the last time I'm going to trust a daisy. If that gal... how you do, sir? How you do?
I say, my good man, I'd like to get some flowers.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, the boss just stepped out, mister, but he'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Well, I'm in a hurry. Can't you wait on me?
Well, I could, but I ain't supposed to. Tell you what, though, I'll kind of show you the flowers till the boss gets back.
All right.
Anything particular you wanted? Them carnations there's nice.
No, not carnations. I want a flower that's got romance to it. Something that will tell a lady how a gentleman feels about her.
Yeah, well, I'll give you a little tip. Steer clear of them daisies.
Now, let's see. What other flowers are there here?
Well, let me see. We got these red ones there with the green stems. There's pretty. Oh, then we got these blue ones here with the green stems. And then these over here, these yellow ones. Green stems on them, too.
Well, they all seem to be running with green stems this year, don't they?
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Ah, there's what I want. The queen of the flower kingdom, the orchid.
Yeah, there's pretty, all right. How many would you want, mister? About a dozen?
Well, how much are they?
Well, let's see. Say on the sign there, $5 each. I guess I mean each bunch. I ain't sure that's a full bunch, though. Look kind of skimpy, don't it?
No, that means $5 for each flower.
Each flower?
Yes, I bought them here before. There are exactly 14 here. Oh, look, I'll take them all.
You mean you're going to take 14 orchids at $5 each?
Well, of course. Why not?
That's going to make quite a mess of them hanging down on the front of the lady. Sure is.
Well, the lady happens to be my wife, and I don't expect her to wear them. Here's the $70. Now, I just want to write out a card and give you the address where you can send them.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, well, here's a pen and a card right here.
Thank you. May these flowers express what I've been trying so hard to say myself. Adolph. There. Put this card inside the box and send it to Mrs. Adolph Monjou at this address.
Yes, sir. I sure hope your wife liked these, Mr. Monjou.
Well, I have a feeling that she will. You know, women are strange that way. Sometimes they see in the petals of a flower that which they cannot see in a man's face.
They do? Do that work with all women?
Oh, yes. Flowers seem to whisper to a woman exactly what she wants to hear.
Say, you done give me an idea. I think you got something there.
Well, Andy, I didn't think you were ready to wait on any customers yet, but I guess I can't complain when you sell every orchid in the place at top price.
Yes, sir. Well, here's the money, Mr. Melton, $70.
Oh, yes, thank you. I was worried about getting back late, but I guess I couldn't have done any better myself.
Mr. Melton.
Yes, Andy?
How much is them violets a bunch?
Oh, we get $1 a bunch for them, Andy. Why do you ask?
Well, I was thinking I'd like to send a bunch to a friend of mine. You know, a woman that can't look you in the face can sometimes see something in a flower and all that stuff.
Well, go right ahead, Andy, and you can have them for 50 cents.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Melton.
All right. Oh, by the way, did that delivery boy get here?
Oh, yes, sir. He's in the back room sleeping. He sleep in between delivers, but when he's awake, he kind of hop around. We call him Kangaroo Lightning.
I see. Well, I've got Mr. Monju's orchids all packed in this long box here, Andy, and you can have him deliver them right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, Lightning. Hey, Lightning, is you awake?
Yes, sir. I was right on my toes.
Yeah, well, I got a couple of rush deliverers here for you.
Yes, sir. I'll rush you, Miss Andy. Where you want me to whiz them to?
Well, there's 2 boxes here, this big long one and the one I was wrapping here. One go uptown and one go downtown.
Well, you don't want to take one of them yourself, would you, Miss Andy?
Well, I would, but I'm afraid of that walking. You see, I'm going to be wearing light tan pointy shoes in a couple of days, and I don't want my feet to get all swole up on me.
Well, which one of these boxes go where?
Well, this big one here goes to Mrs. Adolph Monju at this address on this piece of paper.
Yeah, sir.
And this little bitsy one go to Miss Janice Carpenter at this address right here. And you be sure to tell Miss Carpenter that they is from Mr. Brown.
Okay, Miss Andy, I'll take care of everything. Excuse me, is you Miss Janice Carpenter?
That's right.
I got some flowers here for you from Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown? He sent me flowers?
Yes, ma'am. He was going to bring them himself, but he buying pointed-toe shoes, and he was afraid his feet was swole up on him.
Oh, well, I must look at him right away.
Yeah, I'd like to see him, too.
Oh, orchids. Real orchids. The most beautiful flowers in all the world. And to think they're mine.
Now back to Amos and Andy and their guest, Mr. Adolphe Monju. Andy's girl, Janice, is very happy. She's received the flowers. Now we join Andy and the Kingfish in the flower shop.
Andy, you say the boss is up in the front of the store, huh?
Yeah, Kingfish, he's fixing up some flowers.
Yeah, well, the reason I come down here was to tell you that gal that you was crazy about, that Miss Carpenter, called you up at the office looking for you. And I know you didn't want her to know that you was a porter down here in the flower show. So she said that if I seed you, to have you phone her right away.
Oh, hot diggity. Lightning done got there with the violets. I'm going to call her up right away.
Yeah, sending the gal flowers, huh, Andy? Yeah, I think you're doing the wrong thing.
What you mean?
Well, when I was quoting the battle act 17 years ago, I give her a bunch of flowers one time. She's been bothering me for another bunch ever since.
Well, this don't happen to be the kind of a... wait a minute.
Hello?
Oh, Miss Carpenter?
Yes, Mr. Brown?
Hello. Excuse me just a second. I was at the office here. Say, will you stenographers and clerks be quiet with them typewriters and adding machines and stuff? Hello?
Oh, Mr. Brown, I hate to bother you, but I wanted to tell you how much I appreciate those flowers you sent to me.
Oh, that was nothing.
Nothing? Well, they're the most beautiful things I ever saw.
You think they is beautiful?
Oh.
Miss Carpenter, why don't you let the flowers look at you?
Oh.
Andy, that was a humdinger.
Yeah, I really rolling here, ain't I?
You sure is.
Wait a minute. You say you like the flowers, huh?
They're so nice. And something tells me that you're kind of nice yourself.
Oh. I is?
If you still want to go out on a date tonight, I'd love to.
Oh, sure I do. I'd love to, too.
Well, I'll be expecting you, Mr. Brown, and I'll wear one of the flowers in my hair.
Yeah, well, did you say one? Ain't that going to look kind of skimpy?
Well, after all, I wouldn't want to wear all 14 of them at once.
14?
What's the matter, Andy?
Just a second, Janice. You know what, Kingfish?
Oh, what done happened now?
It looked like when Lightning was delivering them violets, he done spilled some of them. 14. Now, there's something. Janice, you ain't got a skimp, because I'm going to send you a bunch of flowers like that every day.
A bunch? Oh, how thrilled with just one of them.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, I'll see you about 7:30.
Oh, that'll be fine. Goodbye, Mr. Brown.
Goodbye, Janice.
You sound like a dying calf there, that last thing.
Oh, listen, Kingfish, I want to tell you something. That is the kind of gal I ought to have had all the time.
Mm-hmm.
A gal that's happy with one violet.
Well, it's always that way in the beginning, Andy.
Well, funny thing, though. Nice as she is to me, she always called me by my last name. Maybe if I could... wait a minute. I'll get it, Mr. Melton.
Okay, Andy.
Melton Flower Shop speaking.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Mr. Monjou.
Who?
Adolphe Monjou.
You ain't next door by any chance, is you?
No, I'm not next door. Are you the man who waited on me when I bought the orchids?
Yes, I is the man.
Well, what's the idea?
Excuse me a second, Mr. Monjou, while I change ears here. This right ear is numbing up on me. Now, what was that?
What's the big idea of sending my wife violets instead of orchids?
What was that again?
You sent me violets instead of orchids.
Hold the phone. Kingfish Eye is in a mess.
Yeah, well, don't look at me.
Mr. Monjou, something must have done gone wrong.
Yes, and something's going wrong with you if I don't get more orchids.
Yes, sir.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Well, I'll tell you.
Don't tell me anything. You come right down here to my apartment and straighten this thing out.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you really in trouble, huh, Andy?
Is I in trouble? I'll say I is.
What happened?
Lightning done got the boxes mixed up on some flowers. Mr. Adolphe Monjou's wife got a bunch of violets, and my gal, Janice Carpenter, got $70 worth of orchids.
Wow, what is you going to do, Andy?
I don't know. What can I do? I don't know how to get them orchids back from her. I got to do something. Help me, Kingfish.
Oh, that's a mess. Wait a minute, where you going?
Oh, I'm going out in the fresh air and try to get up enough nerve to face Mr. Monjou. Then I'm going up to see him. I'll see you later, Kingfish. Do something to help me, will you, please? Oh, me.
Okay, Andy, okay. He is in trouble. I sure wish I could help him. Maybe the old Kingfish has got an idea.
How do you do?
Miss Carpenter?
Yes?
Permit me to introduce myself. I is Professor George Stevens of the Harlem Horticultural Society Department of Flowers.
Oh. Well, won't you come in?
Oh, thank you. I'll put my high silk hat here on the hat rack, and I'll put my white chamois gloves in the tail of my long-tailed coat.
Well, sit down, won't you?
Oh, thank you. Miss Carpenter, in some businesses, they has what is known as spotters. You know, they spot different things. Now, in the flower business, we has got what is known as smellers. That kind of smell things as they pass them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now, it has done come to my attention through my smellers that you has received 14 of the most beautiful orchids in our fair city.
Well, what about them, Mr. Stevens?
The orchid you has got is so rare that our society, that is the Horticultural Society Department of Flowers, they want to take some pictures of them to put in the books for our children to see and for our children's children.
Oh.
In other words, for prosperity. Now, what I would like to do is to take them away, and I'll bring them back to you after we have done something.
You see, Mr. Monjou.
Now, don't stand here in my apartment and keep saying, you see, Mr. Monjou. Do something.
Yes, sir, yes.
Where are my orchids?
Well, I'm doing everything I can to figure out how to get them back here.
But when do I get them? When? It may be too late even now.
Too late? What you mean, Mr. Monjou?
Well, if you must know, I had a special reason for buying those orchids for my wife. You see, for the past 2 weeks, there's been some slight friction in this household between Mrs. Monjou and me, and it so happens that the orchids might serve to cure everything. And they were the only ones in town that I could find.
You and your wife having trouble?
Yes, Mrs. Monjou has been a bit perturbed, and rightly so, by what she has sometimes been known to refer to as the boy in me.
Yeah. I've been in the doghouse myself.
Well, I'm not interested in where you have been. I want those orchids or there'll be trouble.
Well, I'm sorry you're mad. Your wife is mad with you, Mr. Monju.
It so happens that there's another little thing that enters into it, too.
Oh, there is?
Just the mere fact that I happen to be madly in love with my wife, and I... Oh, what's the use? You've bungled everything. And our maid tells me that when the violets came, my wife put on her hat and coat and walked out of the house with tears in her eyes.
Yeah, sad, all right.
Let me tell you something, young man.
I'll go and try to get the orchids for you, Mr. Monju.
Well, you won't get them standing around here. Why don't you go out and look for them?
Yes, sir. I'm going to go out right now. Excuse me, Mr. Monju, though. I don't guess you want them violets. Would it be all right if I took them with me?
I'll be glad to give them to you.
Yeah, I'll wait right here for them.
Well, Hilda, before you answer that door, tell me, what did Mrs. Monju do with the violets?
They're on a dressing table, sir.
Well, I'll get you the violets of all the stupid things I've ever heard of.
What is it, please?
Excuse me, but this is Mr. Adolph Monju. Oh, wait a minute. There's the man who wants the Andy.
Oh, Kingfish, you got him.
Oh, yeah. Here you is, son. Here is the orchid.
Oh, boy, you done saved my life. How did you get him?
Don't ask no questions now. All I can tell you is that Janice won't know the difference till the time comes that she ain't gonna get them back. I got you out of this jam, too, didn't I?
You got me out of one, but I got into another one. What is Janice going to say when she gets the violets back instead of the orchid?
Yeah, well, I can't do everything for you.
Wait a minute, here it comes. Mr. Monju, here they is. Here's your orchids.
Orchids? I'm afraid they've arrived a little too late.
Too late? But, Mr. Monju...
Well, I have decided to keep the violets instead. Perhaps this note I just found on the dresser will tell you why. Dearest Adolph, how strange that so many years have passed before you discovered that a woman's heart is wrapped up in little things. Do you remember a few years ago, it was just a week before we were married, we walked in the country and you stopped by a peaceful brook and picked me violets. You said if it were ever possible to love me more than you did then, you would tell me with violets. Adolph, you've given me many lovely gifts since then, but today my violets came. The loveliest present you've ever sent me. I'm glad you didn't forget your loving wife.
Gee, that's the prettiest thing I ever heard.
Yeah. It sure is.
It's pretty to me, too, boys. Now will you take these orchids and get out of here?
Take the orchids?
Yes. Before my wife thinks I didn't buy her the violets.
Oh, come in, Mr. Brown.
Oh, how is you, Miss Carpenter? How is you? Still call me Mister, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I hope I ain't late.
Oh, no, I just finished dressing. Won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you. You don't mind if I uses this footstool here, does you?
Oh, not at all.
Yeah, I'll put my light tan pointy shoes with the black shoelaces up there.
Oh, they're very good looking, Mr. Brown.
Oh, sure, the latest thing. The only reason I cut the slits in there because the summer coming on, you know.
Mr. Brown, I want to thank you again for those orchids. I can't tell you how much they meant to me. Don't they look lovely on the table there?
Yeah, they sure do.
Oh, they're so beautiful. As a matter of fact, the man from the Horticultural Society came to take pictures of them. He brought them back just about an hour ago.
Yeah, got some nice fellows in that society, all right.
They certainly have. When I spoke to you over the phone, I hadn't seen that card you enclosed in the box. Oh, it was a beautiful thought you expressed. I'll never forget it as long as I live.
The card, you say?
Mm-hmm. It made me feel so close to you. Up till now, I guess I've been kind of formal, calling you Mr. Brown and all that, and I'm going to start calling you by your first name, though, right now.
Oh, would you, Janice? That's what I've been waiting for. It would make me so happy. Let me hear you say it.
All right. I think you're the most wonderful man in the world, Adolph.
Friday at this same time, Amos and Andy will have a show that you'll surely want to hear. Make certain you don't miss it. For at that time, the boys' guest will be the screen's most romantic actor, Mr. Charles Boyer. That's next Friday night at this same time. Our thanks to Adolphe Monjou for appearing with us tonight. He may currently be seen in the current picture success, High Diddle Diddle. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas. This is Harlow Wilcox bidding you all good night, and don't forget, next week, Amos and Andy and Charles Boyer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure to stay tuned in for an important message from Washington, D.C. at the close of our program. Now, here is the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Charles Boyer. Where Andrew H. Brown is concerned, it seems that Cupid never runs out of darts. The little fellow with the arrows has found Andy's heart once more, and we find him madly in love with the fashionable and well-to-do Sabina Emerson. At the moment, Andy is at Sabina's house, about to pop the question.
Honey, I admits that I done heard the call of love 2 or 3 other times in my life, but now I knows it was just whispering. This time it's really shouting at me. I is crazy about you, Sabina.
Well, that's very flattering of you, Andy, to say that, and I want you to know...
Oh, honey, I can't get you off my mind. Look here. When I sits by my window at night looking up at the sky, I sees your face in every cloud. And when I walks through the park, I sees you looking up at me from every flower. And even when I shoots pool, your face is in every pocket.
Andy, what are you trying to say?
Sabina, what I'm trying to say is something that I ain't never said to no gal before. Will you marry me?
Why, Andy, I had no idea.
Oh, Sabina, please say you'll marry me.
Well, Andy, I'm very fond of you, and I enjoy being with you, but, well, I don't know just how to say it.
Yeah, well, what's wrong, honey?
Well, it's Mama. She says you're all right for a friend, Andy, but not to let it get serious.
She wanted to be strictly flutonic, huh?
That's right.
Well, don't your mama like me?
Well, to tell you the truth, Andy, Mama feels that before anybody marries into us Emersons, they got to have background and charm and refinement.
Well, ain't I got them?
Well, frankly speaking, Andy, and I think there's cause for frankness, Mama feels that you was a little uncouth.
Yeah, well, I admit that I got a few rough edges here and there. But if you give me a little time, I could couth myself up.
Well, Andy, it goes a little deeper than that. You see, Mama said...
Sabina, get your wrap before we're late for the concert.
Yes, Mama.
Is Sabina got to go, Miss Emerson?
Well, it's an all Beethoven concert tonight. Sabina adores Beethoven, and she wouldn't think of missing it.
Yeah, well, us Browns adores Beethoven, too. Him and Spike Jones is our favorites.
Come, Sabina.
Wait a minute. Maybe I could go along with you. I'll pay for my own ticket and everything.
Oh, Mr. Brown, I'm afraid you would be out of place. Sabina?
I'm telling you, Amos, you're wasting your time looking in that dictionary.
Well, it ought to be around in here someplace.
Well, there's a lot of words in that dictionary there, but I couldn't find no uncouth. Tell you the truth, Amos, there ain't but 3 words in the whole book that start off with U-N-K.
Wait a minute. Here it is. I done found it, Andy. Here, look. Here it is, uncouth. It starts off with U-N-C. It say here... awkward, lacking in refinement, crude, clumsy, vulgar, offensive, obnoxious.
Hold it. That's enough.
Now, tell me this. Why are you so interested in that word?
Well, Amos, that's what Sabina's mama say that I is. Tell me, Amos, why is it that mamas don't like me?
Well, Andy, that's a hard thing to say.
No. There must be something wrong with them. My mama always liked me.
Yeah, well, you know how gals' mamas is sometime, Andy.
Yeah, I know,
Well, hello there, boys. How is it?
hello,
How
Kingfish.
you, Kingfish?
Just dropped in to see what's new.
Well, I was having trouble with a gal.
There ain't nothing new about that.
Well, there's something new about this. I wants to get married.
You hear that, Amos? The man wants to get married. They still ain't got all the crazy men's locked up yet, is it?
Well, you was married, Kingfish, and you ain't locked up.
No, but there ain't much difference.
Tain't, huh?
Brother Andy, when a man gets married, he might as well put adhesive tape on his lips. He done had his last chance to open his mouth.
He is, huh?
When the average married man say, I do, well, he just done said everything. From then on, his vocal cords is just a luxury.
Well, listen here. I don't care what you say, Kingfish. I wants to marry this gal. She's pretty.
That's only skin deep.
She's got class.
That'll disappear.
She's sweet.
That won't hang around long, neither.
And she happened to have some money.
That won't be... Andy, why don't you marry the gal?
All you gotta hear is money, huh, Kingfish?
Well, Amos, it's just that if Andy marry a gal with money, he can go into one of the businesses that he has always wanted to. Ain't that right, partner dear?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Marry the gal, Andy. Do me a favor.
Wait a minute, Kingfish. Wait till I tell you what Sabina's mama say about me.
What's that?
She say I is uncouth. And on top of everything else, her mama say I ain't got no background or no charm or refinement or nothing.
All right, I tell you what. We'll get them things for you, Andy. Look here. I'm going over to see Henry Van Porter. He knows all about that charm stuff. Don't do nothing till you hears from me.
In other words, Kingfish, before Andy can sway the young lady to enter into matrimony, he got to polish off some of the rough edges, huh?
Yeah, like I tell you, Henry, if Andy marries this gal, there's going to be some dough floating around. We might be able to get in the way of some of it, me and you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just got to get him coosed up. That's all we got to do.
Yes, well, wait a minute, Kingfish. I have a thought here. It so happens that my sister-in-law, Eula, is head maid at one of the big downtown hotels.
Mm-hmm.
Now, only yesterday, she asked me if I knowed of anybody that would be interested in taking a job as valet or sort of a man about the house.
Oh, what about it?
Well, the man that's looking for this valet happens to be none other than Charles Boyer, the big moving picture actor.
Yeah, I still don't see what you're driving at, Henry.
But look here. Charles Boyer is the most cultured, refined, and charming actor on the screen today. He's got the knack of always saying the right thing at the right time.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. When I seen him in the picture, he didn't do much talking. Seemed to me all he done was kissing. But I guess you can't blame him for that. Better than driving a truck.
Well, Kingfish, if Andy was to take this job over a period of a few days, he has got to pick up some of Mr. Boyer's quality.
Yeah, that's right. I'll sell Andy the idea. Uh-oh. I just had a horrible thought.
What is it?
Oh, it couldn't be. I was just thinking how awful it would be if Mr. Boyer was to pick up some of Andy's qualities.
I'm telling you, Kingfish, I is willing to do anything to get Sabina to marry me, but how is I going to convince that Mr. Boyer that I is a valet?
Oh, listen, Andy, valeting ain't nothing. All you got to do is to figure out what you would want somebody to do for you if he was you instead of him. Then go ahead and do it for him instead of you. That's all you got to do.
What is that again, Kingfish? This left ear of mine ain't been picking up good lately.
Andy, believe me, there's nothing to it. You'll catch on right away.
All right, I'll do it.
Great. And listen, don't forget the most important thing when you was up there, keep your eye on Mr. Boyer and soak up all the couthing you can.
Oh, Miss Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Boyer.
That man who was going to apply for the job as my valet. He has not arrived yet, has he?
No, but I expect he'll be here any minute.
Ordinarily, I could get along myself. It's just that I'm so busy here in New York.
Yes, producing a picture and selling war bonds at the same time certainly keeps you on the go.
Well, I hope I can get a valet to help me.
I'll get it.
Oh, I hope it's him.
My name is Andrew H. Brown. I done come to see Mr. Boyer.
Come right in.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Boyer, this is Andrew H. Brown.
Oh, Mr. Brown. Entrez donc.
Oh, pretty good. Entrez donc to you.
Now, sit down. Sit down. You've come to take the valet job, no?
I done come to take the valet job, yes.
Well, I think you will do, Andrew. You know, I like you.
Yeah, well, I'm crazy about you, too.
And you know, with me, the first impressions are what counts. At the very first glance, I can tell that you are industrious, reliable, hard-working, and never loaf on the job.
Who, me? yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm on my toes, all right. Yes.
Well, then it is settled. My secretary will discuss the salary with you, and I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir. Mr. Boyer, one thing I'd like to ask you. Is I going to be around you a lot while I was on this job?
Oh, yes. In the course of your duties, you will have quite a bit of contact with me. Oh, by the way, Andrew, tomorrow morning, I would like you to press my Oxford grey suit. I'm expecting a very charming young lady to visit me.
Yes, sir. Mr. Boyer.
What is it?
Would it be all right if I brung along a notebook?
Well, Andy has a job as valet to Charles Boyer. Right now, he's talking it over with Amos.
So you're going to start tomorrow, huh, Andy?
Yeah, and it looked like it's going to work out great, Amos. I guarantee that by tomorrow night, they're going to be a new Andrew H. Brown. Charming, refined, culturous, and couth.
Oh, Andy, wait a minute. You know that charm stuff ain't like the measles. You don't get it and have it break out on you all the same day, you know.
Yeah, well, if things work out like they look like they're going to work out, I is going to be so refined by tomorrow night that Sabina and her mama will both want to marry me.
Uh-huh.
You know, I done called her up and made a date, and I told her she is going to see a new Andrew H. Brown.
Well, Andrew, I see you've been busy this morning. Everything looks ship-shape.
Everything look what?
Ship-shape.
Sheep-shape? You know, Mr. Boyer, the way you talk sometimes, I can't comprehend all the words in your vocabulary.
Oh, well, Andrew, you are no Patrick Henry yourself, you know.
I see you got that gray suit on, Mr. Boyer. I done pressed it for you, you know.
Oh, yes. Merci.
Yeah, I guess it is a little messy, all right. I'll do better the next time.
Oh, as I told you yesterday, Andrew, I have an important appointment here today with a young lady, and I would like you to tidy up the living room a bit.
Oh, I already done that. Yes, sir. It's slick as a whistle.
Oh, well, in that case, I think it...
Mr. Boyer, Miss Cummings is here.
Oh, good. I'll be right in. Oh, Andrew, when you have a chance, put some oil on the hinges of that door. It's so squeaky.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Boyer. I'll get around to it.
Miss Cummings, I'm so happy to see you.
I guess I'm a little early.
No. Tell me, did you learn the part in the picture script?
Every word of it. And I must say it's a fine piece of writing. Are you going to play a part in it yourself, Mr. Boyer?
Oh, heaven forbid. I've already made 3 pictures this year. A man's lower lip can stand just so much, you know.
I see. You're just going to produce it.
That's right. I'm very anxious to hear you do this part because I'm looking for new faces for this picture. That's why I came to New York. Well, suppose we run over it and see how it sounds. Just for now, I will take the part of Philip. You realize, of course, that in the picture someone else will play this. It wasn't written for me.
Oh, I can see that from the lines.
Well, let us take the scene of the villa near the Casbah in Algiers.
Oh, yes, I adore that scene.
Now, remember, you are the beautiful American girl, and you do not know that Philippe is a low, miserable person, the equivalent of an American gangster. Mm-hmm. All right, Miss Cummings, begin, please.
Philippe, you shouldn't have come here.
Why, it's after dark, and I've come by the rooftops. The gendarmes will not know.
That is not what I mean, Philippe. I've told you before that you and I are not for each other.
You forget. What Philippe wants, Philippe takes.
Why are you looking at me so strangely?
Because I do not like it when you say things like that to me. Ah, you crazy woman. You... Andrew, what is it?
I just brung in some ice water here. I thought you might get thirsty.
Well, thank you. Put it over there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You crazy woman.
Suppose I were to tell you that I was leaving immediately.
Before you could get to that door, my dear, I would kill you. Andrew, what's the matter? Why do you stand around?
Excuse me. I'm going right back to the kitchen, yeah.
Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Before you could get to that door, my dear, I would kill you.
No, Philippe. No, you wouldn't kill me. Killing comes to a man like you as easy as the lifting of a finger, but you would never kill that which you love.
Oh, Miss Cummings, that's what's excellent.
Thank you.
Of course, it must be very difficult for you when I'm so clumsy with this part. As I said before, this is not a part I could play, but I will do the best I can just for now. Let us go on with it. Your next line, please.
Oh, yes. Philippe, please stay away from me. Don't come near me.
Oh, you are lovely.
Let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
Oh, I twisted your arm. I hurt you. Well, did it ever occur to you that my heart has also... Oh, Andrew, what is it now?
I brung you another pitcher of water just in case you done drunk up the other one.
Oh, no. Andrew, why don't you just run a hose in here?
Oh, yes, sir. Well...
All right, that would be all, Andrew.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, my darling, look into my eyes. Tell me that you will be in my arms wherever I go.
No, Philippe, no.
You will do as I say. Otherwise, I will beat you. And the more I beat you, the more you will love me.
Oh, I do love you.
And you will always love me, even though I treat you like a dog. Andrew, now, what are you writing on that notebook?
Just keeping track of how many pitchers of water I done brung in.
Oh, I see. Oh, yes, that's very important. We must not lose track of that. But, Andrew, you can do that outside.
Yes, sir.
Poor fellow. He's far from being the ideal servant, but they're so hard to get today.
Yes, I know.
Of course, there is one thing. With Andrew around, I'll never die of thirst.
Shall I go on with the scene?
Yes, please.
It is the strangest thing, Philippe. When you are out of my sight, I hate you. But the moment your eyes meet mine, I'm under your spell. I would only be a fool to pretend. I will always love you, no matter what you do.
So, but how can I be sure what you say is true? What if I should go away for months at a time and then come home and tell you I've grown tired of you?
I would say I love you.
And your mother? What if she should come to take you away from me? What about that? What if I were to throw her out into the gutter?
I would still say I love you.
Let us press together our lips till eternity. But remember, my dear, if you should ever as much as look at another man, I would cut his throat. I would tear it. Andrew!
Yes, sir.
What is it now?
Well, this don't seem like a water-drinking crowd, so I come to take the water out again.
Andrew, I don't know what I would do without you. Why don't you go home?
What?
Look, Andrew, it's been a bit confusing here, your first day. You must be tired. Why don't you go home and get some rest, and tomorrow you'll feel like a new man.
Mr. Boyer, I feel like a new man right now. Kingfish, grab hold of that collar button in the back there and help me get this stiff collar on, will you?
Okay, Andy. Boy, all dressed up like you is, and with that charm you done picked up all this afternoon from Mr. Boyer, you can't mess with that gal tonight.
Yeah.
You really coosed up to the gills.
Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, Kingfish, anybody that could peep in and see me making love to Sabina won't be able to tell the difference between me and Charles Boyer.
Yeah, you really done learned some of that charm stuff up there this afternoon, huh?
Oh, sure. You know something? Mr. Boyer had a gal up there visiting him. And you know something, Kingfish?
Oh, what?
Charm ain't nothing like people think it is. Got a little more zip to it.
What do you mean, Andy?
Well, it's kind of a secret, Kingfish. Me and Mr. Boyer don't want this to spread round. Before you know it, everybody'd be charming and there wouldn't be no bums left.
Yeah, I see your point there, Andy.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm about ready to go.
Yeah, you look great, Andy. Good luck to you, son. And set that wedding date as soon as possible so we can get right into business the next day, partner dear.
I'll get it, Mother.
Oh, that must be Andrew Brown now. I can hardly wait to see him as he really is.
Coming.
Sabina, I'm going to listen from behind the portieres.
Come in, Andy.
Oh, oui, mercy beau beep and all that stuff.
Come in, Andy. Won't you sit down?
Wait a minute. Don't you notice nothing?
What you mean, Andy?
Well, can't you see that I is looking strange at you with my eyes?
No, they sure enough don't look strange to me.
They don't, huh? Don't they look kind of dreamy, kind of half open there? My cherry, come close to me and let me crush you.
Why, Andy.
You is crazy about me, no? That no really mean yes, but it's a charming way of putting it.
Andy, let go of my hand. I don't think we should hold hands now.
Who wants to hold hands? I'm going to twist your arm.
Oh, Andy!
Oh, boy, this charm and culture really oozing out of me, ain't it?
Andy, you hurt my arm.
Sabina, that's 'cause I loves you. I'm going to keep on loving you more every day till I ends up treating you like a dog. How I doing, honey?
Andy, I don't understand you. I never seen anything like this before.
Well, that's just 'cause I guess you ain't never run up into this high-class refinement and cooped-up culture stuff before.
But, Andy, this is such a strange way to show your affection.
Oh, this ain't nothing. Wait till I start beating you.
Oh, I've heard enough. Andrew Brown, you get out of here.
Well, now, wait a minute, honey.
Wait a minute, nothing. I heard every word of this.
Oh, hello, Mother.
You get on out of here this minute, Andrew Brown.
How would you like to land in the gutter?
If you don't get out of here this very instant, I'll call the police.
Hey, take it easy. I just being charming here. You was looking at the new Andrew H. Brown.
I didn't like the old one. And I don't like the new one twice as much. Get out.
Well, wait a minute. Take it easy, Miss Emerson. I can explain everything.
Well, explain this then.
Ow. Miss Emerson, please,
Sabina,
give me a chance.
call the police.
No, don't do that. Miss Emerson, put that vase down. I'm going.
Oh, Andrew.
Hello, Mr. Boyer.
Well, you're a little late for work this morning.
Yeah, well, I was quitting the job, Mr. Boyer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and there's something I want to tell you.
What is that, Andrew?
Mr. Boyer, if you don't forget that love-making system you got, you're going to end up by getting your head busted in.
And now, as I promised you, here is an important message. We take you now to Washington, D.C. to hear from Mr. Elmer Davis, Director of the Office of War Information.
I'm going to speak very briefly about a matter that concerns all of us. The coming months will be vitally important to every American. Soon the enemy in Europe will feel the full impact of our military blows. We are going to hit, as the President has said, from various points of the compass. We are converging for the attack. 1944 can be the year of destiny in the European war. The attack which we will launch in cooperation with our allies is not merely an assault by soldiers and sailors and Marines. It is the combined attack of the entire American nation. For in this war, what we do at home affects very greatly our success in the field. The harder we work, the more we put into our jobs, the more chance we have of knocking out the enemy more quickly, and the more chance we have of keeping our casualties down. There's another aspect to this story. I am sure the men in Italy, the men fighting in the Pacific, and the men who will be fighting in other parts of Europe would like to feel that the whole country is in back of them. They will know how quickly and how successfully we invest in the common effort, and the enemy will know too. We in OWI will see to it that the people of occupied countries and the people of enemy countries will know about it. For this is a demonstration of the unity of America against the common foe. In a way, by buying bonds, we are all engaged in psychological warfare. For the Nazi leaders are apparently unwilling to face the test of going to the public for their war loans. They can't do it. Our people can. For here, everyone is part of the war, at the front or back at home. And as we prepare for the attack in Europe and attacks in the Pacific, the thing we all do as individuals is very important. And one thing we can do is to invest as much as we are able in war bonds. Let's all buy war bonds.
Thank you, Mr. Elmer Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to join the Amos and Andy Show next Friday night at this same time when the boys will have as their guest Miss Ethel Waters. Our thanks to Charles Boyer for appearing with us tonight. He can currently be seen in Universal's all-star production, Flesh and Fantasy, of which he is co-producer. The Amos and Andy Show is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us, wishing all of you a pleasant good night. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Miss Ethel Waters. Our story tonight opens on a train coming down from Albany. Right now, the train has just left Yonkers and is approaching the outskirts of New York City. Two wealthy men in the club car are talking about an experience one of them had 2 weeks ago on this same train.
So Armstrong wanted to bet me that Consolidated Cable wouldn't hit 47 this year.
Did you bet him?
Oh, I'll say I bet him. I bet him $1,000. That's when I pulled out the $1,000 bill and was going to hand it to Lawrence so he could hold the stakes.
Oh, you really carry big ones, don't you?
Oh, well, that's another story. I got it on a real estate deal. Anyway, we were standing on the observation platform, and I pulled out this $1,000 bill, and just as I was going to hand it to Lawrence, a gust of wind came along and blew it right out of my hand.
Oh, gee, that's really an awful thing to happen. It happened right around here, huh?
No, it was a little further down, somewhere before we pulled into the 125th Street station. Happened so fast I couldn't remember the spot.
Well, I guarantee that whoever found it needed a lot more than you do.
Yeah, I guess you're right there. But I tell you, Willard, I'd love to have seen the face on the person who picked it up. I'd have loved to have followed him further to see what he did with the money.
I'll bet somebody's life's changed all of a sudden, huh?
You know, I'd give anything to know what happened to that $1,000 bill. The last time I saw it, it was fluttering down to the street.
You know, Lightning, every time I walk under these railroad tracks here, I kind of get the traveling bug.
Yeah, the traveling sure is nice, all right. My wife's cousin is a Pullman porter.
Yeah, well, the way traveling is today, a Pullman porter is about the only one show of a reservation to go somewhere.
You know a Pullman porter can travel free.
Yeah, well, the trouble is, though, you got to make up them beds, and I don't like housework.
Them Pullman porters really keep going.
Yeah, Hey, wait a minute.
What you picking up there, Miss Andy?
Look at this, Lightning. $1,000 greenback. Boy, they sure make that stage money look real these days, don't they?
Yeah, sir, that sure is a good imitation, all right. Look, Miss Anna, they even got them little silk threads in the paper that the money is printed on.
Yeah, Hey, Lightning, wait a minute. Silk threads. And this has got a number on it, too.
Yeah.
I'll bet you this is real money.
Well, just like I say, Andy, this friend of mine says that this is a real $1,000 bill.
Yeah.
I tell you, Brother Andy, you're making a big mistake if you put an ad in the newspaper.
I is, huh?
Oh, Kingfish, what is you talking about? It's the only right thing for Andy to do, is to put an ad in the lost and found column and at least try to find the person that lost the money. Then his conscience is clear, and he ain't gonna get in no trouble.
Yeah, I gotta agree with Amos on that.
Well, now, wait a minute, Andy. Amos ain't recited all the facts. I was thinking of you, partner, dear.
You is, huh?
Yeah, now suppose you put an ad in the paper. Cost you about $8. Then the man come claim the money. And then he refuses to pay for the ad, and you was out $8.
Yeah, I never thought of that.
Yeah, I'll even go further than that, Andy. How long ago did the man lose the money?
I don't know.
Of course you don't know. Maybe he lost it a month ago, maybe 2 months ago. He might want to charge you interest for the time it's been gone, yeah.
What about that, Amos?
Oh, listen, Andy.
Now, wait a minute, Joe. On top of that, this man is liable to claim that when he lost the $1,000 bill, it was in a genuine leather wallet. And he'll want you to pay for that, too. That's what they do.
You know he is, without a doubt, the cheapest guy in the whole world.
Oh, Andy, listen. Don't pay no attention to the Kingfish. Why don't you take my advice and put an ad in the newspaper?
Yeah, Amos, you is right.
All right, then, boys. If that's the way you want to act, I'll go along with you and show you I was a good sport.
That's the spirit, Kingfish.
Yeah, I'll even help you with putting the ad in the paper. The truth is, I know just the paper you ought to put the ad in, and I think they'll give you a cheaper rate.
What paper is that?
The Weekly Clarion in Butte, Montana.
Well, Amos, I done had my ad in one of the local papers for 4 days now, and I never got no answer. Not even no phony ones.
Well, at least you try to find out who lost it, Andy, and after all, I can't go around and expect you to go around asking everybody in New York about the thing, too. I know that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna ask nobody nothing, believe me.
Well, I would say now that the money belongs to you.
Oh, sure, now it's legal. Amos, I is a rich man. I knowed I'd make good someday.
Yeah, well, now, $1,000 sure is a lot of money. And if I was you, Andy, for once, I would start a bank account and stick that money in the bank.
Yeah, and start drawing checks on it, huh?
No, I mean save it.
Oh, yeah, but that's only the principal. I ain't gonna have nothing to worry about when the interest starts compounding up on me. That 2 off 10 net 60 with a semi-annual in there and everything.
Well, it's your money, Andy.
Yeah, I'm going over and slap it right in the bank now and get me one of them checkbooks. Then I'm going to move into a big suite at a hotel. I'm going to hire me a valet and begin living by 2:30. You want to walk over there with me, Amos?
No, Andy, I'm pretty busy right now. The place where I worked is closed down for a few weeks for retooling the factory. They're changing the machinery in there, and I was going to try to get my taxi cab fixed.
What's the matter with it?
Oh, it just needs a lot of repairs, and I can't afford it. It needs painting and a lot of stuff. I'm going to try to work it, though, so I can get the man at the garage to fix it for me if I can.
Yeah, well, see you later then, son. High Living Brown is going over and start living.
Well, Brother Andrew, There certainly is a good-looking suite you got here at the hotel. But I don't see the reason for the whole thing.
Listen, Kingfish, all of my life I done wanted to be a little high class, and now I'm going to be it. I'm going to have breakfast in bed. I'm going to have lunch in bed. Well, even if I was up in the morning, I'm going to get back in bed just to have lunch there.
Well, Andy, I tell...
Wait a minute. Excuse me, Kingfish. Hello?
Your valet is in the lobby here, Mr. Brown.
Oh, well, have him come right up. The valet I done hired is on his way up, Kingfish.
Valet, huh?
Yeah.
Now, there's another thing, Andy. What do you want with a valet?
To wait on me, to press my pants.
Wait a minute. To press your pants.
Yeah.
All your life, you've been putting them under the mattress just like everybody else. Now you want to be different, huh?
Well, I ain't putting my pants under the mattress no more. I was getting tired of them looking like a waffle, I'll tell you that right now.
Look, Andy, if you was got to be high class, you can always send your pants down to the tailor shop to be pressed in the basement.
Yeah, but who is going to put on my shoes and hold my coat and fill the bathtub for me?
Oh, pardon me, Your Highness. I didn't think of that. Oh, no.
Listen, Kingfish, I can't figure out why it is that you and everybody else don't want me to spend my money.
And if I was you...
Wait a minute. There's my valet. Uh-oh, now the high-class stuff starts. Come in. Oh, hello, Jeffries.
How do, Mr. Brown?
I'm glad to see you was on time, Jeffries. Your job and salary starts as of now.
Well, and I'll see you later, then.
Just a minute, Mr. Stevens, and I'll be very glad to say goodbye to you.
Yeah.
Jeffries.
Yes, sir.
Of course, we'll get to the bathtub stuff later, but right now you can take my shoes off.
Certainly. Pardon me, sir, but you don't have your shoes on.
Oh, yeah. Well, in that case, you can take off my you can remove my hoses.
Yes, sir.
Get a load of this, Kingfish.
Yeah, I think I'll be running along, Your Highness.
Okay, Kingfish.
And if you ever come down to Earth sometime, look me up.
Toodle-doo, Mr. Stevens.
Toodles to you.
Now, Jeffries, I think the first thing to do is kind of figure out your duties here.
Well, I'll try to do everything to the best of my ability, sir.
Yeah, well, that's what I was paying you for.
However, Mr. Brown, if there's anything about my duties that I don't understand, I won't hesitate to ask you.
Well, I don't want you to be bothering me with too many questions. If there's anything you don't understand, why, just keep on valeting around here the best you can.
Yes, sir.
Because, you see, I'm going to be pretty busy around here taking baths and all that kind of stuff.
Well, there's one thing, sir, that... Shall I answer it, sir?
Yes, you tis.
Mr. Brown, sweet.
I want to speak to Andy.
I'll see if Mr. Brown is in. Who's calling, please?
This here is Frederick Montgomery Gwendell.
Just a moment, please. I'll see if Mr. Brown is in. It's Mr. Gwendell on the phone, Mr. Brown.
Okay, I'll take it. And Jeffries.
Yes, sir.
When you answers the phone, instead of saying Mr. Brown's suite, say Mr. Brown's 3-room suite.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Fred. That was my valet.
Yeah. I done hear that you done gone high class. Say, Andy, remember I told you that after my interview with Ethel Waters, the moving picture star, tomorrow night, I was going to take her out to dinner and the night spots after?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, well, I tied up, and since I hear that you is now a playboy, and since you done come into that $1,000 bill, how about you taking out instead of me?
Oh, that's for me. Hold the phone. Jeffries.
Yes, sir.
The master is going out with a movie star. Stand by for some high-class stuff.
Pardon me, Mr. Brown. Where do you keep your evening clothes?
What evening clothes? Oh, I mean, I'll explain that to you later.
Yes, sir. I presume you will wear a white tie.
Wait a minute. Hello, Fred. Is she going to wear a white tie?
Well, she ain't going to wear a white tie, but might be a good idea for you to wrap one around your neck.
Yeah. Well, I'll do that. Count on me. I'll be dressed within an inch of her life.
Oh, that's great, Andy.
Yeah, I'll have everybody saying, make way for Andrew H. Brown.
Okay, I'll call you and give you all the arrangements about where to meet and everything.
Okay, Fred.
So long.
Goodbye.
Well, Mr. Brown, I suppose you'll want your evening clothes pressed and laid out.
Well, I'll tell you about that, Jeffries. 2 days ago, it seems that a pipe done busted in the closet of my country apartment.
Yes, sir.
The closet got all flooded, and I done got flooded right smack out of my wardrobe.
Yes, sir. Those things do happen.
They do? I mean, do they? Anyway, what I want you to do now, Jeffries, you are just about my size. I want you to go out and get me a complete new batch of clothes for high class going out, including a gold-headed cane and a solid gold cigarette case, double thick.
Well, High Livin' Andy is all dolled up for his date with Ethel Waters. Right now, the two of them are riding along in a taxicab.
Well, here he is, Miss Waters.
So this is the Hot Choc Club.
Yeah, this is it. How much is the fare, driver?
The meter reads 85 cents, sir.
All right. Here's $1, my good man. Keep the change and buy yourself a yacht.
I suppose you come here quite often.
Oh, sure, I practically lives in the place. I is a big man here. Playboy Brown, they calls me. We goes right in here.
Oh, good evening, Miss Waters.
Oh, good evening. Glad to see you, Captain.
My name is Brown.
Walk right in, Miss Waters. The check room is on the left.
Thank you.
Check your things over here, please. Oh, Miss Waters, can I take your wrap?
No, thanks. I think I'll keep my wrap with me.
Okay, Miss Waters.
My name is Brown. You can take my stuff. Here you is. There's my gold-headed cane. And, excuse me while I take my solid gold cigarette case out my overcoat pocket. I got it.
This is a charming place. Certainly is done up elegant.
Yeah, I knowed you'd like it. I got a good table all reserved. I better check on it, too.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Waters?
Hello there, and how are you?
My name is Brown. I got a table reserved here.
Straight ahead, please, Miss Waters. The captain will take care.
Say, they got some crowd in here.
Yeah, they sure is, ain't they?
Do you have a reservation, sir?
Yeah. I got a reservation under the name of...
how do you do, Miss Waters? I didn't see you with the head turned there.
I got a reservation under the name of...
Just a minute. Oh, Miss Waters, you won't need a reservation.
My name is Brown.
Right this way, please.
Yeah, I wonder who that awful mess is with.
Oh, yeah. Miss Waters, there sure is a big crowd here.
All right here, Miss Waters.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll sit over here. Well, you know, Miss Waters, talking about Hollywood like we was, I was thinking about going out there myself. How is the social life?
Well, now you know what Hollywood is.
What's that?
Hollywood?
You don't mean to tell me.
It's just one round of parties.
Day and night, huh?
Well, I only go to parties at night because in the daytime I'm on the movie set making pictures.
Yeah, well, you know, I've been kind of toying with the idea of going in the moving picture business out there myself. The only thing is, I ain't been able to make up my mind yet whether I wants to finance the pictures or just act in them.
Oh, are you an actor?
Oh, yeah, sure. I thought that I might act and finance both, but the only trouble is, I is such a high salaried actor that I couldn't afford to pay myself.
Oh, yes, I see.
Pardon me, Miss Waters. Do you care to order?
Yes, I think that would be a grand idea.
Yeah, well, while you're taking Miss Waters, I might as well get my order in, too.
What do you have tonight that's special, Captain?
Well, our steaks are very, very good.
Steak? That would just hit the spot with me.
May I suggest that the thick tenderloin steak for two?
Oh, that would suit me fine.
Yeah, write that down. Double thick tenderloin steak for two.
And what are you going to have?
Bring me the same, I guess.
Very good. I'll bring you some nice vegetables, too. Just leave it to me.
Why, Ethel, darling, when did you get to New York?
Florence, this is a surprise. Sit down.
My name is Brown.
Ethel, you're looking wonderful.
Well, you're pretty stunned yourself in that sequence gown you got on. Is gorgeous. Who are you here with, Florence?
Oh, we just come in. I was with Ed and Fritzy and Dorothy. You know, the whole crowd. 8 of us.
Well, call them all over here and have dinner with us.
Oh, wonderful. Hey, gang, look who's here. Come on over.
Well, I didn't expect to see you here. When did you get in here?
Come on, sit down, all of you. We can all sit at this table. We'll get some extra chairs. And I'll order for all of you. How about having what we're having? Double thick tenderloin steaks for 2.
Oh, that would be perfect.
Oh, waiter, make that order 8 more double thick steaks for 2, please.
My name is Brown.
Say, that certainly was a wonderful
Oh, Ethel, listen, the artist was playing your song, Cabin in the Sky. Sing it, Ethel.
Oh, Florence, not tonight.
Oh, please, just
come on, Ethel, just please.
Well, here goes. And that is why my heart is flying high, mister. 'Cause I know we'll have a cabin in the sky. And that will have to hold you.
Ethel, we all going out to my house. Why don't you come along with us?
Well, that sounds good to me.
Oh, how about the check for dinner here?
Oh, no. Wait a minute. You're my guest. I'll join you folks in the front door in just a moment. Say, waiter, bring my escort the check, please.
Okay, Miss Waters.
Yeah.
I have it right here, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Let's see now. That's $12 and...
No, that's $120.
Oh, yeah. I ain't got my glasses. Yeah.
Oh, you don't mind if we run along, do you? I do want to thank you for a lovely dinner and for inviting all my friends. And I hope to see you again sometime, Mr. What was the name?
Brown.
So you had a big time last night, huh, Ender?
Yeah, big time. I done went out with a movie star and lots of other people. All big time.
Oh, that's great. Glad to hear it, because I know that you wanted to go out and put on the dog and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, the only thing is, well, not that it's worrying me or nothing.
I know you ain't worried, because you the type of man now that ain't worried about nothing.
No, I don't worry about that.
No, when you loaded, you ain't never worried. I know that.
Yeah, but, wait a minute, though. I think that I spend a little too much money.
Yeah, well, when you got a checkbook, you kind of lose control, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, but I was going to take your advice, Kingfish, and leave the rest of it where it is and let it draw interest.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Wait a minute. Hello?
Mr. Andrew Brown, please.
Speaking.
This is the assistant manager over at the Harlem Bank. Mr. Brown, we find that your account is overdrawn $18.
What's that?
That's right. And we must ask that you take care of this today.
Yes, overdrawed $18, huh?
Yes, sir. Goodbye, sir.
Well, Ender, the whole $1,000 is all gone, huh?
Yeah, and $18 besides.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. If you'd bought war bonds with it, why, you'd have still had it. Plus.
Yeah, well, I guess I kind of overwrit myself with them checks there. You see, I never had no money before. Never seen it get away so fast. Say, Kingfish, I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Oh, sure, Ender. I'd do anything I can to help you.
Yeah, would you stop by my hotel and get my gold-headed cane and my gold cigarette lighter, then stop over at Honest Joe's and see if you can get at least $18 on them? Oh, come in, Amos, come in.
Yeah, I got your phone call, Andy, saying that you wanted to see me here at the office about something reporting. What's wrong?
Nothing wrong. Just want you to come out in the back alley with me for a second.
Look, Andy, I was in a big hurry. I tell you the truth. I got an appointment to see a man about a job. You see, I ain't been doing so good since my taxi cab is laid up, so if you could just tell me now what you want, why, maybe I could take care of it and then get going a little quicker, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it ain't going to take but a second, Amos. Come on back here in the alley.
Well, all right, I'll come back there with you. Tell me, though, Andy.
Well, Amos, there it is.
What is... Andy, is that my cab?
Yes, sir. All repaired and painted up for you.
But, Andy...
It's all paid for, too, Amos. From me to you, with love.
Oh, gee, I hardly recognize it, Andy. It looks so good. Oh, it's just the right color. Oh, they took the dents out of the fenders, too. Oh, look at... Oh, Andy, this is the nicest thing that done ever happened to me.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, but the money that must have cost, you ain't had no business spending that much.
Oh, Amos, I got a lot of money. I just talked to my banker on the phone. He called me, too. I didn't call him. Yeah, they like me over there. They're talking about $18 like it's nothing at all. I can afford a thing like this easy.
Well, Andy, gee, I can't get over it. It was a wonderful thing for you to do. I was so excited about it that I'm going right out today and start working.
Okay. Good luck to you, son.
And I still say, Willard, that I wouldn't think so much about losing the money if I could just know what happened to that $1,000 bill.
Well, I guess you'll just have to keep on wondering.
Yeah, I guess so. Say, I'm going over to 86th and Park. Can I drop you off?
No, thanks. I go over the west side. Well, Austin, I'll see you during the week. Huh?
Yeah, maybe we'll have lunch together. Oh, so long. Oh, taxi, 86th and Park, please.
Yes, sir.
Nice-looking cab you have here. New paint job, isn't it?
Yes, sir. It's just been fixed up. A friend of mine had it done for me.
Oh, well, you're lucky.
Yeah, I'll say I was lucky. And a lucky thing happened to this friend of mine, too.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, sir. You see, this friend, a fellow by the name of Andy, was walking along the street one day, right under the railroad tracks in Harlem, and... Oh, gee, did you see that car cut right in front of me then?
It was a pretty close shave. I don't think you better talk and drive at the same time.
Yeah, sir. I guess you're right.
Last year, you remember, infantile paralysis casualties reached terrifying numbers. Playing no favorites, this dreaded scourge struck everywhere. You parents knew the meaning of fear then, for infantile paralysis is an enemy who sends no warning, who might invade your home as well as any other. The National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis sponsors the new Kenny treatment, which so often eliminates the crippling after effects of this disease and guarantees this care for every victim who may require it. You can help to carry forward the vital, humane work that is being done by joining the March of Dimes. Why not send your dime or dollar to President Roosevelt at the White House today? Join us again next Friday evening at this same time for the Amos and Andy Show. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas. Our thanks to Miss Ethel Waters for appearing with us tonight. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us and bidding all of you a pleasant good night. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. One of the great ambitions of Amos' life has been to see Andy working at a steady job. Amos has just run across an idea which he thinks will turn the trick. And right now he's in Andy's office telling him about it.
Now, what do you think of it, Andy?
Well, let me get the thing straight.
Well, in other words, a lot of people is missing. People getting lost. People is trying to trace kinfolk.
Yeah, and you think that I ought to open up a missing people's bureau?
Well, maybe you and the Kingfish together, and the customers pays you for finding lost people.
Yeah, but tell me something. How can anybody get lost? The streets has got signs on them. You can always get the name of the town off the railroad station.
Oh, son, I don't think you got the idea. Suppose that a man is in Pittsburgh and his kinfolks is here in Harlem, but they don't know that he's in Pittsburgh.
Well, why don't he write home?
Well, maybe he's broke, or, well, say a man's in Baltimore.
Well, now, wait a minute. If the man's broke, how'd he get to Baltimore?
Look, Andy, I'm just trying to give you an example. I ain't talking about no real person.
You mean there ain't no man?
No, there ain't.
Well, we sure wasted a lot of time chasing them all over the country.
No, I tell you, Andy, this missing people's business could really be something. I got the whole idea from a magazine that I read. There are some big companies downtown in New York, like the Nationwide Missing Persons Bureau. They're doing the same thing and doing a great job of it. And you and the Kingfish could go in partners and make a lot of money on the thing.
Well, of course, we ain't going to be as good as them big companies downtown, because they got disconnections all over the country.
Well, that's where my idea come in. You see, the Mystic Knights of the Sea got branch lodges all over the country, too. And with the help of the brothers and the other lodges, why, you really got some connections there.
Yeah. Yeah, Amos, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I'm going over to see the Kingfish at the lodge right now.
Well, that don't sound like a bad idea at all, Brother Andy.
No, we sure ought to be able to make a lot of money with it.
Oh, you're right about that. I'm definitely interested in the proposition.
Yeah, you see, Kingfish, this business is perfectly honest and above board.
Oh, that's all right. I'm still interested.
Yeah, well, what you think of it? We call it the Missing People's Bureau. And don't forget, we can find these people through the lodge members all over the country.
Put it there. We is in business, partner, dear. Let's set up the company right now.
Right.
Now, Andy, you as the vice president is going to have a lot of reporting duties.
Yeah, you're right. Wait a minute. Just a minute. Did you say vice president?
Yeah, that's right. You as the vice president. Oh, it's going to be great.
Now, wait, excuse me for protruding, Kingfish. But has we got a president of our company?
Oh, certainly we got a president. After all, when you got a vice president, you got to have somebody that the vice president can be vice to. You can't do that.
Well, now, excuse me for protruding again, Kingfish. But who is our president?
The president is, me.
By what great landslide did you arrive in on? Why has you always got to be president, Kingfish?
Oh, listen, Andy, I hate to talk about this to you, but I'll explain it. Pull all your brains together in one lump now.
Yeah, I'm pushing it. I got it. Go ahead.
Partner, dear, no man can live forever. Now, if something happened to me as president of our business would continue to prosper because a capable, two-fisted businessman as you, the vice president, would step into my shoes.
Yeah, I guess I would.
But on the other hand, Andy, if you was the president of our company and something happened to you, like getting shot, or falling in the river and drowning, or getting run over by a 5-ton truck, poor, ignorant, no good, incapable me would never be able to step into your shoes.
Yeah, I never thought of that.
Yeah, so it's up to you, Andy. If you want to be president, we'll make the switch right now.
Oh, no. The job sounds too dangerous to me.
Well, then let's get going. Now, the first thing we want to do is to call up Gwendell over at the newspaper, put an ad in the Harlem paper, letting the people know that we is running a missing persons bureau. Well, fellas, I see your ad in the paper yesterday. Y'all started business, huh?
Yeah, just waiting for customers.
Yeah, just waiting for somebody to lose somebody, Amos.
Yeah, we is all organized already. The Kingfish is president and I is the vice president.
Oh, you only the vice president, huh?
Yeah, well, that's just till the Kingfish get hit by a 5-ton truck.
You see, Amos, I is handling the dangerous part.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you mean, but I guess it's all right. I think if you fellas work hard at this thing, you can really make a success out of this.
Well, we going ahead full speed.
Well, good luck to you, and I'll see you tomorrow, fella. So long.
So long, Amos.
So long, Amos. You know, Andy, that's a pretty good idea Amos got for us, this Missing People's Bureau. We ought to do something for Amos.
Yeah, well, if he ever lose anybody, why, we'll find him and give Amos 10% discount.
We really organized good here, Andy. And I even got 3 dozen beautiful handkerchiefs, too. We is all set here.
Handkerchiefs? What is they for?
Oh, well, when somebody come in here and start talking about their lost relative, it's only natural that they going to start crying. And we want them to know that in time of their sorrow, we thinks of everything.
Yeah, and you going to give them a handkerchief?
Yeah, the wholesale price is 25 cents each. That's what we're going to do there. Yeah. Sort of a subsidiary thing we got there.
Yeah. You is really thinking of everything, ain't you?
Oh, I tell you, this is going to be great. You know that?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Now, look here. If this is a customer, let me handle the thing. Now, you just keep quiet. Come in. Come in.
How do you do? Is this the Missing People's Bureau?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Yeah, won't you sit down on that box, madam? These chairs that we are sitting in is the only 2 we got. Our furniture is out being stuffed over.
Thank you.
Plead your case, madam.
Well, my name is Mrs. William Selby. I'm interested in locating an aunt of mine that I have not seen in 10 years.
Andy, not yet. Put them handkerchiefs back. Go ahead, Miss Selby.
Well, it so happens that this aunt of mine, her name is Bertha Brand. She took care of me all during my childhood.
She did, huh?
And she nursed me through 2 serious illnesses. She supported me. In fact, she ruined her own life taking care of me.
Must have been a wonderful woman.
Well, anyway, when I got married, she left. And I've been out of touch with her for the past 10 years. But now my husband's doing fine. I'm in a position to give her the care and help that I know she needs very much in her old age.
Yeah, that's a wonderful thing you was doing, Miss Selby.
You can see why I want to find this poor old helpless lady.
Is you got any idea where she is at?
Well, no. That's why I've come to you. I've got to find her. I just have a feeling that she's all alone somewhere and needs me.
Do you really think that she's all alone?
Yes, I do.
And,
yeah, Kingfish.
Pass me one of them handkerchiefs, will you, please?
To tell you the truth, Kingfish, I is disgusted with you.
Well, now, don't worry about it, Andy. We'll get business.
Listen, we ain't going to get no place if every time a customer says something sad, you're going to bust out crying.
Oh, well, Brother Andy, can I help it if I is the senseless type?
Listen, Kingfish. Listen here, you got to get tough in this business.
Yeah.
I don't blame the woman for walking out after seeing the president break down. Listen, if we're going to get anywhere, you got to keep a lip up a stiff.
I promise you, partner dear, I'll hold my motion.
Yeah, well, it ain't just that we lose a customer, but it's the cash expense that it costs us.
What do you mean?
Well, you done sniffled up 2 of our brand new handkerchiefs.
Well, I tell you, Andy, wait a minute.
Come in.
Well, Brother Crawford and his wife.
How do you do? Come on in here, John.
But, dear, can't we talk this over before we go ahead?
John.
Yes, dear.
Well, what brings you all here?
Yeah, what can we do for you?
My wife.
John. I will take care of this.
Yes,
now, boys. Last night, Amos told me that you were running a Missing People's Bureau, and we want to find my dear brother. We haven't seen him for a long time. He's my own flesh and blood, and I don't know where the poor boy is.
Gee, I hope you find the fellow all right.
Kingfish, pull yourself together, will you?
But, dear, I am sure that your brother is happy wherever he is.
Well, Mrs. Crawford, you has done come to the right place. We'll get your brother. Our slogan is, if they is above the ground, we'll find them.
You see, boys, I have been telling my dear wife here that trying to find her brother is a waste of time and money. He is the Rolling Stone type and always has been.
Well, that's our business, Brother Crawford, to keep these stones from rolling.
On this piece of paper is his full name, complete description, and everything. And I want to bring him back to live with us.
Just a minute, though, dear. Living with us. Now, we don't want to inconvenience your brother. Maybe the boy would rather continue being a bum.
John? You forget that I'm a carver.
Yeah, well, we'll find them.
But, dear, what is the use of putting your brother to all of the trouble of coming back and cutting down my clothes to fit him and everything?
Just a minute, John.
What is the fact?
Well, 4 years ago, he was in Oklahoma. Then we heard he was in Texas. And the last word we heard, he was in Michigan.
Heading south, huh? Yeah.
Personally, dear, I would love to have your brother Louis live with us, but would it be right to have Louis here and his heart in Michigan?
Shut up, John. I want him found.
Yes, dear.
Now, boys, John got a nice Christmas bonus, and he will take care of the finance.
That will be $10. Yeah, if he can be found, we'll find him.
John, give the boys $10.
Yes, dear, yes.
Amos assures me that you boys are doing everything you can to make a success of this business. And I'm depending on you to find my brother Louis.
Here you are, boys. Here is $10.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll take it.
Come, John. And as soon as you're here, be sure to let me know.
Oh, we will. Yeah, so long. Listen, Kingfish, now I know that you is the president, but this company has got two treasures. Give me $5.
The reason I have come back here to your office alone is a matter of very confidential nature.
Yeah, what is it, Brother Crawford? Yeah, what's the matter?
Well, first of all, I want to tell you that my wife is very unhappy. And it's about this brother-in-law of mine.
Well, don't get impatient. We're going to find your brother-in-law.
That's exactly what I'm afraid of. My brother-in-law, Louis, is a bum. He will lay around my house, do nothing, wear my clothes, eat like a horse, and almost drive me crazy.
Yeah, that's standard equipment for brother-in-laws.
In other words, well, boys, this is the first time that I have ever crossed my wife. And for goodness sakes, don't tell her. But I am willing to pay through the nose.
What you mean?
I will pay you boys $25 if you do not find my brother-in-law, Louis.
Brother Crawford, you has done made a deal.
Yeah, the vice president seconds the motion. Yes.
My wife says that the search must go on for 30 days. Now, boys, if you can arrange not to find him by then, I will give you $25.
You can count on us, Brother Crawford. You ain't got nothing to worry about.
Thank you very much, and goodbye.
So long. You know something, Andy?
What's that, Kingfish?
We might make more money not finding people.
The time is a week later. The boys are still in the missing people's business and thus far have been very successful in not finding Mr. Crawford's brother-in-law.
So everything going along all right, huh, Andy?
Oh, yeah, we is really rolling.
You know, Andy, like I told you before, if you get stuck on any of these cases you get, that big company downtown called the Nationwide Missing Persons Bureau can help you. They find an awful lot of people.
Yeah, well, we'll never need them, I don't think. Of course, I got a lot of
Well,
things.
hello there, boys. Glad you're here, Andy. Glad you're here.
What you so excited about, Kingfish?
Andy, I think we're going to have a little trouble on the Crawford case.
Yeah?
Brother Crawford just told me that his wife is getting jumpy about us not finding a brother, and she going to call up here and see why we ain't getting no action for her.
Well, I don't know why she's complaining. You was looking for a brother, ain't you?
Oh, sure. We've been looking for him all over, but he ain't there.
Yeah, you see, Amos,
Well, I'll be running along now, fellas. See you later.
Yeah, okay, Amos, okay.
I'll answer the phone. Missing People's Bureau, President speaking.
Kingfish
Oh, yes, Miss Crawford.
A whole week has passed, and I've heard nothing from you about my brother Louis.
Oh, we is right after him, though, Miss Crawford. We gonna find him.
Yes, but how long are you going to take? You haven't even put an ad in any of the Harlem papers asking for information about it.
Yeah, well, we was just getting ready to put an ad in the newspaper now.
Well, I want to see that ad.
Yeah, well, you see, ain't no sense in putting it in the Harlem paper, because if he was in Harlem, you would have seen him on the street. We want to put the ad in a big paper.
Well, I want to see it when you do.
Yeah, well, we'll clip it and bring it to you.
All right. Goodbye.
And Miss Crawford wants action. We gotta put the ad in the paper.
Yeah, but don't forget our deal with her husband. If we puts an ad in the paper, why, Louis is liable to see it and show up, and we'll lose the $25 that Brother Crawford promises.
Yeah, well, we gotta put an ad in the paper about that loaf-hander. And I know just the paper to put it in.
Which one is that?
The Wall Street Journal.
Louis.
Yes, Mr. Burns?
By the way, did you take those stock sheets over to the cashier?
Yes, I gave them to him.
Oh, fine. Now, Mr. Marshall wants you to take these bonds over to 64 Wall Street. It's a rush.
I'll get them right over there.
Oh, and one more thing. This ad in today's Wall Street Journal. Could this by any chance be you?
What is that there?
Right here.
Say, that do sound like it mean me, don't it?
Yeah.
Louis Carlton. Yeah. That's the same way I spell my name, too.
Might be something important.
Yeah. Anybody knowing the whereabouts of Louis Carlton, please communicate with the Stevens Brown Missing People's Bureau, 135th Street. Please keep this ad confidential. Say, Mr. Burns, after I deliver these bonds, I better run on up there and see what this is all about.
Hey, Kingfish, look, some fella coming in here. Look like a customer.
Yeah, it do look like that, don't it? Look like the type of fella that might be missing somebody. Come in, sir, come in.
Thank you.
What can we do for you, mister?
Well, you had an ad in the Wall Street Journal that you wanted some information about the whereabouts of Louis Carlton.
Oh, yeah, well, that ad don't mean nothing. Here, have a cigar. Just forget about it.
Yeah, just ignore the whole thing. It's just one of them cases where we're looking for somebody, and on top of that, why, we ain't looking for him.
Yeah, well, see you again sometime, buddy.
Well, I happen to be Louis Carlton.
Yeah, well, if you... wait a minute. You can't do that to us.
What do you mean, boys?
You is Louis Carlton?
Yes, that's my name.
Wait a minute now. Let's talk this thing over quietly. And you see the picklement we're getting in here?
Yeah. Well, you see, Mr. Carlton, sit on that box over there, will you?
Yeah,
I want to talk to my partner here.
Yeah, but Andy, we got two deals. And one is 10 to do it, and one is 25 not to do it.
Yeah. I know that, the same as you do.
And to do it looks like it's ahead of the not to do it.
Wait a minute. What is your name again?
Louis Carlton.
Still the same.
Andy, we got to get him out of town.
Sure is.
Miss Carlton, step up to our desk here. Let me explain to you how these mistakes is made.
Yeah, explain to him how we run our business.
That's what I'm going to do. You see, our stenographer makes a lot of mistakes, and I can't figure out why the head stenographer of our Missing People's Bureau is put your name in the ad.
Well, why didn't you ask her?
She ain't here. We don't know where she is. She's missing.
Yeah, you see, she used to work in the back part of the office right behind that petition there. We went back there to look for her yesterday, and she was gone.
So, you see, Louis, this whole thing has done been a mistake.
Yeah, and the best thing for you to do is to forget all about it. Tell me, is you ever think about traveling?
Not me. I was already been where I was going.
Yeah, but for a change, you ought to get away from the humdrum resistance of the city life, you know. get out with the trees and the brooks and the babbling birds and that stuff, get away from everything.
Yeah, special us.
I tell you, I don't want to go away. I'm happy right where I is.
Yeah, but there must be a lot of places you ain't seen. The Grand Canyon, for instance.
Listen, of all things, I don't want to go peeping down no Grand Canyon. Why, a man could fall into a place like that and get lost.
Yeah, now we're getting somewhere.
That ain't for me. That ain't for me, brother.
Look, then, why don't you go out to California? Yeah, that's it, California. Beautiful golden California, where the sun meets the moon, and the moon meets the movie stars, and everybody else meets everybody else. It's wonderful out
there. Yeah, we'll take you right down to Depot now.
Yeah, and don't forget to drop us a postcard sometime.
Now, wait a minute. I ain't going no place.
Yeah,
Oh, what's the matter?
Look coming across the street.
Oh, me. The Missing People's Bureau is having trouble right now.
Yeah, that's all your fault, Kingfish. There she comes.
I just happened to be passing here. John is on his way over now. Louis, my brother.
Sister, what is you doing in here?
Oh, you dear boy, I'm so glad to see you. And Andy, Kingfish, you've done a fine job. Oh, Louis, I'm so happy we found you. Where have you been?
I've been living over in Brooklyn. Gee, I'm glad to see you, sister. So you was the one that was looking for me, huh?
Yes, and this is wonderful to have you back. Kingfish, you and Andy have done a good job.
Yeah, I'll say we is.
Louis, to think that after all these years I found you. Oh, look. Here comes John across the street. He'll be surprised to see you, Louis.
Yeah, this is really a surprise party.
Wait a minute. I've got an idea. Louis, let's you and me hide in the back office behind that petition. Then we can jump out and John all over, and he'll really be surprised.
Wait a minute, though, Miss Crawford. Don't you see we
Come
can't...
on, Louis. We'll leave the door open so we can hear what they're saying. Come on, John.
Kingfish.
Yeah, I know. Come in, Brother Crawford. How's everything going at the office with you?
Yeah.
Very good, boys, very good. But what I wanted to check with you was...
Listen, Brother Crawford, nice weather we haven't made it.
I am not interested in the weather. I want to talk to you about that big bum brother-in-law of mine.
Oh, yeah, let's everybody start singing here.
Oh, I way in the Ack Bay,
Just a minute, fellas. I am a very busy man. Now, boys, we have made a secret agreement. And I just want to make sure that you don't double-cross me and find that no good brother-in-law of mine. No. You remember that when I promised you $25 not to find my brother-in-law, you said you would not find him. Now, Kingfish, will you please stop pinching me?
Well, I'm just trying to get some dirt off your coat there.
Come on. Let's all get out of here, Brother Crawford.
My wife is always talking about her being a Carlton. And just between the three of us, none of the Carltons has anything to brag about.
Oh, me.
John Crawford, what does all this mean?
Why, dear, Louis.
I've heard every word, and I'll straighten this mess out in 1 minute.
Just a second. What is she going to do, Miss Crawford?
Kingfish, you and Andy are running a crooked business, and I'm going to turn you both over to the police. Hand me that telephone.
Come on, Andy. Let's get out of here.
Coming right with you, Kingfish.
And as for you, John Crawford...
just a minute, Kingfish. Andy, wait just a minute. How many places did you go to, Lightning? I has done gone all over. So was I. Well, I guess I'll call up. I see Mrs. Crawford's brother sleeping in the parlor at Brother Crawford's house. Oh, you did, huh?
Hello?
Is this the Nationwide Missing Persons Bureau?
Yes?
I want to report 2 missing people that has been gone for several days. George Stevens and Andrew Brown.
You better make it 3, Miss Amos. Mrs. Crawford can't find her husband either.
to join us again next Friday night at this same time for another Amos and Andy show. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. Until next Friday, then, this is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us, bidding all of you a pleasant good night. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. The Harlem Lodge of the Mystic Knights of the Sea held its regular monthly meeting last night. And judging from what the Kingfish and Amos are telling Andy right now, he really missed something by not being present.
Yeah, you sure missed a good meeting last night, Andy.
And you got no excuse for not being there, Brother Andy. If a man belongs to the lodge, he ought to attend the meeting.
Look, you fellas has got a reason for going to meetings. You was married. You has already got what you go to the lodge to get away from.
Oh, don't be silly, Andy.
Yeah, that was one of the greatest meetings that we ever had. I done made a speech there for 45 minutes. Done had everybody spellblinded.
There was one important thing that happened, though, Andy, and that's what I want to talk to you about. One of the brothers got up and made a swell suggestion. It seems that he got a lot of names and addresses of soldiers that is in different camps all over the country.
Yeah.
It was his idea that each member of our lodge take one of them names and kind of adopt that particular soldier. You know, write him letters and send him little gifts and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, that sounds like a good idea, all right.
Oh, yeah, the whole thing was passed unanimous.
Yeah, well, we all drawed a name, Andy, and seeing that you wasn't there, I knowed you would want one too, so I picked one out for you.
Oh, good. I'm glad you done that, Amos. Yeah, everybody ought to do that.
Yeah, here's the name of the fella that I got for you. He's a corporal. His name is Corporal Gene Williams, and here's his address and all the company stuff written down here.
Yeah, well, thanks, Amos. Yeah, I'm going to write him a letter right now and send him some razor blades and a pipe and maybe some cigars, too.
And so I say to you who wear the uniform of your country, we of the Army General Staff are proud of you. And you are to be congratulated on the splendid job you've done. Now it is my honor to announce a number of promotions within your ranks. First, Corporal Gene Williams, advanced in rating to sergeant. Here are your stripes, Sergeant.
Oh, thank you, Major.
Congratulations, and may you always be a credit to the WAC.
Oh, yes, sir. I sure do my best.
In the mess hall, Gene, I stopped by and picked up the mail.
Oh, anything for me?
Yes, this letter.
Oh, Andrew H. Brown. His address is up in Harlem. That's not far from where I used to live. I wonder who that could be. Say, Mary, listen to this. Dear Gene, this is to let you know that I has done adopted you for the duration. But that don't mean that you was supposed to call me father. Ha, ha, ha. I was going to send you some stuff, but I didn't know just what you'd like. Could you use a nice box of cigars?
Cigars? Is that man out of his head?
Oh, you think that's something? Listen to this. He goes on here and says, also, what kind of shaving cream does you use? There's a special kind that I use I could send you in case you got a tough beard.
If I got a letter like that, I'd show it the top sergeant. What's he say after that, Gene?
Why, he says, if you ever get to Harlem, I will show you a wonderful time. And you won't have to worry about getting out of condition or nothing, because you and me can go up to the gym every day and wrestle. Your pal, Andy.
The nerve of that guy. What do you make out of it, Gene?
Well, either he thinks I'm a man or he's got a terrific sense of humor. Anyhow, I'd sure like to meet him.
Then why don't you look him up? You're going to New York on your furlough.
Amos, I want you to listen to this letter I got here.
Yeah, who's it from, Andy?
It's from that soldier I done writ to. You remember, Gene Williams?
Oh, yeah, what'd he say?
He say here, Dear Mr. Brown, thanks for writing to me. You will be happy to know that the Army has just granted my request for a furlough. Amos, there's a lucky fella.
Sure is. What else he say?
Say here, thanks very much for offering to send me shaving cream, but to tell you the truth, I do not shave. Must be wearing a beard.
Yeah, sure sound like it, don't it?
Yeah, well, I guess that's a new way they got a camouflage in their faces. You say here, as I said, I will be in New York Friday evening around 6 o'clock and will drop over to the Mystic Knights of the Sea Lodge Hall at the address that was on your letter.
Oh, that's fine.
I expect to arrive around 6 o'clock, but it might be a little later. Be sure to wait for me, and we will go out and have some fun. Sincerely yours, Sergeant Gene Williams.
Oh, well, Andy, you going to show him a nice time, I guess, ain't you?
Well, now, wait a minute. There's a little snag on the thing.
What?
You see, today is the day the soldier's coming in, and he's going to be up at the lodge hall at 6 o'clock tonight. It just so happened that I already got a date at 6 o'clock to take Loretta Miller to supper.
Well, can't you postpone your supper till later and get a gal for the soldier or something like that?
Well, Loretta ain't got no phone or nothing, and I don't know how to get in touch with her.
Oh.
We are supposed to meet on the street corner. And on top of that, she said that she got something important that she want to tell me, and she want to see me private. Yeah, I think what I'll do is have supper alone with Loretta.
Yeah, well, what'll you do about the soldier, though?
Well, I'll ask the Kingfish to meet the soldier at the lodge, and me and McGall can get together with the soldier later.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I'm going to see if I can't get the soldier a date with a gal, too.
Yeah, that would be nice, getting a date for him.
Yeah, I'm going to do that right now before I forget it.
Yeah.
Of course, this gal is so crazy about me that I don't know if she'd go out with nobody else.
The gal you calling now?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Why is it, Amos, that when I loves them, they stays loved?
Hello?
Hello, this is Andy Brown. Is Hattie there?
You say this is Andy Brown?
Yeah.
Hattie ain't here.
That's too bad. I wanted to get her a date with a friend of mine.
Oh, the date ain't with you?
No.
Well, Hattie, just come in.
She did, huh?
Hello, Andy. This is Hattie.
You sure come in fast.
You say you wants me to go out on a date with a friend of yours, and it's sure it ain't you?
Yeah, show.
Who's the fella?
Well, you know where the lodge hall is.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you be over there at 6 o'clock and ask for a fellow by the name of George Kingfish Stevens, and he'll explain everything to you.
Okay, I'll be there. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Hattie. Well, that's that. She gonna do it.
Oh, she is, huh?
Oh, sure. That gal is crazy about me. So, Kingfish, you see the spot I was in. I got to meet my gal Loretta at 5:30 and take her out to supper.
Yeah, but...
And then this other gal, Hattie, is coming to the lodge at 6 o'clock, and so is the soldier that I done got her a date with. Oh, I tell you, Kingfish, I is in a dilemma.
Yeah, well, Brother Andy, I'd like to lemon you out of the thing, but I don't know what I can do.
Well, I'll tell you what you can do, Kingfish. You meet the gal and the soldier at the lodge hall here at 6 o'clock. Introduce them to each other and hold them here till I get here with my gal.
Yeah, but wait a minute. What about my supper, Andy? The battle axe called me and says she's cooking my favorite dish, Louisiana fried shrimp.
Yeah, well, I don't care so much about the gal, but I hates to disappoint that soldier. After all, he's in the United States Army, and he deserves the best.
I know, but
Well, now, wait a minute. You is the Kingfish of the lodge. And after all, you has got to do something for the Army.
Brother Andy, you got me. Never let it be said that George Kingfish Stevens let a fried shrimp come between him and his country.
Hello?
Hello, honey.
George, I thought you was on the way home. The shrimps is in the skillet frying already.
Yeah, well, what I want to tell you is that I won't be home for supper tonight.
Won't be home?
No, I tell you what, I'm tied up here at the lodge.
I got to do some stuff here. After all, remember, I was the Kingfish, and the lodge comes first.
Well, it's the only time I ever heard of your stomach coming in second. What has you got to do at that lodge tonight?
Well, you see, honey, at a meeting we had, well, it's a long story, and I'll explain it to you later. Goodbye, Angel.
Goodbye, Angel. When that Kingfish calls me Angel, there's something cooking. If there's anything more important to him than fried shrimp, it's some kind of monkey business. This is mighty strange.
Mr. Van Porter speaking.
Oh, hello, Henry. This is Sapphire.
Oh, it's charming to speak to you, Sapphire.
Say, Henry, is there anything important going on over at the lodge tonight?
No, not a thing. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Van Porter and I are going out to dinner and the movies after that.
Oh, but there's nothing over at the lodge hall, huh?
No.
Well, thanks, Henry, and I'll be seeing you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Where's my hat? I'm going down to that lodge hall.
Come right in, miss. You is Hattie Simpson, ain't you?
Yes, I is.
Yeah, well, I is George Kingfish Stevens.
Oh, hello, John.
Now, I guess Andy Brown told you everything.
Well, all he told me was that I was supposed to meet you here, and I'm so glad I come.
Well, you see, I
just love tall men like you.
Oh, yeah? Well, he's going to be a lot shorter when I get through with him. George Kingfish Stevens, what's going on here?
Sapphire, I can explain everything to you.
Look here, sugar. Why did you have to explain anything to this Budinsky for?
He better explain if he knows what's good for him.
Wait a minute, sugar.
Listen here, girl. The one who gets the man is the one who gets here first. Now, get out. The box office is closed.
What?
Go ahead. Get along before I stab you with a bobby pin.
Why, you little husband-stealing buzzard. George, is you going to tell me what all this is about, or ain't you?
Yeah, well, I've been trying to tell you, honey. I just doing a favor for Andy, you see. Andy got a soldier coming here to the lodge, a fellow by the name of Sergeant Gene Williams, and I suppose to introduce him to Miss Simpson here. That's all I know, honey.
What about that, Miss Simpson?
Well, all I know is what Andy Brown told me. I was supposed to have a date here with George Kingfish Stevens.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Well, all I know is that if I ever see you again, George Stevens, it'll be too soon. Take him, Miss Simpson. He's yours.
Well, Andy has a date, and so does the Kingfish. But unfortunately, Kingfish's wife doesn't understand. Right now, he's searching for Andy to try to get things cleared up.
Leighton, I'm glad you're here. I've been looking all over for you.
Hello, Kingfish.
Tell me, Leighton, does you know where Andy is? I gotta find him.
Well, he had a date with a gal, and he was going to take her out to eat.
Yeah, I knew that much, but does you know what restaurant he done went to?
Well, I think he must have gone to the Lenox Avenue Grill. You see, there's a waiter over there that owes Miss Andy 75 cents, and most likely he's over there to eat it out.
Thank you, Leighton. I'm going right to the restaurant now. Say, Sam, was Andy Brown in here tonight?
Yeah, Kingfish. The back room was full up when he come. That's his table right over there, where that girl's sitting.
Where's Andy?
Well, he had a little tough luck and had to go home for his pocketbook.
Pocketbook?
Mm-hmm. He told me he tried to steer his gal into the blue plate special, but she done detoured on him and ended up with $1.50 deluxe.
Yeah, well, I think I'll go over there and introduce myself to the gal and wait for him. I gotta see him.
Okay, Kingfish.
Excuse me, miss. My name is Stevens. I was a friend of Andy Brown's, and I'd like to wait here for him to get back, if you don't mind.
Surely. Have a seat. I is Loretta Miller.
Glad to know you, Miss Miller.
Well, Andy ought to be back in a little while. He said he had to run down to the office for a couple of minutes to meet his banker.
Who?
Banker. It seems the banker's a little short of money this week, and there's borrowing some from Andy.
You just a recent acquaintance of Mr. Brown, huh?
That's right. I haven't known him very long. Did you see this bracelet he gave me?
Oh, yeah. Nice and shiny. Let me see. Mind if I take it off and look at it?
Oh, no. Go right ahead. It's a genuine original from Fifth Avenue.
Tis, huh?
And they said the only trouble is that now it's being copied by all the 5 and 10 cent stores.
Well, hold your hand still here, Miss Miller.
Yes.
Put it back on your wrist. This is a lovely bracelet.
Hello, Kingfish.
Hello, Henry. Hello, Miss Van Porter.
How do you do, Kingfish?
Hello. A nice day, ain't it? This is Miss Miller here. Mr. and Mrs. Van Porter.
I'm very happy to know you.
How do you do?
How do you do? Come, Henry. We must be going.
All right, dear. So long, Kingfish.
So long, Henry. So long. Nice people, the Van Porters.
Yes, they seems to be.
I wonder what's keeping Andy.
I know I left that pocketbook in this room somewhere. It ain't in this drawer. It ain't in that one. That phone in the hall. I don't guess that's for me nohow. Oh, me. Hello?
Andy?
Ain't here. Who this?
Listen, Andy. This is Sapphire.
Oh.
I want to ask you a question, and you got to tell me the truth, because it means an awful lot to me.
Yeah, well, what is it?
Did you arrange with the Kingfish to have him meet a girl by the name of Hattie Simpson and some soldier and introduce them to one another at the lodge hall?
Well, yeah, sure I did.
Now, I don't want you telling me no lies, Andy Brown. I want to know about it if it's one of them external triangle things.
No, I'm telling you the truth, Sapphire, on my honor, if that mean anything.
Well, I do believe you, Andy. And I can see now that I never should have doubted my husband. And I'm sorry I did. The dear, dear boy. Coming. Well, the Van Porters. This is a surprise.
Hello, Sapphire.
Hello, Sapphire.
Well, come in. It sure is wonderful to see you.
Sapphire, can I see you in the side room a minute?
Why, certainly, Clara.
Henry, you wait here. We'll be right out. I want to tell Sapphire about a new dish she can fix.
All right, my dear. I'll just look over the financial page of the newspaper.
Now, what is it, Clara?
Well, Sapphire, it's just like this. There's something you ought to know. Henry and me just seen your husband sitting in a booth at the Lenox Avenue Grill holding a girl's hand.
Holding a girl's hand? Oh!
And presenting her with a bracelet.
What? Now, wait a minute. Was this a little short girl by the name of Hattie Simpson?
No, this was a long, tall girl by the name of Loretta Miller.
So it's all true. George has been disfaithful.
Now, wait a minute, Sapphire. Men's just ain't no good no how. You got to watch 'em like a hawk. I never let Henry out of my sight.
Well, the pity of it is that this is the second time this done happened in one day. Oh, I'm telling you, the man has done gone berserk.
Yes, Miss Miller. Andy, I agree with you. He's a nice boy, all right. Fine fella. I knowed him a long time. Tell me this. How long did you say you has knowed him again?
Oh, not very long.
Mm-hmm. Tell me this. Where do he take you when you go out together?
Oh, mostly just walking dates. Or sometimes we set up in my parlor. That's on account of inflation.
Inflation, you say?
Yes, sir. Andy claims that if he was to spend all of that money he got, he's liable to send prices all over the country sky high.
Well, at least east of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
But I tell you, Miss...
Well, I was back.
Oh, good, Andy.
Say, Kingfish, what are you doing here?
Well, look here, that's what I want to explain to you. I've been waiting for you, Andy. I got to speak to you.
We thought you'd never get back.
Yeah. And I was in a jam, and all because I tried to help you out.
Well, now, wait a minute. I know all about that. When I was back at the rooming house a few minutes ago, your wife called me and asked me if some story that you done told her was true, and I say, sure it was. I, as your pal, boy, I backed you up.
That ought to clear up everything.
And you mean that my wife ain't so at me no more?
Oh, no. What you talking about? The fact is that, well, when I talked to her on the phone, she done say that she was ashamed of herself for not trusting you.
Oh, that's great. She really softened up, huh?
Oh, sure. She winded up by saying that you was her dear, dear boy.
Well, her dear, dear boy is going right home now and put that old war horse back in her stall.
Wait a minute, Kingfish. Well, what happened to that soldier you were supposed to meet over there?
Oh, yeah, well, here's the thing. He still hadn't got there by the time I left to come over here. But don't worry, Andy. Lightning is over at the lodge hall, and I told him to tell the soldier when he come to call me at home. You see, I didn't know where you was going to be.
Yeah, well, okay. When the soldier calls you, I find out where he's staying, and I'll get in touch with him.
Okay, Andy. Well, I'm going home now and let a certain party know who's wearing the pants in my house.
Yeah, well, so long, Kingfish.
Goodbye, Mr. Stevens.
Goodbye, Miss Miller. It was a pleasure to meet you. At least I met one gal today that ain't going to get me in no trouble.
Oh, it's you, George.
So the little woman doubts me, eh? Now, Sapphire, before you gets down on your knees to apologize to me, I want you to bring me my house slippers and pipe.
I'll get a pipe for you, but it'll be made out of lead.
Now, Sapphire, I'm telling you, you done made enough trouble for one day. Get my pipe and slippers and don't give me no back talk.
Why, George Kingfish Stevens...
Shut up.
Sit down.
Who?
You.
Okay, honey, okay.
Now, I want to ask you one question. Mm-hmm. Is you acquainted with a gal by the name of Loretta Miller?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you bet your sweet life you acquainted with her. Good enough to eat with in a public restaurant and good enough to be presenting her with a bracelet for her wrist.
Now, wait a minute, honey. Put that vase down. Now, put that vase down, honey. I'm telling you, Loretta Miller is Andy's gal.
Oh, sure. And I suppose that bracelet you done slipped on her wrist was a handcuff so she wouldn't get away before Andy got back.
Oh, now, listen, honey, now listen to me, will you? Look, yeah, I have told you the truth many times in my life, but never was it as true as this. Andy was responsible for both of them gals. The first one was a date he done dug up for a soldier, a fellow by the name of Sergeant Gene Williams, and the second one was Andy's own gal.
And you expect me to believe that?
Oh, listen, honey, your dear old husband has always been a faithful man to you. How can you stand there and accuse me of a thing like that?
George Stevens...
honey, listen, will you put that vase down,
Don't
please?
you get up out of that chair.
Listen, I'll get the phone, honey.
You sit in that chair.
Well, honey, the phone is right behind me.
I'll answer it. Hello?
Hello. I'd like to speak to George Stevens, please.
Who is this?
This is Gene Williams. I got a date with him down here where I am.
Oh, I see. Just a moment. I'll see if Mr. Stevens is in. Hello. I'm sorry. Mr. Stevens just went out.
Next Friday night at this same time and over these same stations, be sure to tune in the new half-hour Amos and Andy Show. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us. Until next Friday, then, good night. evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. On the wall of Andrew H. Brown's office is a large calendar, and the third Friday of the month, which happens to be today, has a circle drawn around it. And from what Andy is telling Lightning right now, there's some doubt as to just why Andy was anxious to remember this particular day.
Now, look, Lightning, a man don't draw no circle around a day unless it means something.
Now, you ain't got no idea what it's for, huh?
Now, let me think. What did I circle today for? Nothing doing up the lodge. Income tax ain't due till March.
Yes, they still got that thing going on.
Wait a minute, Lightning. When is Easter?
Easter, I don't know exactly, but I don't think it's the day because I ain't seen no bunnies around the store.
Yeah, February the 18th. It ain't Decoration Day. It ain't Labor Day. Let me see, February the 18th.
I know it ain't the 4th of July, I know that.
You know what?
I say I know it ain't the... Oh, that was pretty dumb, wasn't it?
Yeah, Wait a minute. I know the reason I done put that circle around the date.
Oh, why?
It's to remember to buy Ruby a present. Today is Ruby's birthday, and Ruby is one of the best friends I got.
She sure is. What is you going to buy her, Miss Andy?
Well, I don't know yet exactly, but it's going to be something classy. I'm going to buy her the most beautiful, gorgeous, and most attractive present in town. Come on, Lightning. We're going over to the 5 and 10.
Hey, listen, Muggsy. Take a look back over your shoulder. Is that Flatfoot still following us?
Yeah, Joe. He's walking fast, too. That's a cop sure as you're a foot high.
I know. Where's the diamond ring?
I got it in my hand. Come on, let's duck in the 5 and dime here, quick.
Okay. Hey, what are you trying to do? Get lost in the crowd, Muggsy?
How are you going to get lost in here? Come on, we're going over to the jewelry counter.
Oh, what's the idea?
Come on, stand over here. Keep your eye on the front door. If the copper comes in, let me know quick.
Okay.
I'm going to drop this ring in the tray here with these phony diamond rings.
Oh, here he comes. Drop it quick.
Okay. Come on now. Walk slow.
Nobody's seen you, Muggsy, and we don't know nothing, see? Oh, here's the cop.
Boys, okay. Let's go up to headquarters. I want to talk to both of you.
Oh, what's the idea? A couple of respectable citizens come in a store, and all of a sudden somebody jumps on them and takes them up there.
Is this where you was going, Miss Andy?
Yeah, come on, Lightning. Here's the jewelry counter right here.
This is the highest class 5 and 10 cent store I was ever in.
Oh, that's why I come here.
Something I can do for you?
Yes, ma'am. I want to get a diamond ring. A pretty good diamond.
Our rings are in this tray here on the counter. 98 cents apiece.
Yeah, they're pretty, ain't they?
These are all square cuts.
Yeah, I like these. Them round ones got that cheap look.
Which one you going to take, Miss Andy?
Well, here's two. Look almost exactly alike. Which one would you take, Lightning?
I can't tell them apart hardly.
Well, it don't make much difference. This one looked pretty good. Yeah, here you is, miss. Can I have this one?
All right. I'll put it in the bag for you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. You know, Lightning, you sure get your money's worth in this store. Lightning, did you stop off and see Fluky like I told you to?
Yeah, sir. He's on his way over here now.
Well, I sure hope he bring a lot of chisels and hammers with him.
Yeah, I told him to bring that stuff.
You see, I wants Ruby to think that I has given her a real diamond, and if she see one this big, she gonna know that it ain't real. I'm gonna have Fluky to chop some of it off.
I heard a fella say one time that when you got a real diamond, it'll cut glass.
Yeah, well, if Ruby tried to cut any glass with this one, there's going to be a question which piece of glass goes first. And another thing, Lightning, I want you to keep your big mouth shut. I don't want it to get all over town that I has given Ruby a ring from the 5 and 10 cent store. So you don't know nothing no matter what happened.
Oh, I promise you, I ain't going to say nothing to nobody.
Yeah, wait a minute. Come in, Fluky. I see you got all your stuff with you there.
Well, how's you there, fellas? Glad to see you.
Yeah. Listen, Fluky, can you shorten this diamond for me? Look here.
Oh, sure. I got my whole kit here full of diamond shortening tools. Yeah, where's my big hammer here?
Yeah, well, here's the ring. Go ahead. Go to work there, Fluky.
Yeah, now wait a minute. Let me get my wooden handle chisel out here. Yeah, well, I think we all set you all right, Andy. Andy, you hold the diamond flush against the floor with the ring part up.
Okay, Fluky.
Lightning, you hold this big chisel right there on the diamond. Put it right about there. Just chop off a little there. That's it right there.
Okay, I got it.
Boy, it sure takes a flock of people to shorten a diamond, don't it?
All right, hold it now, everybody. I go smack it. I missed it.
Listen, Lightning, you move the chisel. Watch it, will you? We are shortening the diamond here, not the floor.
Let's try it again now. Put the chisel right about here, Lightning.
Yeah, sir.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Split it right in two.
The diamond?
No, the chisel.
Yeah, they sure make these fake diamonds hard, don't they? You see there, Lightning? I told you that this was a good imitation.
Yeah, sir. Sure is hard, all right.
Say, look, Fluky, I think we better forget about shortening the thing. You're liable to bust up the ring and everything else there.
Yeah, well, I done used my biggest chisel on the thing, so I wouldn't know where to go from there, and I ain't got no more chisel.
Yeah, well, that's all right. Thanks anyway, Fluky, for trying to help me.
Okay, and I'll be seeing you then.
Yeah. Oh, come in, Kingfish. Come in.
Well, hello there, boys. How is you, Fluky? How is you, Kingfish? Just leaving. See you soon.
Yeah, so long, Fluky. So
long.
Well, Andy, what's that ring you got there?
Oh, well, I done got this for Ruby for her birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Fluky was trying to make it look like a real diamond for me.
Oh, got one of them dime store diamonds, huh?
That's right, yeah.
Listen, Andy, if you want to make it look like a real diamond, why don't you have the inside of the ring graved up?
Well, Kingfish, I
tell you what, I got a friend down here that will do it for you. A fellow by the name of Pete. Got a little hole in the wall, low rent, one price and all that stuff. Good jeweler, though.
Yeah. What do we get for graving?
Well, he get a pretty good price, Andy, but I can get it for you wholesale. 10 cents a letter, and he throws in the dots for nothing.
Yeah.
Graving would be a good idea, all right.
Oh, yeah. You could have him grave something nice in there, like to Ruby from Andy on her birthday, February 18th, 1944. Many happy returns of the day and best wishes for the future.
Listen, Kingfish. Suppose I just say 2 Ruby from Andy. Now, how much is that going to cost?
2 Ruby from Andy.
Yeah.
Well, 10 cents a letter. There's 2, 6, 10, 14 letters. That would be $1.40.
And that dot deal don't mean nothing, because there ain't no dots in there. $1.40, huh? That's a lot of money. Wonder what we could cut out there. You know that word Ruby in there ain't really important. She gonna wear the ring. She knows her.
You want to cut out the word Ruby, huh?
Yeah. What did that leave?
Then it would read 2 from Andy.
2 from Andy. Yeah, well, that 2 don't make much sense there. Cut that out.
Okay, well, that would leave from Andy.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm going to give her the ring. She going to know who it's from. Ain't no use putting Andy in there.
I want to cut out Andy, huh?
Yeah. What we got left?
From.
From, huh? Well, I don't know, but that sounds kind of indefinite to me.
Well, I tell you, Andy, the only thing to do is to put in there 2 Ruby from Andy.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, take care of it for me, will you, Kingfish?
Sure thing, Andy. I'll have the ring back for you this afternoon. So like I say, Pete, this friend of mine wants the ring graved up. He want to put in there 2 Ruby from Andy.
Okay, Kingfish, I can do that.
And don't forget, Pete, you told me that if any graving work that I brung you from the brothers, you'd give me 25%. And, what you looking at?
You got a mighty fine ring here, Kingfish.
Oh, what you mean?
That's a blue-white stone. That's one of the finest diamonds I ever saw.
Wait a minute. You mean that that's a real, genuine diamond?
It's worth a couple of $1,000 wholesale if it's worth a cent.
Don't touch it, Pete. Hand me that ring right back. Give me that ring. Give me that ring.
Well, Kingfish had gone to get Andy's ring engraved, and he found out its real value. Just now, he's returning with it to Andy.
Come in, Kingfish.
Brother Andy, here's the ring.
Oh, you got it graved up already?
Yeah, you know there's a funny thing about these dime store rings. This high-class graver that I done took it to told me that it would ruin his graving instruments if he graved on tin.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said what you ought to do is to take this to a tin cutter.
I is, huh?
But a funny thing happened, Brother Ender. A cheap old tin ring like this that ain't no good to nobody walks into my life to fill a vacant niche.
What you mean walks into your life?
It so happens, partner dear, that on every anniversary I has done give my wife a present, except on her 10th anniversary, which is the 10th year of marriage bliss. And what I want to do is to buy this ring from you to fill up that vacant hole that I has done left in my long string of anniversaries.
Wait a minute, though, Kingfish. I'm going to give that ring to Ruby.
Oh, now listen, Andy, I is in a hurry. Now look here, you can get another ring. I tell you what, whatever you paid for this ring, I'm willing to give you 100% profit. And that's as high as a markup can go. That's OPA stuff and everything right there.
What you mean?
Tell you what, I'll give you $5.
$5?
Oh, no, that's just my first offer now. That's my first offer.
Yeah, well, wait a minute here. Let's skip the in-between offers now and get right down to the last offer then.
Yeah, I think you're right, Andy. We get the dickering around. First you dicker, then I dicker. Pretty soon we all dickered out here.
Yeah, we sure will.
Yeah, my last and final 100% offer is $20 cash. I got the money. I, as your pal, and I want to help you.
All right, sold. $20. Give me the money.
Now, Brother Andy, it just so happens that I got a contract here in my pocket, all drawn up in advance, to save you time, even making you the party of the first part, because I love you. And I want to do everything I can to help you.
Yeah, what do it say?
Here's the contract. I'll read it to you. Say here, Andrew H. Brown, party of the first part, and George Stevens, party of the second part, hereby agrees to wit and whereas, that Andrew Brown, being in his top form and right mind, feeling good, and knowing what he's doing, accepts from the Kingfish $20 and will never claim any part of any diamond ring that the Kingfish has got.
Go ahead.
Say here then, as far as ownership of said ring is concerned, Brown agrees that he never saw it, never owned it, and hereby knows that it is the sole property of the Kingfish. And he does not know where the Kingfish got it, if by hook or crook. Still being in his right mind, Andrew Brown fixes his hand and seal. Sign right there on top of them dots right there.
Yeah. Andrew H. Brown. There you is.
Yeah, here's the $20.
Okay. I'll have Lightning get a box of candy for Ruby so that her and Sapphire won't both get rings. Amos and Ruby is coming over here in a little while.
Oh, George, I never been so thrilled over anything in my life. It's a shame we got to sell it.
Yes, and it is, but you know the bills we owe. Well, we'll take it into this jewelry store right down here and see what the man will offer us for it.
Where did you get this diamond ring anyhow, George? You never did tell me.
Oh, it's all on the level, honey. I tell you just what happened. A certain person done bought this ring in the dime store. And the only way I can figure it is that this real ring got mixed up with them phony ones.
But, George, how in the world could a thing like that happen?
Well, honey, it must have been a decoy. They must have nailed it in the tray as a come-on, and somebody done pried the decoy loose. That's what I think. Here's the jewelry store right here. Let's get in here. Come on. Go right in. How you do, sir?
Something I can do for you?
Yeah, sir. I got this diamond ring here, and I want to sell. How much did you think you could give me for it? Hold out your hand, honey.
Here you is. It's so tight on my finger, I'm afraid we're going to have to get some soap and water to get it off.
Well, let me put my glass on here. Mm-hmm. Yes, nice stone.
Yes, it is a nice one.
Will you excuse me for just a minute? I'll be right back.
Y'all, you wait, y'all go right ahead. Take your time.
Still got some nice stuff in this store, George.
Yeah, where you going?
Oh, I just want to look around at these showcases back here.
Look at the jewelry. Look in these cases. Must be $1 zillion worth of stuff in here. Look at that gold stuff, them clips with watches in there. Wonder whatever happened to watch fobs. Well, guess I ain't got no business complaining, though.
Oh, George.
Oh, what's the matter, honey?
I was in the back of the store, and I heard the man call the police and tell him a woman is in his store wearing that hot diamond ring, what was described in the police bulletin, and that the police ought to come right over here.
Oh, me, come on. Let's get out of here quick. Come on here.
Well, George, what you gonna do?
Give me that ring. Pull it off your finger quick. Listen here. You go home and don't answer the doorbell till you hear from me. I go into Andy's office.
Come in, Kingfish. Come in.
Harry there, Brother Andy. How you feel there?
What's the matter? What you out of breath about?
Who's out of breath? Just had an attack of asthma here.
Yeah, I see. You look like it all right.
I getting all right, though.
Yeah, you're getting well fast, don't you?
Yeah. Brother Andy, I gotta see you.
Well, you're looking at me. What's the trouble?
Brother Andy, it's my conscience. You was done here the people's conscience gnawing at them.
Mm-hmm.
Mine is chewing me to pieces. Partner, dear, I want you to take this ring back.
Now, hold everything, Kingfish. If you think I'm going to give you the $20 back, you're crazy. We done signed a contract.
Andy, look here. Will you please let my conscience finish talking before you start butting in here? Please do that.
Go ahead.
All I say is that I won't give you the ring back. I didn't say nothing about you giving me back the $20.
Yeah, well, what is the idea of the thing, Kingfish?
Brother Andy, I started thinking about the thing. Here is a ring that you done bought for Ruby. You done bought it for her out of the goodness of your heart. And you was bubbling over with sentiment.
Yeah.
Then what happened? I come along. Greedy, selfish me.
Yeah, you right about that, all right.
And what does I do when I sees the ring? Right off the bat, I thinks of my wife. Is it her birthday? No. It's Ruby's birthday. But I done forgot all about Ruby. And I didn't realize what the ring would mean to her, you see.
Yeah.
And even her little children. Oh, Andy, I was a snake in the grass. That's what I am.
Yeah, well, you really been mean to Ruby, all right, ain't you?
Yeah, now look here. Now let's get down to business. Andy, I got a contract all drawn up here, giving you back the ring and letting you keep the $20 besides.
Yeah. Is I still going to be the party to the first part?
Well, to tell you the truth, Andy, just so there won't be no confusion, you was going to be the only party in the contract.
Yeah, well, that's good, all right.
Now, I'll read it to you. Say here, I, Andrew H. Brown, still in my right mind, even more than I was when I signed the other paper. Then I say here, I hereby certify that I is the only one in the whole world that knows anything about that diamond ring. There it is. Now, sign right there on top of them dots there.
Okay. I like this contract better than the other one, you know. Tell you the truth, that first one you had there, I think you was trying to put something over on me, you know that?
All right, now, Andy, here's a copy for me, and here's a copy for you. And remember, Andy, when you say, wait a minute, if that phone is for me, I ain't here.
Yeah. Hello?
Miss Andy?
Yeah, Lighten, what you want?
I was having trouble getting candy. I went to one store and they was all out. And then I whizzed over to another store. And they got a long line of people waiting.
Listen, Lightning, forget about the candy, 'cause I done got the ring back, and I'm going to give that to Ruby.
All right, Miss Andy. Goodbye.
So long, Lightning. Thanks. Well, I right back where I started from. Got the ring back and $20 besides. Sure is nice to be able to... Oh, Amos, Ruby, come on in.
How you there, son?
Hello, Andy.
Hello, Ruby. Hello.
Well, you said you wanted us both to stop by here, Andy.
Yes, we didn't know but what you was having trouble and needed some help or something.
Yeah, well, I is having trouble. You see, there's a gal that I knows that I'm crazy about, and I wants to give her a ring, but I don't know just what to say to her when I gives it to her.
Yeah, well, maybe you don't have to say nothing.
Yes, the ring will speak for itself, Andy. Why don't you just give it to her and see what happens?
All right, I will. Here's the ring, Ruby, and happy birthday to you.
Why, Andy.
Boy, you sure put one over on her, son. Oh, and look at that ring.
Oh, Andy, well, this is the most beautiful ring I've ever seen in my whole life.
And look at the size of it, too, honey.
Yeah, well, I don't know if the stone is no good or not, but the feeling behind it is 8 million carats, I'll tell you that.
Andy, I just don't know how to thank you.
Oh, well, you know something, Ruby?
What?
If Amos wasn't here, I'd kiss you.
Oh.
Someday, Ruby, I'm going to get me a gal just like you.
Well, Andy, you've made my birthday very happy with this ring, and it's something I'm never going to forget.
Now, don't get nervous, honey. Maybe you was wrong about it.
Amos, I'm sure I'm not wrong. And I'm thinking about what's going to happen to Andy.
Look here, what did the man say to you again?
Well, I took the ring to the jewelry store today to have it made the right size. And the man at the jewelry store told me this ring was worth at least $2,000 or $3,000.
This diamond ring here worth $2,000 or $3,000.
It's a real diamond.
Oh, me, that's bad, all right. Give me that ring, Ruby.
What are you going to do, honey?
I know this much. Andy never bought it. I got to do something fast. Lightning, I want you to tell me something. Do you know where Andy got this ring that he give Ruby?
I know some, Miss Amos. I don't know nothing about it.
Now, listen, Lightning. This is important. If you know where Andy got that ring, you got to tell me.
Well, to tell you the truth, I knows where he got it, but I ain't supposed to know that he got it there.
Where?
Where he got it.
Well, listen, Lightning, you don't have to give away no secrets, but we got to get this ring back to where Andy got it from, or we're all liable to be in a mess. Will you promise me that you'll take it right back there to where you got it right now?
Well, I was supposed to be home in 5 minutes, but I'll take it there for you, Miss Amos.
I tell you, Muggsy, there's a good chance that the ring is still in the tray where we dropped it. I don't think they sell many of those rings.
But don't forget, it's been there 2 days now while they've been holding us in the clink.
Well, at least they didn't get anything out of us. That ring is still there. Everything will be okay.
Here's the counter here. We don't want to hang around here too long either.
May I wait on you?
Yeah, miss. I think we're going to buy one of these rings.
Yes, they're very nice.
Yeah, we want to look them over, miss. Stick with us. We're in a hurry.
Excuse me, miss.
Hey, wait a minute, buddy. Can't you see she's waiting on us?
Excuse me. I just got something here that I want to...
Look, we don't care what you got. Take your time, see?
Yeah, sir.
You see it, Joe?
No, not yet, Muggsy.
Excuse me. I was in kind of a hurry.
Say, are you going to be quiet or am I going to have to punch you right in the nose? Now, wait a minute.
Yeah, sir.
I don't see it, Joe.
Well, did you look at all of them?
It'll just take me a couple of seconds to...
Get back, will you?
Miss, please don't push me like that, please, sir.
It ain't here, Muggsy.
You sure?
I'm positive. Can you beat that? It's gone.
Let's get out of here. All right, punk. Go ahead. Come on, Joe.
Yeah.
Well, may I help you now?
Yes, ma'am. I want to return this diamond ring and get my money back.
Oh, a return. Well, just drop the ring in the tray there. I'll give you your money.
Yes, ma'am.
My, those fellows were certainly rude. They looked at every ring in the tray and didn't buy one.
Sorry you didn't make a sale. Maybe they would have liked this one.
Now, here's great news for the Amos and Andy Show next week. Be sure to tell your friends to listen in. For next Friday evening, the boys will have as their guests that old Professor Kay Kaiser, plus one of radio's most popular singers, Harry Babbitt, plus the composers of the song hit Sunday, Monday, and Always, Johnny Burke and Jimmy Van Heusen. All four in person next Friday night on the Amos and Andy Show. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us with a final reminder. You know, it's not such a lot that the boys and girls overseas ask, just a letter from home. A breath of the old hometown, little familiar things they want to know about that only you can tell them. A letter from home is next best thing to being home. So don't please ever be too busy to write. And when you do write, make sure the boys get those letters by sending them V-mail, for V-mail is the safest means, the only guaranteed means of getting it there. V-mail is fast, and because it saves precious cargo space on ships and planes, it's the most patriotic way to send a letter. Be sure to address your V-mail letter correctly and completely to avoid any delay in delivery. Write those boys now. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show with their guests, Kay Kaiser, Harry Babbitt, and the writers of Sunday, Monday, or Always, Johnny Burke and Jimmy Van Heusen. In this changing world, there are some things that don't change. In good old New York, for instance, we find the handsome cabs that went up and down the avenue in Grandfather's day. And say, what's this over here on the corner? Why, it's an organ grinder with his little monkey on a string. And coming up the street, we see Andrew H. Brown walking with his friend Amos.
Hey, Amos, look over there, will you? There's one of them old-fashioned organ grinders.
Yeah, got a little monkey there with him, too.
Yeah, I think I'll give that monkey a penny. Is you got a penny, Amos? I'm a little short on cash today.
Yeah, here's a penny.
Thank you. Of course, I got a nickel, but ain't no use to break that up just for the monkey. Hello there, little monkey. Here's a penny for you.
Yeah.
Here's a penny for you.
Here's a penny. Take the penny.
Ah, thank you. All right, Jocko, tip your hat.
Yeah, he sure is a cute, ain't he? Yeah, look at him tip his hat there. That monkey almost act like a human being, don't he?
Sure is.
Yeah, that's a sure nice monkey you got there, mister.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, let's go, Andy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Well, I was going home, Andy. You going up that way?
No. I was walking over to the lodge, Amos. I want to see the Kingfish and Van Porter. They is working on some big deal.
Yeah, well, okay, son. I'll be seeing you then. So long, son.
So long. Do-de-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do.
Oh, I'm telling you, Henry, I think that this magazine report will lead us to making thousands of dollars. It say here, you too can write popular music. You know, Henry, I has always thunk in my head that I could write a song.
Yes, I feel the same way. There's nothing to it. Of course, Mrs. Van Porter is very musical, but she leans to Bach and the different unfinished sympathies.
Yeah, Yeah, well, I figured that we could put a piano right here in this room at the lodge here. I'll tell you what, let's go back in my office. Andy's in there. Don't say nothing to him, though.
Yes, well, this is going to be a gold mine.
Yeah, I want to show you our new letterhead that I'm going to send to the printer. Well, hello there, Andy.
Hello.
Hi, fellas.
Yeah, sit still, Andy. I just want to show Henry something here. Here you is, Henry. Take a look at that.
Oh, yes, the letterhead.
Yeah.
What you fellas doing?
Yeah, we going in a little business here. What was that you was humming just then? Did you hear it, Henry?
Yes, I did.
Andy, that song, where'd you get that at?
Oh, I don't know. I just hummed them things to myself. Why?
Did you hear that song any place, Andy?
No. I just humming here.
Did you make that up out of your own head, Andy?
Yeah, I guess I must is. Show.
Henry, did you hear that tune Andy got there?
Yes, it's very catchy.
Do it again, Andy. Let's hear that.
Do 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 do.
Look, Andy, I'm going to tell you something now. Me and Henry is in the music publishing business, writing songs and all that stuff. And I know that we can make a big hit out of that tune you got there. If you let us use it, we'll cut you in and make you a third partner.
And there's thousands of dollars to be made in writing songs.
Count me in, gentlemen.
Oh, that's the stuff, Andy.
Oh, you'll never regret this, Andy, and I know that the association will not only be very pleasant, but will be very mercenary to all of us.
Yeah. Well, now, let's get going. Now, the most important thing to do now is to write this song down that Andy has been humming here. Now, we got to get words for it, though, and we got to get a title for it. Think of a title. That's what we got to do.
Yeah, well, now, let's see. How about Moon Over Chicago?
Wait a minute, Andy. I was just thinking here that a lot of the song hits that has been writ about holidays.
Yeah.
You know, Easter parade, there's one, and White Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there must be a lot of holidays that ain't nobody think about writing about yet.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, how about calling it, You Is the Best Thing I've Seen on Halloween?
Well, now, just a minute. That don't sound exactly right. I was just looking at this magazine we bought here, Kingfish, and it tells the whole method that you're supposed to use in writing good song titles.
Yeah, well, what is that, Henry?
Well, it says that you simply write down 8 or 10 song titles that has been big hits.
Yeah.
Then you take the words from these titles and put each word in a little card, and then you rearrange them.
Yeah, well, you think that system is safe, Henry? After all, we don't want to get in no trouble using something that somebody else has done writ.
Yeah, you're right about that. We got to watch that.
Oh, no, we'll mix the words up good, boys. Now, the first thing to do is to pick out 9 or 10 of the big song hits of, the past 5 years. And then we'll take them
Oh, I'm telling you, Amos, this is going to be the biggest thing we've ever gone into. Step right over here in the corner of the office to our song title department at this desk over here.
Yeah, what in the world is all these little cards you got here on the desk?
Well, we got words on them, Amos. We're trying to work out a song title. This is a new method.
Yeah, Henry, Andy, look at here. I done shifted these titles around a little bit here. See how it sound now.
Yeah, what is the title you got?
Don't jingle jangle on the sleepy lagoon with nobody else but me. How did that
Oh, listen, fellas. I admit that I don't know nothing about music, but that title that the Kingfish got there is bad. Why don't y'all talk to somebody that knows something about writing?
Yeah.
Well, Fred Gwendell over at the newspaper, he writes a column for the paper. He might be able to help you.
See, that's our idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andy, listen. Go over and see Fred, and me and Henry will scout around for a piano.
Okay.
Now, look here. Just tell him when you see him that it's kind of a hobby or something like that you was doing. You know, we want to keep this thing a secret till it gets rolling.
Don't worry, Kingfish. I'll keep everything on the TQ. Do 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 do. Now there it is. You see, that's a tune I done made up, Fred, and I was wondering if you could help me get a title and some words for that thing.
Well, now look here, Andy. You say that you was done made up that yourself?
Yeah, right out of my own head. You know, I used to be a genius.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, now, can you give me some words for it, Fred?
Yeah, well, now, that ought to be easy with a fine, original tune like that.
Well, how long would it take?
Oh, now, that won't take long, Andy. I'll tell you what you do. You sit here at my desk till I walk over to the assistant editor's desk for just a second and leave this paper.
Okay.
Say, Carter.
What you want, Fred?
Funny thing just happened over here. That fella I talking to is Andy Brown.
Well, what about him?
Well, he come up to my desk with a tune that he say he made up himself. You know what the tune is? It's that big song hit that's been going around called Sunday, Monday, or Always.
And he think he made it up, huh?
Yeah, I tell you what I gonna do. I gonna play a little joke on him. I gonna give him some of the words that's really in the song. Then he'll think he done made up the whole business, you see.
Yeah, let him have a little pleasure out of life. You can have some fun with it.
Yeah. Andy, look here. It just done hit me. Tell me this. See how these words sound to you.
Yeah.
Won't you tell me when we will meet again? Sunday, Monday, or always?
Hey, that's great. Yes, sir. There is the kind of words that go with the music I done writ. That's romance. That's just what we need.
Glad you like him. Now, let me see here if I can get some more.
Oh, you was almost junior society. You know that?
Now, wait a minute. I got it. I just got the inspiration that hit me in the ear here. Listen.
Yeah.
If you satisfied, I'll be at your side. Sunday, Monday, or always.
Great, Fred, great. Oh, boy, them words is fine. Tell you what, I'll memorize them, too. I'll put it all down when I get back to the office.
Listen to this. No need to tell me what makes the world go round. When at the sight of you, my heart begins to pound and pound.
Kingfish, is you working on a new number there?
Yes, I is, Henry. I figure that Andy's tune is going to be a big hit in no time, and I think we ought to have another one to follow it up right away. How you like it, Henry?
Very catchy.
Yeah, it might make kind of an Indian song out of it, you know.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, the beauty of this song is that it's only got 2 notes to it. You see, if the piano player loses his players, it don't make no difference, you know. You know, Henry, it's little things like that you got to think about. Well, hello there, brother Andy. Come
Hello,
in.
fellas, hello.
Yeah.
How did you make out with Wendell, Andy?
Yeah.
Oh, boys, it's in the bag. It's in the bag.
Don't tell me that it's in the bag. You got some words?
Oh, sure. Gwendell made up some great words.
No fooling.
Yeah, and I just stopped off home and I wrote them all down.
Oh, let's hear them. Let me hear how it sound. I got to hear this.
Yes, I just can't wait.
Yeah, go ahead now.
Okay, here we go. By Andrew Hogg Brown. Won't you tell me when we will meet again? Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday? If you is satisfied, I'll be on your side. Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. No need for you to tell me that the world is round. On count of just because I loved you each and every pound.
Oh, I'm telling you, that is great, Andy. You got one of the greatest tunes there in the world.
Andy, this is very catchy.
Oh, it's a sensation number, Andy. I guarantee you that if we keep up this way, we is going to be the biggest songwriters in Tin Can Alley.
Well, Andy and the Kingfish are going to be the greatest songwriters in Tin Can Alley. They think they already have a big hit on their hands. Right now, Amos is talking the situation over with Andy, Van Porter, and the Kingfish.
So you really in the songwriting business, fellas? I never thought they would last past the first day.
Oh, we is going places, Amos.
Yes, and they done sung a whole record on the song down at the store at the corner where you make them records, you know, that go around.
Yes, that's right. And we mailed the record to the Pyramid Music Publishing Company.
Yeah, they ought to get it today or tomorrow or sometime, and now we is just sitting around here figuring on how much money we're going to hold out for.
Yeah, well, of course, I ain't heard the song yet, but what gets me, Andy, is how you can go all these years without knowing nothing about music, and then all of a sudden you write what everybody says is a swell song.
Oh, well, I done had this talent hidden me all the time. It just busted out on me a couple days ago.
Yeah, kind of been laying low on him there.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, I got to run along, fellas. When the money starts coming in, if your office here ain't big enough to hold it, why, me and Ruby let you use one of our closets. Well, so long, fellas.
So long, Amos. So long.
Yeah, that Amos always making sarcastical remarks. I ain't never seen nobody like him.
Yeah, he's a mystery, all right. He
Miss Andy.
Take it easy now, Lightning. We're just sitting around here waiting for my song to become a hit.
You don't have to wait no longer, Miss Andy. It's a hit already.
What you mean, Lightning?
Yeah.
I was listening in the next room to that radio that we borrowed today, and a fellow by the name of Harry Babbitt is singing your song now on the K. Kaiser College of Musical Knowledge program.
Come on, fellas.
Yes, let's hear this quick.
No need to tell me now what makes the world go round. When at the sight of you my heart begins to pound and pound. And what am I to do? Can't I be with you Sunday, Monday, or always?
How you like that?
Quiet, Andy. Let's listen. Let's listen here.
Well, that was a handsome lad with a beautiful voice, Harry Babbitt, singing Sunday, Monday, or always. And now, children, until next Wednesday when we'll join you again from the Air Transport Command at Long Beach, this is K. Kaiser thinking of you. Thanks a lot for being with us, and so long, everybody.
He done stole my song. Cut that thing off.
Yeah, we'll sue him for every cent he got.
Count me in, gentlemen. Sunday, Monday, and always. What kind of talk is that? If that K. Kaiser is going to steal a song, then the least he could do is have that singer on his program sing the words that I writ, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Yeah, but don't you see what they're trying to do, Andy? He's establishing priorities. That's exactly what they're doing. He is making it earlier in the week. That's what they're doing. They're moving it up. Yeah, he won't beat you to the punch there. That's what the man trying to do.
Well, fellas, I tell you something. We is going to sue that K. Kaiser up one side and down the other.
Now, look here. Now, boys, yes. Now, just calm yourself. Here's what I'm going to do. Yeah. I is going to get some dope from the alley lawyer, and I is going to handle this case myself as your lawyer.
Yeah, that singer, Harry Babbitt. He sing the song without a permit to begin with, and he mess up the words besides.
Boys, listen. It's an open and shut case. We sues the man on 2 counts, singing and messing.
Is you sure, wait a minute. Is he here at NBC? You sure about that?
Yeah, well, the man told me that Kaiser rehearsals down here every Monday night. He had a rehearsal there with a band and everything.
Yeah. Well, come on. Let's ask that fella in that usher's uniform standing by the door there.
Yeah, now look here. Now just get this in your head. Remember, I handling everything. I'll twist the man in knots, but remember, I is your lawyer.
Okay, that's the stuff.
Yeah. Excuse me. We would like to see Mr. K. Kaiser.
Oh, he's in the studio now on stage. They're having a dress rehearsal, sir.
Yeah, well, we got appointment with him.
Yeah.
What are your names, please?
Andrew Brown, the writer of Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
And Mr. Stevens, his lawyer, he's expecting us.
Well, I'll tell you, if you'll be quiet, I'll let you in and you can wait in the wings. The rehearsal will be over in just a minute. Right this way, please.
Tonight we love in the glow that glows so softly. I know this wasn't meant to borrow But tomorrow, will it be gone, or will it always live on? Tonight we love.
And so, folks, until next Wednesday when we'll join you again, this is Kay Kaiser thinking of you. Thanks a lot for being with us, and so long, everybody. Okay, boys. Say, Mother Paul Phillips, how are we for time?
2 minutes and 10 seconds over, Kay.
Excuse me, Mr. Kaiser. Mr. Brown and his lawyer want to see you.
Oh, sure. I'll see him right now. Say, what's frying, gents?
My name is Andrew Hogg Brown.
Oh, yes. You're the composer. I got your letter. Well, let's step out here in the hall. I always like to be sued in private.
My name is Stevens. I is Mr. Brown's lawyer.
Well, I'm glad to know you. Now, boys, what's jumping? Let's get to it.
Yeah, Mr. Kaiser, on behalf of my client here, Mr. Andrew Hogg Brown, composer, who has done invested in me the power of suing, settling out a court and everything else, I want to call your attention to an infraction of the music and songwriting laws of the United States of America. That's what I want to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, what infraction are you referring to, Brother Stevens?
You got it there on a piece of paper, Kingfish.
Here it is right here. I was referring to Section 7, Article 12, Paragraph B, in the music laws.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it states here, quote, any person or persons in the United States discovered swiping another fellow's song is got to cough up $50,000 ipso facto. That is right there.
Now, wait a minute. You know, I kicked a little of that law around myself for a couple of years down at the University of North Carolina, but I don't remember seeing anything like that in a law book.
Yeah, well, it's in there all right. I don't know about them tall heel books, but I know it's in the books all right. Yeah, they got it down at the bottom of the page in fine print. And unless you wear glasses, it go right by the thing. You never see it.
Well, I wear glasses. See? It makes all the little print big print, but I never saw that law.
Well, my lawyer here never makes no mistake.
Now, look, fellas, if I'm being sued for $50,000 for stealing a song, don't you think that, I don't want too much, but don't you think I ought to know what song it is?
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And not only that, you done changed it around to Sunday, Monday, or always.
Oh, I see. Is that your song?
Yes, sir. Mr. Brown here invented the whole thing. Yeah,
I see. Is that so? Well, there must be something wrong someplace. Here, fellas, I've got a piece of blank music paper in my pocket. Suppose you take this piece of paper and write your song down here, just the way it goes. Huh?
You mean the words?
No, the music.
You mean them little black specks between the lines?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Known among the jive gentry as notes, shall we say.
Yeah. You know what he means, Mr. Brown. Go ahead, Andy. Write the thing down there.
Yeah, well, I'd like to do it for you.
Mm-hmm.
Only one thing. I left my pencil home.
Well, here's a pencil right here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kaiser, how about settling for $25,000?
Oh, no. Let's get the music down first now. Mr. Brown, you were going to write it out, remember?
Yeah, well, you want me to write it right on the stripes that's run across the paper there?
Oh, sure. You know, you got to have a place for them black specks to sit on.
You see, Mr. Kaiser, we knows our music all right.
Oh, yes. I can tell you plenty help, all right, yes. Only the best composers use the stripe and speck system.
Go ahead, Andy. Get started there. Put down the first note. Just put it right down there.
Yeah, well, now let me think. It ain't a high note, and it ain't a low note. Kind of a medium note, eh?
Yeah, keep going, Andy. I think you're closing in on it there, yeah.
You're closing in, but you better close fast, fellas, because this note's a little overdue.
Yeah, well, now, let me see. The note ought to be right about, Mr. Kaiser, you wouldn't want to settle for $10,000, would you?
Now, listen, fellas, don't let's be too hasty with these telephone number figures. You see, this infracture business is a little new to me, and 10,000 is a little big to me, too.
Now, look here, Mr. Kaiser.
Now, you know, fellas, there may be a shortcut to this whole thing. Suppose you let me call in a few accessories after the fact.
Yeah, well, what you think, Kingfish? You was the lawyer.
Yeah, well, according to Section 7, Article 12, Paragraph B in the law book on music swiping...
Well, suppose we hold everything a second here, boys. Let's drop in this room right here. Well, hello, Johnny. Hiya, Jimmy.
Hiya, Kay.
Come on in. Well, Lawyer Stevens and Mr. Brown, I'd like for you to meet the two boys who wrote Sunday, Monday, or Always, Mr. Johnny Burke and Mr. Jimmy Van Heusen.
Hello, fellas. How are you, boys?
Pleased to meet you.
Yeah, how you do, gentlemen?
You know, I think this is going to bring us right into the home stretch. Johnny, you really wrote the words to Sunday, Monday, or Always, didn't you?
Well, if I didn't, the music publisher is crazy for sending me those checks every month.
I see. And Jimmy, you've been accused by the music industry of writing the music to the song in question, haven't you?
Afraid I'm guilty. What's up, Kay?
Well, frankly, fellas, I'm just trying to straighten out a little matter for the Section 7, Article 12, Paragraph B here.
Yeah, well, Mr. Kaiser, could we see you out in the hall confidential again?
Why, certainly, boys, but before we leave, take a good look at Johnny Burke and Jimmy Van Heusen because they've got another one coming up just as good.
We're working on it now.
So long, boys.
Yeah, so long, yeah.
Now, what can I do for you, Lawyer Stevens?
You wouldn't want to settle for $500, would you?
Might make it 200.
Oh, now, boys. Let me get you in the groove here. You know, there are a few laws around these United States that pertain to copyright. And I don't want to be vulgar, but you're kind of messing with fire, see? And in addition to that, you're liable to get in an awful lot of trouble with the music publishers because these boys pay a lot of money to writers for song hits. And in addition to that, there's a little thing known among the music world as ASCAP. And they also protect writers. In fact, you're darn lucky that you explained the situation to me before some judge explained it to you. You know, you could go to the penitentiary for stealing a song.
Yeah.
Oh, can I ask you one question, Mr. Kaiser?
Why, certainly. What is it?
If we give you $5, would you forget the whole thing?
Next Friday evening at this same time, be sure to tune in for another half hour of really great entertainment when we will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to Kay Kaiser, the old professor of the College of Musical Knowledge, his fine vocalist Harry Babbitt, and to Johnny Burke and Jimmy Van Heusen for their fine support in tonight's show. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us and wishing all of you a pleasant good night. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. If you've been reading the classified ads section in some of the big daily newspapers this past week, you may have come across an ad in the personal column which revealed that Andrew H. Brown is very anxious to establish contact with one Madam Queen. Andy has been unsuccessful in his search. Right now, he's in his office unloading his troubles to his close friend, Amos.
Well, I'm sorry I couldn't get here no sooner. What's on your mind, Andy?
Sit down, Amos. I got to talk to somebody. And you was the one.
Yeah, I ain't seen you all week. What's the matter?
I gotta find her.
Find who?
Amos, I gotta find Madam Queen.
Madam Queen?
Yeah.
You ain't seen her for 6 or 8 years, did you?
That's right.
Yeah, the last time you heard from her is when she sued you for breach of promise.
Yeah, that's right. But, Amos, this time it means something.
Yeah, I guess that old saying is true, that love has its ups and downs, but an old flame never dies. Is that it?
Well, all I know is when I met Madam Queen, that flame was like a 200-watt bulb. After a while, it flickered down to 100 watts, and before I knowed it, the whole thing got short-circuited.
Yeah, well, how come all of a sudden, out of a clear sky...
Let me tell you the whole story. And listen, Amos, promise you ain't going to tell this to nobody.
Oh, I ain't going to say nothing.
Well, Amos, years ago, when I was in love with Madam Queen, we was talking about getting married. And she made me save every cent I could and invest it.
Oh, yeah, I remember something about that, yeah.
Yeah, you see, we was going to get ourselves a love nest. The whole thing mounted to a little over $400. And I took the money and invested it with the Bond and Realty Investment Company.
Oh, yeah, I know now. And that whole thing went bad, didn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. But here's some news. Amos, I is a rich man.
Rich? What you got there?
Here's a letter from the company. It say that they is done reorganized and that the former stockholders can get out their money plus the interest and dividends. And look at this line right here. It say your holdings in our company right now amount to $600.
$600? And you can get that money, huh?
But here's the catch.
Yeah.
It's in the last paragraph. He say here, we note that your stock is jointly registered in the names of yourself and one Madam Queen. Therefore, the application for release of these funds to you must be signed by both parties.
Oh, now I see. Yeah, that is the situation you was in there.
Yeah, all these business letters is the same. The first part tells you what you're going to get, and the second part locks it up so you can't get it.
Tell me this, has you got any idea where Madam Queen is?
Well, now, that's the trouble. I can't find her. Hey, wait a minute. There's Gabby Gibson across the street now. See him over there talking to that fella?
Oh, yeah, I ain't seen him for years. Do he still talk as much as he used to?
Oh, he talked more than he ever used to. But he's helped me with the case, though.
Yeah, what's Gabby doing about it?
Well, you see, he is figuring out from the law standpoint how I can get around the Madam Queen's signature thing.
Yeah, here he come now.
Yeah, he say he was going to drop in. Maybe he got the whole thing figured out. I sure hope he got a loophole for me.
Yeah, he ain't changed a bit, is he?
Come in.
Hello there, Gabby.
Oh, hello there, gentlemen. Hello, gentlemen. Well, Amos. Hello, Amos. Glad to see you. Glad to see you.
Yeah, how is you? I ain't seen you for a long time.
Oh, I was fine, thank you. Yes, indeed. Very fine, Amos. 100%. I'm feeling 100%.
Yeah. Listen, Gabby. Listen here. Tell me the news, will you? Has you done figured out if it's all right for me to get that money by me signing Madam Queen's signature?
Well, Andy, I got the whole thing figured out for you. The whole thing. I done found a way. I really done found a way. That's what it is. Nothing to it. Nothing to worry about. Now, you know the way Madam Queen writes her name. You done see that. You done see that yourself. You know her handwriting. You know that. All you got to do is not say nothing to nobody. Not a word to nobody. Just pick out the place where her name go. Just pick out the place. Get yourself some pen and ink, some good black ink. And then you sign Madam Queen. Write down Madam Queen. Be sure and spell it right. And then you can get the money. The company going to pay you. They going to hand you the cash. It's all yours. All yours. There's only one thing. One little thing about it. You might go to jail.
That show took a bad turn there all of a sudden, didn't it?
Yeah, sure did.
Well, listen, Gabby, suppose I never finds Madam Queen and can't get her signature. Did that mean that the company going to keep the money?
Now, wait a minute, Andy. Wait a minute now. That money belongs to you. That is your money. That money does not belong to the company. Not to the company, but to you. Don't forget, you put the money in. You're the one to put the money in. You invest the money. Nobody can take it out. Nobody. They can't take it out because the money is yours. So long as the money is yours and all yours, but they ain't going to give it to you.
That's the law, huh?
Oh, that's the law as I knows it. Oh, I've been working on your case, Mr. Andy. I've been really working on your case.
Yeah, Andy, I think you has just got to find Madam Queen. That's the only way.
Yeah, you right. I got to find her. Now, listen, Amos, whatever you do, don't say nothing to the Kingfish about this money, because he'd have 8 companies organized within an hour.
Oh, I promise you, I ain't going to say nothing.
And, Gabby, don't you say nothing about this neither.
Oh, I ain't going to say nothing, Andy. Not a word for me, not a word. I wouldn't tell a soul. I wouldn't even tell my closest friend, not my closest friend, because I ain't the talking type.
Come in.
Oh, excuse me, Brother Kingfish, but there's a man out here.
What kind of a man is it, Lightning? Do he look like a bill collector or something?
Yeah, sir. He looked exactly like a bill collector, all right. The man is looking for Mr. Andy, though, not you. I told him that you was the only one here.
Oh, so Andy's in trouble, huh? Send the man in.
Right this way, mister.
Come in.
Pardon me, I came to see Mr. Andrew H. Brown. I have this lodge hall as his address. Do you know where I can find Mr. Brown?
Well, I don't know him very well. Course, any money deals Mr. Brown gets messed up in, I don't have nothing to do with. What do you want to see him about?
It's about a money matter, all right.
He don't hang around here very much no more. Sometimes he don't get around here for 2-3 years at a time.
But you know Mr. Brown?
Well, he's just a casualty acquaintance. That's what he is. You see, as the head of the lodge, I has got a hobnob with the riffraff same as anybody else. You see what I mean?
Well, this matter with Mr. Brown involves $600.
$600?
That's right.
Tell you the truth, mister, I don't even know the man.
Well, of course, until Mr. Brown gets this other signature, we can't give him the $600.
Yeah, well, like I say, excuse me, mister, the acoustics in this room ain't good for my hearing here. Did you say give him $600?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, Andy Brown. That's my partner.
Your partner?
Yeah.
I thought you said you just knew him casually.
Yeah, well, I mean about that. He's a silent partner. That's what you know how it is with them silent partners. Sometimes they're so silent they don't even come around.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, as soon as you see him, you tell him that the man was here from the Bond and Realty Investment Company. We're still waiting for Madam Queen's signature. And as soon as we have it, we can give Mr. Brown the $600.
Madam Queen's signature. Yes. I'll tell him, mister.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's why Andy's looking for Madam Queen. Now, if the old Kingfish could find out where she is first, and then give Andy that information for 50%. Mm-hmm. I think I got something.
Yes, well, that sounds very interesting, Kingfish.
Oh, yeah, Henry. I know that Andy ain't found Madam Queen yet, and I'll cut you in on the deal if you'll just give me her last note address off of the insurance policy that she had with you.
Well, here's the policy right here.
Yeah, now let me see it here. Here it is right here. 1492 South Flower Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
Henry, I is off to Trenton. Now listen. Don't let Andy know that I is looking for her.
Oh, no, not a word for me.
Now, listen. I got to get to Trenton, Henry, as fast as I can. Let me have $3, will you?
Now, Kingfish, I ain't got it. We're having a dinner party at my house tomorrow night, and my funds are all tied up in a pot roast.
Yeah, well, I got to get the money someplace. Wait. I know what I'll do. I'll borrow it from Andy.
From Andy? Kingfish, do you think that's the right thing to do under the circumstances?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, after all, when you was going to hit a man over the head with a blackjack, you don't ask him to take off his hat.
Oh, but this is emergency, Henry. I was going to borrow this money from Andy.
Well, Kingfish, having discovered Madam Queen's last known address, is on his way over to Andy's to borrow the fare to Trenton. Andy, in the meantime, is in his office poring over some of the answers to the ads he had in the paper. Amos is with him.
Oh, you got some answers to your ads in the newspaper already, huh, Andy?
Yeah, I just come back from the post office. Most of them look like phonies to me. Listen to this one.
Yeah, read it.
Dear Box 27, I knew a Madam Quinn about 10 years ago in Biloxi, Mississippi. She must be the one you was looking for. Please send reward. Signed, Frank Wilson.
Yeah, that one's nothing.
No, here's one on a postcard. Dear Box 27, if you really want to find Madam Queen, why don't you drop in at Joe's Oyster House? Everybody eats at Joe's. Open all night.
Yeah, that ain't much help. What's the next one?
Well, here's a letter here. Postmarked Trenton, New Jersey. Dear Box 27, I am positive I can lead you to the whereabouts of Madam Queen. Signed, Mrs. Ralph Rogers, 1492 South Flower Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey. Say, Amos, that really sounds like something there, don't it?
Yeah, she knows what she's talking about. I guarantee you that one ain't no phony.
Amos, I is going to Trenton.
Yeah, I think you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, listen, lend me about $3, will you?
Well, Andy, I'd be glad to, but I tell you the truth, I just ain't got it.
Yeah, well, I know you would if you had it.
I certainly would.
Yeah, well, I got to get the money somewhere. Get there. Hey, wait a minute. Here come the Kingfish across the street. Oh, boy. I'll give him a build up to the sky and get the money from him.
Yeah, well, I'll get going there.
Yeah.
Hiya, Kingfish.
Come in.
Well, hello there, Amos. Hi, Andy, old pal.
Yeah.
Well, I'll leave you two fellas together. I'll get to work. So long.
So long.
So long, Amos. So long.
Kingfish, I is glad to see you.
Same to you.
Oh, yeah. You is one of the greatest friends I got.
One of the greatest? The greatest?
Yeah. Like the man say once, if you can go through life and get one good friend, you is lucky. And you is that friend.
Oh, I is the closest one in the world to you, Andy.
And one thing about us, when one of us goes to the other one for something, we never turn each other down.
Yeah, well, look how long we've known each other. If you can't help a friend, who can you help?
Yeah, well, we is almost like brothers.
No, closer than brothers. We is like sisters.
You're right. Where would you find the love and friendship and affection that I got for you with two brothers?
Oh, it's a beautiful thing, Andy.
It's touching, all right. Now, Kingfish, what I want to ask you is this.
By the way, Andy, will you let me have $3?
Yeah. Now, wait a minute. That's what I was going to ask you.
It couldn't have been.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you.
Well, I asked you first.
But it was my turn to talk.
Now, don't give me no argument, brother.
Now, listen, you chiseler.
Ain't nobody no bigger chiseler than you is.
Oh, there ain't, huh?
You heard me.
We sure forgot that brother stuff.
Listen, Andy, will you let me have $3?
No, I ain't got it. Tell me this, what you want with $3?
Who, me?
Well, you asked for it, didn't you?
Well, I'm...
what is that in your pocket, Kingfish? A railroad timetable?
Where? Yeah. I want to go on a little vacation, and that's why I want to borrow the money.
Vacation? Where's you going to go on a vacation for $3? Out on the fire escape?
Oh, I thought I'd go out someplace inexpensive, like the Grand Canyon. You know, they don't charge no admission there. See that big hole there? Get down in there. Can't nobody see you. Mm-hmm. Get away from the trouble and worries. Hide from all the people that bothers you. It's a restful hole in the ground, all right. I like a low spot.
Yeah. Well, I need $3 for business reasons.
Listen, Andy, you need money, I need money. Let's be fair and face this thing 50-50. We'll pawn your watch.
What you mean pawn my watch? This watch that I got has got a lot of sentiment to it. And I ain't gonna put it in no pawn shop.
What do you mean sentiment?
Well, this watch was given to me as a Christmas gift.
By who?
Well, I used to go with two gals, and they both lived in the same apartment building, and they chipped in and bought me this watch. Look at here. Look at the engraving on the back of this. Look at that sentiment on there, boy.
Let me see here. To Andy, I love you, Jane. Me too, Alice. Crazy women. Now listen, I got to get $3.
Well, so is I.
Well, ain't no sense in me wasting my time with you. I got a better idea. Goodbye.
So long. Say hello to the Grand Canyon for me.
Lightning, come here.
Yes, sir, Brother Kingfish.
You ain't got no watch or something like that, has you, Lightning?
No, sir. I ain't never had no jewelry.
You know, Lightning, you look awful sick. Why don't you take that suit off and lay down on the couch and rest?
I don't feel sick that I know, though.
Well, you were sick, all right. Ain't you tired and run down and weak?
Well, I most always use your live. I'm going to start taking vitamin tablets. That's right.
Lightning, I never seen nobody look as bad as you does. Here, let me help you off with your coat. And I tell you what I'll do, Lightning. While you was laying here convalescing, I'll take your suit out and have it cleaned and pressed for you.
Well, I had it pressed last night, Kingfish, under the mattress.
Yeah, well, you won't have it done right. Get the pants off, too.
But, Kingfish, while I laying here on the couch without my suit on, I'm liable to catch my death of cold.
Yeah, that's all the more reason for having your suit pressed. When you go to the hospital, you want to look nice and neat, don't you?
Yes, I never thought of that.
Give me those pants, Lightning. All right, I'll be running along. You lay down there on the couch now and get your strength back. You got nothing to worry about. Joe, I got something different this time. How much can you give me on this suit?
Kingfish, this is a new one. You ain't never had this one here before, is you?
No, I ain't, Joe.
Well, the seat is a little slick. This suit must fit you awful tight, Kingfish.
Well, I just helping out a sick friend.
Well, let me see. How much you want?
How about $6 or $7?
I'll let you have $3 on it.
Well, that's what I figured we'd dick it down to. I'll take it.
All right. Here you are, $3, and here's your ticket.
Yeah, I'll pick this up tonight or in the morning. I gotta catch a train right away for Trenton.
All right, Kingfish.
Yeah, well, so long, Joe. Thank you.
Hello? Honest Joe's pawn shop.
Joe, this is Andy Brown. I got a watch for Christmas that looks like it's gold. If I bring it down there, will you let me have $3 on it?
Well, you got to bring it down, Andy. If it's any good, I'll let you have $3.
Yeah, well, it's got some crazy engraving on the back from a couple of silly gals, but you can scratch that off if you want to.
Well, bring it down, Andy.
Right away, 'cause I got to catch the first bus to Trenton.
What's going on over there? A convention?
I wonder who that can be at the door. I'll just take a peek through the curtains here. Looks like a peddler. Oh, well.
How do you do? My name is George Stevens. I is the Kingfish of the Misted Nights of the Sea.
I don't need a thing, thank you. Good day.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I is the head of the lodge.
Well, I don't want to join nothing.
Well, listen, I want to talk to you about Madam Queen.
Oh, Madam Queen. Come right in.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Nice place you got here.
Yes, of course it's plain, but we must be satisfied with what we got.
Yeah, I exactly the same way myself. I keep saying to my wife, I say, honey, if we just had a little more than we got now, I'd be perfectly satisfied. I tell her that all the time. But getting back to Madam Queen, what I want to find out...
Did you know Madam Queen very well?
Oh, sure. I know her when she run a beauty shop in Harlem. You see, Madam Queen and my wife been friends for years.
Oh, she's very nice. I like Madam Queen.
Oh, sure, and the only reason that I come over here was to have a talk with you was to find out...
Oh, excuse me, there's someone at the door.
Oh, that's all right. Take your time. I ain't no hurry. Hey, look through them curtains. Don't open that door.
Well, what's the matter?
I just looked out the window. I know that man. You can't let him in now.
Oh, why not? What's the matter with him?
Well, to tell you the truth, lady, look here. I don't want him to see me here.
You don't want him to see you?
Look here. Now, don't let him in. Where can I hide?
Well, why do you have to hide?
Oh, now look here. Listen, I'll explain everything to you. You don't mind if I get behind the sofa, do you, and lay down on the floor?
Well...
and don't say nothing to him about me being here, because that'll mess up everything. Remember, now, I ain't here.
I don't like this monkey business. I'm coming.
How you do? I thought for a minute you wasn't home. Is you Mrs. Ralph Rogers?
Oh, yes, I am.
I is box 27.
Oh, box 27. Come in.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, well, there's my dog. Bruno, come on in the house now. Come on. That's a good doggy.
Yeah, that's a nice dog you got there.
Now, walk right in.
Yeah, come on, little doggy. Come on over here with me while I sit on the sofa.
Do you live in Harlem?
Well, I stays there part of the time.
Yeah, well, what business he in?
Well, I kind of semi-retired. And then I hangs around the lodge there called the Mystic Knights of the Sea. Now, about Madam Queen, I want to ask...
Did you say that you was a member of the Mystic Knights of the Sea?
Yeah, that's right.
Do you know a man there by the name of Stevens?
Yeah, sure. He's the Kingfish. He's on his way to Grand Canyon right now. Now about Madam Queen...
Grand Canyon?
Yeah, he likes to get down in a hole and get away from troubles and worries.
Oh.
Yeah, he probably laying around now in some low spot looking up wondering what's going to happen to him. Now about Madam Queen. Hey, doggy, hey, come here, come back here. Where you going, doggy? Come here. Look at that, he wanted to go back at the sofa there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Miss Rogers, the reason I come here to see you was that... Must be something back at this sofa he wants.
Yeah.
Most likely old soup bone. Now, as I was saying, I want to come here and see... wait, all right. If you want to go back at the sofa, go ahead. I wonder what he's after.
Oh, it's nothing.
Yeah, you show something didn't crawl under there. Anyway, Miss Rogers, what I wants to do is to find out how to... by any chance, have you got 2 dogs in the house here?
Well, maybe I ought to tell you that...
Wait a minute here. I'm going to see what goes on back there. Let me get this sofa out. So, it's you, huh?
Just stopped by here on the way to the Grand Canyon.
Kingfish, get out of here. What is you doing here anyway?
Well, now take it easy. I can explain everything.
I wish I knew what it's all about.
Yeah.
Bruno, quiet.
Yeah, start talking, Kingfish.
Yeah, well, I can explain everything. I knew you was looking for Madam Queen, and I wanted to help you.
You knowed I was going to get some money, and you wanted to help yourself.
No, I didn't know nothing about the money. I didn't know nothing about the $600.
How'd you know it was 600?
Well, now listen, I'm going to talk to you like a brother. We can even get back to that sister stuff.
Now, wait a minute, Wade. Talk to me nothing. You get out of here, you big double-crossing, no-good chiseling loafer.
Yes, get out like he says. I will not have anyone in this house that is not a gentleman. Get out.
Yes, ma'am. Leaving right now. Goodbye.
I'm sorry this thing happened.
You know, I thought there was something strange when he wanted to hide. I'll not talk to a man of that type.
Yeah, I don't blame you. There ain't nothing worse than a low-type man. Now, Miss Rogers, I got your letter addressed to Box 27, and I was awful anxious to get hold of Madam Queen.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a reporting.
Well, you may not know it, but she used to live here. And she used to run a beauty shop right in Trenton.
Yeah, that's her, all right. That's her.
Of course, I don't know where she is myself. But I know somebody that I was positive can tell you right where she is.
Oh, that's great. Who is that?
Well, the fella she used to go with, a big bum named Andy Brown.
Be sure to be with us next Friday at this same time when Amos and Andy actually find Madam Queen. Yes, she's back. Be sure to hear Madam Queen with Amos and Andy next Friday night. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before we say goodnight, one more important word.
Save used fats? Who, me? Much too much trouble.
Too much trouble? Our fighting men out there are going to a bit of trouble, too. Would you count it too great an effort to help save their lives? For the used fats you save are indispensable in the making of precious sulfur drugs and in the manufacture of armaments. So important are they that the OPA has authorized your dealer to pay you 2 meat points for each pound of used fats you turn in besides the regular cash price. So do save that fat, every drop, and rush it to your butcher. Thanks. I thought you'd see it that way. Good night. ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. For the past 3 weeks, Andy has been desperately trying to find Madam Queen. No, it isn't that the love bug has bitten him again. It's just that he needs her to sign a paper so that he can get $600 out of a joint account in a recently reorganized investment company. Right now, George Kingfish Stevens is at Henry Van Porter's office telling Henry of the situation up to now.
Oh, I tell you, Henry, a woman the size of Madam Queen just can't drop out of sight.
Yes, it certainly is strange.
Yeah, just like losing a bass drum in a telephone booth. You can't do that.
Well, I was hoping that he would have found her and had the money by now. There's no way of him getting it without her signature, huh?
Yeah, you see, like I told you, when Henry was figuring on marrying Madam Queen, he put this money in a joint investment. The company went defunct.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but at the moment, they is undefunct again. And they is willing to pay Andy the $600.
Yes, if he can only find Madam Queen.
Yeah, and he ain't got all the time in the world neither. After all, this investment company could go defunct again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you got money with companies like that, you got to get it out between funks. That's what you got.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You know, Henry, up to now, I've been trying to find Madam Queen before Andy did. And then I was going to charge Andy a percentage to tell him where she is.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, but I think I'm going to have to change my tic-tacs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What I'm going to do, I'm going to see if I can't cooperate with Andy in the search. Then when Andy gets the money, we can get him to invest it in a deal with us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Henry, I has done got to feel like a brother to that $600.
Listen, Amos, I ain't never been so undiscouraged as this in my life. I can't find Madam Queen no place.
Yeah, you ain't got no clues or nothing, is you, Andy?
That's right. I done started out nowhere and been losing ground ever since.
Yeah, well, Andy, ain't there some way that you can get this $600 without Madam Queen's signature?
Well, the trouble is, Amos, it's what they calls a joint account. And there ain't no way that I can see to unjoin it.
Yeah, it's your money, though. There ought to be some way to get it.
Well, I tell you, what I was thinking of doing was signing Madam Queen's signature myself.
Oh, Andy, you can't do that. That's forgery. They can put you in jail. Gabby Gibson told you that last week. That's against the law.
It is, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't want to go against the law. No, sir. Maybe I can get Lightning to do it.
Oh, Andy, you done advertised in the paper for Madam Queen. Look here, why don't you go over to the Lodge Hall and see if you got any answers?
Yeah, I'll do that. Gee, I'd like to get that money. Kingfish, has you got my mail?
Oh, yeah. Here you is, Andy. I got 2 letters for you.
Yeah, bills, I bet.
Brother Andy, all I want to do is to help you find Madam Queen by cooperating with you.
Yeah, well, let me see this now. This first one here. Uh-oh. Just what I thought.
What's that?
Say here, Dear Mr. Brown, regarding the purchase of a $14 overcoat on which there is still $12 due, we would appreciate a remittance. We are waiting to hear from you so we can close our books for 1937.
What is you going to do, Andy?
Well, a nice letter like this deserves an answer. I'll tell them they can close their books for 37, not to wait for me.
Yeah, well, that's the way to be fair about it, all right.
Oh, sure. That coat was no bargain, no way. Starting to go at the elbows already.
Yeah.
Here's another letter. Look here. See what this one is.
What is that?
Hey, this must be a mistake.
What do you mean a mistake?
Well, it ain't a bill.
Oh.
Say here, we take pleasure in announcing that beginning next Tuesday, March the 14th, the Lenox Avenue Beauty Shop will be run under the management and ownership of Madam Queen and I... Hey, wait a minute.
Madam Queen?
Yeah, look here. Didn't it say here in pencil, Dear Andy, I hope that I have the right address and that this reaches you. I know that you never go to beauty parlors, but I won't be open for a few days yet, so why don't you drop over and see me for old time's sake? Signed, Madam Queen. And that's her handwriting.
Andy, I knowed we'd find her. You see what my cooperation has done?
Good old Madam Queen. So long, Kingfish. My ship has done come in.
Yeah, wait a minute. Where you going, Andy? What you going to do?
I'm going home, get all cleaned up, put on my best suit of clothes, and going over to see Madam Queen.
That's a good idea, Andy. I'll even lend you some of my cologne. There ain't nothing that will make a woman sign on the dotted line quicker than a sweet-smelling man.
So Madam Queen finally has been located, hey, Kingfish?
Yeah, in other words, Henry, after 3 weeks of looking everywhere for her, she finally found Andy.
Yes, well, it's like they say, if the mountain will not come to Mohammed, then Mohammed will go to the mountains.
Yeah, that's what they say, all right, yeah. I got to remember that.
But now that Andy has done found Madam Queen all by herself, where does we fit in the picture?
Well, now, looking the thing square in the face, Henry, we is really on the outer fringe. But I got an idea how to put this thing over.
What's that?
Look here, I is going over to Andy's right now and give him some tips on how to approach Madam Queen.
Mm-hmm.
And get her, you see, to sign the paper.
Yeah.
Now, that'll kind of make Andy obligated to us. And then he'll listen to reason when we tells him how he ought to invest his money in our new big investment company, which we will organize tonight.
How does I look, Kingfish?
Oh, Brother Andy, you look great. Ain't you going to wear a tie, though?
Yeah, I'm getting Lightning to get one pressed up for me now.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be here any second.
Lightning on his way over here?
Yeah, that's right. You know, I still can't get over that after all the trouble that I done went to find Madam Queen, it ends up by her finding me.
Well, like the old saying, Andy, if Mahatma Gandhi goes to the mountains, he's bound to find somebody and all that stuff there.
Ain't it the truth? Ain't it the truth?
Oh, I tell you what, them old sayings come in all the time on things like this, and they help you fix them up.
Yeah, they sure is.
Brother Andy, now I'm going to tell you something. The reason I come up here to your room, 'cause I, your pal, number one, want to help you all I can.
Uh-huh.
Besides finding Madam Queen, I'm going to help you other ways, too, you see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to tell you how to approach Madam Queen.
Yeah, well, I know how to do that. I just go in and ask her if she'll go down to the investment company and sign the thing.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Something wrong there?
And look here, you got about as much delicacy as a sledgehammer. Now, the first thing you got to do is to take her flowers.
Well, I ain't got none.
All right, we'll get some. Yeah, then you got to talk to the gal for a while and win back her friendship.
Oh, yes, huh?
Yeah, you know, Andy, it ain't no good for you to bust right in there to her and tell her that you want her to sign something so you can get $600.
Ain't, huh?
No, she liable to go fountain pen shy on you there. Yeah. Back up.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Kind of got to ease into that thing.
Yeah, Slide.
But how do you talk to a gal that you ain't seen for 8 years?
Well, the most important thing, talking, well, you got to make her think that you are still crazy about her. Look, Andy, let me show you just what to say. Oh. Now, look, you take the part of Madam Queen, and I'll show you what to say. I'll be you. Now, we rehearse the thing right here.
Yeah, go ahead. Do that.
Yeah, now, you start off by saying, you say, darling, after all these years, you sure do look wonderful. And I'm so happy to see you again.
Yeah, well, I was happy to see you, too.
Mrs. Andy, I got your tie press here.
Yeah, all right. I'll be with you in a second, Lightning. Go ahead, Kingfish.
Honey, I'm still crazy about you, and in honor of my deep love and affection, I want you to accept these beautiful flowers.
You want him to accept, what did that you say?
These flowers. Keep still, Lightning, will you?
They is beautiful. I'll wear them right next to my heart.
You know, I keep telling my wife that my eyesight ain't what it used to be.
Listen, Lightning. Listen here, the Kingfish is just telling me what to say to Madam Queen.
Oh, I see now. You is just making believe, huh?
Yeah, leave the tie here and get out of here, will you?
Yes, sir. I'll whiz away.
Yeah.
Anyway, Andy, that give you an idea of the type of thing to start off with. Now, then after giving her enough of that, you bring up the subject of the $600. Casualty, of course.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, now, don't bring it up like you care nothing about it.
Yeah.
You know, make her think that you was rich. Just bring it up in an offhand way.
Yeah, well, I think I got the whole idea, Kingfish.
Good. Now, about getting some flowers.
I ain't got a dime.
Yeah, well, I tell you the truth, I flat broke myself. Let me think here.
Yeah, think it. Hey, wait a minute. I got some paper flowers over in my office.
Paper?
Yeah, they're just about 3 years old and they're still blooming. How about taking a them?
Well, that's better than nothing.
Yeah, come on. Let's go over to my office. These paper flowers sure hold their shape good, don't they, Kingfish?
Yeah, the shape is all right. They could stand a little cleaning, though.
Yeah, let's see. Let me shake them once. The dust has kind of settled on them. Hey, what was that? Little butterfly flew out there then?
That was a moth. Oh. You sure ain't no wool in these flowers?
No. How they look?
Well, Andy, them flowers need scrubbing. Gee, I hate to see you give her those. Hey, Andy, who that here in the back office?
Oh, that's Gabby Gibson. You know, the lawyer.
Oh.
Yeah, I done rent him the back office.
Oh, Gabby Gibson, yeah. Say, look, he usually got some money. Why don't you go back there and try to borrow $5 from him? Then you can get a nice bouquet for Madam Queen.
Yeah, I might try that. I would never give Madam Queen paper flowers.
Yeah, go back and see Gabby. I'll wait out here.
All right. Hello, Gabby.
Oh, hello, Andy. Hello.
How you getting along?
Oh, working very hard, Andy. Working very hard. Busy as I can be. Yes, indeed.
Making any money?
Make more money than I've made in my life. More than I've ever made in my life. More money. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that's good. Got money in your pocket, huh?
Oh, yes, indeed. Got money in my pocket. Yes, pocket full of money. Yes, sir. I'm loaded to the gills right now. I'm really loaded.
Gabby, how about letting me have $5 till Tuesday?
I'm so glad you asked me, Andy. I'm glad you asked me, because you was one of the best friends I got, one of the best friends. And I want you to know, I really want you to know how nice it was for you, how nice to rent me this back office. I was telling my girl last night, I said, Andy Brown is one of the best friends I got, the best friend. And I was always wanted a chance to do something for you, to help you if I could. Really want to help you. And right now I got money in my pocket. I really got money in my pocket. I got the $5. I got the $5, but I ain't gonna let you have it.
Ain't gonna let me have it, huh?
No, sir, you can't have it. Just can't have it. And that's final.
Yeah.
Well, Andy is about set for his first meeting with Madam Queen. Already well primed by the Kingfish, he is now receiving final instructions at Madam Queen's front door.
Well, here's the beauty shop, Andy. Now, before you go in, you got everything straight.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, you got the flowers wrapped up in the wax paper good. All covered up, ain't it?
Yeah, they is covered.
Yeah, you see, Andy, the idea is to let her know that you got flowers for her, but not let her know that they is made out of paper till she agrees to sign. You kind of got to use the flowers as kind of a decoy.
Yeah. Well, what if she grabs them from me and unwraps them right away?
Yeah, well, then you was on your own. Yeah, now go right on in, Andy, and remember, don't be too anxious on the signature.
Oh.
Go heavy with the love stuff before you get to the signing. Now, I'll be over at Henry Van Porter's office, so phone me and let me know how you come out.
Right.
Put it there.
Yeah, right.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, here I go. Here I go.
So long, we'll be waiting.
Okay. Oh, me. This kind of remind me of old times. Madam Queen.
Andy Brown. Why, you dear boy. Let me take off my glasses and look at you.
Andy, you ain't changed a bit.
Well, the same to you, honey.
And bringing me flowers. Why, Andy?
Yeah, well, I'll just lay 'em over here on the table.
You do nothing of the kind. I'll put 'em right over here in some water.
Well, they'll last. Why don't we just leave 'em right there?
Oh, no, Andy. Maybe they'll last for a couple of days till I have the opening of the beauty shop.
Well, that's what I want to tell you before you open 'em up. Honey, before we take the paper off, let me say to you this. The petals of these flowers ain't got the touch that nature brung 'em. They has never been sprinkled with the dew from the heavens. They has never been touched by the birds, the bees, and the butterflies. And the smell, well, it just ain't there. But I bring you these with the wish that your new beauty shop will last as long as the flowers. There you is.
Oh, you darling boy. Paper flowers. And such nice long stems, too.
Yeah.
Oh, they'll be simply exquisite in the beauty shop.
Yeah, if you don't throw no matches in the vase, they'll last you for years.
Oh, Andy, dear, I just can't get over how well you look.
Yeah, well, you know, darling, after all these years, you sure look wonderful yourself. Oh, I am so happy to see you again.
I'm so glad.
And, honey, I is still crazy about you, too. After all we has been to each other, from now on, I want to be even more than I has been. We ought to be together all the time, Angel, darling.
All right, Andy, turn it off. What you after?
Who, me?
Look, Andy, I've known you a long time. And when you get that squinty look around your eyes, and I hears that little stuff bubbling out, I knows there's something cooking.
Oh, listen. Listen, honey, I is a changed man. I meant what I said.
You mean all that stuff about still being crazy about me was really and truly on the level, and you ain't softening me up for nothing?
Oh, how can you say that? Of course, there might be some little thing that come up I might think of later.
I see. Still the same old Andy.
No, I wouldn't say that. I is different in a lot of ways than I was when you seen me last. One thing, I've been making a lot of money.
Really?
Oh, sure. I was a rich man and all that stuff. And, of course, I gets a lot of letters, too. Got one this morning. Mentioned your name in it, but I tore it up, threw it away.
What was it about, Andy?
Oh, let me see. What was that? See, I dealing in finances so much I can't remember nothing no more. Oh, yeah, I remember. You remember a few years ago I put some money in a investment company and a joint account between the two of us?
Sure, I remember. That's when you and me was looking forward to having a little house of our own someday.
Yeah.
I guess that was just a dream, wasn't it, Andy?
Yeah, but it was a pretty dream. Remember the living room that we was going to have? Nice fireplace with a love seat in front of it?
Yes, indeed.
Then in one corner, a big wing-back chair where you could sit and do your sewing. And in the other corner, a pool table for me and the boys.
Yeah, I remember that, Andy. Whatever happened to that investment company? It failed or something, didn't it?
Well, it seems that they written me a letter saying that if I could get you to sign some paper with me, that I could get my money back.
Oh, so that's it. You want my signature.
Oh, well, you know, I don't like to bother you with a lot of writing. Got to sign your name, maybe get ink all over your hands and all that business.
Look, Andy, if it's my signature you want, you don't have to beat around the bush. The money's all yours. I'll be glad to sign it for you. When you want me to do it? You must be anxious to get it done.
Oh, no, I ain't anxious. Could you go down there now?
Well, I'm expecting a carpenter and a painter to come today. Say, how would it be if I went down in the morning with you?
Well, all right. I could pick you up about daybreak.
No, Andy, let's make it about 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, well, that's what I say, daybreak. I'll be here at 9 o'clock sharp.
So you see, honey, you didn't have to tell me all them things you told me before to get my heart all aflutter. I'd have signed the thing anyway.
Oh, well, to tell you the truth, I didn't say that just to get you to sign. Honey, when I walked in that door, my heart kind of vibrated a little, too.
Oh, Andy, this is just like old times.
Oh, come in, Amos. Come in.
Well, hello there, Andy. I heard some news, son. I heard some news.
Yeah?
Say, I hear that you has done found Madam Queen and that y'all is going to sign the papers together at 9 o'clock this morning. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. You're exactly right.
Oh,
Yes,
that's good, Andy. I sure is glad to hear that.
Yeah, I'm on my way over there to get her right now.
Well, you know, I just took a chance. I said to Ruby this morning when I get up, when I heard that thing, I said, I'm going over now and take a chance to come down here to your office. I thought you might be hanging around here.
Yeah, that's right.
Boy, I never remember seeing you up this early in the morning, 8:30.
Yeah, and it sure do feel strange, too. I got a funny feeling walking down here. You know something? The only people on the streets was people going to work.
Tell me, Andy, how does it feel to see Madam Queen after all these years?
Well, she's still a nice gal, Amos.
You think you've fallen in love with her again, Andy?
Oh, I don't know, Amos. When I seen her yesterday, I felt a little feverish. Of course, I don't know whether that's going to turn into love or the flu.
Now, Henry, here's the thing. When Andy and Madam Queen come out of the investment company with the money, we want to be right down there and waiting for them right at the entrance.
A charming idea.
Now, look here. You and me will play like we just happened to meet down there, and we'll start talking about an investment like it's just between the two of us, you see.
Yes, that's good.
Now, then when Andy overhears us and gets interested, we rushes him right over to your office, takes his money, and makes him a stockholder.
Well, now, wait a minute. The only thing is, Kingfish, I don't think that we'll get that money away from Andy unless we give him some kind of a stock certificate or something to show our good faith.
Yeah, well, now, look here. I done tried everywhere, Henry, and the only thing I could find was my wife's public school diploma. Now, it looked a little like a stock certificate, all right. Well, anyway, I took it away from home. I got it here with me. And by rubbing out her name and making a few changes, I think it's going to be all right. Here it is.
Well, how in the world could you change that to look like a stock certificate?
Yeah, well, I'll read it to you. See here. This is to certify that Andrew H. Brown, having successfully completed his work in the New York public school system, hereafter known as the Acme Investment Company. You see, I got that. Mr. Brown is hereby graduated on this 10th day of March 1944 into a preferred $600 stockholder. See?
Very good.
Signed Frank T. Evans, Superintendent of the Board of Educational Investments. Yeah, there you go, Henry. That sounds smooth enough, don't it?
Yes, and in case he ever needs education background, he can always reconvert it back into a diploma.
Yeah, now let's get to the place where Andy and Madam Queen is going to get the money and be waiting out in front.
There you is, mister. There's my signature.
Oh, thank you very much. And, Madam Queen, will you sign right on that line, please?
Yes, sir.
That's it, honey. Right there, right there.
All right, now, how do you want the money?
Well, give it to me in 5s and 1s, but give me one $50 bill to wrap around the outside.
All right, fine.
We ain't been downtown together in a long time, Andy.
No, you know something? Your eyes is getting prettier, honey.
Thank you, darling.
Look at him count that money.
Andy, I done thought about you a lot.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm going to tell you something, too, honey. I has done took out other girls, but I ain't never found nobody to take your place.
Here you are, 600.
Oh, thank you, sir. Boy, look at that horse choke and roll. Let me get this 50 on the outside and get this in my pocket.
What you doing, Andy?
Well, I brung a safety pin along to pin my pocket shut. Yeah, you know, honey, I never will forget the times we has done had together.
I thought about you a lot, and I didn't know whether to write you or not.
Yeah, we sure had a lot of plans together, didn't we, sweetheart?
Sure did. I still got your picture on my dresser.
Oh, sure enough?
Henry, we've been standing out in front of this place waiting for them for 20 minutes. I wish they'd come on out.
Well, I checked on the side door, and that ain't open. They can't get out that way.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Here they come. Everything is working great.
Well, Kingfish, Henry.
Madam Queen.
Hello, Madam Queen.
Kingfish. Well, Henry Van Porter, let me take off my glasses and look at you.
Yeah, well, this sure is a coincidence to run into y'all down here. Ha, ha, ha.
Yes, sir, sure is. I ain't seen y'all in a long time.
Yes, it's been ages. Charming to see you again.
Oh, sure is charming. Yeah, how'd you come out there, Andy?
Oh, fine.
Oh, that's great. Me and Henry has got one of the greatest investments in the world.
We sure have.
600, huh, Andy?
600.
Oh, this is even a greater investment than we thought it was.
Oh, by far.
Oh, Madam Queen, we want to help Andy. You got a great fella there.
I say he's a great fella.
Oh, sure is.
You know what he done? He just slapped the whole $600 into trust fund in both our names.
And neither one of us can draw a penny out for 5 years.
Next Friday evening at this same time, we will again bring you the Amos and Andy Show. Be sure to be with us then. That's next Friday over these same stations. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us, bidding all of you a pleasant good night. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. Well, everything seems to be calm and peaceful at the moment with our Harlem friends. Andy finally located Madam Queen and got everything settled with her. There doesn't seem to be any trouble in sight, but with the boys, you never can tell. Right now, Amos and the Kingfish are in the office discussing Andy's feeling for Madam Queen.
Oh, I'm telling you, Kingfish, the way Andy looks at Madam Queen, I can tell that he is in love with her again.
Yeah, I still don't believe it, Amos. I always say that you can't cook an omelet but once. And I'm going to tell you another thing. When a souffle goes flat, you can't pump it up again.
Yeah, but it seems like every day Andy seems to learn more and more about less and less.
I tell you, Amos, another thing. Come in, Henry.
Hi, Mr. Van Porter.
Well, hello, boys. Hello. I only have a minute. I thought it was my duty as a friend to call on you in person, Kingfish, and remind you that your accident insurance policy lapses in about a week. A renewal is in order.
Oh, that's a good thing to keep up, Kingfish.
I don't agree with you. I've been paying all year on that accident insurance, and ain't nothing happened to me.
Well, like one of the insurance companies say, common events don't necessarily cast their shadows on the sands of time beforehand.
This has been a one-sided deal. Accidents seem to have a knack of picking out people that ain't insured to happen to. Oh, I tell you, every night when I go to bed, I think about it. I say, here I is without a busted bone or nothing. I is getting cheated.
Yeah, well, you can't say that, Kingfish, because insurance is one of the finest things in the world.
Absolutely. Our insurance statistics show that within the next 10 years, 4 out of 5 of our policyholders will have accidents.
Oh, Shuna?
Yes?
When has you got me scheduled for?
No, Kingfish, you don't understand. I advise you strongly to renew your policy. And remember, my only interest in it is as a friend and a humanitarian.
Yeah, well, I'll think it over, Henry.
Yes, and don't forget, your policy lapses next week. Well, I'll run along now.
All right. I'll walk over. I'll walk out to the front door with you. I'm going over to Anders' office.
Mm-hmm.
I'll walk over there with you, Kingfish.
Well, I must get back to my office and send out some checks to insured people.
Mm.
You know, when we have a patient in the hospital, it's our custom to pay them right at the door as they go in.
Schooner?
It's our pay-as-you-enter clause.
Yeah, well, I'll let you know about the renewal, Henry. We're going to cut across here and drop over to Anders' office.
Yes, well, I'll get on to my place. Here, Kingfish, have a cigar.
Oh, thank you, Henry, thank you. I'll give the policy double consideration.
Well, so long, Mr. Van Porter.
Goodbye, boys.
Want to cut across to the other side, Kingfish?
Yeah, let me light this cigar here. I think it's a 5-center.
Yeah, there's one thing about Henry. Look out for that car, Kingfish. Kingfish, is you hurt?
Amos. Oh, Amos.
Well, Amos, I'm certainly glad you brung him right here to the hospital.
Yeah, I put him right in the taxi cab, Sapphire.
Yeah, how you feeling, Kingfish?
Oh, feel fine. Course, that don't mean that I ain't hurt, though, you know.
Well, where you feel any pain at, George?
Well, it's hard to say, honey, but wherever the doctor's going to say I is hurt, that's where I feels it.
Oh, I see. Well, whatever it is, it don't sound serious.
Well, to tell you the truth, it was the Kingfisher's fault. Well, first of all, he was jaywalking. Second, he wasn't looking where he was going. And the next thing, he was lighting a cigar while he was crossing the street in the middle of the block. And then on top of everything, the automobile didn't hit him. He walked into the side of the car when it was passing. The man was nice about it, though. He even gave him his name and address.
Well, now, wait a minute, Amos. Wait a minute. The Kingfish has got a case. He's claiming he's suffering from shock.
George, let me fix your pillow here.
Yeah. You know, honey, you was lucky to be married to such a good provider as I is going to be.
Yes, we sure is lucky, George.
Look, Kingfish, I really don't think there's anything wrong with you.
Well, I know this much. It's going to take me a year to get over the shock.
Yeah, it'll be easy a year, counting the relapses and all that stuff.
Don't forget I'm suffering from mental anguish, too, you know. Yeah, there's another 2 months right there, you know.
Sure it is. Oh, I tell you, I'm going to get a hold of the lawyer for you and take care of this whole business.
You know, laying here in the hospital on these white sheets is high living. My advice to the world is to always carry plenty of insurance. I is resting in bed at $25 a week.
Come in, Hendricks.
Thank you. Did you want to see me, Mr. Hitchcock?
Sit down. According to our report here, we seem to be getting too many accident claims. The proportion is wrong.
I agree with you, Mr. Hitchcock.
I'm perfectly willing to have the Progressive Insurance Company pay all just claims. But on the other hand, we want to make sure that these claims are justified. And some of them bear investigation.
What would you like to have me do?
I've sent for Irene Johnson. She's the young girl who lives in Harlem. She's our investigator up there. She's waiting outside. Wait a minute, I'll get her in.
Yes, Mr. Hitchcock?
Send Irene Johnson in here.
Yes, sir.
Any particular case you're thinking of, Mr. Hitchcock?
Oh, come in, Miss Johnson. You know Mr. Hendricks, our assistant manager.
Oh, yes. Glad to see you.
How are you? Miss Johnson, we've got a few leads on this George Kingfish Stevens accident claim in Harlem.
Yes, sir.
Now, here's the idea. I want you to go to Harlem and contact a man by the name of Andrew H. Brown. We found out that he is Stevens' best friend. And by your usual procedure, find out all you can about the Stevens accident. You remember how you handled the Hillman case.
Yes, sir. You say his name is Andrew Brown?
Yes, and we're anxious to make sure if this case justifies payment.
Leave it to me, Mr. Hitchcock. I'll get on it right away.
Miss Andy, did you send for me?
Yeah. Sit down, Lightning, sit down.
If I was over at the hospital and I see the Kingfish, he sure do feel fine for a man that's so sick, don't he?
Yeah. Lucky he got hit before his insurance policy done lapsed up on him.
What's wrong with him?
Well, he got what they call insurance company shock.
How bad is he shocked?
Well, he's claiming that the shock was 25 volts a week at $1 a volt.
But he didn't act that way to me. He gonna try to collect, ain't he?
Oh, he can't miss. He's got the insurance company behind the 8 ball. You see, he was not only hit, but he was knocked down, both. Now, that's where the double indemnified clause comes in.
I'm sure sorry to hear that.
Oh, wait a minute, Lightning. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello? Could I speak to Mr. Brown?
This is Mr. Brown speaking.
Oh, well, my name is Irene Johnson.
Who?
Irene Johnson. You remember, I met you at the Savoy Ballroom around Christmas time, and you told me to call you.
Who? Oh, yeah. What is the name?
Irene Johnson. You remember. You told me you thought I was pretty.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. I remember you. At the Savoy, huh?
Mm-hmm. I've been away, and I just got back in town, and I thought I'd call you and see if you remembered me.
Remember you? Ha, ha, ha. What's the name again?
Irene Johnson.
Oh, sure, Irene Johnson, yeah. What you doing tonight, Irene? How about us having supper?
Oh, that'd be fine. I'm going to be shopping, and maybe I could stop by your office around 6.
Okay, I'll wait for you in front of the office.
All right, Mr. Brown. I'll see you at 6. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Lightning,
Yes, sir.
go up to my room and press my blue suit right away. Another woman has done lost her head over me.
All right, sir. I'll whiz over right away.
Yeah. Whiz fast, too. Whiz fast.
Well, hi, fellas.
Oh, come in, Amos. Come in here.
Sit down, Miss Amos. I just leaving. I'll take care of everything, Miss Andy, so you can get dressed up for the gal.
Yeah.
So long.
So long, so long.
Well, what's this about the gal?
Oh, a new gal by the name of Irene Johnson that I done met once and forgot. She found me again, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you, Amos, I don't know what it is about me. I draws women to me. I is a regular human maggot, you know it?
I'm going to tell you something. I thought you was going with Madam Queen.
Well, I is going with her, but a guy has got to have a spare, ain't he?
Tell me this, is you going to let Madam Queen know that you were seeing another gal? You liable to get in trouble there.
Well, Amos, I'm going to tell you, a great lover on today's market has got to know how to juggle women.
Yeah.
You got to keep them apart. It's that old thing that's in the book that some other great lover writ. Never the twain shall meet. Special if you happen to be with one of them.
Come in, Brother Andy, come in.
Oh, hello. How you doing, Kingfish? How you doing? Is it getting monotonous staying in bed there?
Oh, no. I was free to get out of bed and walk around the halls if nobody sees me.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good.
And I just want to tell you, Andy, that in my great trouble, I ain't forgot our dear Lord's the Mystic Knights of the Sea.
That's the stuff.
In roaming around the halls and rooms here, I's done signed up 4 new members and collected the dues from them. Yeah, I got a 5th one, too, but I ain't quite sure about getting his dues.
Why not?
Well, when I signed him, he was still under the effects of the antiseptic there. Tell me this, what has you done?
Well, what you want me to do?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to tell you. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to get me a doctor. Find a doctor that knows a case of shock when he sees it.
Uh-huh.
And even when he don't see it.
Yeah, sure.
Now, look here. Send him over here to give me a complete examination. You see, when I puts in my claim to the insurance company, I want to make sure that I ain't overlooking no possibilities.
Yeah. All right, I'll send a doctor over here.
Yeah, get me a good doctor.
Yeah, I knows one that the minute you walk in his office, he gets sad.
Get sad?
Oh, yeah. He can always find something wrong.
Yeah.
I'll have him here in the morning.
Oh, that's good. Where you going now?
Well, I got to go home and dress. The love bug is nibbling at me again.
This is some nightclub, ain't it?
Oh, yeah. I've never been here before.
Yeah, well, you know, Irene, I like you. Tell you the truth, I'd like to have a date with you every night in the week.
Oh, Andy. What about all your other girlfriends?
Oh, well, I can see them in the afternoon.
Oh. Well, tell me, Andy, how are all your gentlemen friends?
Gentlemen, friend? Oh, they is fine. You don't mind if I hold your hand, Irene, do you?
Oh, no. Well, I'm glad to hear they're all well.
Oh, yeah. Sure is nice holding hands here, ain't it, Irene?
Yes, it is. Anything new with any of your friends?
Listen, honey, I is paying 50 cents cover charge here. We can talk about my friends when we're walking home.
Well, the only reason I was interested was because you used to talk about that certain one so much. I think his name was, the Kingfish.
Oh, yeah, well, I can't tell you nothing about the Kingfish.
Well, why not?
Oh, you see, he's in the hospital right now. He's laying over there, kind of running up a claim against the insurance company. He don't want nobody to know it.
Oh, insurance is a wonderful thing, all right.
Yeah, well, the reason I got to keep the whole thing strictly confidential is because he wants to stay there as long as he can and get as much as he can, you see.
Oh.
He wasn't hurt. He was shocked, but of course you can't tell the insurance company that.
No. Well, I don't know anything about insurance.
Yeah, but you see, though, why I can't tell you nothing about the Kingfish.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to say nothing that might get back to the insurance company.
Well, everybody knows who Andy's new girlfriend is except Andy. Right now, she's back at the insurance company talking with the manager and the company doctor.
Those are the facts, Dr. Smith, as reported by our investigator here, Irene Johnson.
I see. Did you see the patient at all, Miss Johnson?
No, Dr. Smith. I secured my information from his closest friend, a man by the name of Andrew Brown. He seems to be handling all of the details for this Kingfish Stevens.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry I couldn't get to the insured sooner and make an examination, but we've had so many claims lately, I've been tied up.
Well, Dr. Smith, when do you think you can see this man, Stevens, and make an examination?
I'll go right out there this morning.
Hello.
Hello, Kingfish. How are you?
Oh, I tell you, I'm getting along. Wait a minute. Who is this?
Your insurance agent, Henry Van Porter.
Feel terrible, Henry. Feel terrible. Bad shape.
Well, just what is it that's wrong with you, Kingfish?
Well, I know mostly that I was a victim of shock, Henry. And it hit me hard, because, well, you see, I ain't been insulated against that stuff.
Well, just what does a case of shock feel like, Kingfish?
Well, it's a kind of a feeling that, when you got it, you see, it's a thing that, well, the way it affects you, it makes you sort of a feeling that if you has it, it's just the opposite of the feeling that you has when you ain't got nothing. That's what it is. And at night, it's twice as bad.
Well, it certainly sounds very mysterious, Kingfish.
Yeah, now, look, Henry. Oh, me. I'm trying to catch my breath here.
Yeah.
You say you pay your claims right at the door of the hospital, didn't you?
That's right.
I've been down there 3 times a day and ain't nothing happened to me.
But don't worry now. The claim will be paid as soon as your injuries has been determined, the extent of them.
The what?
I say as soon as the extent of your injuries is determined, the claim will be paid.
Yeah, well, I got awful shaking up there. According to my calculations, I got knocked right into a higher bracket. That's what I done.
Yes, well, I'll drop over today or tomorrow. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I believe I'll take another nap. I got to get plenty of rest and keep this shock in good shape. No, who is it now? Hello.
Kingfish, this is Andy.
Oh, yeah. Andy, how is you?
Listen, I couldn't get that sour-faced doctor that I wanted to get, but the nurse in his office is sending over another nurse. And the way the nurse explained it to me...
Now, wait a minute. He's sending over a doctor or a nurse. Who's going to send over here?
I say he's sending over another doctor.
Oh, another doctor. Good.
Yeah. The nurse explained it to me.
The nurse did?
Yeah. She said that he can find things wrong with you, too.
Uh-huh.
Now, he ought to be there any time.
Yeah.
She was going to try to locate him while he was out on call.
You was my pal, Andy. You were my pal. You know, I remember the last thing I thought of when the automobile hit me. I said to myself, I was going to share this good fortune with my friend Andy.
Pardon me, nurse. Where can I find the patient, George Stevens?
I'm sorry, there are no visitors allowed for another hour.
Here's my card.
Dr. C. Harvey Smith, medical examiner, Progressive Insurance Company. Oh, Dr. Smith, of course.
I'd like to examine the patient.
Well, you'll find him right across the hall, room 202.
Thank you.
Come in.
Mr. Stevens?
Is you the doctor?
Yes, I'm here to make an examination.
Oh, great.
Well, Mr. Stevens, how do you feel?
Well, just between the two of us, I feel fine. I just want to make sure that I ain't all busted up inside where it don't show, you see.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll just take a look at...
When at that?
You haven't had any temperature.
Oh, no. Feel great. You see, doctor, just between the two of us again, I is insured for anything that you find, so find whatever you can, you know.
I see. Well, let's pull the covers back here a little.
Yeah.
Oh, this little scar on your head there.
Well, that wasn't exactly in the accident.
Mm-hmm.
That was another accident I had at home. A vase slipped out of my wife's hand again.
Oh, yeah. Are your legs all right?
Oh, yeah, legs is fine.
Mm-hmm. How do your arms feel?
Oh, they is great, too. I do my calisthenics every morning. I get up and do all that stuff. Yeah.
That's good stuff. Do you have any pain of any kind?
No, sir. Of course, I worries a lot. The main thing, just between the two of us that I worried about, I want to make sure that the insurance company going to give me as much as I can get, you see.
Oh, yeah.
You see, I is basing everything on shock. Mm-hmm. You know, that's a bad thing, and I figured that if I can stay shocked for a year at $25 a week, that would be pretty good. You know how I tell you.
Yes. Well,
what is that thing you filling out there, doctor?
Oh, this is the medical form showing the extent of your injuries.
Yeah, well, extend it out as much as you can there, will you, doctor? Yeah, I'll write down everything you can think of.
Yes. Now, just let me tap your chest here.
What is you marking on the chart there?
Normal, perfect shape. Now, let me check your knee reflex.
Yeah, sir. Flew right up there, didn't it, doctor? Yeah, that's bad, isn't it?
Oh, just perfect. Absolutely normal.
Wait a minute, doctor. I ain't trying to collect from the insurance company, you see. That's what I'm trying to do. You think I'm trying to win a physical culture prize here.
Yes, I understand. Now, I want to listen to your heart here with a stethoscope.
Yeah, so tune in my heart, see what's going on there.
Now, just breathe in and out, please. Breathe just naturally, please.
I can't. Since the accident, that's the only way I can do it.
Oh, how did you breathe before the accident?
Like this.
But you can't breathe that way now.
Not a chance. No, I can't do it no more.
Can you tell me of any other specific thing that bothers you?
Just getting the money from the insurance company.
Well, there are no head injuries or anything like that. I think that's everything, Mr. Stevens.
You got everything down there you can think of?
Yes, I think everything is on the report. Will you sign this report, please?
Yes, I'll sign that. George Stevens.
Thank you.
Doctor, tell me this. In case I tell the insurance company that I'm going to take him to court, would you be willing to tell him that you would go to court and testify in the case?
Mr. Stevens, if this goes to court, rest assured I'll be there.
That-a boy, Docky, that-a boy, yeah. Stick with me there. You is my man, yeah. And another thing, keep all this confidential, you see. I don't want everybody to know. You know what I mean.
Yes, I think I know.
Yeah. Now, if I want to get a hold of you, Doctor, you better leave me your phone number here.
I'll leave one of my cards on the table right here.
Oh, thank you, Doc. Yeah, I'll get you some other case as soon as I get out.
Fine. Well, I'll run along now.
Yeah, come in. Yeah, well, come in, Andy.
Oh, hello. Is you busy?
No, the doctor just leaving.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you very much, Doc. I'll get in touch with you.
Everything working fine, ain't it?
Oh, the doctor went over me from top to bottom. I tipped him off about the shock. He put them tubes in his ears. He listened to my chest and all that stuff. He thumped me up good and all that.
Oh, yeah, that's great. I'm glad you said they sent you over a good one here.
Yeah, he is with me 100%.
Yeah, you know, when the two of us get to working together, we really got a great combination.
Oh, yeah, I got an idea, too, another one.
Yeah? What is it, partner, dear?
Look here, after we gets the money from the insurance company, then we sues the motorist that hit me.
Well, now, wait a minute. I think we better forget the motorist than go after the insurance company.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, we'll forget the motorist and sue the insurance company.
Oh, sure, that's the thing to do. The motorist don't amount to nothing.
No. Yeah, and this doctor that examined me will go to court for me if the insurance company wants to go to bat on the thing.
Oh, great. By the way, how'd you like the doctor? What was his name?
His name, it's over there on that card. He left it on the table right there.
Yeah, let me see here. Dr. C. Harvey Smith, Pro.
What you thinking?
This is the card of the doctor that was just in here to examine you?
Yeah.
Well, like we both said, there's only one thing to do. Sue the motorist.
Next Friday at this same time, we'll bring you another Amos and Andy show with more about the kingfish and his shock. Be sure to hear it, for at that time, the boys will have as their guest the fine motion picture and stage star, Victor Moore. That's next Friday night over these same stations. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say goodnight, I have this important reminder. You have been asked this year to give more generously than ever before to the Red Cross. Yes, more generously, even though it might be harder for you to do so. But remember, never has the need for Red Cross services been so great. One of the many, many services rendered by the Red Cross is to keep up morale at home and over there. In time of trouble, a Red Cross field director manages to contact the serviceman's local Red Cross chapter for information and help. So won't you help them keep up this and their many other services? Match Red Cross devotion with your dollars. Thank you, and good night.
Good evening. Here are Amos and Andy with their guest tonight, Victor Moore. Well, last week, the Kingfish had an accident. He received a slight brush from a passing automobile. There were no apparent injuries, but he convinced himself that he was a victim of shock. On that basis, he tried to collect from his insurance company. However, he got an additional shock when the insurance company rightfully refused to pay. Still determined to cash in on the incident, he is concentrating all of his efforts on suing the motorist who hit him. He is remaining at home in bed, taking good care of his injuries so they won't disappear before he can collect.
Honey, I'm ready for my lunch now. Bring it to me in bed here, will you?
George Stevens, is you still in that bed?
Yeah, well, what you expect, honey? Don't forget, I'm still suffering from that accident, and I ain't supposed to desert myself. I hardly got the strength to go down to see these doctors every day like I've been doing.
Well, you seem to have the strength to stop by the pool room on your way home and spend 3 hours.
I know, honey, but believe me, I ain't shooting my best game.
me tell you something, George. I'm getting sick and tired of you laying around this house in your pajamas. And I'm also getting sick and tired of you laying in bed eating your meals.
Yeah, well, I just on a liquid diet.
What you talking about, liquid diet? First time I ever heard of anybody drinking pork chops.
All right, honey, all right. If that's the way you feel about it, I don't ask much out of this life. Look like I'm going to get even less than that. You seem to forget that I has been hit serious by automobile. Right now, I is hoovering between life and death. And if you must know the worst, it's only laying here in my pajamas that keeps me hoovering.
Well, all I got to say is you better learn how to hoover with your clothes on.
Oh, getting huffy, huh? Well, I can get huffy, too.
George Stevens, you listen to me.
And you listen to me.
Get out of that bed.
Who are you talking to?
You! Get out of that bed.
All right, getting out. I'll get out.
I don't know why you don't get out from here and get yourself a job.
Oh, honey, stop worrying. I gonna sue the motorist that hit me, and we gonna have all the money that we needs.
Well, tell me this, Kingfish. Is you going ahead with the suit against the motorist anyway?
Certainly I'm going ahead with it. Yeah, I just been to a new doctor, or a great specialist, top man.
Who was he?
Oh, a fine doctor, Andy. Around town they call him Anatomy Joe. Yeah, he examined me from head to foot.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with you?
First of all, he can tell from the way I walk that my metabolism is off center.
Is it bad?
It's cracked right half in two.
Tell me this, what part of your body is the metabolism in?
Oh, now that's the trouble. That's one thing that science don't know. And that's why I might have to go through life with a cold compress all over me. That's what I might have to do.
Well, how does things stand now with the lawsuit? Gabby Gibson working on the case, ain't he?
Oh, by the way, I seen Gabby this morning, Kingfish, and he's working hard on it.
Good.
But he said the only thing he can do right now is to tread water.
Yeah, there's a fine thing. While he treading water, I is drowning, though.
Yeah, but don't blame Gabby. Gabby says this case is going to be a hard thing to settle in court.
Yeah, well, then how is I going to settle the thing?
Well, why don't you dicker with the man?
Wait a minute. I just had an idea, fellas. I was reading in the newspaper about how these big companies settle a lot of things. They brings in what is known as a arbitrator.
What's that again?
Yeah, who?
Arbitrator, that's a third party that ain't got no interest in the case, and this third party hears all the facts, and then he decides who is right and who is wrong.
Yeah, well, that's all I ask. A man that'll be fair to both sides. A man that's full of integrity and honest. Yeah, now let me see, who could we get? How about Jimmy Clark?
He's still in jail, ain't he?
Yeah, that's right. Too bad. He'd have made a good arbitrator, too.
Yeah.
When you was with me at the time of the accident, Amos, now look here, you got the motorist's address and all that stuff. Would you go to see him, Amos, and kind of sound out the motorist on this arbitrator thing?
Well, I tell you, all right, I'll do it for you, Kingfish.
And look here, and tell him that if it's all right with him, I'll hire the arbitrator, even pay him the arbitration fee and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, all right then. I'll go over and see the motorist right now. So long.
Okay, Amos, thank you. Wait a minute, Andy, where are you going?
Well, I gotta go over to see Madam Queen. She says she wants to see me about something important.
Oh, how you all getting along? Pretty good?
I don't call over 5 or 6 times a day now. I've given her the hard-to-get treatment. Madam Queen, how is you?
Oh, why, Andy, dear, come on in and sit down.
Yeah. What's on your mind, honey?
Oh, Andy, the reason I wanted to see you is... oh, honey, I'm going to a formal affair tomorrow night, and I thought maybe you'd like to take me.
Yeah, did you say formal?
Oh, yes, it's formal from head to toe. You got a full dress suit, ain't you, honey?
Oh, sure, yeah. Sure, I got one, but it's at the cleaners now. I was having to dye it black.
Well, now, look here, honey. I got to have a man to go with me that's got a dress suit. Now, do you want to go, or is I got to shop around? You know, this is leap year, and I's the leaping type.
Yeah.
You mean if I don't get a full dress suit, you're going to take some other man?
And today you is face to face with the brutal facts.
Well, listen. Listen, honey, please give me a chance. I think I might be able to whip up a pair of full dress pants someplace. Then I could keep my overcoat on all evening.
What you talking about? This is a formal dinner party. What would you do when you sit down to dinner and you had to take off your overcoat?
Oh, well, I'd have on a bathrobe underneath.
Now, look here, Andy. If you ain't got the whole outfit, let me know, because I got to make other arrangements. Maybe I'll ask Harold Adams to go with me.
Oh, why you got to take a bum like that? Listen, honey, I'll get a full dress suit someplace. I can rent one for $5. I'll dig up some money. Oh, sweetheart, please don't take one of them other bums. Take me.
Yeah, Brother Andy, everything is all set.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that. Everything come out all right, huh?
Yeah, Amos done talked to the motorist, and he is to settle the thing with the arbitrator. And he gonna let me pick the man.
Oh, he is, huh?
Yeah, now I got to get busy on this arbitrator, because we're going to have the hearing tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I got some news for you, Kingfish. I've been looking around for you.
Oh, good.
I think I got the man for you.
Oh, that's fine.
Yes, a man that's fair, square, and honest, and loaded with integrity.
Uh-huh.
A man that ain't never made a false step in his whole life.
Good.
A man whose reputation is above approach.
Yeah.
A man who stands in his community like the Rock of Gibraltar.
Oh, sounds great, Andy. Who's the man?
Kingfish. Ha, ha, ha. It's me.
Well, bless my soul. Here I is, been talking to the greatest arbitrator in the world and didn't realize it.
Yeah. Say, by the way, you said something about you was going to pay the arbitrator, didn't you?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, well, listen, Kingfish, I got a little unfinished business that I got to do about renting a full-dress suit, and I was just wondering, what is the OPA ceiling on arbitrators?
Oh, the arbitrator will get a nice fee, of course. He got to lean a little.
Well, how much money do I get?
Well, now, you get what is known as the entry fee. And then, of course, there's always a possibility of a bonus. We call that in the law circles the bonus after decision, or money through the back door later. That's what they call it.
Yeah. Well, could we get $5 through the front door before the mess starts? You see, I got to get a full-dress suit.
Oh, I think I can arrange it. I'll have the money for you in the morning. Now, you study up on being an arbitrator and be all set by tomorrow. Now, I think I'll get on home now.
Yeah. Okay, Kingfish. If you see Lightning out in the lodge hall, tell him to come in here, will you?
Yeah. All right, I'll tell him. So long, Andy, old pal arbitrator. See you later.
Yeah, so long. I'll show Madam Queen that I is just as good as that bum Harold Adams. He think he gonna cut me out. He got another thing coming.
Madam Queen's beauty shop.
Hello, honey. This is Andy.
Oh, yes, Andy.
Well, I can take you to that dinner party tomorrow night. I can take off my overcoat, too.
Oh, honey, that's great. You got the money for the full dress suit?
I sure is.
Andy, you is my man. See you tomorrow night, honey.
I'll be there, baby. Goodbye. True love is a wonderful thing, ain't it? Come in, Lightning. Come in. Come in.
You want to see me, Miss Andy?
Yeah. Listen, go over to the Elite Clothing Rental Company right away and tell Sam to set aside a $5 full-dress suit for me for tomorrow, size 44. Tell him I'll pick it up tomorrow and pay him.
Size 44 in a full-dress suit, huh?
Yeah, and tell him I don't want that suit that he's been renting to Swayback Smith, neither. That guy bulges in different places than I do.
You gonna get all dressed up tomorrow night, Miss Andy?
You said it. Go in first class, Lightning. And another thing. On your way over, stop by my room and pick up my light tan button shoes and get them shined. When I goes formal, I goes 100%.
All right, Miss Andy.
Go over there and reserve that suit for me right away now, Lightning. Hurry up.
Yes, sir. I'll whiz right over there.
Well, today is the day that the boys are going to get together with the motorist and try to arrive at a financial settlement with Andrew Brown as arbitrator. Right now, Andy decided to drop in on Gabby Gibson, self-styled lawyer and business advisor, for a few pointers on the art of arbitration.
Hello, Gabby.
Oh, hello, Andy. Glad to see you. Come right in.
Yeah. Thank you.
Now, have a cigar. Here's a cigar for you. Now, what can I do for you, Andy? What can I do for you?
Well, don't you remember, Gabby, you said you was going to give me some free advice?
Oh, free advice. Now, listen, Andy, you don't smoke cigars. I'll take it back and put it right back in my pocket.
Yeah, well, like I told you over the phone, Gabby, the Kingfish is going to settle that case with the motorists by arbitrating.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad I ain't handling that case no more. That's a dead duck. That's a bad case.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be the arbitrator in the thing, and I was just wondering if you can tell me exactly how to work it.
I can tell you exactly what to do in very few words. Yes, indeed, in very few words.
Yeah, what's that?
Now, the first thing you got to do, Andy, you listen to each one, plead the case, each one at a time. Remember, you as the arbitrator, they depend on you. Let the Kingfish talk first if you want. Let the Kingfish talk. Listen to every word he say. Listen careful. Then let the other man do his talking. Let him talk too. Listen to both sides of the case. Listen to both sides careful. Don't forget the Kingfish is going to think he's right and the man's going to think he's right. Both think they're right. You stand right in the middle and listen to everything. They say, listen to every word. Let them talk. Let them talk as much as they want. Work themselves up good. Let them get fighting mad. Then the next thing, they're going to turn to you. They look at you for a decision. Speak right up, Andy, and tell them who's right and who's wrong. Tell them who's right, and after you give your decision, after you give it, there's just one thing for you to do. One thing. Run out of there as fast as you can.
Come on in the office, Brother Andy. Sit down. Is you all ready for the arbitration?
Where's the motorist, Kingfish?
Now, Amos is going to meet him and bring him here, but before they get here, I want to have a little talk with you, because, old pal arbitrator, I love you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to try to be fair and square about this thing when I start this arbitrating mess.
Oh, I want you to be fair and square, Andy. I don't want you to be influenced by the $5 that I'm going to give you, that you need for the full dress suit. And I don't want you to even be influenced by the backdoor fee that I'm going to give you for leaning the right way, which might run as high as $25 cash on the line, no waiting.
Yeah. Well, Kingfish, this case is going to be decided on the facts alone.
Yeah.
I stands here prepared to give a fair and unbiased decision in your favor.
Well, you must know that the way that motorist drive, he ain't got no regard for human life.
Yeah.
A fella like that never think of a poor pedestrian.
Yeah, you're right.
Of course, there's another angle to it, too. By hitting me with his automobile and knocking me down, he might have kept me from ever going to work again.
Yeah, well, that showed that he can't be all bad.
Now, you got everything straight about the right way to be the arbitrator, ain't you, Andy?
Oh, sure, I was all set. Now, there's only one thing that I want to check on, Kingfish. We can't get in no trouble on this, can we, with the government?
Oh, no, Andy, this is a city thing. It ain't even state or United States. Oh, if we was messing with the federal government, that's a different thing. That's something to worry about, but this is just...
Yeah, well, the way I figures,
Oh, me. Tell him to come in, Andy.
Come in.
Well, hello there, fellas. This is Andrew Brown. Andy, this is Mr. Victor Moore.
Glad to meet you.
Hello. Mr. Brown, I'm glad to meet you.
Yeah, well, I guess you know Mr. Stevens here. He's the man that you knocked down in the accident.
Oh, I didn't recognize you standing up, Mr. Stevens.
How you do, sir? Excuse me for not shaking hands, Mr. Moore, but I am so weak from the accident that I just ain't got the strength.
It upset me just seeing you get hit. I should have closed my eyes.
Mr. Brown here is going to be the arbitrator in the case. I guess y'all want to get started.
Yeah, I sure would like to get the thing over with so I can get home and get to bed. With this brain concussion that I got in the accident, make me pretty weak, you know.
Did you say brain concussion?
Yeah.
What is that, Mr. Stevens?
Well, let me see. The best way to explain it to you, you know what a fracture of the skull is.
Oh, sure. I know what that is.
Well, a concussion is what the medical circles call a fracture in the $1,500 class.
I see. Sort of a headache and 4 figures, huh?
Well, come on. Let's get the thing started.
Yeah, well, I want to get on out of here, so here you are. Here is my statement. You all can read it after I is gone. Well, so long, everybody.
So long.
Read it. What is it?
Oh, boy, I can hardly wait to hear what he says.
Yeah, well, Amos say here, it seemed to me that if the driver of the car was looking straight ahead, he could have stopped.
You know that fella Amos is pretty smart when it come right down to it.
And he say here, on the other hand, I don't think the Kingfish was looking where he was going neither, and he was jaywalking in the middle of the block. That is all I know, signed Amos Jones.
That fella Amos is a dummy if ever I seed one. Not only that, I moves that we throws that out.
Yes, a fellow like that has no right watching an accident.
Well, gentlemen, we'll now start the testimony on the case between the walking pedestrian and the riding pedestrian. Everything is official from now on. Mr. Moore, you will be known as the injurer, and Mr. Stevens will be known as the injuree. Now, Mr. Stevens, plead your case.
Yes, Mr. Brown, let me stand up here. No, I can't make it.
Take it easy, Mr. Stevens. Don't hurt yourself.
Mr. Arbitrator, reckless motorist, gentlemen. It all happened on a bright, sunshiny day. I had everything to live for. Me and my friend Amos Jones was in the prime of crossing the street when I was suddenly, criminal, brutally, and without malice and forethoughts, I was cut down like a weed. By a reckless motorist, I was thrown to the cement where my defenseless body lay with terrible bruises and sprains.
Did I do all that?
Yes, sir. And I suffered the pangs and pains of cruel agonies, all of which I will itemarize later. I was an innocent victim. That is what happened to me.
Yeah, well, after reconsidering the case from every angle, I awards the verdict to the injuree, Mr. George Kingfish Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Any point to me telling my side of the story?
Well, all right. If you don't take too long, I got to get out of here and get a full-dress suit. Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Well, what I have to say is that I was driving along in my automobile on this same bright, sunny afternoon. I was carefree. My eyes had a sparkle to them, I guess. I don't know much about traffic laws. Well, I must have been looking elsewhere, and all of a sudden, I felt a bump. It seems that I suddenly, criminally, and brutally cut down Mr. Stevens here, like a weed.
Oh, right.
I was a reckless driver. Mr. Stevens was knocked to the cement where his defenseless body lay, with the bruises and sprains. So you see, Mr. Brown, there are two sides to every story.
Yeah. Well, as the arbitrator, I got to figure out the difference between the two sides.
Mr. Brown, wait a minute, will you? Do me a favor. Rule out my testimony. I like his better.
You got anything more to say in your defense, Mr. Moore? You claiming anything?
Well, my fender, a little wax would fix that. It seems my fender was scratched a little by the buttons on your coat. I hope I didn't break any of the buttons.
All right, arbitrator, is you ready to hear the itemized bill?
Well, listen, Kingfish, I'm going to be late for the formal affair if I don't get out of here now. Could you let me have the $5?
Just a minute, Andy. We got to get into the finance settlement and see what we got coming to me here.
It's been so pleasant up to now. Won't talking about money spoil everything?
Mr. Moore, you has got your back to the wall, and we want to be easy with you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. I feel the same way about you.
Yeah, now here's the list of what I claims. $1,500 for concussion of the head. $500 for sprains and bruises. $200 mental anguish, and about $150 sprinkled over the rest of my body. Now, that grand totals up to $2,300. Now, if you'll take my advice, Mr. Moore, you'll make out a check for that right away and take advantage of the 10% discount.
Yeah, give Mr. Stevens the $2,300 and let's get out of here. I got a date.
Well, now, I haven't got that money handy. I don't even have it unhandy.
Well, as arbitrator, I know that Mr. Stevens is anxious to get his money.
Yeah, when you going to give it to me?
Well, I guess I'll have to go to my superiors. After all, I was hoping that we wouldn't have to bring them into it, but I guess I'll have to ask their help in the matter.
Yeah, get their help. Where does you work?
Well, I'm proud to tell you that I happen to be a federal man.
Yeah, well, if you would go to, what's that?
Yeah, what'd you say, Mr. Mulway?
I said I happen to be a federal man.
Oh, federal man. Yeah, I'm crazy about federal men, yeah. Yeah, you know, Mr. Moore, the reason we asked you to come here is because we want you to be happy about this thing, too, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As the arbitrator, I gives the verdict to you, Mr. Moore. I'm crazy about federal men, too.
Yeah, sir. And I was just trying to show you, in kind of a joking way, what could have happened to me. Of course, just between the three of us, I feel fine, Mr. Moore.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that. And you don't think I'd better bring the matter up with the federal people?
Oh, no, sir. Don't bring it up with them. No, sir.
No, just forget the whole thing, Mr. Moore. That'd help us a lot.
Yeah, sir. And one thing more I want to say.
What is that, Mr. Stevens?
Well, I got a $5 bill for the arbitrator. Here it is right here.
Yeah.
But me and the arbitrator want you to take this $5 bill and get your car waxed all over with it.
Yeah, even under the bottom. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. You're the nicest pedestrian I ever hit. Well, goodbye. I hope to run into you again sometime.
And I'm telling you, we got out of that just by the skin of our teeth.
Yeah, I talked to Madam Queen on the phone, and that other bum, Harold Adams, is taking her out by the skin of my teeth, too.
Well, I lost $2,300, and you was done lost out with Madam Queen.
Well, that's better than being in jail.
And the one good thing about us working together, we always know us, though, when we is getting in a jam.
You said it. Come in, Amos. Come in.
Well, hello there, fellas. What's new?
Amos, we has done dropped the case against the motorist.
Oh, sure enough?
Oh, Amos, you was looking at the two of the luckiest guys in town.
Yeah, we was in a jam like we ain't never been in, but we slipped out of it just like two eels.
Yeah.
Oh, you did, huh?
Oh, Amos, you never know who you was dealing with.
And that fellow was pretty nice about the whole thing, too.
He sure was. Do you know something, Amos?
What's that?
Tell him, Kingfish.
Amos, that man Moore happened to be a federal man.
Oh, I know he was. I picked him up at his place, the Federal Loan and Savings Company. He's the janitor down there.
And be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at the same time for another Amos and Andy show. For at that time, Andy will be in one of the greatest picklements you have ever... Oh, by the way, do any of you happen to know whether Andy was ever married? Well, next Friday night, perhaps you can find out, so tune in, will you? Our thanks to Victor Moore for being with us tonight. He appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, producer of the Technicolor picture, Lady in the Dark. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas. One more thing. Now, I know most of you are saving used fats, but don't overlook any bets for salvaging. Skim the fat off the top of soups and off the bottom of your roaster, too, and turn them in promptly. They'll all add up to extra points for you. Now, this is Toby Reed batting for Harlow Wilcox, speaking for all of us and wishing all of you a pleasant good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show.
Andy has always believed that it's impossible for women to resist his charms. He's even further convinced of that since a little incident which took place this afternoon. At the moment, he's in his office about to tell Amos and the Kingfish what happened.
Oh, I tell you, fellas, I'm thinking serious of getting me a whip to keep these women's away from me.
Oh, they're still after you, huh, son?
Oh, yeah, they hounded me to death. I wonder what there is about me.
Well, Andy, I was always hear that there's three things that attracts women.
Mm-hmm.
Money, personality, and looks.
Yeah.
And after looking you over, Andy, all I gotta say is that there must be a fourth one.
Now, listen, don't get sarcastic, Kingfish. Let me tell you what done happened this afternoon.
Uh-huh.
I was walking along Lenox Avenue when all of a sudden a woman rushes up to me and she say, "Harold, is it really you?"
She called you Harold, huh?
That's right. Then she started telling me how happy she was to see me again and wanted to know where I'd done been and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of a strange thing, all right, ain't it?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to stay in the office here all afternoon. Oh, I'm telling you, it ain't safe for a man as good looking as I is to be out on the street in the daytime.
Sit down, Mrs. Scott, and tell me all about it. You say you have found your husband?
Yes, Dr. Seabrook, and I'm so excited I can hardly talk.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I saw him on the street. My heart almost stopped. I said, "Harold?" And then he said his name wasn't Harold.
Oh.
And I must have him mixed up with somebody else.
Let me see. He was stricken with amnesia 6 years ago, wasn't it?
Yes, 6 years in July.
Where is he now? Did you take him home?
No, I didn't get a chance to. He seemed so confused. And then all at once he walked away.
Oh?
Without knowing it, though, I followed him. And he went to an office that had the name Andrew H. Brown on the door. I heard a couple of men say, "Hello, Andy," as he went in.
Well, at least we know where to find him, and he's going under the name of Andrew Brown. Now, are you absolutely sure, Mrs. Scott, this man is your husband?
I know it's Harold. His expressions, his mannerisms. But it's so pitiful the way he's changed.
Mrs. Scott, I'm going to suggest something that's been used successfully in many cases of amnesia to regain memory.
Yes, Doctor.
You go to his office and persuade him to come to your home, where he'll be in surroundings that are familiar to him. His personal belongings, the children. Now, don't use any pressure of any kind in trying to make him remember. It should be like a new courtship. I think by treating it in this manner...
Now, Brother Andy, me and Henry here has got a great proposition. That is, if you can dig up a little loose cash.
Yes, Andy, we're very enthused about it.
Yeah, well, what is the deal, gentlemen?
We got the whole idea for a big new company worked out on paper. Here it is right here.
Kingfish, read Andy the purpose of the company as outlined.
Oh, yeah. Now, it says here, purpose of company. Our company is incorporated in the state of New York for the purpose of making as much money as we can within the laws of said state.
Yeah.
Now, the next thing here is the heading called products to be manufactured.
Mm-hmm.
Any and all things for which there is a demand, and if there ain't, we make something else. You see, Andy, what we do, we keep the thing wide open, what we call flexible.
Yeah.
Yeah, now, till we find out what we're going to make, that is the general setup. Now, what do you think of it up to now? Now, you done hit it?
Yeah, well, except for being incorporated, how is this any different from not being in any business at all?
Well, to tell you the truth, Andy...
Wait a minute. Come in.
How do you do, Mr. Brown?
Hello.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Oh, no.
Well, I'm the woman that stopped you on the street this morning. My name is Eldora Scott.
Pleased to meet you again, Miss Scott. This is Mr. Stevens and Mr. Van Porter.
Oh, glad to know you.
Charming to meet you, Miss Scott. Charming.
Thank you.
Well, then, me and Henry will go over to Henry's office and see if we can't get this company more flexible than it is.
I'll walk over there with you, fellas.
Oh, please, Mr. Brown. Could I talk to you for just a moment?
Well, all right. Well, we'll see you later, Andy. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So long.
Do you mind if I sit down?
Why, sure. Go ahead.
I hope I didn't interfere with any business conference.
Oh, no. Me and the fellas was talking about opening up a flexible thing here, incorporated in the state of New York. They're going to manufacture something somebody don't want or something.
I guess you thought it was strange the way I acted on the street this morning.
Well, yeah. But a man like me gets used to that stuff.
When you ran away from me this morning, I followed you to your office here.
Yeah, I was wondering how you knowed where to find me.
I just couldn't stay away. I wanted to see you again.
Yeah, you sure is got a bad case of me, ain't you?
Listen, Harold.
Excuse me, the name is Andy.
All right, I'll call you Andy. Andy, would you come up to my house this evening to see me?
Listen, Miss Scott, you was a pretty gal and a sweet gal, but I happens to be right in the middle of a previous romance, so why don't you drop around in a couple of months from now? I is bound to be back in circulation again by that time.
But it's so important to both of us. Why don't you drop in this evening, please?
Well, all right, I'll drop up for a few minutes, but I can't stay long.
Why did Jimmy and me have to put our best suits on, Mama?
Because I have a big surprise for you both.
What kind of a surprise, Mama?
Well, Papa's coming home.
Papa? You mean our own real Papa?
Yes, dear.
Papa's been gone an awful long time, hasn't he?
Yes, dear, but the important thing is that he's back.
Why was he gone so long?
Well, I've explained all this before to you. Of course, we haven't talked about it lately, but Papa had amnesia.
What's that?
Well, amnesia is when you lose your memory and can't remember who you are or where you live or anything. We don't know what happened, but he might have fallen and gotten a blow on the head.
Is Papa cured of it now?
No, not quite, but he will be soon.
How do you cure it, Mama?
Oh, there are many different treatments, Jimmy. Very often the same thing that causes it can cure it, too. Oh, that's probably Papa now. You boys stay out here in the hall. I want to talk to him alone for a little while in the parlor. Then you can come in.
Do you think you'll remember me and Jimmy?
Well, maybe not at first. But remember what I told you. Stay there in the hall till I call you. Oh, I'm so happy you're here. Won't you come in?
Oh, thank you, Miss Scott, thank you. Say, this is a pretty classy joint you got here. You live here all alone?
No, I live here with my 2 children.
Excuse me for protruding, but did you say 2 children?
Why, yes.
Well, sure was nice knowing you. I got to be running along now.
Oh, please don't go. Come in the parlor, won't you?
Well, all right, just for a minute.
There now. Look around. Do any of the things here refresh your memory? Don't you remember who you are, Harold?
Certainly I remember. Andy Brown.
But before you were Andy Brown, who were you?
Well, back in school, they used to call me the Sheik.
Well, look at this photograph here. Do you recognize it?
Say, that fellow look a lot like me, don't he? Got the same extinguished profile I got. Only thing, my profile stick out more around the stomach than his do. You know something?
Oh, wait a minute, dear.
Yeah.
Frank, Jimmy, you can come in now. Darling, please try to remember.
Hello, Papa.
Papa, wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute here. I ain't gonna be your papa.
Mama told us that.
I don't care what she told you. I has been give the rush act before, but never with two kids helping out.
Listen, Jimmy, you and Frank go in the other room for a while. You can come back later.
Okay, Mama.
Listen, Miss Scott, I think I ought to tell you straight from the shoulder.
Please. I know it must be all confusing to you, but if you'll just be patient, stay a little longer. I tell you, I'll go in and make you a cup of tea, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Papa. She's sure trying to snag me. I wonder what 'tis I got that makes women fall for me this way. I think when I dies, I'm going to leave my personality to science. Well, I might as well light one of these cigars and sit back and unlax in this easy chair. I ain't got to meet Madam Queen for an hour.
You know something, Frank? He didn't act like he remembered us at all.
I'm kind of glad he didn't. He looks like an awful bum, doesn't he?
Maybe he wasn't that bad when Mama married him. Say, I've got an idea. Do you remember how Mama said a blow on the head might cure him?
Oh, sure, I remember. Why?
What do you say we sneak in and cure him?
Sure. Then he might remember us.
Okay, now don't make any noise.
Wait a minute. Let me have that vase. I want to hit him.
Why should you hit him? He's my papa just as much as he's yours. And besides, it was my idea.
Oh, all right.
Shh, quiet now. There he is in that easy chair with his back to us.
Sure is nice and peaceful here. Yeah, I might even let Madam Queen wait a half hour for me. Oh.
Well, Andy has finally recovered from the cure that Jimmy and Frank administered to their papa. Right now, Andy is back in the office telling the boys all about it.
Oh, I tell you, them kids really smacked me with that vase. I done always said that I never ought to take off my derby in a strange house. Boy, I really got a sock.
Tell me this. Why do you suppose the kids done that, Andy?
Well, I don't know. When I come to, the kids wasn't there, and their mama say they were just trying to help me.
Helping you, huh? Kids sure is funny nowadays.
Well, I personally have always felt that children should be seen and never should not slug nobody.
Listen, Andy. With the money that Mrs. Scott has got, you can afford to let them break vases over your head all day.
What'd you say about money?
Well, Andy, when you introduced me to her, the name sounded familiar. She is very social in the high circles.
Yeah, I ain't never met her.
She got a lot of money, too, ain't she, Henry?
Yes, she has. My wife says she's exceedingly wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, I was talking to Fred Wendell this morning, and he was telling me that her husband disappeared about 6 years ago. They think he is suffering from amnesia.
You know, the whole thing is strange, all right. Andy, didn't you say that she even had a picture on the parlor table of a man that looks exactly like you?
Yeah, and she kept on calling me darling and Harold and said that someday I'd understand everything.
Say, wait a minute, Andy. I bet I know what this whole thing is about. She thinks that you is her husband.
Yeah, that's right. And maybe that's why them kids call me Papa.
Amos, I think you got something there.
Yes, that sounds very logical.
You see, she thinks that you is her husband and that you won't recognize her because you got this amnesia stuff.
Yeah.
Andy, listen, there's only one thing for you to do. Get in touch with this Mrs. Scott right away and tell her that you ain't her husband.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing to do, all right.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly glad that we done solved this one. Well, I got to get to work, fella.
But wait a minute, I'll go with you, Amos.
So long, fellas.
So long, boys.
Well, take care of that right away, Andy. So long.
How you like that? This show is a strange coincidence, all right, Kingfish.
Yeah.
It hardly seemed possible that me and her husband could look so much alike. Boy, he sure was handsome. Well, I guess I'd better phone her and tell her that I ain't her husband.
Wait a minute, Andy. How can you be so cruel?
Cruel?
Yeah, look, Andy. Here is a woman with two problems. She's got a lot of sorrow about her husband. And then she's got a burden of having a lot of money.
Yeah, well, what do we do about it?
Let's help her.
Yeah.
Let her handle the sorrow and let us handle the burden. That's the
Yes, sir, that's even if ever I heard it.
And if you was to tell that woman that you ain't her husband, you would hate yourself for the rest of your life, leaving a poor, helpless woman without nobody to take care of her finances and her business investments.
Yeah. And I guess it wouldn't be fair to them two little boys, neither, that calls me Papa and hits me over the head with a vase.
Oh, that lump will go away, Andy.
Yeah, but look here, there's one snag about this whole thing, Kingfish.
What's that?
I don't happen to be your husband.
I know, Andy, but you was a reasonable facsimile. Brother Andy, if you has got a heart in you at all, there's only one thing for you to do. Let this woman think that you was a husband so you can brighten up her life again by investing her money.
Yeah, I guess that's what I ought to do, all right.
Yeah, and that way, why, we can kill two birds with one stone. You remember that flexible proposition that I done talked to you about this morning?
Oh, sure.
Well, we can invest her money in that. Protect the principal and guarantee her 20% return at the same time.
Yeah, well, the least I can do is be a good husband to that money.
Yeah. Now listen, Andy, I tell you what I'm going to do. I was going up myself and see her right away.
Well, what's the idea?
Well, now look here. The first thing I'm going to do is to convince her that the way to get back your memory is to finance you in some business.
Yeah.
Now, another thing. You don't know nothing about Harold.
No.
You don't even know Harold's middle initial. You don't even know your wife's maiden name.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, during the conversation with her, I'll get all that information for you, see?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'll hurry over right away, because every minute we waste is costing her money.
I hear about you being married?
Oh, I ain't really married, Lightning. It's just that some gal claims that I got amnesia.
What is that?
Well, it's when you walks around like you was in a daze and ain't got no ambition, don't remember nothing. You kind of in a fog.
She certainly hit it on the nose all right, didn't she?
Get out of here, Lightning, will you? Get out of here.
Well, hello there, boys, and I want to speak to you alone.
Go on, beat it, Lightning.
All right, sir. I think I'll whiz on home and go to bed.
So long, Lightning. Now, listen, Andy, that was a great thing I done when I went over to see Miss Scott.
Oh, yeah. What'd you find out there?
Found out everything. Your middle initial is J for Jerome.
Yeah.
Now, her maiden name was Palmer.
Palmer.
And the picture on the piano or the table, she thinks is you.
Yeah, I'll remember all this.
Now, listen, Andy. Harold J. Scott has got several $1,000s in 3 banks. The Chase National, the Irving Trust, and the Corn Exchange.
Yeah, I was really loaded, ain't I?
Yeah, now look here. I done convinced her that the way to get back your memory was to finance you in some business.
Yeah, well, we'll go in that Flexorable company with her. We'll stretch her money out over that.
Yeah. Now, listen, Andy, tomorrow we is going over to see her together. Now, when we get there, be very clever and let her know that your middle initial is J for Jerome.
Yeah.
And then casualty drop that her maiden name was Palmer.
Yeah.
And then recognize the picture of yourself on the table or piano there. Kind of work it into conversation easy like.
Yeah, leave it to me.
Andy, you has got thousands of dollars in all the banks in New York.
Yeah, well, there ain't but one thing that worries me now about going over to her house tomorrow.
What's that?
Who is we going to borrow the car fare from to get there on?
Mrs. Scott, I've got wonderful news for you.
Well, come right in, Dr. Seabrook.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for Harold now.
I just received this letter this morning. Through the Medical Association, we've located your husband. He's in a hospital in Chicago.
But, Doctor, it can't be. I've already found Harold. He's right here in New York.
Mrs. Scott, you've made a mistake. The man here in New York is not your husband.
What?
This snapshot, enclosed in the letter I just received, is a snapshot of you and Harold and the 2 children taken about 7 years ago. This picture is your proof.
Why, yes. It is our picture. I remember when this was taken on my birthday up at Bear Mountain.
There's no doubt about it being your husband. In addition to all this, the Medical Association checked on his fingerprints.
Oh, Doctor, I almost made a terrible mistake. I'm going to Chicago right away. But, Dr. Seabrook, this other man, this Mr. Brown, now he's under the impression that he's my husband.
Well, that's impossible. Well, we'll straighten him out. The fact is...
Oh, Doctor, that must be Mr. Brown at the door now. Oh. His friend, Mr. Stevens, told me yesterday that they were coming. What'll I tell him?
Well, you go to the door. I'll help you handle it, Mrs. Scott. Just let him talk.
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, I brung your husband, Miss Scott. He couldn't wait to get down here and see his darling wife.
Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Hello, wifey dear.
Can we come in a while? Harold would like to talk to you for a few minutes before we make a tour of the banks.
Why, yes, come in. This is Dr. Seabrook.
Nice to meet you.
How you do, sir?
Pleased to make your acquaintance. Any friend of my wife's whose maiden name was Palmer is a friend of mine, Harold J. Scott, J for Jerome. Let's go in the parlor and look at the picture of myself. There ain't no 2 ways about it being me.
By the way, I understand, Mr. Brown, that you had amnesia.
Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir. He had a bad case, Doc, but he's starting to remember things now. Chase National Bank, Urban Trust, Corn Exchange, and all that stuff, yeah.
Mr. Brown, there's something I must tell you.
Harold really coming along great, Miss Scott. The one thing that he remembers better than anything else is that yesterday you said that you was going to put him in business.
But I must tell you
Where is them 2 sweet little kids of mine? I sure is miss them.
Mr. Brown, I've made a terrible mistake. You are not my husband.
Hey, what you mean he ain't your husband?
Mrs. Scott's husband has been located in Chicago.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. The fingerprints have been checked.
Now, wait a minute. After
You
all...
wait a minute. You're nothing but an imposter. And you're undoubtedly trying to defraud this woman.
Well, here, everybody, wait a minute here. Now, everybody, listen. I got something to say here, too. All right, so Mr. Brown ain't her husband. Who started this thing, though? Mrs. Scott here done stopped him on the street. He didn't stop her.
Well, that's true, Dr. Seabrook.
Yes, but the fact remains that this man knew he wasn't your husband.
Well, listen here. It so happens that we was going through with it to help Mrs. Scott here with her finances. We was trying to help her now, and that's the truth.
Doctor, I think I have put these men to a lot of trouble. And I really started the whole thing. I think they deserve some sort of compensation, and I'm willing to pay them for the trouble.
Yeah, that's a fair thing to do.
Well, you do whatever you want, Mrs. Scott. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'll run down to the railway station and see if I can get you a ticket to Chicago.
Oh, that'd be wonderful, Dr. Seabrook.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
Now, if you'll just step back into the library, I'll make out a check for you.
Yes, ma'am. You stay right here in the easy chair, Andy.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't you think that
No, you stay right here, Andy. I got a lot of experiences in this compensation stuff.
Yeah, okay, I'll stay here then.
You know, Mrs. Scott, that fella Andy.
Mama, can we go in and see Papa?
Well, I'd rather you wouldn't, boys.
Why not? Isn't he cured yet?
Cute little fellas, ain't they?
Oh, gee, Mama, I can't understand why he isn't cured.
We tried to help him.
Yeah. Do you suppose we didn't help him hard enough?
Boys, I'll explain everything later. Right in here, Mr. Stevens.
Say, Frank, come here a minute, will you?
Now, about this compensation, Miss Scott, you done caused Mr. Brown a lot of trouble. Now, we'll forget about that, but getting hit on the head with a vase is something that you can't forget about.
Well, what about $50?
Now, wait a minute. The scale price for getting hit on the head with a vase, that happens to be $100. Now, that's what they're paying all around town.
All right, we'll make it $100.
All right, make it $100. Okay.
What was that?
Mrs. Scott, it sounds like Andy done earned another $100.
Next Friday night at this very same time, please join us for another Amos and Andy show. For at that time, Amos and Andy will present a special Good Friday show. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say good night, may I remind you of one other important thing. I suppose it is a job saving used fats and greases and turning them in. Not a hard job, but, well, not what you'd call glamorous. But it's not exactly glamorous to sleep in muddy foxholes or to dodge bullets or live on tin rations or any of the other things that millions of our American boys are doing every day of this war. So compared to that, the little bit of effort it takes to save used fats and put them in a tin can seems very trifling, doesn't it? And remember, those very used fats are vital to the manufacture of the sulfur drugs and ammunition that will help to win this war. You'll get 2 red ration points and cash besides for every pound of used fat you turn in. So fill up a can, no glass container, please, and rush it to your butcher or meat dealer. Thank you, and good night. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. Well, it's 2:00 in the afternoon. Andrew H. Brown has just come from breakfast and is reading the morning newspaper in his office. He has finished the funnies and has now turned to more serious reading matter. At the moment, his attention is directed to an ad, the subject of which is always interesting to him.
Men, are you lonely? Join the Harlem Get Acquainted Club. Meet refined and cultured companion. That don't sound like a bad idea. Guess I'll tear this out.
Well, hello there, Andy. What you doing there, son?
Hello, Amos. I just looking over the finance section of the newspaper here.
Yeah, let me see what you tore out here.
Yeah.
Harlem Get Acquainted Club. Yeah, that's a great finance section you got in the paper there. What you want to meet other women for? After all, ain't you done set your wedding date with Madam Queen for sometime in June?
Yeah, but that's still 2 months off yet.
Well, it seemed to me if you're going to marry Madam Queen in June, you wouldn't want to be going out with nobody but her.
Listen, Amos, when a man is going to prison, he don't check in 2 months before his sentence starts to see how it feels, do he?
Well, Andy, tell me, do you think you being fair to Madam Queen?
Well, in the first place, she ain't never going to know nothing about it.
Oh, look, Andy, well, do what you want to do. It ain't none of my business, no way.
Yeah, that's right. I is going up to this Get Acquainted Club. It's over on Lenox and 135th Street. And I was just wondering if you'd let me have enough money to pay the initial fee up there. A fellow told me it's only $2 when you walks in.
Well, I just ain't got it, Andy. That's the truth.
Well, I'm going over and see the Kingfish and try to borrow it from him.
Sit down, Brother Andy. What's on your mind?
Kingfish, old pal, I was thinking about you last night. I started thinking about friendship, about who's your friend and who ain't your friend. Start thinking about how close we've been together all these years.
Whatever money you asking for, Andy, the answer is no. You see, I need all the money I got to go in business with.
What business you going in, Kingfish?
Well, I don't know yet, Andy, but there's going to be any business I can capitalize at $3.25.
How about going in the loan business? I'd be willing to borrow $2 to get you started.
Andy, tell me this. What you want with money for?
Well, I tell you, Kingfish, I needs $2 for the registration fee over at this Get Acquainted Club. I wants to meet a gal.
Get Acquainted Club?
Yeah, meet some gals there and all that stuff. You know, companionship. But, of course, as soon as you go up there, you got to pay the $2.
Get Acquainted Club. There's a fella that really had an idea, didn't there?
Yeah.
Say, I wonder if that wouldn't be kind of a business for me to go into. Yeah, I could do the same thing they're doing. Say, I wonder how you run one of them places.
Well, here's the ad right here. Kind of run itself. You just rakes in the money and counts it, I guess.
Yeah, that sounds good, all right. Maybe I could get myself acquainted with a few $100 up there.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Come in. Well, hello, Amos.
Yeah, hello. What you got there, son?
Hello there. I just dropped by the printers and picked up the tickets for the servicemen's dance at the Lodge Hall. You don't mind if I set them over here in the corner, do you, Kingfish?
Oh, no. Go right ahead, Amos.
Yeah, well, now, what is you going to do, Kingfish?
Well, I was going up to the Get Acquainted Club.
Oh, you is, huh?
Well, I'll leave the tickets there in the corner. I'll see you later. So long.
So long.
So long, Amos.
Look, Kingfish, you can't go up there and just say to them, how do you run your business? I'm going to open up one myself. But if you lends me the $2, why, I'll go up there and find out the whole thing for you.
No, now, wait a minute. I got a better idea, Ender. I imagine the first time he goes up there, all you do is to register your name and tell him what kind of a gal you'd like to meet. Now, look here. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll go up there and register for you. You know, make you a member under your own name. And at the same time, I'll find out just how they runs the business.
Yeah, but how can you tell them what kind of a gal I wants to meet?
Yeah, well, tell me and I'll tell them what kind you want to meet.
Well, I ain't particular, just so it's a gal I could be crazy about. One that'll pay her own way to the picture show and stuff like that. Tell them that I is an unhappy man.
An unhappy man?
Tell them I is starving for companionship.
Starving for companionship.
That's right, and tell them that I is craving for understanding woman.
Craving for understanding? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell them. I'll go up there like I was anxious to meet somebody. Then, of course, after that, you can go back. Oh, that sounds great, don't it?
Yeah, that sounds okay.
Come in, Brother Crawford.
Oh, hello, Brother Crawford.
Well, Amos, hello, Sapphire. How is your husband?
Oh, the Kingfish is fine, thank you.
Yeah, well, Sapphire, since you is the chairman of the Servicemen's Dance Committee at the Lodge, here's the tickets for the dance that I got from the printer.
Oh, thank you, Amos. Now, Brother Crawford, you're going to take charge of these, ain't you?
Yes, I will be very happy to keep the tickets.
All right, now, as soon as Madam Queen gets here, we can make all the final arrangements.
Oh, the soldiers and the sailors ought to have a nice time. By the way, is we going to have enough girls for them to dance with?
We ought to. Brother Crawford has charge of getting the girls. How you coming along?
Well, now, that's what I want to talk to you about, Sapphire. It seems that my wife heard that I was getting some girls for the dance.
Yes, I told her that you was on the committee.
Yeah, and it's for the fellas in the service.
Your wife didn't have no objections when I told her.
No, my wife is very funny that way, Sapphire. She sort of keeps her troubles in the family. When I came home after your talk with her, I found my wife very unhappy.
Well, we got to get some girls.
Well, frankly, there was a look on my wife's face that I haven't seen there for many years. I asked her what the trouble was, and she told me, it's the girls I'm getting.
Well, what is we going to do?
I want you to know that I am the master of my house, and I take orders from no one. I can do what I want to do. And if I think it's right to be on a committee, I'll be on it. But I think somebody else better get the girls.
Well.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, I ain't got the time. I think you better do it yourself, Sapphire.
All right, then. I'll do the best I can, but... Oh, here comes Madam Queen. How is you?
Oh, hello, everybody.
Well, hello, Madam Queen.
Oh, I'm fine.
Glad to see you.
Yes, we're just working on the dance committee, and we're trying to figure out a way to get some girls for the soldiers to dance with. You see, I'm kind of out of touch with the younger set.
Well, these 20-year-old men don't want to be dancing around with no old steamboats like us.
Speak for yourself, Madam Queen.
Well, now, let's not go into personalities. I personally feel that you girls would have just as much appeal to the soldiers as you did in the last war.
Well, what I want to know is what we going to do about it.
Well, Sapphire, I just had a thought where you might get some young girls. I don't know much about it.
Well, where's that, Amos?
There's a place here on Lenox and 135th Street called the Get Acquainted Club. And I think if you were to go up there and talk to whoever runs it, they might furnish you with some girls for the boys to dance with.
Oh, Sapphire, that sounds like a good idea.
Yes, it do. Amos, I believe I'll go up there and talk to him right now.
Well, Mrs. Stevens, I'm sure our Get Acquainted Club will be glad to help you out. We have a very nice list of girls here. How many do you need?
Well, I'd like to get as many as I could.
Well, now, let me see here. I have a book here with the names listed. I suppose you'd want girls around 20 to 25?
Yes, that would be about the right age, I reckon.
Now, let me see.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That man coming in the door there. Do you know him?
No, I don't believe so. He's paying his initiation fee at the front desk now.
Wait a minute. I don't want him to know I'm here. Where can I hide at?
Hide? Well, why don't you just step behind the screen right back of my desk? He won't see you there.
Yes, I'll do that. He's coming over here now. Don't let him know I'm behind here.
All right.
How do you do?
Can I help you?
Yes, ma'am. I just joined the club.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, nice place you got here.
Yes, you'll find it very enjoyable.
Yeah, you introduce people to other people. Now, just how do you go about it?
Well, what is your problem?
Well, I is a lonely man. I is an unhappy man. I is starving for companionship. And I craving for an understanding woman.
Yes, yes.
A woman that I can take to supper at night, take to the theater or the movies. Now, how does I go about meeting a woman like that, and how much does everything cost and all that business? Explain everything.
Are you considering matrimony?
Well, I might even do that. Yeah, I might even do that.
George Stevens, I done heard enough. This is the end.
Oh, Sapphire, what you doing here?
Amos Jones sent me here, but I didn't expect to find this. Why, this man is my husband.
Your husband?
Oh, Sapphire, I can explain everything to you.
You won't never be able to explain nothing to me. I'm leaving you. And so help me, this is final.
Well, Sapphire will not listen to reason. She is determined to leave the Kingfish. The Kingfish is now seeking legal advice from his friend, Gabby Gibson.
Gabby, I want to talk to you.
Be very happy to talk to you. Yes, indeed. Sit down, Kingfish.
Yeah, tell me now, is there any legal way that I can keep my wife from leaving me, Gabby?
No, there ain't no legal way you can stop it. No, indeed. When a woman decides she's had enough, she's had enough.
You see, the reason I went up to this Get Acquainted Club was for Andy.
Well, then it seems to me you ought to get Andy. Go get Andy. Let him explain everything to your wife. He got to tell her everything.
Yeah, I'm going to try to do that, too. You know that double-crossing Amos is the one that sent my wife up there. He happened to be in the office putting some tickets away in the corner, and he heard me say I was going to the Get Acquainted Club.
I'm surprised Amos, very surprised Amos doing a thing like that. Didn't think Amos was that kind of man. Really didn't think so. I didn't think Amos was that kind of man.
Oh, I'm telling you, Gabby, Amos done broke up a home. That's what he done. Well,
that's too bad. I'm surprised. Sure, I'm surprised. That Amos don't look like a snake in the grass, but that's the trouble with a snake in the grass. He never looked like a snake in the grass.
Look here. How can I hold my married life together, Gabby? That's what I want to know.
The only thing you can do, Kingfish, the only thing is go home to your wife. Go home to her right now. Walk in the house, walk right up to her and be very humble. Very humble. Next thing you do is get down on your knees. Get on both your knees. Tell her right from your heart that you love her. Tell her right from the heart. Tell her you is a true husband, always been a true husband. Tell her you don't want to make a wreck of your married life. Tell her you don't want to stay with nobody but her. You want to stay with her, but always. And if you do that, if you do it right, you might stay married. Both of you stay married. But Kingfish, it's more fun being single.
Well, what you want me to do about it, Kingfish?
Well, you gotta help me. That Amos has done wrecked my married life, Andy.
Yeah, everybody's surprised at him for doing a thing like that.
Yeah, and he won't come near me. Amos knows what he done, the double-crossing, no-good, fair-weather friend. I told you about him.
Yeah, well, now what you want me to do?
Andy, there's only one chance I got. I done had other people try to straighten it out for me, but you has got to go home to my wife and explain the whole thing to her.
Well, why can't you explain it to her yourself?
Now, look, Brother Andy, my head just won't stand another vase.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
Right now, my head is so tender that I get tears in my eyes every time I put on my hat.
But you want to go back to her, huh?
Oh, yeah. And go to see her and tell her that you was the one that was going to the Get Acquainted Club to meet a gal. Explain to her that I went up there for you because I wanted to go into that business. Now, just tell her the truth.
Now, just a minute. I don't want that news out that I was going up there neither. It might get back to Madam Queen. You know, she ain't no amateur with a vase herself.
And believe me, my wife ain't gonna tell her so. She wouldn't tell Madam Queen. She'll keep it confidential. But you gotta go and tell her. It means my future happiness. And I ain't never seen my wife this serious before. She really leaving me, son.
Well, all right. I'll go over there and see her.
Well, Andy, come on in. If you got anything to say to me, say it now.
Yeah, well, your place is show tore up here.
Oh, I'm leaving him. Hitting him over the head ain't gonna do no more good. I done busted my last piece of china on him.
Well, Sapphire, I got something to tell you. And I'm going to tell you the truth about the whole thing. I'm going to tell you why the Kingfish went up there.
Well, whatever it is, it better be pretty good. Excuse me just a minute. Somebody's at the door.
All right, I'll wait right here.
Oh, hello, Madam Queen. Come in.
Oh, Sapphire, I'm so sorry to hear about your trouble.
Well, it's the end. I'm leaving him.
It's a shame, Sapphire.
Come on in. Andy's in here.
Well, Andy, glad to see you, my darling boy.
Hello, honey. How's my sweetheart today?
Oh, this is a terrible thing the Kingfish done to his wife, ain't it, Andy?
Yeah, it is terrible.
And to think that I done trusted him all these years and catch him red-handed.
Sapphire, I can't imagine a man that thinks anything of a woman that he claims to love going to that Get Acquainted Club. Andy and I ain't even married. But if you did a thing like that to me, Andy, you know what I'd do?
Oh, don't let's even think about it.
That husband of mine claiming he's starving for affection. Oh, I'm leaving him.
You got grounds, too. I can't even imagine George doing a thing like that.
Andy was just getting ready to tell me the truth about why he went up there. Go ahead, Andy.
Oh, who, me?
Yeah, go on and tell me what you was going to tell me. Why did he go up there?
Well, I can't believe that the Kingfish is really that bad. What I figures is that he must have been up there trying to meet a gal for some other fella.
Who is the other fella?
Well, on second thought, a thing like that don't sound reasonable, do it?
Tell me, what did you say, Andy? What'd you say?
Well, Kingfish, I'm going to tell you the truth.
Go ahead.
I went over there, and I was going to talk to her. And all of a sudden, Madam Queen walks in. There I was, a rose between two thorns.
Oh, so you didn't say nothing to my wife, Andy?
Well, how could I?
Oh, well, the whole thing is Amos's fault anyway.
Yeah, I never thought Amos would do a thing like that, you know it?
Yeah, well, everything look hopeless now. I guess Sapphire mean business, all right.
Yeah, I'll say she mean business. She's breaking up housekeeping.
Yeah, I know she is. It's the end, all right, Andy. I got to go home now and get my stuff out of there. You know, I never thought my life would end up like this.
Oh, I can tell the way she talked. She is leaving.
Well, I figure if that's all the faith she got in me, well, maybe it's better we separate. I'm going home now and get my stuff.
I don't want no argument with you, George. I don't want to hear no more about it.
All right, honey.
And this pile of stuff at this end of the parlor is all yours. And the pile up here is the stuff I'm taking with me.
Oh, what happened to the lace curtains on the front window?
I bought and paid for them curtains. I'm taking them with me. And here's that coat you bought me and didn't make but one payment on it. You can take that back.
Just lay it there on that pile of mine over there on the floor.
And I'm taking half of the furniture. You can have the other half.
Listen, honey.
Don't talk to me, George. Just let me get my stuff out of this house. And here's a wedding ring that ain't never been off my finger before. You can take this, too. I don't consider myself married to you no longer.
Oh, I don't want the wedding ring.
Well, either take it or I'm going to throw it away.
All right. Give it to me. I'll put it in my pocket.
I'll notify the landlord today that we're giving up the place.
If there's somebody at the door for me, I don't want to see nobody.
Well, I don't neither.
Well, how do you do, Sapphire?
Oh, Reverend Johnson, how are you? Won't you come in and,
I just happened to be in the neighborhood and thought I'd drop in and see how you were. I noticed you hadn't been to church the last 2 Sundays.
No, no, we ain't. George, Reverend Johnson's here.
Well, hello there, Reverend Johnson. How is you?
Hello, George. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Well, looks like you folks doing a little spring cleaning.
Yes, yes, we are. Won't you sit down?
No, I haven't much time. I was telling your wife, George, I happen to be passing.
Yeah.
You know, it does my heart good to see a man and his wife working together. So often in this life, our duties take us away from each other most of the day. But it's nice to find a husband and wife who find time to help each other with their chores.
Yeah.
Reverend, can I fix you a cup of tea or something?
No, thank you, Sapphire. I appreciate your hospitality. I just stopped in to say hello, and I'm glad to find you two together. You know, today happens to be Good Friday. This is a very significant week.
Yes, I noticed.
Well, I guess I'll be running along.
We'll walk to the door with you.
All right.
Yeah, well, we're mighty glad that you could stop by for a second, Reverend Johnson.
You know, seeing you two stand there facing me now, side by side, brings back memories of many years ago when I officiated at your wedding.
Yes, I remember very well.
Yeah, so do I.
By the way, Sapphire, where's your wedding ring?
My wedding ring? My wedding ring. George has got it in his pocket.
Yeah, here it is right here. I was gonna have it cleaned up a little bit for that's what I'm gonna do with it.
You know, I remember your wedding ceremony very well.
Yes, we do too.
You remember, George? You held the ring in your hand like you have it now. And first I said, we are gathered here to unite this man and this woman in marriage, which is an institution ordained of nature in the very laws of our being for the happiness and welfare of mankind.
Yes, that was many years ago, all right.
And then I said that marriage is not meant for happiness alone, but for the discipline and development of character.
Sometimes we forget that, I guess.
And George, I ask you if you'd take this woman, Sapphire, to be your wedded wife, to comfort her, honor her, and keep her in sickness, health, prosperity, and adversity so long as you shall live. Do you remember your answer?
Yes, sir. I will.
And I said practically the same thing to you, Sapphire. And your answer was...
I will.
And George, the ring that you have in your hand now, you placed it on Sapphire's finger. Do it now and say what you said then.
With this ring I thee wed.
And then you held hands like you're doing now. And I said to you, by virtue of authority vested in me by the state, and in the name of our Father in heaven, I pronounce you husband and wife, and whom love have joined together, let no man put asunder.
Yeah, so that bring back memories, Reverend Johnson, and good memories, too.
And do you remember how you embraced each other after the ceremony?
Yeah, sir, I do, Reverend.
That's it. You held each other closely, just like that.
George.
Well, I'll be running along. I hope to see you both at church Sunday. Remember, it's Easter.
Yeah, sir. We'll be there, Reverend Johnson.
We'll be there together.
Goodbye. Come in.
Well, hello, Reverend Johnson.
Well, hello, Amos. Now, how's Ruby and the children?
Oh, they is fine, thank you, sir.
I was up in your neighborhood today. Stopped in and saw Sapphire and George.
Oh, how is they?
And they're fine. I left them very happy, I'm sure.
Oh, that's nice.
And I'm so glad you stopped by, Amos.
Well, I just happened to be over this way.
And Amos, I want to thank you for suggesting that I drop in on Sapphire and George.
And now, a word from Amos and Andy.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, folks.
Well, we hope that you liked our Easter week show.
This week happens to be an anniversary for our sponsor.
And we want to wish the Rinso folks a happy 25th anniversary.
And not only that, we would like to say to them, and to say to you at the same time, that we are proud to be broadcasting for people that have put such a wonderful product on the market for so many years.
We ain't housewives ourselves, but we do know about Rinso. We know it's a mighty good soap, and it's helped an awful lot of people make wash day a lot easier. And if any of you folks ain't using it, me and Andy certainly would appreciate it if you'd try it. Of course, we think you'll be glad to find out what all the singing and whistling about Rinso has been about.
Thank you, and good night, folks.
Happy Easter to you. So long, folks.
With us again next Friday night at this same time when Brother Andy is going to find himself in a very dangerous predicament. The Amos and Andy Show is broadcast to our armed forces overseas. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us, about to wish you all a pleasant good night. But before I do, here's one more important reminder. Are you passing up any bets in salvaging used fats? Don't forget to scrape the bottom of your roaster and to melt down fat you cut off meat. Every bit counts. For used fats are urgently needed to make battlefield medicines, munitions, and other vital materials. You'll get 2 meat points and cash besides for every pound you turn in. Thank you, and good night. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. Andy's activities for the past week have been a little mysterious, particularly in the evenings. He has seen very little of his friends and seems to be passing up his usual haunts. At the moment, Andy is up in his room reading an entry he has just made in his diary.
Dear diary, keep this confidential. Tonight I is going out with Stella again. She's that cute little upstairs maid. I is so crazy about Stella. We'll have plenty to tell you later, dear diary. Who is it?
That's me, Andy.
Oh, come in, son. Come in.
Well, how is it, Andy?
Hi.
Oh, writing in your diary again, huh? You know, Andy, you was the first man that I ever knew that kept a diary.
Well, I don't see nothing wrong with it. It's kind of nice to look in now and then to see if I've been having a good time.
Let me see that diary, Andy.
Never. No, Sir Amos, never. No eyes but Andrew H. Brown's is ever going to gaze on these pages.
Oh.
Tell you the truth, there's a lot of stuff in here that I ain't got no business looking at.
You know, Andy, you is engaged to marry Madam Queen. You ain't going out with some other gal, is you?
Amos, how can you say an awful thing like that? Why, does you know how long it's been since I've been out with any other gal except Madam Queen?
No, I don't.
Well, then suppose we let it go at that.
Mrs. Manning's residence?
Who is this, please?
This is Jarvis, the butler, speaking.
Could I speak to Stella, the upstairs maid, please?
One moment. Oh, Stella, telephone call for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Jarvis. Hello?
Hello, Stella.
Oh, Andy, where is you, honey?
I calling from the drugstore on the corner down here. Is you ready yet?
Well, I'm just finishing up. I'll meet you out in front in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
I see you're still keeping company with that Andy Brown, Stella.
Oh, what's wrong with that, Mr. Jarvis?
Well, if my memory serves me correctly, you're engaged to Hubert, and according to my understanding of an engagement, that takes you off the market.
Oh, it's nothing like the way you make it sound. After all, Hubert's going to be away for 3 weeks, and there ain't no harm in my going out with another man as long as it ain't serious.
Are you sure it isn't serious?
Have you seen Andy Brown?
Yes.
Well, how could you get serious with that?
You have a very good point there, Stella.
But at the same time, you won't say nothing to Hubert about it, will you, Mr. Jarvis?
No, Stella, no, I won't.
You know, if he found out that I was going out with another man, he'd break our engagement right off.
Suppose somebody did find out that you went out with this Andrew Brown, and you thought it might get to Hubert. Would you admit it?
I'd die first.
Well, I've got to go down and get the car out in front. I'm driving Mrs. Manning to the opera tonight.
Well, if you see Andy out there, tell him I'll be down in a little while. I say, Brown.
Oh, hello there. Hello, Mrs. Jarvis. Is Stella coming down?
Yeah, she'll be down shortly.
Yeah, well, I guess I got a few minutes here. Might as well light up my cigar.
Nice evening, isn't it?
Yeah. Sure is.
I say, that's a very attractive cigar lighter you have there.
Yeah, it is, ain't it? Got my initials on it and everything. It was given to me by the lodge members.
Oh, really?
Yeah, kind of an honor, you know. For the physical year of 1943, I was the member that was the least far behind in my dues.
Well, you know, I've been looking for a lighter like that. I'll give you $3 for it.
Oh, no, I couldn't sell this lighter. This lighter got a lot of sediment to it. Oh, no, I wouldn't sell this thing for anything in the world.
I'll give you $5 for it.
Sold.
Very well, here's the $5. Would you just drop the lighter in my pocket in case there's any fluid on it? I don't want to get it on my hands.
Yes, okay.
Oh, I say, old chap, here comes Mrs. Manning. I'd move on a ways if I were you. Mrs. Manning doesn't like people loitering in front of the house.
Oh, yeah, well, in that case, I'll duck away from you, yeah.
All ready, Mrs. Manning?
To the opera, Jarvis. By the way, Jarvis, who was that man I saw just hurrying away?
I haven't the faintest idea, Mrs. Manning, but I told him to move on. He's been loitering around here for the past several nights and acting very suspiciously. It looks like he's up to no good.
Well, if he's around here tomorrow night, I'll report it to the police.
You know, Stella, this show is a nice, quiet little cafe, ain't it?
Yeah. What I like about it, that you don't run into all the people you know.
Yeah, I kind of like that, too. You know, honey, I was crazy about you. The reason we is... Hey, look over there at the next table.
That man standing up there looks like he's going to take some pictures.
Yeah, he must be one of them newspaper photographers. I guess he's going to take a picture of that couple sitting over there at the next table.
Look who it is. Dixie Small.
Oh, yeah. She's the big stage star, ain't she?
Okay, hold it. Thank you, Miss Small.
Say, that Dixie Small ain't bad, is she? Cute little figure, nice eyes. Boy, that's a pretty face. Oh, well, where was we, honey?
You were saying that you was crazy about me.
Oh, yeah. You is the sweetest gal that I done ever...
Move, Andy. Wake up.
Oh, yeah.
What time is it, Lightning?
It's 11 o'clock in the morning. There's a couple of gentlemen outside in the hall to see you, Miss Anderson.
Oh, yeah. What do they want?
They wouldn't tell me.
Hand me my bathrobe there and tell them to come on in.
Yeah, sir. I'll tell them. This way. This is Mr. Brown here.
Gentlemen.
Brown, you're under arrest. Get your clothes on. You're coming with us.
Under arrest? Wait a minute here. Wait, I ain't done nothing.
You call stealing $2,000 nothing?
$2,000? Listen, miss, I ain't never stole nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. No.
$2,000 was stolen from Mrs. Manning's home last night. But why should I tell you? When we get down to headquarters, maybe you can tell us a few things.
Well, say, how long they gonna keep you in this jail here, Andy?
Oh, it can't be long, fellas.
Well, the way I gets the story, this $2,000 was stole from Mrs. Manning's desk in the library, and your cigar later, with your own fingerprints on it, was found right next to the desk.
Yeah, that's right, Amos. But at the time the money was stole, I happened to be out with Mrs. Manning's maid, Stella. So I is in the clear. It's that butler chauffeur she got working for her that done it, and he trying to pin it on me.
Oh, he is the one, huh?
Yeah, that's right. He bought that light off of me and then must have planted it right near the desk to make it look like I is the one that's guilty.
Well, now, don't worry, Brother Andy. Don't worry about a thing. We'll get you the best battery of lawyers in the country. Or that will work on credit.
Yeah. Look here, fellas. There ain't nothing to get excited about. The police is out now to bring Stella down here. When she gets here, why, she'll tell them that I done spent the whole evening with her, and then they can see that I couldn't have stole the money.
Yeah. Say, Brown, they've got this girl Stella out at the booking desk. They want you to come out.
Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir. I'll see you later, boys. Boy, I'll sure be glad to get out of this place.
Yeah, well, we'll wait outside the police station for you, Andy.
Yeah, right this way, Brown.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Here's the prisoner, Sergeant. All right, come on in, Brown.
Yeah, thank you, sir, thank you. Yeah.
Now, is this the woman you say you spent the hours between 7 and 12 with last night?
Oh, yes, sir, that's her. Me and her was together all that time. Go ahead, Stella. Tell the sergeant that so I can get out of here.
Well, what about it, Stella?
I never saw this man before in my whole life.
Well, Stella has flatly refused to admit that she was with Andy at the time of the robbery, or that she even knows him. Her reason, of course, is to protect her engagement to Hubert. As a result of her destroying his alibi, Andy is being held for trial. It's now the day of the trial. In the morning session, Mrs. Manning identified Andy as the man she saw loitering around the house that evening. The chauffeur corroborated her story. The cigar lighter, found at the scene of the robbery with only Andy's fingerprints on it, has been accepted in evidence as Andy's property. And things look pretty bad for Andy. At the moment, Andy's friends are standing just outside the courtroom during a short recess.
Well, I tell you, boys, the way this trial is going, it look like Andy going to spend the next 2 years out of town.
But, fellas, I know that he's innocent.
Yes, I would stake my life that the boy is guiltyless.
You know, I was just thinking it's too bad that none of them waiters at that nightclub remembered Andy and the gal being there.
If only that girl Stella would admit that she was out with Andy that night.
Trial about to be resumed. Clear the hall, please.
Oh, yeah, come on, let's get on in there, fellas. Come on, let's get in.
We will resume with the testimony in the case of the People versus Andrew H. Brown. Is the defense ready to present its case?
We're ready, Your Honor. On behalf of my client, Andrew Brown, I intend to show this court that Mr. Brown could not possibly have committed this robbery. I intend to prove, for one thing, that Mr. Brown's high character renders him incapable of committing any such crime as he is accused of. I'd like to call the first character witness. Will Mr. George Kingfish Stevens take the stand, please?
Oh, yes, I'll be glad to. Coming right down. Coming right up, yes.
Raise your right hand.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you?
Oh, I'll tell the truth. And that's the truth, too.
Sit down.
Tell me, Mr. Stevens, how long have you known Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown here, well, I would say in the neighborhood of 20 years.
Have you always known him as an honest, upright, truthful man?
Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir. That boy got more integrity in his little finger than the average person got in the whole body. Oh, he the cherry tree type, all right.
And to your knowledge, he has never done anything that was wrong or dishonest.
Oh, no, he got a great record. I can say without fear of contradiction that in his whole life he ain't never gone beyond petty larceny. Well, unless, of course, it was when I was out of town, you know, something like that might have happened.
Oh, thank you. Your witness, Mr. Prosecutor.
Hey, wait a minute. You didn't tell me that he was going to ask me no question.
Will the witness refrain from any outside comments?
Oh, yeah.
Proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
Mr. Stevens, as a witness for Andrew Brown, you have given testimony here regarding his character. Now, in order to estimate the value of this testimony, suppose we look into your character for a moment.
I object.
The witness is out of order. Proceed.
Mr. Stevens, you and the defendant have been partners in many business ventures. Is that true?
Well, y'all, we done tried to knock off an honest buck here and there, if that's what you mean.
Isn't it true that in the last 2 years, the business ventures in which you and the defendant engaged at 8 different times led to court proceedings?
Oh, look here, Mr. Prosecutor. We done had enough trouble getting out of them jams once. Anyhow, it was Mr. Brown's fault. He is always the one that, in these deals that want to cut the corners here and there. That's him, yeah.
Oh, in other words, Mr. Brown is the one who involves you through his own lack of integrity.
Oh, yeah, sir, it wasn't me. Yeah, Brown ain't got no more integrity than the man in the moon. Yeah, sir, there is really a bum if there ever was one.
Well, that's strange. A moment ago, you were saying Brown was a fine, upright character.
Yeah. Ain't it amazing how a man like that can change?
The prosecution has no further questions.
All right. Will the witness step down, please?
Yeah, sir. By the way, Your Honor, in case you decide to check into any of them deals, I plead insanity.
Will the defense proceed?
I would like to call the defendant to the stand, Mr. Andrew H. Brown.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Raise your right hand.
Yeah.
Your right hand.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes. I was a little excited there.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
Witness, take the stand.
Your Honor, before we start things here, could I ask you a question?
All right. What is it?
You ain't got a loose headache pill on you, is you?
This is a courtroom, not a drugstore.
Yes, sir.
Oh, if Your Honor will let me, I'll give the witness a pill.
All right, hurry up. This is highly irregular.
There you are, Vander. You don't need no water. Just gulp it down there.
Yeah.
Would you care for one, Judge? I got plenty of them here if you want one.
No. Please take your seat so we can proceed.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to be thoughtful. You see, Your Honor, on them deals I was in, I was just like a baby in arms.
Sit down!
Oh, yeah, so sitting down.
Your Honor, at this time, much against the wishes of my client, I'm going to introduce into evidence in his defense his own personal diary.
No, please don't do that. I beg you not to do that. Don't do that, please.
Well, it's for your own good, Mr. Brown.
Oh, no, let's forget about the whole thing. Will you send me to jail, but don't bring out that diary. Oh, don't do that. Madam Queen is in the place there, sitting out there.
Now, please, Mr. Brown. Your Honor, the reason I am offering this diary into evidence is to prove that Mr. Brown was acquainted with Stella Fulton. Now, let me start by reading the entry of March 18th. Quote, "It's love again. Tonight I done met Stella Fulton. It must have been fate that made me whistle at her in front of the Savoy Ballroom. She's, can't quite make this out. Oh, yes, she's a honeysuckle doll. Our eyes met. We walked along arm in arm. Our hearts beat as one. Then I bought her a hot dog and put her in the subway to 138th Street. Good night, dear diary. This is just between me and you.
Order! Order, I'll clear the court.
Oh, me.
Here's another headache pill for you.
You! Get back there and stay in your seat.
Yeah, sir. Getting right back.
Will the attorney for the defense proceed?
The next entry is March 19th. Quote, Dear Diary, I is so, can't seem to make this word out.
Oh, why not let the defendant read it? We'll save time.
Oh, no, sir. No, I can't do it. Won't you send me to jail? Please, sir. Please.
Now, go ahead, Mr. Brown. It's to your interest. You must read it.
Well, all right. Dear Diary, it's 1 a.m. in the morning, and it's all I can do to keep my little eyelids from snapping shut on me. I was out with Stella again, and she says she was crazy about me and called me her... Oh, as I got to read this.
Will the defendant please stop wasting time and read what's written there?
Yes, sir. Yes, she says she was crazy about me and called me her snooky pie.
Order in the court.
All right. Read the entry for the next day.
Oh, me. Dear Diary, I has found my true love. No doubt about it, she is the most wonderful gal in the world.
This she you refer to in this entry is still Stella Fulton, of course.
Oh, no, sir. That's another gal, Marjorie. Stella couldn't get out that night.
At any rate, Your Honor, it is obvious that Stella Fulton was an important part of this man's life. Could any man sit down and make up things as sincere and revealing as these if there was no truth in them? I think not. Does the prosecution wish to cross-examine?
Yes. Mr. Brown, in regard to a certain Madam Queen, isn't it true that you're engaged to her?
Well, I was up till the time we started to read this diary. I don't know how things stand now.
Mr. Brown, is it your regular practice while engaged to one woman to fall violently in love with not one, but 2 other women all in the space of 4 days?
Well, that was an unusual good week.
Then your usual custom while engaged is to fall in love with just possibly 1 other woman during the course of the week.
Yes, I'd say that's about the average, yes.
There you are, Your Honor. Here is a man who, by becoming engaged, has pledged himself to be faithful to 1 woman and has then turned around and professed love for others. It's obvious that a man that will trifle with the truth in one case will show no hesitancy in doing so in another. Any testimony which the defense has presented to show the honesty and integrity of the defendant must unquestionably be labeled false. This man is a rascal and is undoubtedly lying.
Well, fellas, they said it don't look so good. Yesterday was sure a bad day in court for Andy with that diary thing coming out.
Yes, I had no idea that Andy's weakness for women was on a wholesale basis.
Yeah, I seen Madam Queen today, and from what she says she gonna do to Andy, I think he'd be better off in jail.
That sure was a tough break Andy got on that picture. You know, his lawyer was certainly counting on it.
Well, what was that, Amos? I had to leave the courtroom early.
Well, it seems that the night of the robbery, when Andy said that he was out with this gal, some Harlem stage actress by the name of Dixie Small was sitting at a table near them in this cafe.
Yes?
Now, Fred Gwendell, who works at the newspaper, just happened to come across the picture, and he took it to Andy's lawyer. And you can just about see Andy and his gal in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Only trouble is, Andy got his back to the camera. If you know them, you could tell it's him, but if you don't, you couldn't.
Well, the court ruled that Andy couldn't be identified, and they ruled the picture out.
Yeah, that was too bad, because that would have cleared him.
Well, say, boys, we better get out to the courtroom. We want to be there when the thing starts.
Your Honor, I realize that the time for presenting evidence in defense of my client has passed, but I beg your indulgence as I have some important new evidence which I feel has a direct bearing on the case.
You may proceed.
Yesterday, a picture was introduced to establish the defendant's presence at a nightclub at the time the robbery was committed.
Oh, but the court ruled that picture out. because the defendant could not be positively identified.
Well, I realize that. However, I have a new witness. Will Miss Dixie Small please take the stand?
Here I am, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I certainly do. I always tell the truth.
Be seated.
Miss Small, is this a picture of you?
Yes, that's me, all right.
Was it taken on the night of March 21st in the Cafe Lennox?
That's right.
Miss Small, I call your attention to this man sitting in the background. Now, look at the defendant over there, Mr. Brown. Look closely. Is that the man who was sitting at that table?
Yes, that's the man.
That's all.
Your Honor, I must have your permission. May I cross-examine the witness?
Proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
Miss Small, let me ask you a question. How can you spend an evening in a crowded nightclub and then suddenly, a matter of weeks lately, remember the face of a man who sat at the next table? Why, it's ridiculous.
No, it isn't. I remember him very well.
How, may I ask?
Late in the evening, my escort left me alone at the table for a moment. At the same time, the young girl with the defendant left him alone, too. While they were away, this man spoke to me.
What did he say?
He said, "Hey, babe, is you busy tomorrow night?"
Say, I wonder where Andy could be. He must have left his room here kind of early.
Yes, he did, Henry. I guess he's over at Madam Queen's. You know, he's been doing some work over there all week trying to get in good with her again after that mess.
Oh, yes. Oh, by the way, ain't that his famous diary on the dresser there?
Well, oh, yeah, that is his diary. Yeah. What do you say we take a peek in it? Can't do no harm.
Yes, sure. Let's see what his reactions has been to the whole thing.
Yeah, let's see here. Listen to this. April 12th. Dear Diary. Well, the trial is over. That picture made Stella admit that she knowed me, and that's what done it. They made the chauffeur confess, and he's going to get plenty. The whole thing convinced me that Madam Queen is the only gal for me. Here's another one. April 13th. Dear Diary. I sure crazy about Madam Queen. Wasn't I a silly boy?
Yes, go on reading, Kingfish. Go ahead.
Say here, April 14th. Dear Diary, now you're going to hear something. I just met Annabella. This is the best gal yet.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the Kingfish will indulge in one of his better promotional schemes. The Amos and Andy Show is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say goodnight to you, for all of us, here's an important reminder. There's been a lot of talk lately on the air and in the newspapers about manpower. Actually, when they say manpower, they mean woman power as well, for women are needed in every phase of this war, in the armed forces and in war production. Now, I know you women listening have your hearts in our great war effort, but Uncle Sam needs your hands as well. Our fighting men need every piece of equipment you can help produce, either at a full-time or part-time job. You don't need experience to get a job in war industry. Training is available, and the work is easy to learn. Just visit your local U.S. Employment Service Office. They will refer you to a job that will help to hasten the day of victory and bring our boys back home. Thank you, and good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. For years, Andrew H. Brown has maintained an office in which he carries on his activities and inactivities. It has been the scene of many of Andy's ventures, most of which are organized and go bankrupt the same day. Andy has finally realized that the office is unnecessary, and we find him there now talking to his closest friend, Amos.
Yeah, Amos, I has just about decided to give up this office.
I don't blame you, Andy. You ain't had no use for it since you moved in here.
Oh, what you talking about? I done made good use of it.
Yeah? How?
Well, I shaves here, don't I?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about you shaving in you.
But I guess the smart thing for me to do would be to get out of here.
Yeah, you know, I was just thinking, Andy, the Kingfish is going in the employment agency business. He might want this office.
No, he's running that thing from the lodge hall.
Oh, I see. Tell me this, how is he doing with that employment agency anyway?
I don't know. He done offered me a job working in a foundry.
A foundry?
Yeah.
Well, that's heavy work, all right. I know a fella that works in a foundry. He loads iron ingots on a truck all day. You know them long, square things made out of iron?
Oh, yeah. Well, I done explained to the Kingfish that the work is too heavy for me. I ain't gonna lift none of them Ignatz things for nobody.
Not Ignatz, ingots, Andy.
Well, ingots. Ignatz. What's the difference? They're as heavy, ain't they?
Well, you might try the job for a while, Andy. It would build you up, put you in good condition.
Oh, sure. I'd be one of the huskiest men in the cemetery. I'm going over and see the Kingfish right now and tell him the deal is off. I don't want no part of it.
Come in, Brother Andy, come in.
Hello, Kingfish. Look here. I've been thinking the thing over about that foundry job, and I done decided I don't want it.
No, Andy, you was passing up a great job.
No, I don't want no foundry job.
Oh, think, Andy. $35 a week coming in. Why, you can build a little home with a picket fence and roses along the path to your front door.
Yeah. After I lift them iron Ignatzes all day, I'd be too tired to smell them. Oh, no, I'm telling you.
Wait a minute. What you want, Lightning?
Excuse me, but there's a gal out here that wants to see you, Kingfish. She sure is good looking.
All right, send her in, Lightning.
Yeah, sir.
Sit where you is, Andy. I'll get rid of her right away.
Yeah, how do I look, all right?
Yeah, you look all right.
Right this way. There's the Kingfish over there.
How do you do? What does you want?
Is this the Stevens Employment Agency?
Yeah.
My name is Henrietta Davis.
My name is Mr. Stevens. This is Mr. Brown, Miss Davis.
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Hello.
Miss Davis, what can I do for you?
I'm looking for a position.
Oh, a position, huh? Let me see now what I got open here. How would you like a job in a foundry?
Well, is it secretarial work?
Well, no, I wouldn't exactly call it that. It's kind of on the borderline between secretarial work and weightlifting. That's what
Look, Mr. Stevens, I want to be a secretary. I haven't had much experience. That's why I'm having a little difficulty getting a job. But I want to learn while I'm working.
Excuse me for protruding, miss, but it just so happens that I has got an office over here, and I has snowed under with so much business that I could use a good secretary.
Yeah, well, as your agent, Miss Davis, I might place you with Mr. Brown.
Yeah, Miss Davis, would you mind walking over to the desk there and walking back?
No, not at all.
Yeah, I need a secretary, all right. Come on, Lightning. Keep working there now. This gal ought to be here any second, and I want this office to look good.
Yeah, sir, Miss Andy. I'm working. I is doing the best. Tell me, is this the way you want me to do it, Miss Andy? Kind of sprinkle the water on the floor and settle the dust?
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, not too much now. You're liable to make the place muddy here. If there's anything I hate, it's a muddy office.
Well, Mr. Andy, here come the gal now.
Oh, yeah. Come in, Miss Davis.
I hope I'm on time.
Oh, yeah. That's all, office boy. Stop by the bank and get the money for me, as much as you can carry.
I'll whiz right over there. Yeah.
Sit down on the box right there, Miss Davis. My overstuffed furniture is out being stuffed over.
Tell me, where is your main office?
The main office? By the way, did anybody ever tell you you was pretty?
Oh, Mr. Brown, I don't know how to answer that.
Tell me this, honey. How much do you want a week for this job?
Well, I feel that I can't work for less than $30 a week.
$30, huh? Tell me this. How was you on the typewriter?
Well, I'm not very fast, but I hope to learn.
Yeah. Do you dance?
Yes, sir. I'm a good dancer.
So much for the typewriting. How about shorthand?
Well, Mr. Brown, I never finished my course in shorthand, so for the first few months, I'll take everything in longhand.
Longhand?
Yes, sir.
Could you go out to supper with me this evening?
Oh, yes, I'd be glad to.
Okay for the longhand. By the way, on the typewriter I got, one key is busted off. That's the O. With my last secretary, I tried the idea of using Q's instead of O's. They look something alike, you know. Then at the bottom of the letter, we put P.S. In the above letter, the Q's stand for O's.
That was a very good idea.
Yeah, it was a good idea, but it didn't work out so good because in the P.S. we had to make the O with a Q, too.
Well, I wonder how we're going to get around that.
Well, we'll just have to write letters without no O's in them.
Tell me, Mr. Brown, when would you want me to start work?
Well, you start at 2 o'clock today. I pays you $30 a week, and don't forget, we is going out to supper tonight.
Oh, that'll be fine. I'll be back at 2 o'clock, Mr. Brown, and I'll plan on going out with you tonight. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Boy, that is the best-looking stenographer I done ever see. No shorthand, no typewriting. Oh, well.
Hello?
Kingfish, this is Andy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm coming over to see you, Kingfish. I done hired that gal at $30 a week, and I'm going to take that Iron Ignatz foundry job so I can pay her.
Now, you understand, Anna, this is a great break for you getting this foundry job. And, by the way, it's a night job.
Oh, a night job, huh?
Yeah, you go to work at 8 o'clock at night and you work till 8 in the morning. It's what is known as the double graveyard.
Ain't I lucky?
And like I told you, the thing pays $35 a week. Now, what I'm going to do, Andy, I'm signing a watertight contract with the girl, guaranteeing her that I'll furnish her 8 weeks' employment at $30 a week.
Yeah, well, now, what about me?
Well, me and you got a separate contract. You guarantees to work at the foundry for 8 weeks and to employ the girl for 8 weeks as your secretary. And you gives me $3.50 a week commission.
Wait a minute here. I get 35, I pays the girl 30, and I pays you $3.50. That don't leave me much left over, do it?
How about your secretary?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about her.
Well, Andy, if what you told me is the truth, you is the craziest man I'd have never heard of.
Oh, Amos.
You was going to work all night long in the foundry for $35 a week, and you done hired a stenographer for daytime at $30.
Well, I clears $1.50, don't I?
Oh, Andy, you was out of your head. When do all this mess start?
Well, I'm waiting for the gal now. She due here at 2 o'clock, and I starts to work at the foundry tonight at 8. Oh, this is going to be some business.
Some business? You don't even know what business you're going into.
Who don't?
All right, what business is you going into?
Well, Something that ain't got no O's in it, I know that.
Who is this coming across the street?
Oh, yeah, that's her. Here come Henrietta now. Boy, she sure is dressed up, ain't she? Come in, Henrietta. This is Amos Jones. This is Henrietta Davis, Amos.
Glad to meet you.
How do you do, Mr. Jones?
Yeah, well, I'll leave y'all. Glad to meet you. See you again, Andy. So long.
Yeah, so long. Henrietta, you sure is dressed up pretty.
By the way, what are we going to do tonight, Mr. Brown?
Oh, yeah, well, about going out this evening, it just so happens that your evening will be over about 7 o'clock. I never keeps my secretaries out later than that.
Well, 7 o'clock, that's not a very long evening. I guess there wasn't much point in me getting all dressed up.
Oh, well, we could get off to a good start by 7, and then I might be able to meet you again about 8 o'clock in the morning and carry on from there.
Well, maybe we better get down to work, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, that's right. Pretty busy around here. Get your longhand book ready. I'll make a phone call while you're getting it. You know, honey, being a big businessman, I got to do a lot of things every day.
I'll be ready when you're through phoning.
Yeah, well, I am so busy that I always got to do 2 things at once. Take a letter to Henry Van Porter. Dear Henry, put me down for a $10,000 policy. Yours very truly, Andrew H. Brown.
Hello?
Brown speaking.
Who is this, Andy?
Tell my bankers to buy $10,000 worth of bonds for me.
Tell who what?
Goodbye. Take a letter to Henry Van Porter. Please take out a $10,000 policy for me.
You just ordered one.
Yeah, well, I buy 2, 3 of them a day. Now, if my lawyer calls me, tell him I is out. If I is, well, tell him whatever the deal was, it's all right with me, that I'll go in up to $100,000. Oh, gee, you was pretty. Henrietta, I loves you.
Well, our friend Andy has just finished the double graveyard shift at the foundry and has come direct to his office from the job. The time is 9 a.m. The Kingfish has just walked into the office.
Well, Brother Andy, how is the captain of industry this morning? Hey, wake up, Captain.
Oh, yeah.
Open them eyes, Andy, open your eyes.
Oh, I ain't got the strength. I aches all over.
Oh, a little stiff, huh? Well, this is just the first night, Andy. You'll get used to it.
Oh, Kingfish, I ain't never going to get used to lifting them Ignazes. I wonder why iron has got to be so heavy.
Oh, well, Andy, look at it this way. If it wasn't heavy, it wouldn't be iron. The main thing that puts in iron is heaviness.
It is, huh?
Oh, yeah. You take the heaviness out of iron, and what has you got?
It's a mess, ain't it? Listen, Kingfish, I can't go on with this. I was working from 8 in the evening till 8 in the morning at the foundry, and I working all day with my secretary. I got to get out of this whole mess with the secretary and the foundry and everything else. I was crazy about Henrietta, but there's a limit to what the human body can stand.
Now, you wait a minute, Andy. A contract is a contract. You was tied up in this thing for 8 weeks.
Oh, please, Kingfish, let me out of it. I was so tired.
Sorry, Brother Andy, the time to think of that was before you signed the contract. I got you tied in a knot. Here come your secretary.
Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning.
Hello, Mr. Stevens.
How are you, Miss Davis? Just leaving. I know Mr. Brown here is anxious to get down to work right quick. Well, so long, folks, so long.
Goodbye.
So long.
Oh, it's a beautiful morning, isn't it, Mr. Brown?
That is the truth. I ain't been able to see it yet. Did your mama object to me taking you out last night?
Oh, no. I got home before Mother had finished her afternoon shopping. Well, I guess we better get down to work. You said we were going to have a busy day today.
Yeah. Where is we?
You said you want to do some more dictating.
Oh, yeah. Take a letter to Henry Van Porter. Tell him to get me a couple more of those policies. Mr. Henry Van Porter, dear Henry, in regard to the policies that you done bought for me, I want some more. Please send me some policies, whatever you got, I'll take it.
Mr. Bryan, is anything wrong?
I just concentrating here. Take a letter to Henry Van Porter. I ain't read him in a long time. Dear Henry, I find myself in a... what's the use? Look, honey, I can't keep this up no longer. I got something I got to confess to you.
Yes, Mr. Bryan?
I was working nights so I can pay your salary.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, I got contracts that forces me to employ you for 8 weeks, so I ain't allowed to fire you. You'll do me a favor and quit, though, won't you? You understand how things is.
No, I won't quit. I'm supposed to have 8 weeks' work, and that's what I'm going to get.
Oh, Henrietta, ain't you got no heart?
Look, when I took this job, I turned down 2 others. Besides, I just bought some clothes, and they's got to be paid for. I'm staying on this job, and you just better get used to it.
Hello, Gabby.
Oh, come in, Andy. Come in. Glad to see you.
Yeah. Gabby, as my lawyer, you done found out any way I can get out of that contract with the Kingfish from a legal standpoint?
I've done looked over the contract from top to bottom. There's one loophole in the agreement. I find one important phrase is missing, one phrase missing. It does not say being of sound mind and body.
Yeah, don't say that, huh?
I'm going to give you some good advice right now. I done looked up the law, the latest law on non-compass matters. All you got to do is just one thing. All you got to do is just prove that you was not of sound mind when you signed the contract. And Andy, with you, that shouldn't present no problem.
Yeah, and what'll that do?
Well, that'll make the contract null and void.
Oh, yeah. If I ain't got a sound mind when I signed the thing, it's no good, huh?
That's right.
Yeah, well, I'll take care of that, all right. Listen, you go over and see the Kingfish and tell him that the contract is null and void on that basis. That I was not of sound mind when I signed the contract. My mind was just as bad off then as it is now.
Well, that's right, Andy. You're in bad shape. You're really in bad shape. I'll go over and see the Kingfish right now. I'll run right over there. Ain't no 2 ways about it, Andy. Quickest way, surest way, the quickest and surest, easiest way out of the contract is just to prove, you got to prove that you is non-compass and not very metas.
Hello, Miss Davis. Say, what is all this silly talk I hear about Mr. Brown trying to worm out of the contract by being of unsound mind? Has you noticed anything?
Several things. For one thing, the only work I've done so far is to write letters to Henry Van Porter.
Write letters to Henry Van Porter, huh? Tell me this, Miss Davis. Where is Mr. Brown now?
He's in the back office. He claims he's running a grocery store.
What? A grocery store? Hey, Andy.
Oh, how you do, sir? How you do? As you've been waiting on, could I interest you in some nice asparagus today?
Say, look, Andy, I know what you're trying to pull here. You're trying to get out of the contract by acting like you was out of your head. But I'm going to tell you right now that ain't going to work.
Look out, my good man. You're stepping on the tomatoes there. Get away.
Now, wait a minute, here. Don't give me that stuff. You ain't fooling me with this thing. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I has done been to a lawyer myself. I went to a lawyer, too. And I done found out that it's up to you to prove that you ain't of sound mind. Now, I tell you what I'm going to do. I is going to take you down to what they call a psychiatrist right now. And he'll decide whether you is of sound mind or not. Now, come on, get on your hat and coat.
With pleasure, my friend, with pleasure.
I think I'll carry a sack of these potatoes with me.
So that is the situation in a nutshell, Dr. Caldwell.
I see. You want to determine whether Mr. Brown here is of sound mind in order that the validity of the contract can be judged.
That's right, Doc.
Doc, could I interest you in a dozen eggs?
Now, you see, Doc, that's the stuff he's been pulling on me all the time, and I know he's faking. Now, look here, Doctor. Here is the contract in question right here. Now, I admit that it don't say nothing about sound mind and body. But I done made up for that by having plenty of them ipso factos and hapless capuses all in there. Oh, I'm telling you, Doc, I got this contract loaded down with all them Latin words.
Yes. Well, if you gentlemen will just step into the examination room, we'll look into the whole matter.
Fellas, this is the craziest thing I done ever heard of. Oh, I tell you, Amos, Andy here is trying to pull a fast one on me. Look, he talking sensible now, ain't he?
Yeah, well, I is all better now. But at the time of signing the contract and up till yesterday, I was in bad shape, you know.
Yeah, well, what did the doctor say? We went in the examination room with the doctor. We give the doctor the contract and told him the circumstances, and he done made an examination. And he gonna give us a written report today.
Yeah, and me and the Kingfish has done agreed to go by what the doctor say.
Right.
Now, if a party to a contract ain't got a sound mind, the contract is null and void. And besides that, it ain't no good.
Amos, I gonna tell you frankly, I ain't the least bit worried. Just cause Andy make a contract to break his back in some foundry. That ain't no skin off of my nose. I ain't gonna worry about that. Well, you know, if a day passed and you two fellas
Wait a minute. Come in, Lightning, come in.
Here is the report that the doctor give me for y'all here, too.
Yeah, give me that thing.
I'll read it.
Get away. You can read it after me. After all, it means my health and everything.
All right, what does it say?
Say, report on the examination of Andrew H. Brown. After analyzing all factors concerned in the examination and observation of the patient, there is no question that Andrew H. Brown is definitely of sound mind.
Well, there you will. I got you there.
Wait, let me finish the thing. There's some more here.
Go ahead.
Says here, however, a careful scrutiny of the contract involved reveals that Mr. George Kingfish Stevens, the person who drew up this so-called contract and composed the phrases contained therein, is unquestionably not of sound mind. Well, good morning, Miss Davis. What you doing over here at the Lodge Hall?
I'm working for Mr. Stevens.
Working for Mr. Stevens?
Yes, I started 2 days ago. You know, I have a contract, and he guaranteed me 8 weeks' work at $30 a week.
Oh, yeah, and you holding him to it, huh?
Yes, sir. He pays me or I'm going to sue him. And I told him I'd send him to jail, too.
Yeah, well, where can the Kingfish get the money to pay you $30 a week?
Oh, here he comes now. Good morning, Mr. Stevens. Come in.
Oh, what a night. Why does they have to make them Ignatius so heavy?
Be sure to be with us again next Friday night at this same time for another great half hour of entertainment when we will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say good night, may I again remind you of this. The used fats you're saving up, well, it's swell that you are saving them, but remember, they won't do anybody a speck of good as long as you keep them in your refrigerator. Turn them in as soon as you have a can that's full. Not in a glass container, please. Any tin can will do. You will be paid in cash and receive 2 red points for each pound of used fats you turn in. Thank you, and good night.